In the dark, scary passage of the prison, there is a tapping sound somewhere in the depths of the monster prison. The roar of someone covered in blood appeared. A man was crawling on the floor with sweat on his face and blood dripping from his face and mouth. He wondered how the old man could do this to him. The man says this is not how he should die. A snake-like monster appeared in front of him. The man didn't want to die like a dog. Seoju Hyun, 38 years old. He thought that he was likely to die today. If asked when did it become unreasonable, maybe it started 15 years ago. In 2025, tombs suddenly appeared all over the earth. His appearance was accompanied by a very strong earthquake. In the tomb, there is a different thing called relic. This relic is the cause of changing the world. Legends, fairy tales, ancient myths, folklore, and poetry have a kind of relic. The powers of various items mentioned in stories are similar. They give their owners all kinds of powers, and gradually here and there rumors start to appear about people changing their lives. In order to get relic, everyone started hunting for relic, and Seoju Hyun obtained an extraordinary relic, archaeological relics that provide their owners with reliable knowledge of all tombs. He thought that he hit the jackpot and could finally end the shitty life he was leading, but he thought that he was too late. Because a new order has been established. The people who captured most of these relics created a new society by creating laws where no one but them could use them. He had no choice but to obey these people. However, still receiving recognition for his archaeological abilities, he was able to become an employee of a large company called TKBM. The CEO of this company, Kwon Tae-jun, said he would help him, but the job is hard. Here he has a very hard job. He often had to get his hands dirty, smuggling, espionage, theft, and tomb raiding. Demonstrating his professional searching abilities, he unearths relics hidden in the depths of the forbidden tomb, and he is proud of what he has accomplished as a tomb raider. After several years, director Kwon Tae-jun received the status of the world's strongest man, and it was all thanks to the relic they stole for him. However, the stronger Kwon Tae-jun was, the more others hated Seoju Hyun. They called him trash, working as an accomplice to a dictator. Despite that, he just endured and worked. But he couldn't imagine his end would end like this. The job he is about to do is actually a trap set up by director Kwon Tae-jun. He sends Seoju Hyun and several of his colleagues to a deadly place. Kwon Tae-jun thought that they had extraordinary abilities, so he felt threatened by their existence. The snake-like creature attacked Seoju Hyun's head. He also took a stone and asked if the snake was not satisfied eating all his subordinates. He threw a stone at the snake's head. In front of the caterpillar, Seoju Hyun dared the snake to eat it so he could kill it from inside the snake's stomach. And for that bastard Kwon Tae-jun, Seoju Hyun swore he would make him suffer even if he became a ghost. The snake opened its mouth ready to swallow Seoju Hyun. Someone's voice suddenly appeared and told Seoju Hyun to be quiet because he was so loud. The snake turned towards the source of the sound. Seoju Hyun also asked what he said earlier. The voice didn't expect it and asked if Seoju Hyun could hear him. Seoju Hyun replied that this was not the first time he had heard of Relic. She didn't know who he was, but in a kind way she told him to let go of this snake and let her go. The voice then asked if he was really thought he could live with a body like that already in 2 parts. Instead of legs, no matter how hard he tried to hold on to his life, he wouldn't last long. The voice then said that these were the last moments of his life. A pitiful little man with even rare abilities. An annoyed Seoju Hyun told the voice not to speak as if he knew himself and asked if he thought he wanted to live like this. Just thinking about his life made him furious and vowed to do whatever it takes to kill Kwon Tae-jun. Suddenly, there was a bright light above the snake. The voice said that he would give Seoju Hyun a chance. From within the beam was visible a 4-eyed raven. Seoju Hyun thought that it was a bird. The 4-eyed raven wanted to see if Seoju Hyun would be able to get the title of king this time. It wasn't long before Seoju Hyun opened his eyes. He then jumped to his feet because he was so surprised by the presence of his 2 legs. Seoju Hyun didn't understand what happened, and his wounds were also gone. He then turned his head and saw people staring at him at the police station. He asked what really happened. The cop in front of him then asked what he was muttering just now. There he was questioned about his personal details. Seo-ju Hyun sat back in the chair, and the police asked his name again, but Seo-ju Hyun was lost in his own thoughts. He wasn't sure if this was just a dream or a hallucination, because it felt so real. The police finally got angry and asked what his name was. The policeman really wanted to go home because of it. His friend also felt sad because it seemed that this year was known as the year no one could go home, and said that 2025 was really terrible. Seo-ju Hyun was surprised to hear that. He then saw an electronic calendar hanging on the wall that said January 1st, 2025. He wondered what was really going on. Looking around, he saw a schoolboy. He felt that this child seemed familiar to him. He then remembered that a schoolboy was drunk and wanted to fight him, so he ended up fighting with him and was taken to the police station. He clenched his fists and wondered if he really came back 15 years ago. He then remembered Raven's words that he wanted to see if he was capable of this king title. Seo-ju Hyun was also aware. If this is January 2025, then the world was still at peace before the relics appeared. There was still time for him before a god-rank relic revealed its form. That way, Seo-ju Hyun will be able to collect all the relics. The knowledge in his previous life was still there, and Seo-ju Hyun was able to start gathering relics before anyone else. Seo-ju Hyun laughed because he thought that this would be more interesting. Once the world is enveloped by the power of the relic, he will believe that nothing can surprise him anymore. Yet today he never would have thought that there was a tomb that would make even an experienced robber like him tremble in fear. His two last assignments turned out to be a trap set by that bastard Kwon Tae-jun. And finally, right before his death, he suddenly went back 15 years. He didn't know how this was possible, but this seemed to be his greatest chance. He would be able to obtain the relic before anyone else. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A woman screamed at him. Did he even hear her? He asked what was wrong with him because Seo-ju Hyun had just been daydreaming and didn't even pay attention to the police earlier. Because Seo-ju Hyun hit his son, so he demands responsibility and pays compensation now, or he goes to jail. Seo-ju Hyun thought he should face this problem first. Even though it was 15 years ago, he clearly remembered that it was the student himself who started the fight. He was sure that this must have been premeditated, because as soon as he touched the boy, he fell to the floor. Seo-ju Hyun remembers about him now being penniless. In addition, his main equipment and archaeological relics were also missing. He didn't have any income, so he wondered how he could get all the relics. He thought that he had a way out, but he found that impossible. The woman asked him angrily if he dared to ignore her. She waved his hand and said that when someone is talking to him, he needs to listen. The schoolboy and constable are shocked to see. Seo-ju Hyun noticed that she was about to hit him and stopped the woman from slapping. He was surprised that he caught the slap. He wondered what this was because he still had the knowledge and experience of fighting from 15 years in the future. Seo-ju Hyun then suddenly stood up and told the woman to calm herself down. He explained that it was his son who asked to fight first. Besides, she didn't think about how cute she looked right now. Now the schoolboy suddenly jumps up and throws his fist and asks what trash he said. He said that he wanted to show mercy and let him go on good terms. Seo-ju Hyun dodged his punch, grabbed his arm, then knocked him to the ground. The schoolboy hit his face on the floor. He screams that it hurts him. Seo-ju Hyun kept thinking that his body must be lighter than before. He thought it was because he had not gotten any side effects from the relic. The cops finally got up from their seats and told the two of them to stop this. Seo-ju Hyun humbly raised his hand. He couldn't compensate them, so Seo-ju Hyun said they could put him behind bars. The woman did not expect that Seo-ju Hyun would choose to have a criminal record rather than pay them. Seo-ju Hyun thought such a bullshit criminal record would be meaningless when Relic appeared. The world will sink into the abyss of chaos. Seo-ju Hyun, who is sitting behind bars, thinks it is good that he is fighting better now. But that was due to insufficient funds for his digging equipment to search for his archaeological relics. He thought about what he should do, but suddenly a letter appeared before his eyes. Seo-ju Hyun wondered where the text came from. He hit himself on the head and asked if his eyesight was getting damaged. In front of him was a sign that said, Tomb Raider Seo-ju Hyun, a pitiful pickpocket who doesn't even know how to use a shovel. He also said there must be a relic involved, and that Raven was responsible for this nonsense. He screams to call him and asks what he is doing. Suddenly a system window appeared in front of him. He has unlocked one of the 4 basic skills, namely reconnaissance. This skill allows him to survey areas within a 1-meter radius. Seo-ju Hyun gets annoyed because Raven sees his life as a game. Now, a new task appeared before him. He must activate the 4 basic Tomb Raider skills. Shortly after, the police came to the bar and asked him why he was making a scene there, and told Seo-ju Hyun to quiet down. Seo-ju Hyun answered okay. He asked if he was the only one who had seen them. Even though they were quite interesting as stated in the skill window, he could see in detail everything within a 1-meter radius. His skill was no different from what the archaeological relic had given him. These were all skills he had in his past. He wondered if everyone was in this mode now. If he only had one of the 4 unlocked, he thought that meant he could unlock more in the future. But this made Seo-ju Hyun curious about what Raven was planning, because relics usually don't help people willingly. Suddenly a man came to the bar and called him. After a while they left the police station together. The man said that Schoolboy was a naughty kid, and Seo-ju Hyun wasn't the only one who had been jailed. The man then said he would take care of the incident and assured Seo-ju Hyun not to worry too much. Seo-ju Hyun also thanked him. This man is Detective Kim Jeon-woo, the older brother who adopted Seo-ju Hyun when he was orphaned. He treated Seo-ju Hyun like his own little brother. He asks why he suddenly decided to thank him. He felt Seo-ju Hyun was afraid of prison. After watching him, Seo-ju Hyun thought how young Kim Jeon-woo looked 15 years ago. Seo-ju Hyun then slowed down and said he wanted to ask her something. He asked if there had been any reports of paranormal activity or any connection to supernatural powers. Kim Jeon-woo asked him if he was drunk. But on second thought, he says his wife must have supernatural powers because he doesn't understand how she managed to find the things he hid so easily. Seo-ju Hyun smiled at his words. He thought it seemed the owner of the relic had still not been heard from. Kim Jeon-woo then put his hand on his shoulder and told him to go home and rest. Kim Jeon-woo waved at him and left. Seo-ju Hyun kept thinking, even though tombs will soon appear all over the earth because the owners of the relics have yet to be determined, there hasn't been any significant changes in the world. In other words, now is the time to act as he can use his skills to achieve his goals. But the problem is that he has no money. The best relics first appeared in Europe or America. He didn't know how he could pay for the plane fare to get there. Suddenly, someone called him. He turned around and saw a group of men standing before him. The guy asks, why is he loitering around as he should try harder at work? Seo-ju Hyun was surprised to see those people. And here, he thought he had found his source of income. This jerk's name is Park Kyung-tae. Basically, he was a street thug, but now he works as an art broker. He works with his older sister, Park Kyung-ju, and they both run an art gallery. They usually just cause trouble. When he was still in high school and needed money, Seo-ju Hyun was forced to work for them. He planned to work for a bit and quit, but this jerk wasn't letting him down easily. They kept Seo-ju Hyun working until he was in his mid-20s. This doesn't mean he's useless. Seo-ju Hyun does a job like everyone else, but he is not respected like other people at all. They kept tying his neck, threatening not to pay his wages and treating him like a dog. Park Kyung-tae yells at him and asks why this little rascal doesn't answer him. He then wanted to punch his face, but Seo-ju Hyun hit him first. Park Kyung-tae, who couldn't stay still, fell down. Seo-ju Hyun told these bastards to tell their boss that he didn't work for him anymore. Park Kyung-tae asks him if he is really that stupid. Seo-ju Hyun then remembered something. Before he left, he wanted them to pay their salaries and deducted wages immediately. They looked at him confusedly and started laughing and said this kid will know the harshness of life when he grows up. He suddenly pounced on him and asked him what he said. Seo-ju Hyun dodged his punch and punched back and bumped into Park Kyung-tae. His nose was bleeding, but Seo-ju Hyun took his head and hit him on the knee. Park Kyung-tae's underling is worried about him and says, what happened to this bastard? Why is he so fast? They asked Park Kyung-tae if he knew how to fight. He then shouted at them to be quiet and ordered them to attack all at once. They rushed at Seo-ju Hyun, but he hit one opponent with his elbow and the other with his foot. The heads of the two people who were beaten were already lying on the ground. One of the remaining people said what happened was absurd. Seoju Hyun smirked and thought right let him continue to spread panic. It was the result of his 15 years of experience. He asked them if they were all done. He even felt sorry for them. Soon the world would become even more difficult to live in. He was glad that his body could move at the same speed as before, but wasn't strong enough to take all of their punches. So this fight must be finished soon. Park Kyung-tae says that they accepted and raised him as their own and asks, is this all his gratitude? He also said maybe he should stab him to hell. His underlings who saw that shouted at him to be careful with the dagger since it would be used for transactions. But he doesn't care anymore. Seoju Hyun realized that the knife was a relic. He wondered where he got it. But he also wasn't surprised, mostly because relics attracted people's attention by making tombs, and some of them preferred to hide among human society. Seoju Hyun's throat was saying that he still had the nerve to point a knife at him. The people who were previously lying on the ground from Seoju Hyun's punch ran towards them worried about Park Kyung-ju. Seoju Hyun also brandished a knife and said it was good to take care of him now. Let him watch and learn how to use it properly. There was a spark in his eye attracting the relic, allowing him to see someone from within people. They didn't have time to hit him. Seoju Hyun quickly. Den was missing somewhere and he suddenly stabbed them with a knife. He also thought this knife seemed to have a power of its own. Seoju Hyun then told them to stop whining since he was only touching them lightly. But if they refuse to give the money, things can get worse. He threatens to take them all if they don't want to die. They agreed and gave up over time. Park Kyung-tae then called his sister on the phone and told her everything she had asked. Park Kyung-ju scolded them and took their money. Does he think it's a plausible excuse? There's no use to this idiot? Park Kyung-tae tells his sister that he doesn't know how this happened either. Just yesterday, this slug didn't know the basics of battle, but he was completely different. Even in his eyes, there was something terrifying. Park Kyung-ju holds his head and asks how much he took. Park Kyung-tae replied that he took all their money and samples of the products they were going to use in the deal. He shouted at her and asked her if she still had the Buddha statue. Park Kyung-tae also replied that Seoju Hyun said the money was not enough for him. He remembers how Seoju Hyun counted the money and told them they were poor and asked if they had anything else. Ken replied that it was all they had. Seoju Hyun also asked if they were sure. He looks at Park Kyung-tae with an evil gaze and asks if he finds them they will die. Then they were unlucky that Seoju Hyun found something else from them. He says it looks expensive. Park Kyung-tae begged him not to take the Buddha statue. Seoju Hyun then said that judging from the sentences that came out of Park Kyung-tae's mouth, this statue is quite valuable, so he confiscated it. The whole gang kneels down and begs him to come back. Please don't get up. Park Kyung-tae orders the return of the Buddha statue, but Seoju Hyun doesn't hear him. Park Kyung-ju shouted into the phone at him, telling them to go and get the statue. In the morning, Seoju Hyun brought the statue to the appraiser. The man told him that this statue wasn't worth 50,000 won. Let him better leave it alone. Put it on the shelf at home. Seoju Hyun asked how the appraiser waved his hand and told him to believe it. He knew at a glance that no one would buy it. He now did not have his archaeological relics. The Buddha statue became a kind of system window mist appearing in front of Seoju Hyun. Seoju Hyun's skill activated, and he found a suspicious entity inside the Buddha statue. Seoju Hyun asked if there was anything in it. He waved his hand in front of him in an attempt to clear the system window. He couldn't understand why they were selling this statue at such a high price. He shook the statue and heard a voice inside. He knew Park Kyung-ju wouldn't worry about something worth 50,000 won. All he needed to see was what was inside the statue. He took a knife and cut the statue. Some kind of bottle fell from him. Seoju Hyun took it and thought that this might be liquid drug. Seoju Hyun looked around him sharply. Because they had a lot of them, Seoju Hyun thought that all of them contained illegal drugs. He then called Kim Jeon-woo and asked if he could get 1 billion won if he reported drug smuggling. After some time, Park Kyung-ju was talking to someone on the phone. She said it wasn't like that at all. She assured that it wasn't that the goods weren't ready, but that they were just having a bit of trouble. She then suggested being patient for a while. She apologized to him and said goodbye and said that she would contact him soon. After finishing the phone call, she screamed into the phone and was angry at the stupid old man. Park Kyung-ju then turned around and saw his brother, who was being beaten and handcuffed by the police, standing behind him. He shouted, asking where they had been and if they had brought the Buddha statue back. Park Kyung-tae guiltily says that they are really done. Park Kyung-ju then asked what happened to Park Kyung-tae. Kim Jeon-woo showed his ID and said that they were told that he and his sister were involved in the illegal distribution of drugs, which they sold as works of art. Park Kyung-ju reasoned that they are law-abiding and tax-paying citizens. Kim Jeon-woo showed a bag with bottles and said that they had proof. They also knew that this was not all and asked if they kept them in storage. Park Kyung-ju thinks fortunately that every cell in the storage room has a password attached. Park Kyung-ju acted as if he didn't understand what they were saying and told him not to speak carelessly without proof. He then asked if Kim Jeon-woo was really a policeman. But Kim Jeon-woo's radio then received a report that 600 works of art were found in the storage room as well as other drugs in their building. Another police officer handcuffed Park Kyung-ju. He screams how they opened room storage. Park Kyung-ju believes it's impossible because each one has their own password. Kim Jeon-woo smiled and confirmed his words. He says they have their own method. It's good that someone from the inside cooperates with them. One of the cops told Seo-ju Hyun that it looked like the place was close. Seo-ju Hyun was asked to help because something else was still not open. Seo-ju Hyun also entered the door code. The witnessing constable said it was amazing and asked how he managed to unlock everything. Seo-ju Hyun replied that he has a good memory. He really has a phenomenal memory. You could say that's his only talent. It was because Park Kyung-ju wanted to use it. At first, it was difficult for him to work here because the warehouse had a different password. At that time, he had not known about this before, but this annoyed him. So he only remembered them. He didn't think his knowledge would be of any use. Everything went according to plan. Soon he will receive his prize and he will finally have the funds. Then he can start hunting for relics. The police who checked were surprised and invited the others to see. There are also drugs in that place. He said that Seo-ju Hyun did the right thing. When he heard about it, Seo-ju Hyun replied that he would be happy to help. He asked if he could ask them for help. Park Kyung-ju shouted that this was nonsense. He told them to let him go and not touch him. At that time, Kim Jeon-woo received a call from Seo-ju Hyun. Seo-ju Hyun wanted to talk to him about something. Kim Jeon-woo then turned to his partner and asked Park Kyung-ju to stop. He said that his young assistant wanted to tell him something. He brought the phone closer to Park Kyung-ju's ear. From behind the call, Seo-ju Hyun said that he should treat her better and pay her full salary when she does her job properly. Park Kyung-ju, who heard that, realized that it was Seo-ju Hyun's voice. Seo-ju Hyun then said that he needs to change his password more often, like every 6 months or so. He then told Park Kyung-ju to enjoy being in prison. Park Kyung-ju asks angrily what she said, and she says he will kill him later. Under her angry cries, she was carried away even further. Later that night, Seo-ju Hyun walked down a city street at night and said that it was cute. Suddenly, there was a message on his phone. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Kim Jeon-woo in it. He wrote that he was proud of Seo-ju Hyun. He would soon receive around 100 million won as a reward for helping with the investigation. And also, don't waste them all. It has to be done wisely. Seo-ju Hyun also smiled. Kim Jeon-woo will always care deeply about him, but he has nothing to worry about here anymore. He will receive his initial capital and will be able to start searching for graves. He would find her quicker than that bastard Kwon Tae-jun. As he was walking out onto the street, Seo-ju Hyun noticed something unusual. He didn't know where his house had gone. The house where Seo-ju Hyun lived was recently buried in a large burial mound, tomb made by relic. The locals panicked at what was happening. Some of them cry and some argue with each other. They all shout at each other. The military asked them to calm down. Seo-ju Hyun stepped out from the crowd. It wasn't hard for him to understand everyone's current state. But this would happen more and more often until the world finally plunged into chaos. He seemed to remember something about how it all happened. Last time, according to the situation, he was notified by phone because that day he was working as usual for Park Kyung-tae. But when he returned home, he saw nothing out of the ordinary, and this only meant that someone must have cleared the tomb within a few hours. Apparently, this someone was now among them, and this time he wasn't going to let her have the relic. A moment later, Seo Ju-haeon heard someone shouting not to shoot. The voice he heard sounded familiar. It was Kim Dong-hyun's neighbor. The military man gets nervous and shouts at him to shut up or else he will shoot him in the ear. He screamed for everyone to get down and stop panicking, then told everyone to stay where they were. Seo Ju-haeon then kicked the soldier in the chin, then asked him if he had gone completely mad. Here, pointing a gun at civilians. Surprised by Seo Ju-haeon's appearance, Kim Dong-hyun told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kim Dong-hyun asked what Seo Ju-haeon said. Seo Ju-haeon also asked about Kim Dong-hyun. The soldier then woke up from Seo Ju-haeon's kick. The soldier then stood up and apologized for his behavior. He said he didn't know what hit him. Seo Ju-haeon asked him to tell him where the soldiers had come from. As soon as they mobilized, the soldiers muttered something incoherently in response. Seo Ju-haeon wondered if they knew about the tomb. What do they know? It's clear that they're trying, so the main thing now is to get ahead of this government wharf. Seo Ju-haeon told the soldiers that this was their home, and they confirmed that there are many soldiers with guns hanging around here. He seemed to be a smart guy and probably understood what would happen to him if he decided to report to his superiors what he was doing here. To avoid trouble, Seo Ju-haeon demands an answer. What are they doing here? Soldiers say their job is to destroy the object first to get out what's inside, but he said not to worry too much because no one will get hurt. Seo Ju-haeon rubbed his chin and thought, even if it was blown up, it wouldn't be able to hit him. The soldier noticed that Seo Ju-haeon was thinking and started to assure him that there were some foreign experts. With them knowing what everything, he made sure would go perfectly. Seo Ju-haeon finally found out what happened, so he thanked the soldier for his honesty. Like that, immediately he left saying that the residents believed in them and wished them good luck. The soldier said they could handle it, and thank you. Kim Dong-hyun, who saw Seo Ju-haeon leaving, tried to call him but in vain. He was surprised because Seo Ju-haeon was very strange today. Elsewhere, several soldiers and a woman were standing in the street. The woman called and asked to check the information again to see if the Korean government knew about the tomb. The woman's name is Linda Walker. She's a CIA agent. On the phone, she was told that the Korean government knew nothing about it. She said it was very strange because there were a lot of soldiers here. She was told that everything was under control. She had acted according to their instructions and had made sure not to mention the tomb. She was told that this information was highly confidential. She was asked to report on the situation and was asked how his mission was going. She says everything is fine here. The dynamite has been successfully planted, and they will soon be ready to enter the facility. Her interlocutor then replied that everything was fine very well and told her to continue to follow protocol as she couldn't miss anything. Every relic must be shipped safe and sound. He shouted his acceptance and ended the conversation. Soon a man approached him. He greeted Linda Walker and asked what had surprised her. This man's name was Abe Kiyoshi. He's from the Japanese Archaeology Division. He said that he should be surprised that they got here before them. He asked if Linda Walker had a good flight because Korea and America were quite far away. Never ceasing to be amazed, she can get everywhere, Linda Walker was hurt by these words. He said that they were not like them. He mines relics for scientific purposes and makes them the property of the whole world. Their job is to ensure worldwide cooperation and partnership. The man asks if she even believes in his chat and they won't let their scientist come near the relic. He asks why she is so sure of this. He spread his hands and said that the relic would be theirs. Linda Walker also said that she was very confident. Seo Ju-haeon had been hiding in a corner the whole time and was eavesdropping on their conversation. He wanted to know if these people were in charge here. He guessed that these were representatives from Japan and the CIA. Despite the fact that tombs have started appearing all over the world, at first their essence could not be understood by the public. Therefore, when it all started, Only a few of the most advanced countries were actually vying for relics. The US and Japan are of course among them. The governments of these countries form special teams to carry out excavations, and they mine artifacts all over the world. But seeing them, Seo Ju-hyun thought that they were waiting for something because they said they were going to blow up the grave. If that was true, Seo Ju-hyun was relieved that they didn't have any real experts. So it's time for Seo Ju-hyun to act. There are signs on the ground. Seo Ju-hyun looks at them with a smirk. This is the Tumgerlif. This relic describes the inside and outside of the tomb. In other words, it shows the entrance of the tomb and the existing traps, along with the structures. Several people were already crowding around the sign. They were wondering how they got here. All this mysticism is already straining them. Those who can read these signs will easily find the information they need in the tomb. Seo Ju-hyun then checked the sign and seemed to have found the entrance system window appeared in front of him. It unlocks a new rank and skill awakens the basic skills of a rank F linguist. With this skill, understanding and learning existing languages is available. Perception and communication with relic voices available, skill deciphering hidden marks available. He says new skills are good skills, and it is time to throw out the window as he doesn't see anything. Seo Ju-hyun then walked up to the pillar and said this seems to be the place. He attacked the rune column with his knife and the light column rise. A moment later, a system warning window popped up. An intense aura had exploded from the surface below. Columns collapsed and columns of light exploded into the sky. Linda Walker and Abe Kiyoshi saw this. One of the underlings ran up to Linda Walker and he said that it looked like someone had just unsealed the tomb. Abe Kiyoshi then asked where this light came from. Abe Kiyoshi asked where he was. The archaeologist ran to the soldiers and told them to stay where they were and told them to evacuate residents in nearby areas. He then ran with Linda Walker to the source of the light. Linda Walker also said that he was very smart when he lied. They ran towards the source of the light. Beams of light came out of the hole. From this gate, Abe Kiyoshi said that it was too bright and nothing was visible. Linda Walker also threw a stone into the hole. The stone flew some distance and fell into the water with a characteristic sound. Abe Kiyoshi also asked if he heard gurgling like water below. She told him it sounded like rather deep waters. Abe Kiyoshi then asked her to jump into the hole. Currently, Seo Ju-hyun was walking through the tunnel. He heard a voice behind him and said those idiots must have entered too. He then lit a match, and with the help of the light, examined the tunnel walls. He smiled as he planned to test them to see if they were bullshit. Seo Ju-hyun was sure that he could activate this device. Linda Walker and Abe Kiyoshi finally crawled out of the water. After Abe Kiyoshi cleared his throat and said how smelly it was, Linda Walker got off the ropes and said she wanted to warn him. They then turned around when they heard a voice. Linda Walker also turned on the flashlight and pointed it at the sound source. He wondered where the sound was coming from. Abe Kiyoshi replied that something was definitely approaching them. A huge wave was coming towards them through the tunnel. They wondered where so much water came from. They tried to avoid the water, but in vain, and started choking in this huge wave. Seo Ju-hyun was still walking through the tunnel. Looks like he finally found him. He came out into a small, glowing lake. He thought that by purposely taking the knife with him, he threw it into the lake, and the water started to swirl. A huge white snake crawled out of the lake. The snake spoke words from a fairy tale and asked which knife belonged to him. The snake opened its mouth and there were two blades on its tongue. One is gold and the other is silver. Seo Ju-hyun chuckled too. He knows this story. The relics here are the golden axe and the silver axe. Aesop's classic fable entitled Hermes and the Cute Woodcutter. Maybe someone had already heard of it, so if they knew what to do, it would be hers. Seo Ju-hyun replied that they were not his. The snake then showed his knife and asked if this was his. Seo Ju-hyun said it was similar to his own, but he was still unsure. So he asked to take a closer look. Malar answered yes. Seo Ju-hyun slowly approached and took the knife. He sharply cut his mouth, making the snake ask what this pitiful human is doing. After all, he almost won, and he almost got his prize. Seo Ju-hyun then said the first rule of a robber is never to trust in relics, Because it's evil where the guarantee that some kind of curse won't be the reward. Blar thought how could he know so much about them. Later it turned out that this man who owned an axe soon turned into a serial killer. The number of victims is countless. Seoju Hyun says he knows a lot more than this snake finds pathetic. The honesty test ends in a sad mess. He moved closer to the snake and jumped on it to attack. And now let him taste the fruits of his deeds. The snake asked if that pitiful human thought that he would become his servant. After something like that in it, there are other snacks. It's not enough just to pass the test and get a relic that gives strength or curses. It was first necessary to establish some sort of relationship with his kinship, and normally the relationship between a person and a relic developed without any problems. But not always. Another distinctive feature of the relics is their deepest hatred for representatives of the human race. They quickly or not very much attack their owner with various curses, illness, and psychosis. There are also artifacts that allow you to recover from such an impact. The owner is very lucky. That's another reason why she can't leave Kwan Taijun, by the way. So there's no such thing as a relationship. With a cynical face, Seoju Hyun then used dominance. Snake asks him to have mercy on him. Seoju Hyun asked him if he gave up. Sometimes the only way out is to conquer it. The snake spun and asked this mortal to end its suffering. Seoju Hyun said that this snake still has to suffer. Seoju Hyun intends to suppress this relic. Commanding relics was not the same as using ordinary inanimate objects. One wrong move, and they will eat whoever uses them. There are 3 ways to interact with artifacts. The first path is friendship, a healthy relationship between humans and relics. The second way is dominance, the rigid subordination of artifacts. And the third way is compatibility, the strongest bond that comes through shared ideas and interests. A striking example of such interaction is the relationship between a musician and an instrument. Of course, trying to befriend a stubborn creature after all this is the easiest way to gain the artifact's trust, and therefore use all of its power. But the payoff is huge. Relics that disagree with their owners or are not within their power gradually drive their owners crazy as payment for using gifts. Seoju Hyun said that in this life, he will not waste time slowly. Destroying his friendship, he meant to make a mob either the relic will serve him or he will destroy it. Did Snake think that Seoju Hyun would not find a worthy replacement for him? The snake didn't understand what was happening and said that humans should desire and respect them. Suddenly, a bright light appeared to illuminate this cave, and the snake disappeared. Seoju Hyun held a golden axe in his hands, saying that he succeeded. A system window then popped up in front of him where it was written that Tomb Raider had unlocked a new rank and a basic archaeological rank skill, F. The skill base had been awakened. Seoju Hyun has 3 of the 4 basic robbery skills. Basic archaeology allows you to gather knowledge about tombs. Seoju Hyun is happy that he got a new skill. He still has one left. Seoju Hyun noticed that there was another system window saying that a new rank and talent had been unlocked, plus Domination D, Friendship, Coercion, Persuasion. Seoju Hyun told the crow that okay, the dominance has increased, but why the belief fell doesn't matter because Seoju Hyun had promised not to be kind to artifacts. Seoju Hyun overhears someone saying they found the core, and Abe Kiyoshi approaches the pond saying that everything is exactly as the prophecy said. Seoju Hyun didn't expect them to do it so fast. Linda Walker asked Abe Kiyoshi what he was planning on Abe Kiyoshi throwing some sort of relic into the pond, and Linda Walker said that he should explain to her what happened here. Seoju Hyun thought they were too late, but he needed to be alert and keep an eye on this pair. He suspected he would see them more than once. Seoju Hyun thought maybe he should end it all here. And now the system alerted Seoju Hyun that he was holding a large Egyptian ritual knife of the sea, which was an ordinary fragile relic with a durability rating of 54 points out of 100. Seoju Hyun notices this, asking if due to the power of the relics, he won't be able to use them for a long time. Abe Kiyoshi said that it shouldn't be like that at all. The prophecy clearly stated that he had to throw the artifact into the pond. Linda Walker said that meant they already had the relic. Abe Kiyoshi asks if she still doesn't understand. What happened? Someone just stole their artifact, someone else is here. Linda Walker agreed and said he was right. He had noticed someone's footprint near the runes, apparently someone had cleared the tomb. Seoju Hyun thinks that they are like children now. It's time for him to get out because soon there will be nothing left of this place. Seoju Hyun told the snake that he can seal the tomb. An earthquake has started, and Abe Kiyoshi says that things are bad for them. They need to run away from here and find a way out as soon as possible. Seoju Hyun came out of the sewer pit and said that the two had to take care of the escape route first, and now he had to blend in with the crowd as if nothing happened. Seoju Hyun returned the grave at his home location, as he hoped the missing would of course not be able to recover from what they saw for a long time. But as time went on, they still came home. Seoju Hyun asked Kim Dong-hyun where he lives. Kim Dong-hyun told Seoju Hyun that he would not believe what he said. The mound beside their house had just been removed and disappeared beyond belief. Seoju Hyun said this was great news because he was very hungry. Kim Dong-hyun asked if he was serious about going back inside. What if it reappears this time? At Seoju Hyun's house reading the news, he thought that his linguistic skills were extraordinary. It was thanks to him that he could now read information in multiple languages, but absolutely nothing about the tombs on the internet. After all, only after some time the whole world will know about the relics. Seoju Hyun wants to know what Kwon Tae-jun is doing at the moment. There's no information about him and his organization now. Kim Dong-hyun asked Seoju Hyun if he just saw the screen with these streaks, or really understood what was written there. Seoju Hyun asked what he was thinking or should he read to him. Kim Dong-hyun said it was not necessary. Kim Dong-hyun was amazed that he lived next to a genius and did not even suspect. Seoju Hyun asked Kim if he had heard of an organization called TKBM. Kim Dong-hyun said he never seemed to hear anything, and asked why he asked. Seoju Hyun said that he needed information about their director. Kim Dong-hyun asked why Seoju Hyun was interested in this director if it had something to do with his investigation. In no way would Kim Dong-hyun be able to help him with something that Seoju Hyun said. Kim Dong-hyun asked why he needed it. Then Kim Dong-hyun asked Seoju Hyun if he was okay. Why did he quit his job? Did he even listen to him? Seoju Hyun then remembered the Park Kyungju Art Gallery which he wanted to use to learn more about Kwon Tae-jun. After some time in the building, the people from the nuns company said that the police had searched everything. While here, a second person asks what they should do now while their brother is under arrest. There was no way they could take care of business now. They are now unemployed. The first person said that he was already aware of this fact. It's all because of Seoju Hyun. They couldn't just let it go. Others say he's right about it, they can't get over it. It was right they had to avenge their elder brother. Oh Seog-woo said he couldn't live in debt to their boss. Others said they expected nothing less from him. Suddenly, someone called Oh Seog-woo. On the phone, the number was called Seoju Hyun. Seeing that Oh Seog-woo asked why this strange person called them, the man says they have to answer this call. Both of them are still in business. He knows they haven't signed their drug deal yet. But Oh Seog-woo asks this weirdo what he wants, because Seoju Hyun is their older brother, and their Nuna is arrested and all their art is confiscated. All that was left for them was to close their business. Seoju Hyun said that if they haven't closed their business, it means they are still open for offers. He wanted to have these people work for him in Midas. Seoju Hyun knew that Midas was the biggest underground auction in the world. This place is known for the fact that the greatest treasures and valuables are collected there. Seoju Hyun was confident that they would attend this auction and obtain such a powerful relic. Midas is the best place to get any relic. If Seoju Hyun could get a few people to keep watch over this place, then it was likely that he would be able to gather some information about this freedom. Seoju Hyun said that they should find some items for him within a month, and also find someone for him at the Midas auction house. The person they need to find is Jack Kamen, also known as Kwon Tae-jun. Seoju Hyun knew that the name Jack Kamen was a pseudonym used by Kwon Tae-jun. Seoju Hyun said that if they find this person, they should tell him about it. If they gave him false information, then he would be forced to kill them all. Oh Seog-woo said that Seoju Hyun's words didn't make sense at this point. How did they get there until now? They were only successful before because they had Park Kyungju who had connections and skills. Seoju Hyun tells people that this is a problem they have to deal with on their own. Plus, it's not like Seo Ju-hyun knows a thing or two about business. Since what he wanted to entrust them with could be considered business, he would pay them depending on the information they provided. Oh Seok-woo asked this idiot what he just said. No matter how much he paid them, he would never listen to them. His friend tells Oh Seok-woo that he should ignore this jerk and asks Seo Ju-hyun where he is now. Seo Ju-hyun said that if they don't like the business he has to offer, that's fine with him because he believes they will. So he told he to save the money, because no matter how they would go to meet him. It seemed he didn't make sense enough to them last time. If this was the case, then he would come up to them and beat them until they agreed to leave. Seeing Oh Seok-woo asking Seo Ju-hyun to wait a bit, Seo Ju-hyun said he would tell them more details next time, so they just need to keep in touch. Seo Ju-hyun hung up the phone and said that this was the end of his business. Tonight, he intended to hunt for relics again. Sometime later, according to today's news in Times Square in Yeongdeungpo district, at around 3 a.m., an old woman within 40 seconds attempted to end her life by self-immolation. Then they will tell what eyewitnesses told them. Seo Ju-hyun enters the shop and wonders if this incident could be a sign of the next tomb. Seo Ju-hyun wasn't sure about this, but still wanted to check. Abe Kiyoshi asked Seo Ju-hyun if he was done how much longer he would just stand there. This passage was already narrow enough that he couldn't get around. He wonders whether she really doesn't understand him because he speaks a foreign language. It didn't matter to him because he had to see that she wasn't happy and just leave. Seo Ju-hyun couldn't understand why this weirdo was here. This freak was the one in the location with the gold and silver axe relics. If this jerk is here, that means the next relic must be somewhere nearby. Because right now Japan has users of the relic of divination. Seo Ju-hyun tells Abe Kiyoshi in Japanese that he should be quiet because he talks too loud, right? Really thinking that he was incomprehensible, Abe Kiyoshi asked if he was Japanese. He asked to excuse his behavior as he had a very bad day. Seo Ju-hyun finds this linguistic skill very useful. Seo Ju-hyun asked Abe Kiyoshi what he just said. He can only speak Korean. Abe Kiyoshi asked, so he is Korean since he was Korean to begin with. He wonders why she tricked him. Seo Ju-hyun told this idiot that he started starring. At first, Kiyoshi asked this jerk what he just said and asked him if he was laughing at him. Does he even know who he is? Seo Ju-hyun thought that this weirdo had a relic on him. He didn't even try to hide that aura. As expected of an amateur. An amateur who had no idea what kind of relic this freak had. But now he wants to get it. Abe Kiyoshi tells Seo Ju-hyun that he should stop and go back to him. Abe Kiyoshi gripped his shoulder and told him that if someone spoke to him out of basic courtesy, he should listen to what they had to say to him. Seo Ju-hyun opened the can he was shaking earlier, and its contents spilled on Abe Kiyoshi's face. Abe Kiyoshi asked him why he did it. Seo Ju-hyun apologized for this and asked if he was okay. Because it looks like someone shook this can before. He didn't understand why this was happening. Abe Kiyoshi says he gets all his clothes dirty. This freak has to pay for dry cleaning, putting his hand into Abe Kiyoshi's pocket. Seo Ju-hyun realized that the relic he had was a small relic bracelet and box. If he stole it now, it would become a bit clear. Seo Ju-hyun said that he should calm down because right now he has no money for him. Besides that, the clothes don't look that expensive. Seo Ju-hyun tells Abe Kiyoshi that he dropped something. He should take better care of his ID card. That members of the Japanese excavation team were here then, things could get really tricky. On the other hand, he's only a civilian, so it might not matter. An earthquake suddenly started. People around did not understand what was happening here. Is it an earthquake? Seo Ju-hyun thought this person must be waiting for the tomb to appear. Abe Kiyoshi laughed and said that it was so messed up this must be the territory of divination. Abe Kiyoshi called and said that the tomb sightings had begun. The voice from the phone said that they understand it. Besides that, there was one more thing he needed to know. They had just received another prophecy, saying that it was the Koreans who took the gold and silver axe relic right next to them. At times, any other part of the prophecy doesn't make sense, but it says that Abe Kiyoshi should be wary of alcohol. Abe Kiyoshi remembered that the man had poured him a beer recently. If so, is this freak the man from the prophecy? Abe Kiyoshi said that this cunning freak had run away first. He had to find it. At this time, Seoju Hyun asked why he felt such a bloodthirsty aura. It is completely different from the previous tomb. Abe Kiyoshi told Seoju Hyun to stop and had to stay where he was if he didn't want to get shot. Seoju Hyun asked him if he was again. Abe Kiyoshi said that he had to get his backpack fast. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. Abe Kiyoshi asked what happened. Seoju Hyun saw a window system that warned him that he had found an intense aura heading towards him. Cracks had appeared under Abe Kiyoshi and Seoju Hyun. The bright light of this beam is very large and visible from the other side of the city. The common citizens who were near Seoju Hyun didn't understand where they ended up. Seoju Hyun asked, "What does all this mean?" Seoju Hyun realized that he hit his head. Looking at the surroundings, Seoju Hyun realized that some of the residents had moved into this place. The relic must have sucked those people to harm them. This tomb is filled with broken weapons. He was here in this past life was the Muramasa Japanese katana relic tomb. Muramasa is a famous sword. In the Tokugawa Ieyasu period, katanas made by the Muramasa school were very popular and were considered masterpieces. But at that time, they were on bad terms with Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. His grandfather's father and brothers were killed by a katana that Muramasa made. Due to this incident, Tokugawa ordered that all of the Muramasa swords be destroyed. After that, rumors started to spread that Muramasa's katana was cursed. Seoju Hyun realized what kind of relic he was dealing with. This relic must have aroused intense hatred towards humans. The system alerted Seoju Hyun that Aura's bloodthirsty relic had infiltrated his body. His skin was starting to break down, and he had to find shelter for his body. Seoju Hyun looked at his hand and said that it had started. He had to hurry up and clean up this tomb. Abe Kiyoshi sneaked up on Seoju Hyun from behind, saying he shouldn't move. He had to open his backpack and open his pocket. Seoju Hyun thought he was a very pushy jerk and said it was practically a robbery. Why should she listen to him? Abe Kiyoshi laughed and asked him if he had a wish to die. He had to stop playing around. If he doesn't want to take the bullet, Seoju Hyun says that he can then try and shoot. But he doesn't recommend doing so because it won't work. Abe Kiyoshi tells this idiot that if he thinks he's joking, now then he should regret it, and asks if he needs to shoot him in the leg, so he understands what situation he's in now. Abe Kiyoshi shot and said he would do what he asked. The gun in Abe Kiyoshi's hand went off, and Seoju Hyun asked him if he didn't tell him about it. If they were in the tomb, then modern weapons wouldn't work because the relics didn't want people to easily walk through their tomb. Abe Kiyoshi asks how he knows all this. He thought it seemed he was the one who received the gold and silver axe. Seoju Hyun took his clothes and told him that this relic was his now, so he had to stop thinking about it. He asked him where he was dragging him. He had to let go now. Seoju Hyun said he got in his way, so he had to get rid of him. Seoju Hyun threw Abe Kiyoshi on the floor. A clay creature emerged from the floor clutching the body of Abe Kiyoshi. Abe Kiyoshi asked what was wrong. Seoju Hyun told this idiot that he should stay there. For him to know this trap can be a bit annoying, Abe Kiyoshi asked this freak to wait. He intends to kill him later. Abe Kiyoshi tells the people that everything is under control here and they don't have to worry about anything. Can any of them speak Japanese? Not understanding what he was saying and what was going on here, the man said he understood a bit. Abe Kiyoshi Japan asked if he could help him. Someone said everyone should wait a while because this man has a gun. What would happen to them if he turned out to be dangerous? People who understand Japanese say that doesn't mean they should just leave it there. Abe Kiyoshi asked them to believe him he was from the Japanese excavation team. He was even trained to handle this situation properly. He promised to protect everyone here. Seoju Hyun walked away and said he wanted to see the relic that the idiot had brought with him when Seoju Hyun passed by this weirdo on the floor. He paid close attention to his pocket. He tried to start a fight, even though he had no knowledge of it. His grave has a rope bracelet and a small box filled with rice cakes. This bracelet is a relic from Korean folklore where brothers become the sun and moon. In this story, tigers kill their mother while trying to get more rice cakes. In the end, the tiger tries to eat the brother and sister, but they are saved by a heaven-sent rope. The quality of these items wasn't the best, but they were still useful relics. He would keep them away for now. The system notified that Seoju Hyun had received the title of Little Pickpocket, and he had also received a skill. Seoju Hyun awakened the basic Tomb Raider skill F rank finger dexterity. Seoju Hyun said that since he got the skill, it means he now has all 4 basic skills. Dexterous finger skills allow the user to simply touch an item once to learn how to use it properly. While using consumable relics, their wear rate is slightly reduced. His ability to recover relics has improved slightly, and now he has a better chance of stealing relics from others. The system alerted Seoju Hyun that he had succeeded in awakening the dormant skill within him. Now he has succeeded in becoming a complete Tomb Raider. His mission is complete, and he will be rewarded after he comes out of the tomb. Seoju Hyun asked if there were any other awards, it seems. This crow seems to really appreciate his playable character. It didn't matter to him Raven could continue to play with him any longer. He still received the advantage this, so he didn't have to complain about this. Seoju Hyun then heard someone scream. Someone is screaming for help. Out of curiosity, Seoju Hyun asked what was going on there. The voices were coming from somewhere. Below, Seoju Hyun looked down and realized it was a trap. One man asked a schoolgirl with a knife to stop her. The people pleaded to stop it and asked the girl to calm down, but she didn't hear it. She became possessed, and if anyone touched her now, the same thing would happen to them. The more people fell under, the more difficult this sword's influence would be for the others to escape. In the end, everyone here will die because that is the nature of this place. The more people died, the longer the bridge reminded of the altar of sacrifice. Seoju Hyun then called people over and asked how they got there. Did the Japanese guy who was here before do it? The man shouted that this Japanese had started singing a strange song and several bridges had gradually disappeared. When people help the Japanese get out, his gratitude is such that he says that to keep the secret they must all die here. Seoju Hyun realized that there were some relic items here. He started down the slope where there were a large number of blades using the relic blade. He slashed the blade and jumped to the ground. The possessed girl is headed straight for him, so it's time to test Dongjaeol's relic. Seoju Hyun ordered Relic to stop the girl and tie her up with a rope. Easy enough, she told him to stay strapped, and he would take the Relic sword. The Relic ordered Seoju Hyun to go and kill all the humans. Seoju Hyun couldn't understand how a mere Relic dared to tell him what to do. This was completely a useless but too self-serving Relic. It's a waste of time because Seoju Hyun needs the main relic of this tomb. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl asks to be let go. The rope relic invited her to have fun. Seoju Hyun was not happy with his behavior. He turned away from the relic and began to do what he wanted. He pulled out the relic and told the people to follow him. He would get them out of here, but they shouldn't ask too many questions. Abe Kiyoshi laughs and says he's a genius to get rid of all the troublesome bystanders and also find the Muramasa relic room. Now he just needs to find the Muramasa sword and get rid of that annoying Korean. If he got the relic, he wanted to make Seoju Hyun suffer. But all the swords around Abe Kiyoshi turned out to be simple fakes. Suddenly someone called him. The men asked him why he was trying to kill them. Abe Kiyoshi doesn't understand how they managed to get out. The men started beating him. In the crowd, Seoju Hyun tells him that he looks really ridiculous. Abe Kiyoshi finally realized that Seoju Hyun did it. Seoju Hyun found it hard to believe that Abe Kiyoshi couldn't even find his relic even though he came here first. He thought that he really was an idiot. Seoju Hyun ordered the golden axe to find the Muramasa sword. The relic was shining with a purple light, which meant that it was indeed in front of Abe Kiyoshi. So far, it looks like this shard of the sword is Muramasa. Most likely, the sword will show its true form when Seoju Hyun activates it. Muramasa is not happy that another idiot is trying to take his power. The scabbard was in a terrible state. And if Seoju Hyun wants to gain his power, then he has to make 10 sacrifices to that sword. This sword requires human blood to restore its original power. If Seoju Hyun failed to do this, then he would be buried together with the people here. Abe Kiyoshi didn't understand what was happening, and the people realized that this meant that 10 of them would die here. Seoju Hyun was used to the relic sword always doing something like that. Is this a test for Seoju Hyun, who the sword ordered him to go and kill these people for him? But Seoju Hyun denied why he did that because he could subdue him. Muramasa's sword starts screaming that he is in so much pain, and red sparks glow around him. Now the test subject is not Seoju Heian, but Muramasa. Muramasa would be the one who would pass his test if the blade didn't submit to him, then he would just smash it into pieces. So he told Muramasa better hurry up and obey. Muramasa couldn't understand how the little man dared to do such a thing to him. People will be blown away by this energy Muramasa shines in the dungeon. The blue flames cleared some time later. Seoju Heian told the guys to climb up the ropes, and that way they could safely leave this place. The people thanked him and ran to the ropes. Seoju Heian stopped Abe Kiyoshi and told him not to mix with the crowd. He planned to get rid of these people as soon as he came out. But Abe Kiyoshi promised that he would not, and asked to be allowed to leave this place. If Seoju Heian lets him back, Abe Kiyoshi promises to make sure his boss hires Seoju Heian. He will be able to work for the Japanese team and earn around 1 billion yen. On their side was the fortune teller's relic. If Seoju Heian could obtain that power, survival would be much easier for him. Abe Kiyoshi then asked if he liked the offer. Seoju Heian said that Abe Kiyoshi cheered him up as far as he knows. Divination relics can only be activated by their original owner. How could someone like Seoju Heian use this relic? Abe Kiyoshi said that a special team was taking care of this relic. He was sure they would do their best to help Seoju Heian. Seoju Heian said it sounded interesting in this regard. Abe Kiyoshi is finally able to use the rope, but he will be the last to climb. Abe Kiyoshi could not have imagined that this idiot would be tempted by a large sum of money. Abe Kiyoshi climbs the rope for the Jews and apologizes for what he said earlier. Seoju Heian seems like a smart and skilled person, as he is always welcome in the team, he said. Seoju Heian offers to talk about the deal. He wants to know more about the Japanese team that owns the relic item. It was hard for him to work with them if he couldn't trust them. He finally got all the important information. Seoju Heian then kicked Abe Kiyoshi. After all, who would want to work for trash like him? Abe Kiyoshi asked Seoju Heian to wait, and asked if Seoju Heian would really kill people with cold blood. After some time in the men's room, someone argued with each other. Seoju Heian was desperate and told the relics to shut up and lie still. Which one started this mess? Muramasa demands to let him go immediately, but Seoju Heian threw him into the toilet and told him to shut up. Suddenly, his hand hurt. It's all because this Muramasa is a consequence of using it. Conquest normally, in order to possess relics, you must pass the assigned test. But ignoring the test of the relic, and trying to take it using only the power of one causes damage. The stronger the relic, the longer it would last if Seoju Heian continued like this. Your body won't last long, but the truth is, he has no other choice if he doesn't conquer this relic. Eventually, he would betray him. The system notified that Seoju Heian had left the tomb. Unlocked Raider Corps. Skill Graves receive rewards for completing missions. He is given options for rewards for completing missions. The system asks him to choose wisely. He had access to Domination Path or on Affinity Path. Raven really wanted Seoju Heian to choose how he would control the relics. But why does he need it? He won't stop at just a small problem with his hand. So he chose to use the Domination Path. He activated the gift to pass, but for some reason, nothing happened. And he got nothing. In such a situation, normally your level should give him something like a gift. If Raven is going to keep copying game systems, then at least she's doing it qualitatively. Seoju Heian finds a silver pill in his pocket. It is a relic in the form of a pill that can be used as food and has an information window, thought Seoju Heian, because the pill is edible. If he ate it, but he had nothing to lose because if he died after eating this pill, he could only blame his fate. He ate the pills and started getting Muramasa out of the toilet because it was time for them to go home. Muramasa vows to kill this jerk. Seoju Heian regrets dipping the Muramasa sword in the toilet because it smells so bad now. He suddenly realized that the pills were starting to work, and the wound on his arm was starting to disappear. It was an extremely expensive and rare relic healing relic. The system notified that Seoju Heian survived the side effects of the relic and can fully recover. He also activated a new immunity skill. He saw such ability for the first time. This is a unique ability made especially for him. There was a big earthquake in Seoul that night. An unidentified object appeared at the epicenter. Around 50 people were trapped in this facility. According to eyewitnesses, there were a large number of death traps inside the facility. One of the survivors said that there was someone in the object's territory whose plans included extermination. Government people have contacted Japan and are waiting for a response from them. On the other hand, because of this situation, Russia and China need explanations from Japan and vice versa, answers for their actions. The United States also issued an official statement containing the man turning off the TV and calling them idiots. It was the headquarters of the Japanese research team's information about the tomb. Now it's on every screen of the world, and not only that, they brought big trouble to their country. Their underlings caused a colossal scandal and died somewhere in the tomb. For someone like him, death was an unacceptable luxury for a man in military uniform. Delivering his deepest apologies for the reason being the unforeseen circumstances, and the Korean of this prophecy was the head of the Japanese research team named Mori Hiroyuki. Juan asks him if he was the one who convinced them, he would deal with the situation. Even though this Mori Hiroyuki's appearance said that they did say that, but there were too many side factors to complicate the situation. But now, things were different, and they could use the relic of divination and locate this person. But didn't they state that the owner of the relic item had to make contact with the person in order to trace the route? Now they would be able to because they were subordinates marked with relic. Relic has made contact with the target, albeit with errors so far. But they can track its location. Also, scientists who do not own the relic are looking for ways to activate it without being affected by it. Chance Mori promised that they would do everything possible to eliminate these Koreans. Seo Ju-hyun currently thinks that if immunity protects him from the harmful effects of the relic, then it would be cool that all relic possessors suffering from this disease in past lives had it. Seo Ju-hyunoni, they went so far that healing relics became the most precious treasures. If this ability could protect him from the effects of the relic, then it would definitely be the rarest ability only available to him. He was sure that all of this was from the relic crow. He asked what the crow was planning, but the crow didn't answer. Unexpectedly, Seo Ju-hyun received a call from his beloved subordinate. He asked how those who worked went to Las Vegas, America. Seeing Wu checking the list of visitors to the auction and finding 3 people with the same name, apparently Seo Ju-hyun had to go there and check things out himself. The system notified that an S-rank relic was used on Seo Ju-hyun. The future is now being read. This annoyed him. When called by Oh Seug-woo over the phone, Seo Ju-hyun said that he would be staying with them a bit longer than expected, because there was a place he needed to go to, the future of Shotoku Fusa, a prophecy written by Shotoku Fusa, an ancient Japanese politician, which contains predictions about the fate of Japan during his lifetime. There is no evidence that this book actually existed, but in many ancient writings, relics are legendary. It is mentioned quite often, but it was one of the first relics to infiltrate human society. Instead of making these relic tombs themselves, choose the owner. A student took this book because it could get dirty if it was kept lying on the ground. Sasaki Yuka, who was chosen by the relic of divination after that, was followed wherever she went. Even after being burned and torn to pieces, the book would still reappear in front of Sasaki. This made the girl even more scared. Soon, the Japanese authorities learned about the existence of the relic and recruited the girl into the ranks of the Japanese research team. Thanks to this, her family never knew poverty anymore because with the help of the gift of divination, Japan was able to find large quantities of all kinds of relics. It seems to everyone that a happy future for Sasaki Yuka is a foregone conclusion. But not everything always goes according to plan. Since Sasaki Yuka dropped out of school to concentrate on reading the prophecy, she can't understand the meaning of many difficult kanji. Therefore, she could not fully use the power of the relics. As a result, the owners of other relic items surpassed Sasaki Yuka's skills, which was the reason for her death at the international airport. At first, Seo Ju-hyun had no intention of touching the owner of this relic item because he would soon die too. But since they dared try to track him down, he had to change his plans a bit. And the fact that they are connected with that strange old seal doesn't say anything good about them. Seo Ju-hyun can't get over it and will destroy all his plans. While Sasaki Yuka was watching TV at the moment, Sasaki Yuka says Sosuke-san is very handsome. She was completely stunned. It's time for Sasaki Yuka to get down to business. Sasaki Yuka didn't want to leave because now would be the most interesting. When the guy says she's watching this for the 4th time, Yuka says she still really likes the show. She had to read and interpret these complicated inscriptions again. She was told that if there were symbols she did not understand, she should try to redraw them as accurately as possible and turn them over to the workers. Yuka suddenly started screaming. She said that it was said that she would die this time. The inscriptions are very legible, and they say that he will be killed. Everyone didn't understand what was going on. Sasaki Yuka said it must be because of the Korean, because Abe Kiyoshi also died because of him. The girl asked Sasaki Yuka to calm down and asked if there was anything else besides this prophecy. Sasaki Yuka has the ability to see into the future, so she will have to gather her strength and see the prophecy again if that person is to come and kill her. Then relics will provide more information about it. Sasaki Yuka said that they were right and that she would not lose to Korea. This is to declare combat readiness at the airport. Their target was a relic-wielding Korean, and he arrived at the scene. If they hold him right at the airport, the person he's talking to says to leave Korea because their goal is to observe him. Using the divination relic, wouldn't they have a hard time tracking their path using the divination relic? Everything's fine. Requiem can feel his presence. Mori says that using this chance, they will solve this problem once and for all. The first step will be theirs. Seo Ju-hyun eats the sushi as expected. It is very good because it is made by a real master, but no matter how long they were going to delay the attack. Seo Ju-hyun threatened Sasaki Yuka's life, and they should have shown themselves. By now, the divination relic should have told Sasaki Yuka about what Seo Ju-hyun wrote because something like that would definitely get the relic's attention. Since it was quite difficult for them to track down Seo Ju-hyun, he moved as slowly as possible. The Japanese army should be here by now. The men hide behind the screen near Seo Ju-hyun. They asked Sasaki Yuka if she was ready. Sasaki Yuka doesn't understand if it's even normal that this handsome man would kill her. So why should he go from here? The man says that Iwaka just needs to look him in the eye, as by doing this, he will be able to easily track him down. They will be able to learn everything about Seo Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun fiddled with his cell phone seriously beside Sasaki Yuka. After a while, he finally told her that he was done with his business. Hearing that, Sasaki Yuka looked happy and told Seo Ju-hyun for them to take a short break first. She asked if Seo Ju-hyun could speak Japanese. Very confidently, the man said if he could speak Japanese while adjusting his shirt to look convincing. Seo Ju-hyun found out that Sasaki Yuka lived with a soldier. The woman couldn't believe that Seo Ju-hyun knew that, and she hesitantly replied that what Seo Ju-hyun said was true. Then Seo Ju-hyun told her that the soldier hated him and wouldn't let Sasaki Yuka go with him. Then Seo Ju-hyun said that what the soldier did was not as exciting as he was encouraging Sasaki Yuka. Hearing that, Sasaki Yuka's face immediately put on a sullen expression, indicating that she agreed with Seo Ju-hyun's words. The man invited Sasaki Yuka to run away and earn their own money so as not to continue to depend on the soldier while stroking Sasaki Yuka's head, and Seo Ju-hyun also invited Sasaki Yuka to come with him. The woman who saw the treatment given by Seo Ju-hyun felt shy to make her cheeks blush. Sasaki Yuka immediately thought that Seo Ju-hyun was not someone scary. She wondered what he was trying to get from her, and worried whether he would curse and kill her. As she looked into the man's eyes, Sasaki Yuka could see Seo Ju-hyun's future and felt that it must be very auspicious. When Sasaki Yuka wanted to go back because she had left something behind, Seo Ju-hyun suddenly stopped her with a sword and said that this was enough for small talk. While holding the sword to Sasaki Yuka, the man warned Sasaki Yuka to hand over her cell phone right now and told her to hurry. The man immediately grabbed the woman's cell phone and immediately dropped it to the ground and trampled on it until it was destroyed. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Sasaki Yuka screamed in front of Seo Ju-hyun what he was doing. Then the man told her to be quiet. He explained that he would destroy everything he could destroy so that they would not be tracked, because it was difficult for someone to pursue without a tracking device. While smiling sarcastically, Seoju Hyun approached the woman's ear and said in a whisper if he knew who the woman's identity really was. Then he said that her future was in his hands. Sasaki Yuka was very surprised to hear that from Seoju Hyun. She immediately put on a sad and scared face. She didn't expect Seoju Hyun to know who she really was. That woman was really very scared. Then Seoju Hyun took the woman to a restaurant to eat. He deliberately took her to a place that was very private, so that others could not know. The waiter came to bring food to the two of them and immediately closed the door. Sasaki Yuka made a sad face when she saw the waiter leave because she hoped that someone would help her from that man. The woman's hands were seen with a rope that tied her hands tightly. Then Sasaki Yuka begged Seoju Hyun to open the rope while making a pleading face. But the man did not care about the words of the woman in front of him. Then the woman screamed out of desperation and asked Seoju Hyun, who was sitting in front of her, if he was trying to date her. It was a lie. Seoju Hyun, casually, while drinking a milkshake, said that he had to take a break at the cafe. Sasaki Yuka was suspicious of what Seoju Hyun was planning to do with her. She wondered if he was really going to kill her, and she told Seoju Hyun that if he killed her, then she would be cursed. But Seoju Hyun doesn't seem afraid of that threat. Seoju Hyun said seriously to the woman that when anyone comes close, he will cut her down with Muramasa. Then he told her to copy all the futures she saw while giving her a note. The woman said in a frightened tone if she could only do that at home. Hearing that reason, Seoju Hyun immediately danced on Sasaki Yuka's wrist and showed a tattoo on her hand. He said if he knew what the tattoo meant, which indicated that Sasaki Yuka was the owner of Futuristic. Seoju Hyun was sure that the owner of the tattoo could summon him, so the woman could definitely do it at the cafe now. Unexpectedly, Sasaki Yuka saw the future that appeared in her mind. Then Seoju Hyun immediately told the woman to write it now. If she missed one, Seoju Hyun threatened that he would kill her. Then the man casually finished the drink while the woman wrote in front of him. Sasaki Yuka began to write seriously. She looks so scared that her hands are shaking as she writes. After a few hours, the woman had not yet finished writing the future, making Seoju Hyun feel annoyed waiting so long. Seoju Hyun, who was getting tired of waiting, finally opened his voice and told the woman to speed up her writing a little. The woman said that her hands hurt a lot and asked the man how much more she had to write. While playing his cell phone, he answered her that she had to write the future as much as she could. With a desperate face, the woman said that she would give Seoju Hyun the future, but on the condition that he release her. The man didn't feel like caring about her. She had to copy it immediately. Seoju Hyun thought that if he grabbed it, he would lose the relic. However, the future prophecy was an S-rank relic, and that rank was quite high. The punishment would be huge if he tried to force it. He had already received tremendous damage when pressing the Mutasama before. Seoju Hyun thought that he might end up if he tried it right away. A soldier with a gun was seen checking around a room which frightened a waitress. The waiter said to a group of soldiers that if they did that, they could scare his guests. But the soldier ignored him and asked the servant to cooperate. The soldier's squad leader told his men to check around the room for other exits and warned them not to forget to check all the closed rooms. The soldiers' men immediately rushed to do the task of their superiors. Seoju Hyun, who was afraid of being caught by the soldier, immediately panicked and asked Sasaki Yuka how long it would take her to finish writing. Out of impatience, Seoju Hyun immediately took the paper from the woman and confronted her with a sword. Then he pointed his sword at the relic in front of the woman and stabbed it. Then the relic said with an emotional tone, as if it did not accept what Seoju Hyun did. Instantly the relic caught fire, appears on the screen in Seoju Hyun's system, telling him that if he succeeds in obtaining the title Rogue Destroyer, increasing dominance and decreasing affinity. Improved relic perception, spell skill rank increased to rank E. By destroying high-grade relics became aware of the existence of Giant Hunter. The man scrutinized his system screen. At the same time, the soldier entered Seoju Hyun's room and told him to stay put. The soldier was shocked to see his future prophecy burned by Seoju Hyun. He was furious, and said that Seoju Hyun would be executed in that place. Seoju Hyun did not seem afraid of the soldier's threats, and said that he did not have the ability to sentence him to death. Hearing that, the soldier was upset. Seoju Hyun also offered delicious food to the soldier to distract them. Seoju Hyun gave a delicious rice cake to the soldier. Then the soldier looked at the rice cake in his hand and smelled a very tempting aroma from the food, so that the other soldiers wanted to take it from the soldier leader's hand. They seemed to be fighting over one rice cake. Seeing the incident, Seoju Hyun had the opportunity to escape from all of them. Seoju Hyun walked out of that place, then he went to the airport. After arriving at his destination, he thought to start reading the copy of The Future written by Sasaki Yuka slowly. He has utilized the power of Japan in advancing TKBM. Perhaps right now, Sasaki Yuka is meeting with Kwan. While looking at the writing, he immediately searched among the words that there must be information about the president. Finally, after a long search, Seoju Hyun found the information. In the contents of the note that Sasaki Yuka wrote, said an information that contained if in January, she told Seoju Hyun to go to a ripe greedy field in the basement, because there will be the biggest crime in world history that will begin. Seeing the writing, Seoju Hyun immediately thought if the underground greed was Midas, which was an auction place in Las Vegas. Then the Wu River gang will look for the president's trail, which makes Seoju Hyun feel confident if JK has at least 3 because he saw it in his prophecy. But that was bad news for the world. It sounded like a prophecy about an explosion. Differentiation is an extraordinary event that the whole world is caught up in the tombs. The world knew about tombs. From that moment on, more relics appeared. But Seoju Hyun's memory did not stop at that event. Then he read the writing again, which told him that there would be a god who knew what he wanted. Then Seoju Hyun concluded that there might be new relics auctioned off underground later. He promised himself that he would take it later and not let anyone take the relic from him. Then the soldier returned to his base and immediately held an impromptu meeting. In the meeting, the soldier told them all that the future prophecy had been completely destroyed. Then one of the officials asked the soldier about the information he had with that there had been a fight with Colonel Mori. Hearing the question, the soldier answered hesitantly and fearfully. He said it was true and told more clearly if they were wounded during the exchange of fire. The official immediately stood up and hit the table. He seemed very angry that this had happened. In between the doors that were not closed tightly, there was a woman who was eavesdropping on the meeting. She called someone and immediately told all the contents of the meeting to someone via her cell phone. In Las Vegas, South America, precisely inside a very tall building, Seoju Hyun was seen sitting alone while drinking, looking at the view from outside the window. Suddenly, 3 people came from the entrance and called Seoju Hyun like they were very familiar. The 3 of them stood before Seoju Hyun and apologized for the delay because one of their friends did not dare to enter such a place. Feeling scared, a man named Mull said that it was only for Midas auction participants and wanted to leave the place. The 3 of them fussed to themselves in front of Seoju Hyun, which made him feel dizzy. Seoju Hyun had them both sit in front of him and started to open the conversation. Seoju Hyun asked the man what he knew about him. After that, the man in front of Seoju Hyun immediately gave a paper about the resources of 3 objects from the person with the initials JK, then praised them if they did a pretty good investigation. That identity is a fake identity that President Kwan must have written. The fact that he came here meant that there was a pretty good relic in the auction. Seoju Hyun decided to check it out first. Seeing Seoju Hyun reading in the auction catalog, the man asked Seoju Hyun why he was reading there since there was only useless junk there. He saw that no new relics appeared, so he wondered what the prophecy meant. Then Seoju Hyun said, "Shakespeare's with Hammurabi Code, there are still some things that need to be bargained." Hearing Seoju Hyun's words just now, he immediately stood up and got angry in front of him. He did not accept that Seoju Hyun would make a bid because it was a Midas calm that was auctioned at a starting price of 1 billion. Then, Seoju Hyun immediately walked away from the man in front of him. The men ran after Seoju Hyun, who went out of the cafe. They shouted at Seoju Hyun and warned him to stop while angry with a yelling tone. Then Seoju Hyun turned his head slightly and told them that this was a gambling town, and said that the money would come by itself while smiling sarcastically. The slot machine showed an ever-increasing number. The men stood behind Seoju Hyun, who was playing the slot machine. They were surprised to see what was in front of them and felt that if he raised 10 more, the slot machine might explode. Seoju Hyun explained that it would happen if he connected several machines and collected dividends. The man behind Seoju Hyun chuckled and didn't realize that Seoju Hyun always earned several million won every time he played the slot machine. After finishing playing the slot machine, he faced the group of men and said as if challenging which machine he would play next. Then, Seoju Hyun took a voucher from the machine. He told the men to follow him to exchange the voucher for some money. When he handed the voucher to the officer, he was detained and intimidated. The officer was skeptical of Seoju Hyun for being able to get that much money. He told Seoju Hyun that he had to check first so that there was no cheating because it was very rare for someone to get a jackpot that appeared so much. Hearing that, Seoju Hyun did not feel any problem. He allowed the officer to check as he pleased because he felt that the dyad was not cheating. The officer found an object on Seoju Hyun's finger. Then Seoju Hyun told him that it was an item he bought as a souvenir. Hearing that, the officer just believed it. Seoju Hyun, who felt relieved, then he gave a sly smile to the officer. The officer would not be able to figure it out. The fact that it was a golden axe that could change appearance was the skill of the golden axe. Seoju Hyun used the EMSC2 axe to gain wealth. He was very confident that he would hit a lot of jackpots on pop machines. Seoju Hyun used it to decide which casino would hit the jackpot. Seeing nothing suspicious about Seoju Hyun, the officer let him go and said maybe Seoju Hyun was just very lucky. Because of this, the employees started checking the machine. The man had never encountered anything like this. After that, Seoju Hyun said to a group of men behind him if he would look for another casino. They all immediately followed Seoju Hyun from behind and asked him for the secret to winning slot machines easily. Just like before, Seoju Hyun finally hit another jackpot somewhere else. Then he took all the vouchers he got to exchange for some money at the cashier counter. When handing over the vouchers, the clerk was immediately very surprised by the results. Then the officer invited Seoju Hyun to visit the VIP room. But the offer was flatly rejected by Seoju Hyun and said if he had other business. At a restaurant, they all gathered to make a deal. Seoju Hyun gave the 3 men money in a black bag. Then they opened the contents and were immediately surprised by what they saw. One of them said that he could live without working with that much money, and he thought that he would become a wealthy man. Then he told Seoju Hyun if he didn't have to participate in anything like the auction, because with that much money, he could be calm for the rest of his life. But Seoju Hyun, who had other goals, ignored his words. Seoju Hyun's goal was the auctioned relic. He thought that facing Kwang was still too soon. Seoju Hyun gulped down his drink and told the 3 men to finish their food quickly because he was going to start playing for another round. Hearing that, the 3 men who were busy counting the huge amount of money were immediately surprised. Even when they had not finished counting the money made earlier, Seoju Hyun decided to add more. Arriving at the casino, Seoju Hyun took out his golden knife relic. The relic could already smell the scent of money. Then Seoju Hyun looked at the screen in his system, which told him that he had arrived at a place where relics would be very popular. The affinity with the relic had increased, and the ability had improved. Seoju Hyun wondered if that was the problem. Where gamblers and people were suffering, it was like a paradise for relics. Seoju Hyun did not want him to do what this relic wanted. Seoju Hyun decided to get out of there immediately. As he was about to go out, Seoju Hyun heard someone behind him and he was acting strange. That person felt something strange in his bag. When the person opened the bag, Seoju Hyun saw an axe inside. Unlike the golden axe that finds places of wealth, the silver axe catches enemies that threaten the master's wealth. The axe seemed to react, which made Seoju Hyun wonder. Then behind them, two people were seen arguing between the officer and the foreigner. The officer accused the foreigner of fraud. Suddenly behind them, someone was seen holding a knife and aiming at Seo Ju-hyun. Very quickly, Seo Ju-hyun slashed the attack from the man and immediately made him fall. It turns out he is a casino dealer. Seo Ju-hyun wondered why the man wanted to attack him. Then he remembered the future writing made by Sasaki Yuka. He wondered if this incident was included in the prophecy. At the same time, a beautiful woman was seen heading towards the place. The men were mesmerized by her beauty like a Hollywood actress. Unlike Seo Ju-hyun's reaction, he immediately panicked when he saw the woman and told his friends to pack their things and get out of there as soon as possible. Seo Ju-hyun saw the woman and decided to avoid her because he thought it was the best way to do it. The woman was named Irene Horton, who was the youngest daughter of the Horton family conglomerate. After that, they rushed away from there, but due to her too visible movements, Irene realized that it was Seo Ju-hyun. Among all the relics, those with religious monuments have dominated all the relics. They are called the King of Destiny or the King of Power. Irene Horton was the owner of the most terrifying relic power. Her nickname was the King of Bankruptcy. Even if anyone comes close, that person will suffer all kinds of disasters. A man lost his property and fell ill, and his business went bankrupt. There was also a worldwide economic downturn. Because of this, Seo Ju-hyun decided to never once approach that woman. As he was about to leave the place, Irene realized it and immediately called them all. At the same time, an alert appeared on the screen on Seo Ju-hyun's system saying that he could detect and feel a strong storm coming. Then tell the relics that Seo Ju-hyun carries will suffer terrible damage and the frequency of endurance usage begins to affect. Seo Ju-hyun began to panic, and suddenly Irene was in front of the PTIA while holding both hands. Irene greeted Seo Ju-hyun with a sweet smile on her lips. As she held both of Seo Ju-hyun's hands, the screen on his system immediately issued a notification telling him that he had been trapped in such a strong pressure and his body was experiencing fatal stress, as well as a declining endurance condition. Seeing that, Seo Ju-hyun immediately removed his hand from Irene's grip and unconsciously snapped at the woman. Because of the treatment she got, Irene felt guilty and apologized. His friends who stood beside Seo Ju-hyun were surprised by the man's behavior like seeing a ghost. Irene asked Seo Ju-hyun about the rumors that the man had won the jackpot dozens of times. The woman said that she was looking for it. Putting on an innocent face, she asked Seo Ju-hyun for his secret to getting the jackpot and hoped that he would tell her. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun felt suspicious and told a lie by saying that the woman had the wrong person. Then quickly, Seo Ju-hyun left the woman so as not to get into big trouble in the future. Seo Ju-hyun warned his friend to listen carefully and then said that he should not go near Irene. While enduring the pain in his stomach, the man wondered what had just happened and why his two friends had also fainted. Then Seo Ju-hyun told him if they had all recovered to leave the place immediately and keep his money in a safe place, and he left immediately. Seo Ju-hyun stepped out of the building and felt that he had to keep trying to collect more money. He had no more time and decided to go to the auction. While walking down the street to get out of the building, Seo Ju-hyun saw a man standing in front of the VIP room entrance. The man was named Yoon Si-woo, who was Kwan's right-hand man and future son-in-law. Although he had a younger face than Seo Ju-hyun remembered, he still looked annoying to him. Suddenly, President Tae-jun Kwan came out from outside the VIP door. Seo Ju-hyun said in his heart that he finally found President Kwan and glanced at him with a sharp gaze. Seo Ju-hyun stares intently at President Kwan and says that President Kwan doesn't recognize his face right now. Seo Ju-hyun is confident that he will get all the relics and promises himself that he will see him sooner or later. This time, Seo Ju-hyun believes that he will win. In the crowd of people, Seo Ju-hyun felt a negative aura that he had recognized before. He realized the aura and immediately observed his surroundings to look for someone who had that aura. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised by the presence of Irene's figure. He thought whether the woman was following him to that place. It turned out that Seo Ju-hyun's guess was right. The man immediately turned around and as quickly as possible left him. The woman chased Seo Ju-hyun and shouted for him. But Seoju Hyun still ignored the woman and continued to run as fast as he could, and finally crashed into Glassdoor, who made his body fall. The incident made Irene catch up with him. Irene apologized to Seoju Hyun and told him the truth. She told Seoju Hyun that everyone around her was never happy, and she wished she could be as lucky as Seoju Hyun. Irene is a person nicknamed the King of Bankruptcy, who destroyed many people in many countries. Irene then held both hands of Seoju Hyun, which made the man think that the woman was just acting. Then Irene continued her conversation and said that she wanted Seoju Hyun to tell her the secret of his luck. No matter how much it costs, he will pay. The system on Seoju Hyun's screen told him that he was currently being attacked by a rank S relic user, and that the immunity feature had been activated and the resistance level activated. That made Seoju Hyun surprised and wondered if it could happen because of the pill he got from the mission. Seoju Hyun realized that it was really useful for him, which then made him not worry anymore if he had to be near Irene. In that situation, there was no reason for Seoju Hyun to stay away from Irene. In fact, it was quite favorable, as the resistance level increased slowly. In addition, his rivals in the auction would suffer all sorts of losses. Seoju Hyun realized that he would get a double benefit, but he remembered how it was with President Kwan. Seoju Hyun started to make a deal with Irene. He was willing to teach her as long as he also got lucky from her. Seoju Hyun said that he had to participate in the upcoming auction and asked Irene if she didn't mind if he accompanied Irene to come there, and said that there was a fee for participating. Hearing this, she immediately knew that Seoju Hyun wanted to ask to be paid to participate. The woman immediately agreed and immediately bought a ticket. Seeing Irene's response, Seoju Hyun felt that his plan would run smoothly. He looked at the woman with a sly smile. The auction had arrived. The host welcomed everyone who had arrived at the event. Then he started the 74th auction event. Seoju Hyun, who sat next to Irene, observed the whole room. He realized that the audience of the auction was very crowded. Seoju Hyun felt happy because he had succeeded in bringing Irene to the auction house. Then Seoju Hyun realized that about 2/3 of the participants disappeared. Each of them suddenly went to overcome misfortune. Kwan didn't go to the event because his factory in China caught fire. That meant bringing something valuable to this auction. The host brought the first item to be auctioned. It was a Russian wine that was over 100 years old. Irene immediately asked Seoju Hyun if he was not interested in it. Then the man replied that the thing he was looking for would come out in the second round of the auction. Seoju Hyun silently looked at Irene Horton. He felt that the bankruptcy king was very different from his memories, but that didn't mean she was acting. The strangest thing that Seoju Hyun felt was that she didn't seem to know anything about relics. But for a moment, it made him wonder if it was possible for relics to stick to him. So Seoju Hyun assumed that the original bankruptcy king was a good person. Then, due to misfortune, his life was ruined and his soul was damaged by the relic. Then Irene expressed her gratitude to Seoju Hyun because he was the only person who would listen to her problems so that her burden would be lightened by telling someone. After that, Seoju Hyun looked at the screen on his system, which showed a warning that the relic energy became very strong depending on the opponent's mood. The opponent's relic power increased faster. At the same time, Irene laughed happily, and she said that she was feeling very happy and hugged Seoju Hyun. Because of that, the system on Seoju Hyun's screen displayed a second warning telling him that the relic energy was very strong and would explode within a kilometer radius. Extraordinary bad luck will come crashing down. The relic that Seoju Hyun had was damaged. As the owner's mood was good, the power of unhappiness increased, which made Seoju Hyun wonder if all the owners of the king's relic were psychopaths like that woman. Seoju Hyun's resistance level was increasing rapidly. He felt that if it continued like that, then all his relics would soon be destroyed. Then Seoju Hyun told that woman to calm down and be quiet, because the people around Irene instantly looked unhappy. Irene's face turned sad because of Seoju Hyun's words and apologized because she didn't mean to be like that. Then Seoju Hyun looked back at the screen in his system, which showed that the opponent's mood had changed, and the relic damage was no longer happening. Seeing Irene, who was just silent, makes Soi Juhuang's heart feel sorry for the woman. She feels Irene looks more mature if she is silent like that. Seo Juheon reprimanded her and talked about the deal. He told Irene if he would tell her the lucky trick that Seo Juheon had. Instantly, Irene's face turned happy with a big, sweet smile that made Seo Juheon's heart goes wrong. Seo Juhuang deliberately invited Irene Hilton because she could utilize the power of her bankruptcy. The relic that increases according to her mood releases more power than the previous one. Other participants will lose patience with everything. Cheap goods will become unreasonably priced, and it will give Seo Juheon an advantage. Since they spent money in the first opening, during the second round, it was Soi Juhuang's turn to get the items he wanted. He could easily win the relics that Seo Juhuang wanted. But some had to hand them over to the president. President Quan didn't let the bankruptcy king attack him. It was probably because of the dominance that the old man had. Seo Juheon knew that he was the only person who knew about the relic. He just had to raise the auction price on the worthless relic and let President Quan get it. Then Soi Juhuang took out the note in his pocket. He looked around for the new relic that the prophecy said. But after looking for it many times, Seo Juheon still didn't find it. The auction was about to end. He felt confused while supporting his chin in his hand and thinking what was going on. Then Irene said if she felt there was no progress in the auction. Then Seo Juheon replied if he was choosing items at the beginning, and that would appear at the end. Not long after, the second round of the auction was opened. The host informed the audience that today's surprise auction item had arrived. The item was a mysterious almond seedling that had been introduced to the press. Then Seo Juhuang immediately focused on the seedling in front of him. He found out that it was Qinshi fire money. It was a very valuable new relic. Seo Juheon felt that he had to get it. Without thinking, he immediately raised his hand, high in excitement. But the person opposite him was also seen raising his hand and glancing sharply at Seo Juheon. The old man also seemed to know that it was a precious relic. Sichuan was a powerful ruler of ancient China. There was once a rumor that in order to find a way to live, and he sent servants to various places. This is the bonfire said in the legend that they are looking for. This is actually the relic that Quan had in Seo Juheon's old life. While being poisoned by the relic, Seo Juhuang desperately searched for the fruit of the fire plant. Instead of being paid for it, he had to commit all sorts of crimes for little pay. In other words, this is how he gets it. Seo Juheon looked sarcastically at the middle-aged old man across from him. He wouldn't let that man take the relic. If he got it, the future would repeat itself. Then the host laughed at the excitement of the heated auction. Then he told more about the relic that the almond fruit has a tremendous effect on one's energy. Then the old man gave a starting price of 300,000 won. Not wanting to feel defeated, Seo Juheon raised the price to 400,000 won. They are still negotiating with the highest price. But it turned out that there were still many who were interested in the item to the point that others were seen participating for the item. Then, the president gave his price at 10 million won. That's a very fantastic number. Seo Juheon was surprised to hear that, and felt that the person knew that the item was a new level of fire plant. Seo Juheon did not want to be outdone by him. He had to win the auction and bring home the new relic. Then, Seo Juhuang had a good idea. He said to Irene that he would help her with her problem, but on the other hand, she had to help him win the auction. For Irene, it was not a big deal because she was a respected person. Money was not a big problem for her. She was willing to help Seo Juheon. The president gave 10 million won for the item. It seemed for a while that no one dared to take a higher price, but just before closing, Irene raised her hand to offer a higher price. The woman gave a price of 15 million won, and immediately the surroundings were shocked to hear such a large price. The president glanced at the woman very sharply. He would not let anyone snatch the object. Then the old man shouted to the host by mentioning a very large nominal price of 16 million won. Casually and with a playful smile, Irene raised the price to 20 million won. President Quan looked very angry because he couldn't make a higher price. Then the person beside him named Yoon Si-woo told him to stop bidding. Then President Kwan asked his son-in-law who the woman who offered the high price was. Then the question was answered by Yoon Si-woo, that she was Irene Hilton, who was the youngest daughter of the Hilton family. That did not stop the president from offering a higher price. Despite President Kwan's significant resistance several times, the auction was finally won by Irene Hilton for 50 million won. After a grueling auction, they both decided to have lunch at a cafe. Seo Ju-hyun felt that the item was quite expensive at 50 million won, but that didn't matter to Irene, who was a conglomerate. Then Irene asked Seo Ju-hyun for his promise. She asked if there was an event to share good luck and if it was something like a talisman. Seo Ju-hyun replied that it could be solved simply by removing something. Then he explained in more detail if the woman had to give away something she had. The fact is that if the bankruptcy relic could be retrieved by Seo Ju-hyun, the problem would be solved. Thanks to Irene, he will also get the bankruptcy relic. Then Seo Ju-hyun convinced Irene that there must be an antique in her, and he told her to give it to him and said that the problem would disappear. Irene thought hard to find something inside her, but she said confidently that there was nothing in her. Seo Ju-hyun felt strange and asked the woman if she had a tattoo that appeared suddenly or something. Hearing that, Irene seemed to look like she found something that Seo Ju-hyun was looking for. Relics are divided into worn relics and inherited relics. Tattoos that suddenly appear on the owner's body are characteristic of inherited relics, like the tattoo on Sasaki Yuka's arm is one of them. The tattoo had been there since the use of futuristics. It was a sign that she had become a master by contracting with the inherited relic. Unlike the worn relic, it could be worn by anyone but with a restriction. Inherited relics have no durability and can only be used by the owner. The relic that Irene had was a very powerful relic from the monks. Irene took her cell phone from her shirt pocket. Then she showed a photo that showed a tattoo that suddenly appeared on her body. Seeing the photo, Seo Ju-hyun was surprised. He felt there was something strange about the tattoo shown by Irene. Irene's relic tattoos are parasitic relics. Parasites on the owner's body are very rare to find. Seo Ju-hyun was very surprised and wondered what kind of relic he saw just now. What is certain is that there is no event to take that frightening power from the body of the woman in front of him. After observing the photo, Seo Ju-hyun thought he could solve this easily and gave a paper containing his cell phone number to Irene. He invited Irene to find a solution together in the near future. Seo Ju-hyun left the woman and walked out of the cafe. He thought that if he didn't get the power from the woman, at least he could get Irene on his side. That way, it would be very beneficial for Seo Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun returned to the auction house to pick up the goods from bidding. Then the host said that the goods could be picked up if the remaining payment was completed. Seo Ju-hyun quickly called the people who brought the money. He made several calls, but they did not pick up the phone from Seo Ju-hyun. The man suspected that they had run away with the money. Seo Ju-hyun said to himself if they had played the wrong person like him. At that moment, Seo Ju-hyun had an idea and immediately called the auction host for help. He said that it was not a difficult thing. The men carrying Seo Ju-hyun's money were seen running fast in order to get away with the large amount of money. After several hours, they ran away from Seo Ju-hyun. They decided to stop because they felt exhausted. While hugging the bag containing the money, they organize ideas about what they can do to spend the money. With the money they have, they think if they can become someone who is rich. They thought that they could eat and play for the rest of their lives with that much money. Suddenly, Seo Ju-hyun appeared in front of them all with a golden axe that could tell the whereabouts of those people. Seo Ju-hyun looks very angry at all of them, but they all argued if they were lost. Hearing that nonsense, Seo Ju-hyun pointed the axe at all of them and threatened them that the axe could split their heads. Then, Seo Ju-hyun took out something like a stone and had to write it down immediately. It was a relic made by King Hammurabi of ancient Babylon. It was famous for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. As one of the famous phrases is Babylonian law, it was the relic won by Seo Ju-hyun today that he asked his attendant to give him first. Then Seo Ju-hyun stared with a creepy smile while saying that betrayal is repaid with betrayal. Seo Ju-hyun did something to the stone relic in his hand that made the three men in front of him look like they were bound by something. Seo Ju-hyun was able to do it well. As the famous saying goes, the code of Hammurabi has the ability to reverse the enemy's attack, if they have a code seal. Seo Ju-hyun also wondered if he could control the three men. Afterwards, they woke up and wondered what had just happened to his body. Then Seo Ju-hyun said that he had put seals on the bodies of the three men, that if they would not betray, nothing would happen to their bodies. Conversely, if they were to commit treason, then something bad would happen to them. Then it appeared on Seo Ju-hyun's system screen, if Hammurabi started monitoring the sealed people. Seo Ju-hyun had just signed a slave contract with them. Hearing that they would become slaves of Seo Ju-hyun immediately made them all very emotional. Then suspect if Seo Ju-hyun is a police officer. One more thing that Seo Ju-hyun told them, if they would remain safe if they all became his subordinates. The three men were silent, and then they realized that a slave contract wasn't too bad instead of being attacked with the golden axe relic. If they did the job right, then Seo Ju-hyun would compensate them, and they would earn more than the bag. Seo Ju-hyun then said again that he would also give them all a place to stay. Hearing such a lucrative offer made the three men agree and asked what they could do. The next day, in a very tall apartment building illuminated by the morning sunlight, there was Seo Ju-hyun, who took the three men into an apartment of his. He said that their job was to breed the plant. Then the tree sounded like it was talking, which made the three men feel goosebumps. The three men reluctantly followed the request of Seo Ju-hyun. Then he said that the plant he was holding was worth 50 million won, so warned the brand to keep and take care of it wholeheartedly. Seo Ju-hyun looked at the three men holding the plant and thought it was some kind of affinity. Unlike last night, Seo Ju-hyun fought her to make a contract. She couldn't sleep because it was so noisy because the words coming out by the plant were so loud. But it seems that the plant likes people who have high affinity. He felt that those people were the right ones to take care of him. Not long after that, suddenly an unknown number called Seo Ju-hyun. But Seo Ju-hyun was very familiar with the number even though he didn't save it. It was the personal number of the old man at the auction who was unlucky. He had found Seo Ju-hyun's cell phone number, which meant he had searched his background. Then that person spoke straight to the point. He was too quick to deliver his request. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun immediately turned off the phone quickly and said that he was busy, and then immediately turned off the phone. Because he got a bad response from Seo Ju-hyun, he felt very upset and shouted. Hearing that, Yoon Si-woo immediately entered President Kwan's room and immediately joined him. Then President Kwan blamed Yoon Si-woo because he interfered too much during the auction yesterday. Yoon Si-woo immediately bowed his body apologizing to President Kwan. Yoon Si-woo had only been pretending to be good in front of President Kwan. He was like that because he only wanted to show his loyalty. He felt that he had to solve this problem as soon as possible to appease the president. Then he said to the president very confidently that he would take responsibility for the tree. Taking back the tree from Seo Ju-hyun's hands was not difficult for him. Then he asked the president for permission to use the company's relic. Seo Ju-hyun walked out of his house to find President Kwan's location, since he is a man who does not give up easily. This is a situation where Seo Ju-hyun needs to make sure everyone stays safe for a while. Seo Ju-hyun decided to search for President Kwan while holding a silver axe relic. The axe reaction marks the point where the target's whereabouts are. Seo Ju-hyun deliberately moved to attract the tracker. Unexpectedly, Seo Ju-hyun, who was in the cafe, saw Yoon Si-woo walking alone while calling someone. Seo Ju-hyun felt that Yoon Si-woo was making fun of him on the phone, and he also had a relic, because Seo Ju-hyun felt like there was a strong pressure. Yoon Si-woo entered the same cafe as Seo Ju-hyun. Suddenly he realized and immediately hung up his phone and approached Seo Ju-hyun, who was sitting alone. He greeted Seo Ju-hyun, but the man was silent and ignored him completely. Because he was repeatedly ignored, Yoon Si-woo kicked the table and shouted in Seo Ju-hyun's ear which made the man immediately stand up and drop Yoon Si-woo's body. Then Seoju Hyun warned Yoon Si-woo to speak politely because he was enjoying his drink. Because Seoju Hyun was closer to Yoon Si-woo, he could feel the relic energy very clearly on Yoon Si-woo's body. It made Seoju Hyun feel interested in playing with him. Yoon Si-woo came alone to Seoju Hyun. He brought a relic with him which made Seoju Hyun feel interested in taking Yoon Si-woo's relic by force. Seoju Hyun, who saw the man, pretended not to recognize him and said that he had never met him before. With a feeling of resentment, Yoon Si-woo explained that he was with President Kwon during the time at the auction house, and they had also met at Midas. Seoju Hyun mockingly said that he had remembered the man who always stuck to that damn old man. Hearing that insult made him very angry. On the screen in Seoju Hyun's system, a notification appeared telling him that dominance was weakened when the opponent was out of control. It was Yoon Si-woo's weakness to be easily manipulated by other people's words. He is the type of person who always likes to bully others. Yoon Si-woo was also one of the people behind President Kwon's success. The man's loyalty is commendable, but in the end he was fired by President Kwon. Seoju Hyun felt very impatient to meet the old man again. Seoju Hyun remembered when he had worked at President Kwon's TKBM company. Yoon Si-woo always felt jealous of Seoju Hyun. At that time he did not dare to disturb him because Seoju Hyun's position was higher than him. Because Yoon Si-woo had reached the peak of his emotions, he challenged Seoju Hyun and took out the relic he had. But when he lost his temper, he could not use the relic. It happened because domination is quite influenced by the mind. Very cleverly, Seoju Hyun also took advantage of the weakness that the man had by provoking his emotions. Seoju Hyun teased him and said that if he said it more politely, he would have given it to Yoon Si-woo. Hearing that, Yoon Si-woo became even more upset, but stupidly he still followed the words of Seoju Hyun and immediately lowered his body while politely saying to give the tree. Seeing Yoon Si-woo who did his request, Seoju Hyun laughed very loudly, and he teased Yoon Si-woo by calling him a fool. Because he felt played by Seoju Hyun, the man immediately took out a relic of the powder that makes a person become undead and tried to spill it on Seoju Hyun's body. But when spilled, the powder could not come out of the bottle. With a very fast movement, Seoju Hyun cracked Yoon Si-woo's head and hit the floor so hard that Yoon Si-woo broke a bone in his nose. The screen on the system showed that Seoju Hyun's opponent's composure was greatly shaken, which resulted in the opponent's dominance decreasing drastically. Seoju Hyun called him an idiot because the man tried to use the relic when his strength began to decline. Yoon Si-woo was surprised to hear that Seoju Hyun knew if there was a relic in him. Instantly, Seoju Hyun took the relic from Yoon Si-woo's hand and spilled it on the man's body. The relic was named Voodoo Priest Zombie Powder. It was one of the good relics, voodoo from black slaves in Africa. The belief there was that sinners would be cursed to become zombies. The rumor was quite popular and reached all over the world. That's the short story of the relic. Once Yoon Si-woo touches or inhales the powder, he will become an emotionless zombie for a period of time. Yoon Si-woo was hit by his own relic. With this, Seoju Hyun was sure that President Kwon would be stopped for a while. Then Seoju Hyun will go to prepare against President Kwon. The next day, President Kwon went to the police station to see the condition of Yoon Si-woo, who had been arrested because yesterday he had made trouble. Circulating on social media, the news about Yoon Si-woo was trying to commit an act of murder while completely naked and then arrested by the police to conduct an investigation because he was suspected of using drugs. Hearing the news, President Kwon became very embarrassed because he had dragged his name also in the news. Then, with a snapping tone, President Kwon told his subordinates to immediately reclaim the relic stolen by Seoju Hyun. President Kwon finally decided to use a lawyer. On a sunny afternoon at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas, Seoju Hyun was looking at the relics he had acquired. He looks very happy with his large collection of relics. Now Seoju Hyun intends to bring all the relics to Korea. The relics he has collected are the knives of the goddess of craftsmen, axes, rice cakes, and muramasa. Then what he got from the auction was Hammurabi's Code, Shakespeare's pen necklace, and Marie Antoinette and Qin Shi Huang fire. And just recently he got zombie powder and milkweed relics from Homer's hometown. All of that is enough for Seo Ju-hyun, and hopes that in the future he can find many more relics. Suddenly, a woman approached Seo Ju-hyun. Then she introduced herself formally and said that she was a former TKBM lawyer. Seo Ju-hyun sat with the lawyer lady at a cafe in the airport. The woman said that she had learned that Seo Ju-hyun had taken Mr. Yoon-see's belongings, so she warned Seo Ju-hyun to be careful. The woman conveyed a message from President Kwon to Seo Ju-hyun if he appreciated his ability to defeat Yu Si-woo, and then the woman handed over a contract for Seo Ju-hyun to agree to the agreement made by President Kwon. Then the woman offers a down payment of $100 million to Seo Ju-hyun, and will also give him a salary to join the TKBM company. Even though he was offered a very large offer, it did not make Seo Ju-hyun waver in his stance. He still refused the offer given by the lawyer. Seo Ju-hyun had expected that he would get the offer, and said to the woman in front of him if the offer he gave was very useless, and Seo Ju-hyun insulted President Kwon without fear. Hearing those words, the lawyer warned Seo Ju-hyun to speak more carefully and maintain his manners. Then the woman threatened Seo Ju-hyun by telling him about the bad incident about Xiang Gallery shop that disappeared without a trace, and says that eliminating Seo Ju-hyun is an easy thing for TKBM company. By saying that, the lawyer has shown her true nature to threaten Seo Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun immediately stood up and warned the woman if she had chosen the wrong opponent. He immediately took out his zombie powder relic that was in his pocket. Seeing that, the female lawyer became a little scared, but she thought that Seo Ju-hyun was just threatening her and would not dare to use the relic in such a crowded place. But Seo Ju-hyun, who has big guts, ignored that. He immediately opened the lid of the zombie powder bottle and immediately sprinkled a little powder on the lawyer's hand in front of him. The woman's screams were heard outside the cafe and made Seo Ju-hyun's friends realize that the voice came from the lawyer who was with Seo Ju-hyun in the cafe. They all immediately ran to the source of the incident. The lawyer had fallen on the floor because he was shocked by Seo Ju-hyun's courage to give him the zombie powder. The people in the cafe started filming the action of the two of them, which attracted a lot of public attention. Seeing that, Seo Ju-hyun smiled at the camera and said that he only sprinkled the powder and then allowed them all to upload it to all social media. When exposed to zombie powder, the woman will emit a lot of dominance aura. Then Seo Ju-hyun told her to take out her relic, which made her feel provoked, and immediately took out a relic from her pocket, which then attacked Seo Ju-hyun. The woman confidently attacked Seo Ju-hyun and unexpectedly found out that the man had a better relic than hers. Seo Ju-hyun took out the relic of Hammurabi, which could make the woman's relic power hit herself. Not only that, Seo Ju-hyun took out his silver axe relic and told the axe to finish off the enemy who threatened his wealth. Because the woman felt so scared, she finally gave up, and she admitted her defeat. When Seo Ju-hyun's friend arrived at the cafe, he was surprised to see his friend trying to kill the woman in front of him with an axe and scolded him. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun immediately assured his friend that everything would be fine. Sirens at the airport sounded to indicate an emergency. One of the airport officers got word from his walkie-talkie that there was an explosion coming from a cafe, and they heard news that a woman was chasing passengers. The officer thought that there was a terrorist act at the airport. President Kwon, who was behind the officer, already thought that it was Seo Ju-hyun's doing. He really couldn't believe that he was like a ghost and always bothered him. After that, Seo Ju-hyun picked up the relic that had fallen from the female lawyer's clothes. He seriously observed the relic that was already in his hand. Then the screen on his system told him that it was a colored ink relic. The ink can be used by Magun artists, and the remaining amount of ink is half that can be used. Seo Ju-hyun was still confused. Then the ink relic said to Seo Ju-hyun if there was a dangerous human heading towards him. The voice told him that currently there would be problems that would come to him. Then Seo Ju-hyun realized that only he could hear the voice. Seo Ju-hyun seemed to dislike and did not believe what the relic said. At the same time, suddenly, President Kwon came to Seo Ju-hyun. He came with a sly smile and told Seo Ju-hyun that he had done a lot of work. He approached Seo Ju-hyun and said that he wanted to chat with him for a while. Seeing President Kwon coming towards them, A friend of Seoju Hyun was surprised because he didn't expect such an important person to come to them. Then at the same time, when President Kwon came to them, Seoju Hyun's friend screamed because he felt something strange in his body. He felt like his body couldn't move. Seeing that, Seoju Hyun felt that it was the work of the president in front of him. He looked at the president with a very sharp gaze and saw a dark aura surrounding President Kwon's body. Without thinking, Seoju Hyun took the relic knife from his shirt pocket. Then he immediately ran quickly towards the president and immediately held the sword to his neck. With a feeling of hatred, Seoju Hyun told the old man that he had made the situation difficult. He criticized the old man for daring to use the power of the relic on his men and told him to stop playing with it. Feeling upset and desperate, President Kwon finally released his relic that attacked the body of Seoju Hyun's men. Then Seoju Hyun immediately released President Kwon. With a sardonic smile, President Kwon told Seoju Hyun that he was better than he imagined. President Kwon said that he felt that the man was very knowledgeable about relics and could not just let him go. Seoju Hyun, who heard this, just chuckled and ignored him. The man then said that the prophecy he had been waiting for had finally come, and it would be the day when people would know about the existence of the relic. Seoju Hyun just listened to the old man who was saying that nonsense. He guessed that President Kwon also used future predictions. President Kwon had the intention of eliminating the people who knew about the relic, because by doing so, he thought he could delay the arrival of the prophecy that was on him. At the same time, President Kwon gathered the power that was in his hands. He did so in order to destroy them all and immediately pointed his hand at those standing in front of him. They all immediately laughed and mocked President Kwon and said if he had to spend his power even stronger because they didn't feel anything from the old man's attack. President Kwon, who saw it, was very surprised. He did not expect that his power would not work against them. Even though he felt that with the power of his relics, he could send them all somewhere forever. Seeing President Kwon, who was confused, he finally took out a black amulet that he took secretly in President Kwon's suit pocket. Seeing that, President Kwon was furious and cursed Seoju Hyun for taking the amulet without him knowing. Seoju Hyun just smiled at his opponent's confusion and felt that the old man was easy to fool. President Kwon yelled at Seoju Hyun for stealing the relic secretly without him knowing, but Seoju Hyun blamed the old man for not taking good care of the relic so he could easily take it. Seoju Hyun smiled proudly as if he had won his opponent. He remembered that he was once praised by President Kwon about his stealing talent. Then the screen on Seoju Hyun's system told him that his stealing skill level had risen to rank D, and his stealing skill level had earned the title Shindo Nolan Dexterity. Then Seoju Hyun looked at the relic he had just stolen from President Kwon. He got a new relic and will use his dominance now. Then Seoju Hyun intended to send the old man to a place that suited him. Realizing that Seoju Hyun had stolen his relics, he told him that he had made a big mistake for playing games with him. President Kwon said that he had many relics that he would use to attack them all. In his heart, Seoju Hyun also said if he realized that the old man has many relics that are much stronger than the relics he has. The relics that President Kwon has, one of them, is the relic of Conquest. It was a very frightening relic that had the ability to target and attack other people's minds. It is a parasite relic like Irene Hilton's. It could attack through the air, which Seoju Hyun did not know where it was hidden. But Seoju Hyun was sure that the relic was somewhere in his body. Seoju Hyun thought to stop the relic's power by simply cutting President Kwon's body. But the problem is that the old man also has a relic in the form of armor that protects him. Seoju Hyun sees that President Kwon's body looks like it is fortified by a very strong weapon. But the subject who has the relic is related to his emotional spirit and can cause enormous destruction. If President Kwon used the relic, it would destroy the entire city area. Then with fear, Seoju Hyun challenged the old man in front of him to take out his relic. Without hesitation, President Kwon immediately raised his hand to release his power, while saying that there was actually a lot he wanted to show, but it would be a problem if Seoju Hyun stole it from him again. But just as President Kwon was about to attack Seoju Hyun with his power, suddenly, a crow-like creature approached the two of them. The crow flew down from above and approached the two of them. The bird criticized their actions and said that it was the place where wolves and cunning dogs rested. If they feel any power, then they will feel disturbed and wake up. Hearing that made Seoju Hyun wonder who the wolves and dogs meant by the crow, whether they included the Anubis creature, the god of death in ancient Egyptian mythology. But President Kwan ignored the crow's warning and immediately pulled out all his strength. President Kwan thought it was a good thing because it was his chance to get the relic and protect it. Instantly, the people around felt if there was a sudden earthquake. They all panicked because of the violent shaking at the airport. Then the screen on Seoju Hyun's system told him that there was an Egyptian Ceres pathogen that tried to penetrate the body's defenses and experienced the pressure of death, which made the relic begin to be destroyed by the power of a relic. There is a very strong relic that will surface to cause chaos. Seoju Hyun, who felt panicked, then looked out the window where there was a huge explosion from under the airport ground. It was an incident that Seoju Hyun had experienced for the first time in his life. It was a Mophilos incident that was the beginning of the era of relics popping up. Ancient Egyptian buildings were popping up all over the airport. If the emergence of Anubis relics really happened, the whole airport or even the whole world would turn into a huge graveyard. The eruption really became a huge tomb that had a worldwide reach, such as Las Vegas, Tokyo, Seoul, and others. After a long period of violent shaking that destroyed the entire airport, a notification appeared on the screen in Seoju Hyun's system saying that evil demon tombs had appeared all over the world. Finally, the prophecy that Seoju Hyun already knew arrived. Seoju Hyun thought that the incident was quite interesting for him. Seoju Hyun's friends who were behind him began to panic at the horrible thing that was in front of his eyes and wondered what was going on. Casually, Seoju Hyun replied that they didn't need to worry because they were only trapped in the evil tomb, and then blamed President Kwan for being too proud of his strength to make this happen. Seoju Hyun recalled that in his previous life, it took about 3 months, but for the current situation the story was different. Seoju Hyun invited his men to go see where the Tomb Guardian Lord was. When they were about to leave the location, President Kwan suddenly told them to stop. He doesn't want to let them all just leave. He will still plan to attack Seoju Hyun and his friends, even in the current situation. President Kwan also threatened Seoju Hyun to forcibly hand over the relic that Seoju Hyun had to him. Seeing President Kwan's great confidence, he was sure that the old man knew a way out of it. Then, by clenching his fist as if to strike Seoju Hyun, he warned Seoju Hyun to obey. But Seoju Hyun doesn't want to lose just like that. He runs very fast towards President Kwan. Then came 2 creatures that flew close to them. The creature looked angry. Seoju Hyun, who saw the creature, was wondering and felt confused by the form it had. One of the 9 major myths of Egyptian mythology, the Seth is a symbol of destruction and evil. So the nature of Seth is really great evil. In the end, it becomes a relic that destroys other users. Then the other creature is Anubis, who looks like a black Doberman. Then he has the Osiris relic necklace, which is a hook and flare. Osiris is one of the 9 Egyptian rulers, the god of abundance and eternal life. Anubis is the god of death and funerals. He is in charge of guiding the dead to the afterlife. Then the 2 beings plan to finish them all off. Seeing it in front of his eyes, Seoju Hyun was excited because this was his chance to take all 3 relics at once, which made Seoju Hyun think if he could have them, then he would rule the whole world. Then Seoju Hyun gave a sharp look at the creature and defied it. When similar relics attack, 2 of them will merge with each other. An intense aura will attack in the blink of an eye. The speck began to attack with the power he had. With the attack he gave, one of Seoju Hyun's men was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Those who have no resistance will have their bodies destroyed. Even the very strong President Kwan was hit by the attack given by the Setek. Seeing the incident, Seoju Hyun told his men to save themselves and run away from that place. Because Seoju Hyun felt that if it was all caused by him, he had to take responsibility and would solve the problem. Seoju Hyun's men began to run away from the place while carrying their unconscious friend. Then, President Kwan, who was still there in a bad condition, looked at Seoju Hyun and wondered why he still looked fine. Then, Seo Ju-hyun took out his magic stone relic, which made the two creatures surprised, and did not expect that Seo Hu-jan had it. Seo Ju-hyun began to activate the relic, which made the attacks given by his opponent turn back to himself. The creatures looked very upset that Seo Ju-hyun could defeat them. Setek said to Anubis, who was beside him, if Seo Ju-hyun had a scent similar to the smell of crows. Anubis wondered if the raven had been sealed, and why it was now on Seo Ju-hyun. In the myth of Osiris, Setek played an evil role. It was because he had killed the elder brother of Osiris. The story of the origin of the relic is the thing that affects the relationship between the relics. Seeing that the two creatures seemed to be discussing and not yet attacking, Seo Ju-hyun thought it was an opportunity for him to give them both a surprise attack. But before he had time to attack, Anubis immediately made a large hole so that Seo Ju-hyun fell into it. Anubis tells Seo Ju-hyun that he's in for a test. It didn't take long. Seo Ju-hyun suddenly arrived and was standing on a large scale. He explained to Seo Ju-hyun that this was the way of judgment and would begin immediately. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun realized that it was his last test. If he could pass the test, then the creature could be his. Seo Ju-hyun is determined that he must complete the exam as best as possible. He remembered that in his previous life he had met the owner of the Anubis relic, who told Seo Ju-hyun to face the problem, just face it, and don't think too much about it. As the exam is about to begin, a black-robed creature appears who will be the judge of the exam, and the questions will be given immediately. If Seo Ju-hyun tells the truth to all the judges' eyes will turn red. But if Seo Ju-hyun lied, the dark beast would be able to read Seo Ju-hyun's mind. Then the judge started with the first question. The judge asked Seo Ju-hyun if he had ever bullied anyone. In his heart, Seo Ju-hyun said that he had, and he often did. Seeing Seo Ju-hyun, who thought for a long time, made Anubis sure if Seo Ju-hyun had oppressed someone. Then they gave many questions that made Seo Ju-hyun feel confused to answer them. This problem is not easy to overcome for Seo Ju-hyun. Then the large Anubis who was in front of him immediately lifted Seo Ju-hyun's body and said that he was a human being who had many sins to bear. The Anubis said that Seo Ju-hyun's sins were heavier than his ability and would put him in hell. Then the Anubis threw Seo Ju-hyun's body into a very deep hole. Seo Ju-hyun arrived at a place that looked very scary, and he was greeted by ghosts who had red flaming eyes. This was very unexpected by Seo Ju-hyun. Then the man immediately took an object like a bat that was beside him. He pointed the bat at the ghosts in front of him. He realized that his opponents were too many to kill them all. At this time, Seo Ju-hyun seemed to have reached the limit of his abilities. While fighting the ghosts, Seo Ju-hyun was suddenly surprised by the arrival of a crow flying above him. Then Seo Ju-hyun was also surprised by the endless arrival of the ghosts. Then the crow said to Seo Ju-hyun if he could help him get out of that place. Seo Ju-hyun felt confused and wondered why he always helped him. Setek, who was waiting outside, felt that something was happening in the pit because the time was longer than he thought. Not long after, he was surprised to see the room inside the pit explode in a way that only a human could. The room was destroyed. Setek realized that it was the power coming from the ocean temple. Then he saw Seo Ju-hyun, who came out of the hole along with the crow. He felt very upset because he had been played. Setek also felt that he did not expect the crow to hurt Anubis, even though he had sealed the crow. He wondered why the crow was here. Setek said angrily to the crow beside Seo Ju-hyun, cursing the crow for standing beside a human being who even gave him strength. Seo Ju-hyun, who stood watching them there, was only confused because he didn't know what they had been talking about. Then Anubis, who was annoyed, told Setek to use his ability to attack Seo Ju-hyun and the crow. With fiery eyes and full of emotion, Setek unleashed all his power to attack Seo Ju-hyun and the raven in front of him. Then the Stek brought out the corpses of people from all over the world. There were so many of them. Seeing that, the crow told Seo Ju-hyun that he couldn't defeat them all. With confidence, Seo Ju-hyun immediately took out the relic of the sword that was in his shirt pocket. He was sure that using the relic could kill them all, and after all, the corpses could not move on their own. Very quickly, Seo Ju Hyun pointed his sword at the corpses, which made Setek really enjoy the action. But the number of corpses was not limited. On the corpses were the relics of Seth and the relics of Osiris. It was the cross of Anubis from the body of Anubis. Seo Ju Hyun was astonished to see the corpses. Then the corpses protected themselves with a cloth that looked like a mummy. Seo Ju Hyun, who was initially excited, was not confident that he could beat them all. He felt that it was getting difficult to face them all. But the man remembered the relic he had stored behind his shirt pocket. Without thinking long, he immediately took it. The relic was the relic of the Egyptian goddess's knife. The corpses smelled the same energy as the place they came from. In the end, Anubis had to repeat his trial again. The giant scales and 42 judges appeared again as before. However, there was something different about the appearance. Anubis's entire body seemed to tremble. His appearance earlier was much bigger than now. Seo Ju Hyun immediately strangled Anubis's neck firmly and told him to be quiet. Seo Ju Hyun warned him to ask questions by following his words, but he did not explain that the rules could not be like that, because then there would be no point in the court after death. Seo Ju Hyun seemed to grip his neck even tighter. Ju Hyun said that this was none of his business. After all, it's not an afterlife trial because he's not dead yet. Ju Hyun reminds him to follow his words, because if not, then Ju Hyun will not hesitate to kill him. Finally, Anubis reluctantly followed Ju Hyun's orders. Then he asked Ju Hyun according to what Ju Hyun asked. He asked if Ju Hyun had ever stolen, but Ju Hyun told him to say it out loud. Annoyed, Anubis finally raised his intonation and asked him again. However, Ju Hyun kicked him in the face and thought Anubis was cursing him. Then Ju Hyun told him to ask again politely, respectfully, and without cursing. Anubis finally followed Ju Hyun's will. Then he continued the other questions asked by Ju Hyun. With the changed questions, Seo Ju Hyun finally managed to answer yes to 42 questions. Relics almost cried during the question and answer process. Then the quest window showed that Seo Ju Hyun had successfully completed the tomb very well. Seo Ju Hyun had also successfully conquered one of the 3 relics that made the giant tomb. Many notifications appeared after Seo Ju Hyun successfully conquered the god-level relic. Then Ju Hyun covered his grave with the relic. Instantly, the whole place rumbled. Chairman Kwan was dumbfounded to see his tomb suddenly collapsed. He suspected that Ju Hyun had gotten the relic. Chairman Kwan looked at Ju Hyun, who was standing in front of there. He recognized Seo Ju Hyun, who was very great. According to him, Ju Hyun is not an ordinary person who can be eliminated just like that. Chairman Kwan thought that if he couldn't kill that Ju Hyun, then he would make him work for him. Finally, the giant tomb that ravaged the world has collapsed, and the giant tomb in the world has disappeared completely. Seo Ju Hyun was relieved because now he could breathe fresh air outside. Suddenly, President Kwan called him and approached him. He apologized to Ju Hyun for being rude to him. Then President Kwan extends his hand to Ju Hyun, then formally offers for Ju Hyun to work with him. But Ju Hyun mentioned his words earlier that he wanted to kill him. Chairman Kwan argued that he still didn't know about Ju Hyun. President Kwan said that a new world will open up because of the relic. Then President Kwan praises Ju Hyun that someone like him has a great chance to succeed in that world. Chairman Kwan promises that he will give Ju Hyun everything he needs with his power as the president of TKBM. Chairman Kwan is willing to help develop Ju Hyun's skills because he thinks Ju Hyun should go out into the wider world. Chairman Kwan once again invites him to work under him. Instantly, Ju Hyun stared intently at President Kwan. Even Ju Hyun pointed his sword. It was because Ju Hyun heard Chairman Kwan who said he worked under him, even though he had previously invited him to work together. According to Ju Hyun, those words already showed his bad intentions. Instead of working together, Chairman Kwan just wanted to take advantage of Ju Hyun. Chairman Kwan admitted that he just wanted to offer. Chairman Kwan felt that he had more to offer than Ju Hyun, so he thought it would be good if Ju Hyun worked for him, which would also benefit Ju Hyun. According to him, there is nothing wrong with investors expecting something in return, because in principle, in this world there are givers and receivers. Hearing the words of Chairman Kwan made Ju Hyun annoyed and cursed in his mind. President Kwan persuaded Jo Haeon and told him to think about this carefully, because if Jo Haeon wants to collect relics, then he will often face scary situations like this, so he will definitely have trouble if he is alone. President Kwan continues to provoke Jo Haeon so that his emotions peak, until finally Jo Haeon slashed Chairman Kwan's neck with his sword. Jo Haeon felt unable to listen to the old man's nonsense. Jo Haeon still remembered the time when Qin Shi Huang's ageless plant fell into his hands in the past, where Chairman Kwan treated Jo Haeon very cruelly using the lure of medicine. However, the blood spurted back into President Kwan's body again. He smiled slyly at Jo Haeon. The scars also reattached as before. The power of the defense relic that President Kwan had was very disgusting to Jo Haeon. The body of Achilles dipped in the river Styx is a god-level defense relic. Achilles was a warrior in Greek legend. His mother was a sea goddess named Thetis, while his father was a human named Peleus. Thetis wanted her son to be immortal like her. Therefore, Thetis held her son's heel and dipped him into the river Styx. Although Achilles' body became very strong, the heel that his mother held became the man's weakness. Then Achilles finally died because his heel was hit by an arrow. If this is indeed the Achilles relic, Jo Haeon is sure that Chairman Kwan also has a weakness. But the problem is, Jo Haeon doesn't know where he is. Even his split neck could come back again. By showing the relic, President Kwan hopes that Jo Haeon will realize that he is beneath him. Although President Kwan recognizes Jo Haeon's superiority, he doesn't think he can win over him. Chairman Kwan says that he will not ask Jo Haeon to fight, but he wants the two of them to work together. Jo Haeon laughed mockingly at him. Then he summoned Muramasa to exert all his strength. Seo Jo Haeon will rebel against Chairman Kwan. Jo Haeon admits that working with him is a very good choice, but unfortunately, Jo Haeon doesn't feel interested at all. Then, Seo Jo Haeon said sarcastically that he didn't want to because he didn't like Chairman Kwan's face. Hearing his words made President Kwan very emotional and furious. Muramasa is the ultimate weapon for rebellion. The higher the level of the opponent, the stronger the Muramasa will become. Jo Haeon challenged him to see if Chairman Kwan's mouth would shut if his Muramasa used its full power. President Kwan's expression was panicked. He didn't expect Jo Haeon to go this far. Without further ado, Jo Haeon immediately slashed his sword repeatedly at Chairman Kwan until his whole body was covered in blood. There was great chaos in that place. Seo Jo Haeon used Muramasa with full dominance power to attack the old man. Although Seo Jo Haeon could use more power this way, but this technique could make the relic destroyed. The old man even asked why he was willing to do all this. Actually, his question was not wrong. Seo Jo Haeon admitted that his actions like this were very reckless. But Seo Jo Haeon did not want to let his opponent go free. Seo Jo Haeon is very unwilling. Sensing a threat, the old man's conquering relic became indeterminate. It was dangerous if it got carried away by the current. Seo Jo Haeon was able to partially return the attack by using the relic of Hammurabi's law code. Jo Haeon also gave one more attack to the old man. Finally, the relic of the code of Hammurabi was also damaged. The two of them continued to fight, until finally the old man Kwan was slammed into the wall at the back. He appeared to be in a dying condition. The Achilles relic and the Conqueror relic ended up badly damaged. Perhaps the old man wouldn't be able to use them for a while. However, Seo Jo Haeon's Muramasa was also completely destroyed and damaged. Seeing the old man who was still breathing, Seo Jo Haeon felt annoyed and irritated. Even though Seo Jo Haeon had tried this hard, the old man was still not dead. Not long after, a man who was Seo Jo Haeon's subordinate came up to him. Jo Haeon just realized that they were still alive. When the man looked in front of him where there was Chairman Kwan, he was surprised and thought it was a corpse. Jo Haeon explained that he was still alive, even though he wanted him to be a corpse. Suddenly, the man stares at Jo Haeon with a horrified look. Jo Haeon leaves Chairman Kwan in that place because he thinks that this person will definitely stay in the hospital for a long time. Then they left there to find something to eat. There was a reporter who was presenting a news broadcast. He told us that there was a strange phenomenon that had just happened, where many witnesses said they had seen strange creatures. The witness recounted what he had seen in a panic. He said that he saw a corpse emerging from the ground. The creature looked like a mummy usually found in movies. The witness also said that there were people using superpowers from strange objects. Meanwhile, Seoju Hyun looked relaxed eating his noodles while watching the news. Beside him were also his men who were watching the news together. All channels were talking about what happened to Seoju Hyun earlier. Ju Hyun is sure that now the whole world will know about relics. Instantly, his men immediately looked behind him where there were many objects there. He guessed if it was the relic referred to by Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun said that the world will be devastated. From now on, people with good relics will be the rulers of the world. There was noise from Ju Hyun's relics. They criticized Seoju Hyun for taking care of them. The blonde man realized that Ju Hyun's relics were all damaged. But Ju Hyun seemed to be still relaxed while sipping his noodles. Ju Hyun felt there was still a way out of the problem, because he had a useful acquaintance. Then Ju Hyun took out a cell phone from his pocket and immediately contacted someone. Not long after, the phone call was connected. Hearing Ju Hyun, who was fluent in English, his men were surprised and did not expect it. From behind the phone, Ju Hyun was calling someone named Irene. Ju Hyun told Irene that he had found a way to remove his curse. Irene, who heard the news, looked very happy. However, Ju Hyun was actually lying to that woman, but it wasn't entirely a lie. According to Ju Hyun, if his business ended well, he would also find a way to release the curse. Then Ju Hyun explained to Irene that they only had to find someone. Ju Hyun asked Irene to help him find that person. Irene happily agreed to help Ju Hyun and asked who that person was. That person is Yu Jae-ha, who is a relic restoration specialist. All relics can be destroyed if they reach their limit or are overused. Once destroyed, the relic cannot be restored. However, there is a type of relic that has the ability to repair damaged relics. The owner of that type of relic is called a relic restoration expert. Among those experts, Yu Jae-ha is the best. He was one of the people who monopolized relics and was dubbed as the king of swindlers. In the end, he also worked under Chairman Kwan. He was a member of the same tomb looting team as Seoju Hyun. Now Seoju Hyun must be able to make Yu Jae-ha his subordinate, because then the damage to the relic will not be a problem for Seoju Hyun. Noon in a suburban park. Seoju Hyun, who was with his men, was waiting there. They had been waiting for a long time. Ju Hyun also chuckled because he thought the woman had forgotten the appointment time. The blonde subordinate asked Seoju Hyun who he really wanted to find to do something like this. Ju Hyun told him that he was looking for Yu Jae-ha. The man looked surprised. He thought that Ju Hyun could take care of all the relics himself. That was confirmed by Ju Hyun. However, according to him, restoration relics are difficult to find. Seoju Hyun explained that most of the restored relics went into the art group. In order to get those relics, Ju Hyun needed a huge amount of approaching effort. It was so difficult that Ju Hyun could not do it. Therefore, he had to find someone who could control him. Moments later, there was a helicopter flying right over the park. It turned out to be the helicopter that delivered Irene. Suddenly, they immediately looked up to see her. They were very surprised and did not expect it. Irene got off the helicopter and greeted Seoju Hyun with a big smile. Irene apologized to him for being late. Even though their place is not far away, Irene admits that her trip was really messed up. Seoju Hyun's men immediately retreated to the back. He realized that the woman's class was different, seeing her using a private helicopter. Then Ju Hyun immediately invited her to a cafe so they could talk comfortably. At a cafe not far from the park, Irene and Seoju Hyun sat facing each other, while his men sat at a little distance from the two of them. Irene asked Ju Hyun about the person he was looking for. Ju Hyun said that he was looking for a Korean named Yu Jae-ha. However, Irene did not know him, and she had never heard the name. Ju Hyun tolerated it because Yu Jae-ha often used a pseudonym. Then Ju Hyun asked Irene if she knew anyone who collected art. Instantly, Irene remembered her brother who liked to buy art. Her brother also likes to gather with people who have similar hobbies. Hearing that, Ju Hyun thought that her brother might have met Yu Jae-ha. Then Ju Hyun showed Irene a photo of Yu Jae-ha on his cell phone. Ju Hyun asked Irene to ask her brother about this person. Irene immediately grabbed Ju Hyun's cell phone and observed Yoo Jae-ha's figure carefully. Judging by her expression, the woman looked like she recognized the figure. Irene told him that the person was the one who had deceived her brother a month ago. Instantly, Ju Hyun, who was drinking, became choked and spit it out again. He was very surprised to hear Irene's words. Irene said that some time ago, she had met Yoo Jae-ha at her parents' house. The impression of Yoo Jae-ha was good enough that Irene remembered it. That's why Irene was also surprised to find out that her brother had been cheated by this person. Irene's brother bought a famous painting from him, but it turned out to be a fake. There were 20 people who bought the exact same painting as her brother. Seo Ju Hyun frowned. He thinks it's appropriate that Yoo Jae-ha is called the king of swindlers. It turns out that he has been cheating since this time. Then Irene admitted that her family could not find this person. Jo Haeun was surprised and asked what the reason was. Instantly, Irene's face became compassionate. She had heard that the man was dead. When caught cheating by Irene's brother's acquaintance, her brother and friends immediately chased this person. Either because the car was broken down or driving too fast, the con man's car hit a road divider and went into a ravine. Irene had also heard that the police had declared him dead. But Seo Ju Hyun didn't just believe it. He thought that it was impossible. Ju Hyun thought that maybe now Yoo Jae-ha's age was still 26 years old. While their first meeting took place 5 years in the future, Ju Hyun was very sure that Yoo Jae-ha was not dead, but it immediately crossed his mind that the future could have changed. If Ju Hyun thinks again, not all events go the same as before he died. During the tomb disaster, the Indian relic should have appeared, but now the Egyptian relic appeared instead. All the things that happened did not go the same as his past. That made Ju Hyun a little upset. Even though Ju Hyun really needs the ability of Yoo Jae-ha, Seo Ju Hyun decided to keep looking for that man. Hearing Ju Hyun's words, Irene becomes surprised because she thinks that the man might still be alive. Seo Ju Hyun told her that Yoo Jae-ha was a very strong figure, so there might still be hope. It's nighttime in a hospital. Chairman Kwan is lying on a hospital bed with his body in poor condition. His hands and feet were in casts due to broken bones. He looked very upset because the news that appeared continued to discuss the funeral some time ago. Chairman Kwan continues to grumble, even though he has tried hard to keep the existence of the relic a secret. According to him, all of this is because of Seo Ju Hyun. At once, Chairman Kwan rebelled because he was annoyed with his body that had not healed, even though he really wanted to kill Seo Ju Hyun. At the same time, an old man suddenly came into his room. The old man was Edward. Then Edward told the bodyguards to come out because he wanted to talk one-on-one with Chairman Kwan. Edward then sat on the sofa next to Chairman Kwan's bed. Then said that he did not expect Chairman Kwan to have made such a big fuss, even to the point of making such a large tomb appear. Chairman Kwan claimed that it was just an accident. He even swore that he didn't know there was a tomb at the airport. But his words won't change the fact that the tomb appeared after he used the relic. Edward also warned him to be careful for a while, because all his clients were furious. Suddenly, Chairman Kwan is dumbfounded to realize that the rumor has spread. Casually, while pouring wine into a glass, Edward admitted that most of the rumors came from him. Chairman Kwan was not expecting that, and asked why he was telling people about it. As an arms dealer and information seller, Edward had to provide accurate information to gain trust. According to Edward, if he made a mistake, then he must make up for it. There was a furious expression from Chairman Kwan, who heard Edward's reasoning. Then Edward asked why Chairman Kwan still hadn't recovered yet. Edward thought that Chairman Kwan had a relic of immortality. Chairman Kwan also doesn't know for sure why the relic isn't working. He thought that it might be because the relic was damaged. Chairman Kwan immediately grumbled because he remembered Seo Ju Hyun's figure again. Edward finds Seo Ju Hyun's figure very interesting because he can make the relic of immortality malfunction. Then Edward got up from his seat while telling President Kwan to just fix the broken relic. But President Kwan doesn't think it can be done. Edward will introduce him to a relic restoration expert. Edward will also deal with President Kwan if President Kwan has collected many relics. Then Edward left the room. Chairman Kwan just stared with an annoyed look at Edward. After leaving the room, Edward told his men to investigate the person named Seoju Hyun. His men immediately accepted his orders. The flickering lights of the capital's tall buildings adorned the nighttime atmosphere. In one of the apartments, there was a man sitting at his desk. That man is Yu Jae-ha. Not long after that, his cell phone rang, indicating an incoming call. Yu Jae-ha, who was focused on doing his work, became distracted. However, when he saw that the call was from Mr. Edward, Yu Jae-ha immediately picked it up. Edward did not think that Yu Jae-ha would immediately pick up the phone from him, because it was not like usual where Edward was very difficult to contact him. According to him, if a Yu Jae-ha picks up the phone quickly, it means he doesn't have money. Hearing that, Yu Jae-ha just chuckled. Edward recognized Yu Jae-ha very well. Yu Jae-ha told him that he was recently caught cheating, so now he was pretending to be dead. His car was destroyed, and his money ran out to tell people to shut up. What's more, Yu Jae-ha also can't go out now, so he feels like going crazy. Hearing that story, Edward laughed at him. Not only goods, now Yu Jae-ha could also fake his death as well. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Edward spoke straight to the point. Edward told her that there was a client who needed relic restoration. However, Yu Jae-ha refused because he thought the job was too difficult. But Edward reminded him that finding money was not easy. Then he told him that this client was an important person, namely the president of TKBM named Kwon Tae-jun. Hearing this, Yu Jae-ha was immediately stunned. Instantly, he was overjoyed because he thought the pay must be very large. Finally, Yu Jae-ha accepted it without thinking twice. The next day, Seoju Hyun and his men arrived at an art gallery. It was the place Irene had told him about. The blonde man doubted if the person Ju Hyun was looking for was still alive. But Seoju Hyun was very sure that the man would not die that easily. Then they went straight into it. They walked over to the information desk where there was a woman guarding it. Ju Hyun asked the woman and immediately asked for Yu Jae-ha's whereabouts. Instantly, the woman was surprised. Then she informed him that the director was not here. His men immediately kicked the table and threatened the woman not to lie. Suddenly, the woman became shocked. Immediately, Ju Hyun picks his subordinate's ear for his actions. Ju Hyun reminded him that their arrival here was to deceive Yu Jae-ha, so he had to use his brain. Then Ju Hyun returned to chatting with the woman and apologized for the incident just now. The woman explained to them that the director had died in a car accident not long ago. Without further ado, Ju Hyun immediately put a bag in front of the woman. Then Ju Hyun acted as if he was sad for Yu Jae-ha's death, because he did not know what to do with the items in this bag. Out of curiosity, the woman finally opened the bag. How surprised the woman was to see many relics inside. It was clear that the woman's facial expression was very stunned to see Seoju Hyun's relics. Now it's time for Ju Hyun to cast the fishing hook. Then Seoju Hyun asked the woman to fix the precious relics. Ju Hyun says that he doesn't mind if it's not Yu Jae-ha who fixes it. Ju Hyun pretended to praise the woman's prowess because she was Yu Jae-ha's subordinate. He did that so that she would accept him. Instantly, the woman felt hesitant and confused. Finally, she asked Ju Hyun for permission to go to the toilet for a while. Ju Hyun had expected it to be like this. That woman is Yoon Min-hee, who is Yu Jae-ha's assistant. She was just as greedy as Yu Jae-ha. Ju Hyun was sure that after seeing this many relics, the woman would definitely report to her superiors. That shows Yu Jae-ha is still alive. In the bathroom stall, Yoon Min-hee secretly calls Yu Jae-ha to tell him about the relic she just saw. Yoon Min-hee explains to him that someone came to ask for the restoration of the relic. Without thinking, Yu Jae-ha immediately ordered her to refuse because now she already had a job with the TKBM company. But the woman explained again to Yu Jae-ha that the person brought more than 10 relics. Moreover, among the relics there were also high-level relics from Egypt. Yu Jae-ha was instantly intrigued. Then he smiled slyly and realized that they had to earn pocket money too. Finally, Yu Jae-ha accepted the offer and told Yoon Min-hee to bring the relics to the restoration room. Yu Jae-ha will be there soon. Yu Jae-ha planned to make a fake relic and exchange it. After a while, Yoon Min-hee finally returned to the front desk to meet Seoju Hyun. She agreed to Ju Hyun's offer to restore the relics. Then Yoon Min-hee asked permission to bring the relics to the restoration room for inspection. Ju Hyun happily allowed it. However, His men who were behind Ju Haeon were surprised why his boss just allowed it. The man immediately whispered to Ju Haeon and expressed his concern if the relic would be taken away by them, but Seo Ju Haeon seemed very relaxed and just gave a smile to his men. Then Yoon Minhee handed over a piece of paper which was the fee offer letter and the agreement. Ju Haeon tells his men that they must provide good bait in order to make a big catch. Ju Haeon will take this as a gamble, whether their plan will succeed or fail. There was a twinkle of light on the relic. Yu Jae-ha, who saw it, immediately felt amazed. According to him, this is a very extraordinary relic. Moreover, among the relics there are high-level relics. Yoon Minhee expressed her fear that they would be discovered. Yu Jae-ha can ensure that they won't get caught again. Then Yu Jae-ha told the woman to keep an eye on them, while he would make a replica quickly. This was an easy matter for Yu Jae-ha because he had a relic in his hand. Then he immediately prepared the materials. The rare level guardianship relic that is a rank B relic is the relic owned by Yu Jae-ha, the secret signature of the fake painter that shook the world. He will use the relic to make a replica of Seo Ju Haeon's relic. Then he will take the original relic away. By touching the secret signature, the owner of the relic can make a replica of the relic. Not only the appearance, the replica relic can also follow the original function. The replica Yu Jae-ha made will also have the special aura of the original relic for 12 hours. No one will notice the difference before the aura time runs out and disappears, except Seo Ju Haeon, because this is his second life. Seo Ju Haeon's men who were looking at the price offer looked very surprised. He didn't expect the price for relic repair to be that expensive. Each scratch is priced at 10 million won. According to him, this fall into the category of extortion, but Ju Haeon looked casual, because he wasn't going to pay it anyway. After a while, the woman finally returned with Ju Haeon's backpack. The woman apologized to Ju Haeon and admitted that she could not fix the relic because the damage was very severe. Then Ju Haeon opened the bag and saw the relic inside. Instantly, Ju Haeon threw the bag until the relic scattered. Ju Haeon was furious because he knew that the woman had exchanged his relics for fake relics. Suddenly, Yoon Minhee shuddered in horror. Ju Haeon threatened the woman to scare her, until finally Yoon Minhee pointed towards the restoration room and told that his original relic was in the room. Yoon Minhee admitted that she was not the one who forged it. From behind the door there was Yu Jae-ha, who was eavesdropping. He heard a big commotion going on outside. He didn't expect that person to know about it. Not long after, the door of the room was broken so that Yu Jae-ha, who was behind it, bounced back. Finally, they found Yu Jae-ha's whereabouts there. Instantly, Seo Ju Haeon immediately took out the rope relic to tie Yu Jae-ha's body. Yu Jae-ha continued to rebel and told Ju Haeon to release him. Then Ju Haeon asked where the original relic was. Yu Jae-ha immediately told him that the relic was in the safe. Then Ju Haeon immediately walked to the safe and entered Yu Jae-ha's safe password. Yu Jae-ha was confused as to how the man knew the password to his safe. Yu Jae-ha accused Ju Haeon of intentionally coming to do this to him. After putting his relic back into the backpack, Ju Haeon walked over to Yu Jae-ha, whose body was still in a bound position. Ju Haeon did not expect to see Yu Jae-ha's condition, which was very chaotic. Seo Ju Haeon found out that Yu Jae-ha was not originally a person like this. Previously, Yu Jae-ha lived a good life as a talented painter. Not only well, Yu Jae-ha even received a scholarship at a famous university in America. But the painting style that he had developed for so long was taken away by others. The thief was his own teacher. That person was Jang Richard. Jang Richard became a world-famous painter because of the style of paintings he stole. Although Yu Jae-ha continued to fight back, his struggle never succeeded. Yu Jae-ha, who did not yet have a name in the art world, lost his career due to rumors of alleged plagiarism. From then on, Yu Jae-ha's life changed. He started using his extraordinary talent to cheat. Then a forgery relic approached him. The relic gave Yu Jae-ha help to become a swindler. Although Yu Jae-ha was still sane, Ju Haeon realized that his persuasion would definitely not work on the man. Seeing Yu Jae-ha, who kept yelling and annoying, Jo Haeon had no intention of persuading him. Ju Haeon will use a little forceful way. Then Jo Haeon took out his relic and showed Yu Jae-ha. Jo Haeon explained that it was a Shakespeare pen where all things would materialize just by writing with that pen. Jo Haeon threatened Yu Jae-ha that he would write his death in a sadistic way. Hearing that made Yu Jaeha shiver with fear. Yu Jaeha immediately apologized to him and promised not to collect the restoration fee from him. He was willing to be submissive and begged not to kill himself. Seeing the response from Yu Jaeha, Ju Hyun considered the results quite satisfactory. But that was not what Ju Hyun really wanted. Ju Hyun wanted Yu Jaeha to sign the agreement with him. Yu Jaeha reluctantly followed his orders and signed a contract. You can see Yu Jaeha crying because he just signed a slave contract. But Ju Hyun called it an exclusive contract. Yu Jaeha immediately left while protesting that it made no difference. There is no restoration fee, must come whenever called, cannot accept work from others, and cannot resist. According to him, it was clear that it was all a slave contract. Then when he broke the contract, Yu Jaeha would be punished by the relics of Hammurabi. Then Ju Hyun pointed at the three men and said that they would tell Yu Jaeha because they were the same victims. Ju Hyun told Yu Jaeha to read the contract to the end because there were also good points in the contract. The contract fee was $60 million. Then Ju Hyun will also give a bonus for every relic that Yu Jaeha repairs. Moreover, for the duration of the contract, the first party would be responsible for all the second party's clothing, food, and shelter. In other words, Ju Hyun would be responsible for him. But still Yu Jaeha could not accept that. Then Yu Jaeha pointed at the three men who were in the same boat as him. Yu Jaeha asked them if they were willing to follow all the contracts that would be fatal if they betrayed later. Then, Yu Jaeha immediately ran away, while saying that this contract was invalid. Jo Hyun ordered his men to arrest the man, but Jo Hyun warned them not to treat him harshly. Although Ju Hyun has bound him with a contract, but Ju Hyun still has to get his heart first. Ju Hyun realizes that he can't push him with his strength, because Yu Jaeha is the one who will take care of the god-level relic later. Yu Jaeha ran fast while trying to contact Chairman Kwan. Yu Jaeha immediately asked about the relic he wanted to repair. Then the two of them began to discuss the transaction in detail. When Yu Jaeha and Chairman Kwan were about to start discussing the transaction, Chairman Kwan suddenly heard a commotion. Seo Ju Hyun and his men found Yu Jaeha and arrested him. Realizing that Yu Jaeha was calling someone, Seo Ju Hyun immediately took his cell phone and saw who the man was calling. Ju Hyun finally found out that the person Yu Jaeha was calling was President Kwan. Then Ju Hyun greeted him. Chairman Kwan did not expect to hear the voice, which was Ju Hyun's voice. Then Ju Hyun told him that Yu Jaeha is now his personal restoration expert. Ju Hyun told President Kwan to find another one. This made Chairman Kwan furious, because again, Seo Ju Hyun was acting up to him. Chairman Kwan also rebelled on the hospital bed. Yu Jaeha was angry at Ju Hyun for interfering in his affairs. Ju Hyun called Yu Jaeha stupid for wanting to work for Chairman Kwan of TKBM. He reminds Yu Jaeha not to choose the wrong handle. Ju Hyun explains to her that Kwan Tae-jun is a bad person. Ju Hyun also convinces her that she should be on his side. But Yu Jaeha couldn't trust and work under Seo Ju Hyun because they just suddenly came intruding into his office. Yu Jaeha looked very angry at Seo Ju Hyun. At this rate, Seo Ju Hyun will have to persuade him in other ways. Then Seo Ju Hyun took a chair and sat in front of Yu Jaeha. Seo Ju Hyun invited him to chat quietly. Seo Ju Hyun introduced himself formally and informed that he was the new excavation team leader. Seo Ju Hyun gave his trust to Yu Jaeha for the relic restoration. After that, Seo Ju Hyun gave Yu Jaeha the opportunity to take turns introducing himself. But Yu Jaeha was annoyed. He doesn't think it's important to get acquainted like this. Seo Ju Hyun said that the reason they were introduced like this was because Yu Jaeha was very wary of him. Since Yu Jaeha didn't introduce herself, Ju Hyun picked up a notebook that was on the table. Seo Ju Hyun read the writing inside. He said that Yu Jaeha was an art student studying abroad. Then Seo Ju Hyun mentioned the fake painting. Yu Jaeha was angry with him and denied it. Ju Hyun told him that the rumors had spread everywhere. Ju Hyun even mentioned it about Yu Jaeha copying other people's work and mentioned the name of the artist, Jang Richard. That provoked Yu Jaeha's emotions. Instantly, Yu Jaeha got up and made a fist to give a punch to Ju Hyun. Yu Jaeha told him that it was that damn Jang Richard who followed his painting style. With quick reflexes, Ju Hyun immediately held the man's hand. According to Ju Hyun, copying a painting style is not an easy thing. It was confirmed by Yu Jae-ha. He himself was confused why Jong Richard could follow his paintings over and over again. Even Jong Richard can draw painting ideas that are still in his mind. It was as if Jong Richard could read the contents of his head. But if Yu Jae-ha thought about it again, it was very unlikely. Seo Ju Hyun immediately denied it and said that it could happen. Yu Jae-ha should have understood, since she also uses relics. Ju Hyun tells Yu Jae-ha that Jang Richard is a relic user. The relic that Jang Richard has can turn him into anything he wants. The relic can copy knowledge to abilities. Hearing that, Yu Jae-ha didn't seem to believe it, but Ju Hyun convinced the man because his knowledge of relics was quite extensive. Then Seo Ju Hyun made an offer to Yu Jae-ha. Ju Hyun is willing to restore the painting style and reputation that Jang Richard took away from him. But in return, Yu Jae-ha must become his personal restoration expert. Yu Jae-ha was instantly stunned. He was silent for a long time thinking about it. Ju Hyun was sure that that was what Yu Jae-ha wanted. Ju Hyun thought that the man would not refuse this very attractive offer. Yu Jae-ha asked for time for him to think before deciding. Ju Hyun already knew that Yu Jae-ha would definitely meet with Kwon Tae-jun. Suddenly, Yu Jae-ha became surprised. With a stammering tone, Yu Jae-ha denied it. But Ju Hyun didn't bother. Then he threw his relic to Yu Jae-ha to defend himself, because he knew he would still come to him too. Then Ju Hyun said goodbye and reminded him to take good care of himself. No matter what, Yu Jae-ha will not choose him. Even if the offer is the same, President Kwon is 100 times better. That's what was in Yu Jae-ha's mind. The next day, Yu Jae-ha went straight to see Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. Without further ado, Yu Jae-ha immediately discussed their agreement. Yu Jae-ha confirmed whether Chairman Kwon knew the figure of Jang Richard. Chairman Kwon replied that he recognized Jang Richard, who was a world-famous painter. Yu Jae-ha told him that the man had stolen his painting style and used relics to follow his paintings so that he gained popularity from it. Then Yu Jae-ha is frank that he wants Chairman Kwon to reveal his crime. Yu Jae-ha will cooperate with him if Chairman Kwon agrees to that. President Kwon immediately laughed at Yu Jae-ha's words. This was very interesting to him. Yu Jae-ha had chosen the wrong person. Then Chairman Kwon told his men to call Jang Richard. Chairman Kwon told the incident directly to Jang Richard. Instantly, Yu Jae-ha was stunned to realize this. It turns out that Seo Ju Hyun let Yu Jae-ha meet the old man because he knew the cooperation between them would not work. That's because Chairman Kwon is close to Jang Richard. Not just ordinary friends, they will both become core members of Pandora, the relic monopoly group. Yu Jae-ha felt like he was betrayed by him. He seemed to be holding back tears in front of them. Then President Kwon explains to Yu Jae-ha that his relationship with Jang Richard is very good. At that moment, Yu Jae-ha decided to cancel their cooperation. Yu Jae-ha immediately turned around and wanted to leave him. But suddenly Chairman Kwon's men blocked Yu Jae-ha and attacked him. Chairman Kwon will force Yu Jae-ha to repair the relic. Yu Jae-ha just realized that they were mafia. Instantly, Yu Jae-ha remembered if he had a relic given by Seo Ju Hyun. Without thinking, Yu Jae-ha immediately took it out and pointed it at them. The atmosphere became silent instantly and nothing happened there. The relic was useless. At the same time, when Yu Jae-ha began to break up, Seo Ju Hyun appeared like a hero. Ju Hyun was sure that Yu Jae-ha would immediately be on his side. Ju Hyun glanced at Yu Jae-ha. If you look at Yu Jae-ha's expression, Seo Ju Hyun is absolutely sure that Yu Jae-ha has fallen in love with him. Yu Jae-ha looked shocked at the events before his eyes, while Seo Ju Hyun stood gallantly after beating the villain. Seo Ju Hyun told Yu Jae-ha that his presence was to save him. There was a look of anger on Chairman Kwon's face because Seo Ju Hyun was bothering him again. Seo Ju Hyun smiled sarcastically at him as he greeted Chairman Kwon, who had not seen him for a long time. Seo Ju Hyun claimed that he did not want to make a scene with him, but only wanted to bring Yu Jae-ha. Currently, Seo Ju Hyun cannot fight because all his relics are damaged. Chairman Kwon immediately yelled at his men to immediately arrest Seo Ju Hyun. Suddenly, the men got up from their places and prepared to carry out the boss's orders. Finally, Seo Ju Hyun took out his pen relic. Seeing that made Yu Jae-ha surprised and widened his eyes. Seoju Hyun will write to make them all suffer pain before dying. Seoju Hyun will let them feel it. In the evening at Seoju Hyun's residence, Yoo Jae-ha asked what he should do now. Seoju Hyun told him to fix the relic. Then Seoju Hyun brought a large bag containing relics to Yoo Jae-ha's presence. Seeing it made Yoo Jae-ha very surprised. He thought the relics were too much for him. Yoo Jae-ha couldn't believe he had to fix all those relics. Yoo Jae-ha wanted to do a normal job. Yoo Jae-ha protested to Seoju Hyun and thought that this was like a scam. You can see Yoo Jae-ha who continues to rebel because he refuses to do it. Yoo Jae-ha really hates it, even though Seoju Hyun is younger than him. Instantly, Seoju Hyun immediately gave a punch to the man. Seoju Hyun threatened Yoo Jae-ha to get up and do his job. Yoo Jae-ha's face looked bruised from the attack. Inevitably, Yoo Jae-ha finally obeyed his orders. Seoju Hyun insisted that Yoo Jae-ha must repair the relic in 3 days. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha was surprised. It's impossible for him to fix it all in 3 days, while there are too many relics. Yoo Jae-ha said that he needed more than 1 month. Seoju Hyun knew the man was just making excuses. But Yoo Jae-ha insisted that it would take a long time because it was obvious that the relics were abnormal. Yoo Jae-ha explained that the relic looked like it would break, so it was difficult to repair. But Seoju Hyun thinks that Yoo Jae-ha is lying too much. Seoju Hyun knew that Yoo Jae-ha could fix this for 1 week. So Seoju Hyun emphasized that Yoo Jae-ha should do his best. Seoju Hyun will prove that he can repair that one relic quickly. Yoo Jae-ha was not convinced by his statement. According to Yoo Jae-ha, the restoration relic cannot repair itself. Then Yoo Jae-ha gave it to Seoju Hyun for him to try. Seoju Hyun observed it carefully. According to him, it was a rank B that came from Korea. Seoju Hyun wondered how much durability was left, and what if he wore it? Hearing Seoju Hyun, who talked a lot, made Yoo Jae-ha annoyed. Then, Seoju Jae-ha told him to do it immediately. If Seoju Hyun fails, then Yoo Jae-ha will fix 1 relic every month. Then Seoju Hyun asked the opposite, what if he succeeded? Yoo Jae-ha will be willing to repair relics without the need to be paid. Yoo Jae-ha dared to offer that decision because Yoo Jae-ha was very confident that Seoju Hyun would not succeed. There was a sly smile on the corner of Seoju Hyun's lips. Once again, Seoju Hyun reminded him to keep his word. A few moments later in the repair room, you can see the expression on Yoo Jae-ha's face, who was very surprised at Seoju Hyun's speed in repairing the relic. Yoo Jae-ha panicked and did not expect it. It didn't take long before Seoju Hyun finally managed to fix it. Yoo Jae-ha held his head and his mouth gaped wide like a very frustrated person. Yoo Jae-ha thought it was impossible. Seoju Hyun could do it better than Yoo Jae-ha, who was an expert in the field. Yoo Jae-ha thought it would be better if Seoju Hyun did it himself. Then Seoju Hyun gave him Yoo Jae-ha's relic and invited him to examine it. It was not Seoju Hyun who repaired it, but because they had a high affinity. Sure enough, after Seoju Hyun wore it, it reduced the durability a lot. Yoo Jae-ha recognized his greatness. Yoo Jae-ha can't even match his greatness. Yoo Jae-ha thought Seoju Hyun was wishing on the wrong person. Then Seoju Hyun pulled Yoo Jae-ha and directed him to sit on a chair. Seoju Hyun ordered him to do his work immediately. Now that Yoo Jae-ha is immature, Seoju Hyun will wait for him in the future. Seoju Hyun reminds Yoo Jae-ha that if he doesn't work hard, then he will still be like this. Yoo Jae-ha was left alone in the room. Then, not long after, there was an incoming phone call. Realizing this, Yoo Jae-ha immediately took the cell phone that was in his pocket. It appears that the name of the phone call is Edward. Seoju Hyun walked into the living room and asked his men about the progress of the plants. The man reported that the plants were growing well. Instantly, a system notification appeared informing him that Seoju Hyun had gained a new skill. Seoju Hyun got the relic restoration skill. Seoju Hyun wondered why he could get such a skill. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha comes out after Seoju Hyun. Yoo Jae-ha gave his cell phone to Seoju Hyun and told him that there was someone who wanted to talk to him. Out of curiosity, Seoju Hyun immediately took the cell phone and talked to the caller. Hearing from the voice behind the phone, Seoju Hyun could already tell that it was Edward. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha was dumbfounded and did not expect Seoju Hyun to know Edward's figure. But Seoju Hyun thought that there was no one who did not know him who was the king of wealth. Edward is a British investor who has great influence in the relic market. Maybe now Edward is playing as an intermediary for relic users. Seoju Hyun is sure that that person must have important information. There are many people shedding blood for that information. Edward did not expect that Seoju Hyun would recognize him. He thinks this is getting interesting. Then Edward said that he was interested in Seoju Hyun, who had an extraordinary talent for being able to mess with Kwan. Edward offers Seoju Hyun whether he wants to work with him. Of course, Edward will give him a very good offer. But Seoju Hyun rejected it firmly. Seoju Hyun said that he was not interested at all. Edward insisted that Seoju Hyun would not regret joining him. Then Seoju Hyun asked about his job and also what pay he would get. Edward did not expect Seoju Hyun to respond so quickly. Then Edward explained the details to Seoju Hyun. Edward explained that a tomb appeared in the government office in China. If Seoju Hyun joins, then Edward will be willing to pay billions. If he managed to get the relic, it would be taken by the Chinese side. But Edward told him to give the relic to himself. If the mission was successful, then Edward would treat Seoju Hyun as a VIP customer. However, Seoju Hyun is not a fool who can be easily deceived. Seoju Hyun asked Edward who had ordered him. The look on Edward's face became panicked. Seoju Hyun emphasized that he was not an amateur. Seoju Hyun knew everything about him. Seoju Hyun was sure that Edward must be lying about the Chinese government. Once again, Seoju Hyun firmly asked Edward who had ordered him. More precisely, who would cooperate with Seoju Hyun. Edward finally came out and said that this was a request from General Kira Clark. Suddenly, Seoju Hyun widened his eyes after hearing that name. Seoju Hyun really did not expect it. Kira Clark is the general manager of the relic researcher as well as the general of the United States. Kira Clark was a terrible woman with the title of War King. Of course, Seoju Hyun didn't want to work for her. When Seoju Hyun was about to reject the offer, Edward suddenly told him something even more surprising. Edward said that Kira Clark wanted to collect a relic called the Maple Relic. It was a relic that appeared in the tomb. Seoju Hyun realized that the person already had the relic map and also needed one of them. So Edward once again confirmed whether Seoju Hyun wanted to do it. There was a big smile on Seoju Hyun's lips. Very confidently, Seoju Hyun decided that he would accept the offer. A new private jet took off and flew over the city. Inside the airplane was Yoo Jae-ha, who protested to Seoju Hyun to explain all of this. Yoo Jae-ha still doesn't know why they are traveling on business so soon. But Seoju Hyun seemed to respond casually and told him that someone asked him to do it. However, according to Yoo Jae-ha, it's too soon to get on the plane after Seoju Hyun hung up earlier. Then Seoju Hyun told him to be quiet and not to make a scene. Not long after, a beautiful blonde woman came to greet Seoju Hyun. The woman said that they would arrive on time because this was a VIP plane. Yoo Jae-ha's face looked stunned at the beauty of the woman in front of him. But if you look closely, Yoo Jae-ha feels his face is familiar, as if he has seen it before. Then Seoju Hyun told Yoo Jae-ha to greet the woman who had given them a ride. Immediately, Yoo Jae-ha bowed and greeted the woman in a friendly manner. The woman answered his greeting and called Yoo Jae-ha a cheater. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha was very surprised to hear it. After that, Seoju Hyun told him that the woman was Irene Holton. Seoju Hyun was sure that Yoo Jae-ha felt familiar with that name. So, Seoju Hyun advised Yoo Jae-ha to say something if he had something to say, because from now on, they would be partners. Yoo Jae-ha apologizes earnestly to Irene and admits his mistake of deceiving her brother. Yoo Jae-ha begged her not to tell George Holton. Then Seoju Hyun took advantage of the opportunity by persuading Irene to tell Yoo Jae-ha to immediately repair the relic. Realizing that, Yoo Jae-ha becomes furious with Seoju Hyun, who continues to offend him. Irene explained that Seoju Hyun was her important business partner. In exchange for keeping the secret from her brother, Irene asked Yoo Jae-ha to help Seoju Hyun well. Finally, Yoo Jae-ha will follow his orders. Then Seoju Hyun invited Irene to learn to use the relic with him. Irene looked surprised to hear that. Seoju Hyun said that what brought misery was the relic of the parasitic form in his body, and it could not be removed. If so, it's better for Irene to learn to use the relic so she can control it. The ultimate solution was what Seoju Hyun was looking for, while that was all that could be done. Seoju Hyun explained that he was a domiciliary and Yu Jae-ha was an affinity. Beginners like Irene had to learn little by little from both of them. It would be difficult to control Irene's relics, so they only reduced her negative impact a little. By the next morning, they had arrived in China. They saw that the stock price had dropped dramatically, but it was only for a short while. More than 2/3 of China became tombs. The door of the tomb was around Taipa Island. The bridge connecting the island was damaged and caused by the relics. They even had to get there with a ship. Seoju Hyun thought that this was very chaotic. Seoju Hyun wondered if the relic was related to the ship. Suddenly, Yu Jae-ha arrived in a hurry and told Seoju Hyun that his restoration relic was missing. Yu Jae-ha looked very panicked because of that. Suddenly, the system popped up a warning that the thieving relic user was targeting him now. Seeing this made Seoju Hyun surprised. Very quickly, Seoju Hyun's relic was also stolen, but fortunately, Seoju Hyun still has a very useful relic, which is the rope relic. Seoju Hyun ordered the rope relic to tie up the naughty bastard. Instantly, the relic moved to find the thief. Seoju Hyun was sure that the thief could not escape except by teleportation. After waiting for a while, the rope relic did not return. That means the rope relic has caught the thief. Then Seoju Hyun invited Yu Jae-ha to see what the relic managed to get. There was a cry for help from inside the women's restroom. Because he was curious, Seoju Hyun went straight into it. Yu Jae-ha followed behind him with an uneasy feeling of entering the women's restroom. Inside, there was a woman who was already hanging with ropes tied around her body. The woman continued to rebel. Seoju Hyun saw what the thief had gotten. Seoju Hyun realized that the person was a Medusa relic user and was a member of the United States government. Knowing that the person was a Medusa relic user, Yu Jae-ha immediately closed his eyes because he was worried that he would become a stone if she looked at him. But Seoju Hyun assured that it was fine. The woman snapped at Seoju Hyun and considered him heartless for tying her up like this. Then Seoju Hyun snapped his fingers, which made the rope tie the woman's hair. Seoju Hyun said that Medusa was very beautiful with her beautiful hair before she was cursed. Speaking of Medusa, Seoju Hyun saw that the child was still so young. To wear the Medusa relic properly, then the person should be an adult woman. But even though she was young, she was still a relic user. Seoju Hyun threatened the little thief to obey his words if she wanted to be free. Then, Seoju Hyun ordered the rope relic to bring down the thief. The woman sat in the corner with her body still tied to the rope. She stared angrily at Seoju Hyun, who was in front of her. Seoju Hyun was sure that the woman was not alone. Then, in a high tone, she said that there were many people on her side. The woman emphasized that they were all schoolchildren like herself. There are about 20 of them in total. Their entire team is also here. The United States entrusted Edward with this job. Yu Jae-ha wondered if what the woman said was true. Seoju Hyun thought that no matter who succeeded, it seemed like the United States was really after him. The Chinese excavation team could not make a decision because of that. If it was true that Kira was obsessed with this relic, Seoju Hyun thought it was very valuable. There was Seoju Hyun, who smiled slyly. He thinks this will be very useful. But Yu Jae-ha was worried about his request. Seoju Hyun planned to give them a duplicate of his relic that Yu Jae-ha would make. Knowing that, Yu Jae-ha immediately rejected it firmly. Yu Jae-ha didn't want to get involved in the matter. Instantly, Seoju Hyun immediately hit him. Seoju Hyun reminded him about the contents of the contract where Yu Jae-ha had to do whatever Seoju Hyun said and not discuss the opinions of any party involved in the contract. Yu Jae-ha felt that he had missed the contents of the contract. However, Seoju Hyun thanked the girl for the information he had conveyed. Seoju Hyun had to hurry before any intruders came. Then, Seoju Hyun took out a relic. He thought it was difficult to let the child free without any restrictions. However, Yu Jae-ha immediately informed that the relic in his hand had not been repaired. Knowing that made Seo Ju-hyun upset with him, even though Seo Ju-hyun had told him to fix it. Seo Ju-hyun's Hammurabi code relic was damaged so it could not be used. Therefore, Seo Ju-hyun had no other choice. Then Seo Ju-hyun asked the woman to listen to him carefully. Seo Ju-hyun said that women will suffer if they tell them about this, and it also applies if the woman wears the relic. After that, Seo Ju-hyun walked out, leaving the child there. Seo Ju-hyun also told Yu Jae-ha to take all the relics that the woman had collected. They both hurriedly walked out. Seo Ju-hyun felt that he didn't have time to delay anymore. But Yu Jae-ha thinks that not many relics have been repaired yet. He thinks it's fitting to repair. Instantly, Seo Ju-hyun looked sharply at him while scolding him for not listening to his orders. Even though Seo Ju-hyun had told Yu Jae-ha to hurry up, Yu Jae-ha didn't think they would go to the cemetery empty-handed. But according to Seo Ju-hyun, this is a good opportunity to take the relics that are in sight. Seo Ju-hyun was sure that they would get away. This made Yu Jae-ha look frustrated. According to him, Seo Ju-hyun did not think it through. Meanwhile, at a headquarters, there was a snapping sound of someone who was angry. The person seemed angry with the boy who had lost all his relics. There is a short-haired woman named Linda Walker, who is a member of the USA CIA. Linda tried to calm down her colleague who was scolding the girl. Linda reminds him not to be rude to small children. The man named Thomas still couldn't contain his emotions. Thomas felt sorry that he had included the girl in the team. Then the girl named Vivian Lucy explained once again that it was an accident. But Thomas didn't believe that. According to him, it is impossible to eliminate all the relics belonging to the team can be called an accident. Vivian Lucy insisted that it was not her fault and insisted that it had all been stolen. Suddenly, Thomas and Linda were surprised to hear it. Vivian immediately closed her mouth because she realized she accidentally said that. Vivian Lucy remembers the threat Seo Ju-hyun gave her that she would suffer if she told her team and also if she used a relic. Thomas asked firmly who the person who had stolen it was. Vivian realized that she was in big trouble. Then Linda approached Vivian. In a gentle tone, Linda asked Vivian to be frank with her. That way they can solve the problem. Linda reminded Vivian that fellow teams must work together. Hearing this made Vivian melt and decided to tell her about everything that happened. However, when Vivian wanted to say it, suddenly Vivian's body felt an energy that tickled her. Seeing Vivian's reaction made them confused. Vivian seemed to be laughing out loud while writhing on the floor in amusement. Thomas looked annoyed because he thought the boy was joking. Vivian had no idea that the pain in question was tickling. Vivian felt grateful for it, but she couldn't do anything about it. On the other side of the water around Taipa Island, there were many large ships sailing. Yu Jae-ha complained about participating in this mission without a relic. Then, Seo Ju-hyun told him to take out the items in the bag. Maybe they could find something. But after Yu Jae-ha searched for it, he still didn't find anything in it. Suddenly, their ship shook violently and the sky became very dark. They had entered the tomb area. Then there was one of the men who approached them in a hurry and told them to leave the place immediately. Yu Jae-ha panicked and asked Seo Ju-hyun what they were going to do now. The ships ahead there have been attacked by monsters. Not long after, many monsters appeared on the ship. The monsters flocked and immediately attacked them all. Instantly, the atmosphere there looks very chaotic. Seo Ju-hyun realized that the time had begun. Seo Ju-hyun considered if these monsters were too many, but the monsters were still more in there. Hearing that made Yu Jae-ha shudder in horror. But Seo Ju-hyun felt that he could defeat these monsters without even a relic. Then suddenly there was a ship that crashed into their ship. Seo Ju-hyun chuckled and thought the captain couldn't control it properly. Yu Jae-ha told Seo Ju-hyun something up ahead. People from the neighboring ship were seen crossing over to their ship. However, their reactions looked very arrogant and creepy. Seo Ju-hyun realized that if someone was hurt by a monster, then that person would be controlled. These controlled humans will thwart his expedition, so their journey will not be easy. Yu Jae-ha looked very panicked, while Seo Ju-hyun looked relaxed. Then they ran very quickly to the back of the ship. After that, Seoju Hyun took something out of his shirt pocket. Seoju Hyun will use a pen relic. He thought it would be easier if the subject was human, so that Seoju Hyun could use the object. Seoju Hyun would make the people controlled by the tomb all lament their stupidity and bow their heads. Instantly, they all immediately did what Seoju Hyun had written. Now they only had to deal with the monsters. There was a relic voice saying that Seoju Hyun had been chosen by the Raven. Rumors about Seoju Hyun have spread among the relics. Yu Jae-ha did not expect the relics to communicate with each other and discuss about Seoju Hyun. Confidently, Seoju Hyun said that he was famous enough that they were very interested in him. Hearing that made the relic furious. The relic emphasized that there was nothing attractive about a person like Seoju Hyun. Now, all the relics are trying to kill him. But Seoju Hyun was happy if they wanted to come by themselves. Then before Seoju Hyun got the relic, there was one thing that Seoju Hyun wanted to ask. Seoju Hyun asked about the identity of the crow that the relic was talking about earlier. Seoju Hyun remembered that last time, the relics of the Egyptian gods also recognized the raven. It seemed like the raven was quite famous among the relics, but the relic felt that he didn't have to tell him and told Seoju Hyun to find out about it himself. But Seoju Hyun provoked the relic by saying that the relic was just forgetful. Seoju Hyun expressed his disappointment because it turned out that the relic was more stupid than humans. Suddenly, the relic was upset because Seoju Hyun dared to insult his memory. Finally, the relic proved it by telling it to Seoju Hyun. It looks easier than Seoju Hyun imagined. The relic provided an explanation in the midst of the huge waves that were tossing the ship around. The relic explained that before the raven disappeared, it used to be a highly respected figure. With their predatory abilities, crows gain strength from the targets they eat. Although the raven was powerful, it made a contract with humans and then betrayed its fellow relics. Relics that have been eaten become slaves of the raven's owner. The raven was then put into a prison tomb. Seoju Hyun just realized that the tomb he had entered before his death at that time was his prison. The tomb had a different pattern from the others, so that's the reason why the tomb can be different from the others. However, Seoju Hyun was still surprised how the relic could trap him. Even though according to Seoju Hyun's knowledge, the raven was a new class of relic. There was a loud, laughing sound from the relic. Although direct combat was difficult, the relic managed to trap the owner of the raven. The relic judged that humans were simple creatures, and by giving them something they would obey. Then the relic sealed the raven and killed the human owner. Seoju Hyun was satisfied because he had gotten valuable information. But Seoju Hyun was still curious about the crow. Seoju Hyun asked the relic again how he met the crow. After listening to the story from him, Seoju Hyun thought the crow was very kind. Then the relic warned Seoju Hyun that being by the crow's side would make all relics his enemies. But that's what Seoju Hyun expected. Seoju Hyun didn't think about making friends. Hearing that made the relic very angry. Finally, the relic brought out the scary monsters to kill them. Seoju Hyun prepared to fight the second round. The monsters kept popping up to attack them. Seoju Hyun and Yu Jae-ha were seen working together against the monsters. But they both looked exhausted. They can't see around. Yu Jae-ha thought they would be trapped here. Seoju Hyun kept trying to defeat the monsters. It took at least a week to clean them all up. Suddenly, the sword relic that Seoju Hyun used broke. Yu Jae-ha felt guilty because the relic had not been repaired. Then Seoju Hyun asked him to run away from there. They don't have the relic anymore. They both ran to the cabin. They feel unlucky because now there are no more relics to fight. Yu Jae-ha closed the door tightly and asked Seoju Hyun if there was any chance they could survive. It's a matter of life and death. Seoju Hyun explained that this tomb has a larger size than other tombs. Because it is in the middle of the sea, it is not easy to find a way out. The monsters looked very angry. Unlike the little monsters, the big ones can't seem to see. Now, it was time for them to find a way out. However, without a relic, Seoju Hyun did not know if he could defeat how many monsters. Suddenly, they saw a ship back there. Seeing that, they thought it could be a way out for them. Seoju Hyun felt lucky that they found a pretty good ship. When the ship approached, there were several people in front of it. It was the people who were members of the USA CIA. When the two ships passed each other, Vivian saw Seo Ju-hyun and immediately told her colleagues that the man was the thief. Suddenly, Thomas's emotions immediately flared up because he saw the person who had stolen their relic. They realized it was the child they had met before. Then the people with the child were the grave-digging team from the United States. Then they approached him. Seo Ju-hyun would take care of it, while Yoo Jae-ha went to find a ship. Yoo Jae-ha swiftly followed his orders. Thomas had crossed over to the other ship and faced Seo Ju-hyun. Thomas immediately brought up the relic that Seo Ju-hyun had arbitrarily taken. So now Thomas will take it back. But Seo Ju-hyun won't let him. Even Seo Ju-hyun will make Thomas's good relics his own. Hearing that remark made Thomas emotional. Thomas thought that Seo Ju-hyun was too arrogant. Without further ado, Thomas immediately launched his attack on Seo Ju-hyun. Swiftly, Seo Ju-hyun immediately dodged. Seo Ju-hyun looked sharply at the man. Seo Ju-hyun considered that the man's movements were quite fast despite his large body. Moreover, the man's relic is also a rank A relic. Then Seo Ju-hyun immediately counterattacked him by hitting his stomach. Seo Ju-hyun attacked him relentlessly. Seo Ju-hyun advised the man to give up quickly. Seo Ju-hyun was furious with Seo Ju-hyun's attitude. Finally, Thomas got up and then began to attack him back. Using his relic, Thomas attacked Seo Ju-hyun repeatedly. Suddenly, Seo Ju-hyun was scared and ran away from him. Seo Ju-hyun's clothes were torn due to the relic. Although the relic was in the shape of an iron pipe, it looked like a very sharp sword. If hit by an attack from the relic, one would surely die instantly. Moreover, the man had high speed. It was difficult for Seo Ju-hyun to think in this situation. Then, Seo Ju-hyun took out a silver axe relic. Previously, Seo Ju-hyun fought with his bare hands, and now Seo Ju-hyun is using a weapon. But Thomas felt that it would not change anything. Instantly, Seo Ju-hyun immediately attacked him by using the relic of the axe. Seo Ju-hyun will prove it directly to his opponent. We could see the effect of Seo Ju-hyun's axe relic releasing power. Thomas held it using his pipe relic with all his might. Thomas felt like he was being stung. However, Thomas did not understand what exactly had happened. Seo Ju-hyun told him about the silver axe that would destroy the wealth of the enemy that threatened his wealth. Suddenly, Thomas was shocked. The clothes he was wearing were tattered. Slowly, all of his clothes shrank until there was not a single piece of his body left. This made Thomas feel humiliated. Seo Ju-hyun laughed contentedly at his opponent who became like that. After that, Seo Ju-hyun picked up Thomas's relic that had fallen down. Seo Ju-hyun said that Thomas should have avoided his attack earlier instead of holding it. Then Seo Ju-hyun showed the original form of Thomas's relic. Instantly, the relic that was in Seo Ju-hyun's hand turned into a sword. Seo Ju-hyun considered if the shape of the sword was very extraordinary. Right at the same time, Yoo Jae-ha came with a small boat for them to escape. Then Yoo Jae-ha brought the ship closer, and Seo Ju-hyun immediately jumped down. Seeing that, Thomas immediately tried to chase him. Thomas will not let Seo Ju-hyun go with his relic. But suddenly came a monster figure towards Thomas, which made him lose the opportunity to pursue Seo Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun laughed with satisfaction at this. Then the two of them immediately left the place using a small ship. Yoo Jae-ha asked where they were going now. Seo Ju-hyun will tell him later and tells him to walk straight. Suddenly, there was an attack on them. It turned out to be a member of the USA CIA who was still trying to chase them. Thomas yelled at Seo Ju-hyun to stop. Seo Ju-hyun then threw the rope relic that led to their ship. The rope relic tied Linda's arm and then threw her body into the ocean. The woman's body was seen being thrown very far away. Suddenly, they were shocked to see it. Seo Ju-hyun advised them to better save their colleague quickly because there would be a group of monsters who were after her. Seeing Linda drowning like that, they immediately turned the ship around to save her. Thomas could not leave Linda like that even though they would lose track of Seo Ju-hyun. The look on Thomas's face was furious. Thomas will not stand idly by and is determined to get back at him later. Moments later, Seo Ju-hyun and Yoo Jae-ha had arrived at a small, beautiful island. On the island, there was a big tree where the relic was hidden. Then Seoju Hyun descended closer to the tree, while holding the relic of the sword he had just gotten earlier. The relic did not expect to see anyone who could find him. The relic told Seoju Hyun to pray to him first to get himself. However, Seoju Hyun was reluctant to do so. Seoju Hyun was seen holding the relic of the sword in his hand as if preparing to attack. Seeing this made relics panic and asked what Seoju Hyun would do. Seoju Hyun explained that he was trying how sharp his sword was. Suddenly the relic screamed in fear. Seoju Hyun ran quickly towards the tree while slashing his sword. The big tree was seen falling due to Seoju Hyun's sword slash just now. It seems that great power is still enveloping Seoju Hyun's body. Then after that, the rank A relic appeared, namely the Purgatory Western Sail line. Seoju Hyun immediately took it and tried to dominate the relic. Yu Jae-ha looked confused about what Seoju Hyun meant. The Western Chubo ship is a ship that collects treasures from the West. It originated from the Ming Emperor's order while sailing the southern seas. More than 60 ships sailed across Southeast Asia, India, and Africa, then returned to the Ming Emperor with various treasures. Seoju Hyun felt that the relic would be useful. Then Seoju Hyun told Yu Jae-ha to immediately restore the relic. Suddenly Yu Jae-ha immediately panicked and asked him to give time. Then Seoju Hyun told the relic to close the tomb now. Then they returned to the ship and continued their journey. Seoju Hyun will carry out a plan to deceive them by giving a replica of the relic. Nighttime in the Macau City area. Beautiful flickering lights adorn the night atmosphere in the city. In one of the inns, Yu Jae-ha was seen busy making a replica of the relic. Seoju Hyun, who was standing next to him, asked how long it took to make the replica. Yu Jae-ha curtly replied that he would finish it immediately without being urged. Instantly, Yu Jae-ha's face looked worried. Yu Jae-ha doubted whether they would be fooled by counterfeit goods. He thinks this is too risky. Yu Jae-ha advised Seoju Hyun not to do this scam and just give the original so they would get the money. Irene also thought the same thing as Yu Jae-ha. She was worried about having too many enemies. But Seoju Hyun insisted that he would not give the map relic because he really needed it, especially to solve Irene's problem too. Then Seoju Hyun told Irene to put her hand on the map. Without thinking, Irene immediately obeyed Seoju Hyun's words and put her hand there. Seoju Hyun said that it was a clue to all the relics. The map relic was a clue to everything related to the ancient tomb in the north. Instantly, the map relic emitted a very bright light, which showed that the relic was working. Seoju Hyun saw that the map relic was heading towards Turkey, so they will go to Turkey to solve the problem. Seoju Hyun really needs that map to get information. Of course, it will be useful in the future too, so Seoju Hyun wanted to have and keep the relic of the map. Even if Seoju Hyun really needed it, the replica that Yu Jae-ha made was only temporary. Yu Jae-ha was afraid of dealing with someone like Kira Clark. Seoju Hyun thought that the woman could be planning evil things too. Seoju Hyun explained that Kira Clark just wanted to monopolize the relics, and that she probably already had a lot of maps. Seeing her targeting tombs that are very far from America, it seems that Kira Clark is looking for the Columbus map, which is the most terrible map. It was a map that could mark where tombs and relics would appear. Many parts of the world have been mastered by Kira Clark. Including Turkey would also be within her reach. From here they would go to Turkey, so Kira Clark must already have information about all of them. Most likely they might be targeted by her because of Irene's relic. Seoju Hyun was frank that there was actually no one who had a relic like Irene, so it can be said that Irene's relic is very unique. Irene's relic was a very powerful relic, so the woman had to be more careful in using it. Seoju Hyun reminded Irina that she could not throw it away because it was a parasite. The relic must be controlled by Irene herself before Irene is controlled by her someday. In his mind, Seoju Hyun doubted whether it could be controlled before he died. What reason would make a person like Irene become such a destructive god? This time the power of the bankruptcy king and the old Irene Holton would not exist. Seoju Hyun will be determined to make this deception plan work, how to provoke and entice. The key to success was somewhere in Macau. Seoju Hyun felt a little nervous and wondered if they would accept the fake relic that would be given later. While drinking his drink, Seoju Hyun will explain his plan. He thought that maybe this plan would be useful if their deal didn't work out. Yu Jae-ha, who felt curious, then asked Seoju Hyun what he would do. Seoju Hyun replied that he would destroy the map so they couldn't get it. Hearing that answer made Yu Jae-ha frustrated. Yu Jae-ha doesn't understand why Seoju Hyun's plans are always haphazard like that. Meanwhile, in another place at a CIA headquarters, they were all gathered and seemed to be discussing something seriously. There was a blonde-haired man standing in the middle of them while folding his hands in front of his chest. The man yelled and scolded all of them who failed to get the ancient relics in the tomb. Even their relics were stolen by others. His men were seen bowing their heads and looked terrified. Not only that, the man was also upset that agents Thomas and Linda were taken by the Chinese excavation team. The man said if they got an unexpected attack, but the man still did not accept this excuse. The man continued to scold them all rudely. Not long after, there was a call from General Kira. The man bowed before General Kira for fear of being scolded. General Kira told him that the relic was safe. Hearing this confused him and asked General Kira for an explanation. General Kira said that he had managed to get the object. General Kira confesses that she actually hired someone else because she wanted the mission to succeed. The woman tells them that she has enlisted Edward's help to get it. In the near future, the woman will make a deal with him. Then General Kira also reminded the man to continue the investigation about someone who defeated his men in the tomb. That woman was very interested in people with talent. Immediately after replicating the relic, Seoju Hyun handed it over to Edward. Then Edward handed it back to Kira. Nothing happened after the deal was made. Even Kira did not realize that the relic was a fake. Instead, Seoju Hyun now had a little more time to focus on repairing the relic. The remains of some important relics had been repaired to perfection. Meanwhile, Irene was practicing using the relic. Seoju Hyun felt a little frustrated teaching someone who didn't know the basics, but it was getting better. In addition, Edward gave them a place to stay with the most expensive food. As promised earlier that Edward would give VIP treatment. If only Edward knew that what Seoju Hyun handed over was fake, maybe all of this would be reversed. Seoju Hyun would only enjoy this. But that didn't last long. In the afternoon, Edward approached Seoju Hyun feeling emotional because he had been deceived. Edward pointed his gun and asked Seoju Hyun what he had sold. Edward admitted that he had been fired because of Seoju Hyun. Seoju Hyun was seen responding casually while trying to calm Edward down. Seoju Hyun assured Edward that it was the relic Edward had requested. Seoju Hyun continued to calm the man and then asked what happened. Edward explained that the relic that Seoju Hyun had given him disappeared. Yu Jae-ha, who heard that, pretended to be surprised. Seoju Hyun said that it was destroyed because it was used improperly. In his mind, Seoju Hyun realized that it was because the fake relic did not have all the functions of the original. Then Edward told him that besides the problem of the relic disappearing, there was also a bigger problem. When the relic disappeared, people nearby also disappeared. Among them was the Prime Minister of England. Yu Jae-ha was very surprised to hear this and wondered why it happened to the British Prime Minister. At that time, Edward was meeting in secret with General Kira, and then unexpectedly the accident happened. Now Edward's life was in the hands of General Kira. Then Yu Jae-ha glanced at Seoju Hyun and asked what they would do now, but Seoju Hyun only gave a sly smile. Seeing Seoju Hyun's response made Yu Jae-ha wonder, showing Ju Hyun, Yu Jae-ha, and Edward hanging out. Ju Hyun laughs at the big deal about the British Prime Minister disappearing. Yu Jae-ha is confused by his boss's laughing behavior. Therefore, the existence of this problem will be a good opportunity for Ju Hyun. Yu Jae-ha was immediately confused as to why the disappearance of the Prime Minister could be a good opportunity. According to Yu Jae-ha, even if Ju Hyun thinks the opportunity is good, it will definitely have a high risk. The situation would be very good to commit fraud. Ju Hyun doesn't care because the current problem will be very interesting. Ju Hyun calls Edward and tells him not to worry. Ju Hyun assigned Edward to call General Kira right now because they were talking about important business. Edward hesitated and asked if Ju Hyun was sure he would contact General Kira. But in the current situation, Edward thought it would be best if Ju Hyun did not contact General Kira for the time being. In Edward's mind, a figure like Ju Hyun is very cunning, so he will not obey his wishes. Ju Hyun explained that he had told Edward earlier, so now Edward's only job is to contact General Kira. Jo Hyun already thought that he had a plan to immediately solve the problem that occurred. Edward was immediately surprised by Ju Hyun's statement that he wanted to solve the problem of the Prime Minister's disappearance because it was difficult. Ju Hyun will explain everything to General Kira. He hopes to have good cooperation. According to Ju Hyun, it would be better than having to wait in this place until the general himself is caught. Edward responded that Ju Hyun's words were very true. Finally, Edward contacted General Kira. On the phone, General Kira seemed very angry. Edward asked Ju Hyun to take his cell phone. Ju Hyun immediately greeted General Kira. Then General Kira replied that she was very happy to hear Ju Hyun. General Kira didn't expect that Ju Hyun would call her. Ju Hyun heard that General Kira had taken his subordinate's relic. Ju Hyun wanted to know what the problem was that General Kira stole the relic. So it was very natural for General Kira to ask for accountability. Ju Hyun did not understand what General Kira meant by her words earlier. Ju Hyun told her that he had done something even for General Kira. Just now, Ju Hyun got a relic from the tomb. Then Ju Hyun immediately gave the relic to Edward. Hearing that made General Kira surprised. Then it can be said that Ju Hyun has also committed fraud on General Kira. When the conversation on the phone was still connected, General Kira asked Ju Hyun to tell the truth about the relic. When General Kira asked for an explanation of the relic that was taken from the meal, Ju Hyun just kept quiet. General Kira was a little annoyed that Ju Hyun was always acting annoying like this. Then Ju Hyun wanted to help this time, so he called General Kira. Previously, Ju Hyun had heard the news about the disappearance of the British Prime Minister. Then this loss becomes a very serious problem. All these problems happened since General Kira worked with Ju Hyun. So, Ju Hyun wanted to solve the problem so that he could still do business with General Kira and Edward. Cooperating with people who only have relics like Ju Hyun is considered very good. Moreover, Ju Hyun has a talent in taking care of relics. It would be a shame if General Kira lost a great talent like Ju Hyun. So Ju Hyun will help General Kira in the relic problem this time. But Ju Hyun has a request to General Kira. The three people in front of General Kira were very serious listening to the conversation from Ju Hyun on the phone call. General Kira's face looked serious in response to this cooperation offer. General Kira wanted to know what request Ju Hyun wanted. But besides that, General Kira made sure whether Ju Hyun could really find the Prime Minister. In Ju Hyun's heart, he felt successful in making General Kira interested in working together. After that, Ju Hyun explained that Edward told him that General Kira had many map-shaped relics. Edward's face became distressed that his name was involved in this cooperation. General Kira asked if Edward had leaked the secret information, but Ju Hyun thinks it's not a problem, so he hopes General Kira can forgive Edward's mistake. General Kira's face became more upset as Edward told Ju Hyun about the relic. Furthermore, Ju Hyun asked General Kira if she could use the map relic. General Kira explained that she had tried everything, so none of the map relics can be used properly. Ju Hyun confirmed that General Kira was not lying, but so far Ju Hyun has never tried the map relic, so Ju Hyun asked General Kira to try the relic map herself. Later, Ju Hyun will try to unleash the potential of the relic map in order to find the missing Prime Minister. It's possible that according to Ju Hyun, there is a special function for each map relic. General Kira didn't know about the special function of the map relic, but she might know how. Yu Jae-ha and Edward are surprised whether General Kira's words about the map relic are true. Edward says that Ju Hyun is crazy for daring to deceive General Kira. General Kira confirms again whether Ju Hyun can really bring out the true function of the map relic. In Ju Hyun's mind, whatever it is, General Kira must be able to believe in him. Ju Hyun said that if this works, and he will get a great achievement for producing something great from the relic. Ju Hyun asked General Kira for a response, but she seemed silent because she was thinking. After that, General Kira gave permission to Ju Hyun to use the map relic. But there are conditions that Ju Hyun must fulfill. So, in determining the place to try the map relic, General Kira will determine it. Then, Ju Hyun also can't bring the map relic. Plus, General Kira and her subordinates must see firsthand when Ju Hyun experiments on the relic map. Finally, Ju Hyun agreed to the conditions desired by General Kira. After the call was over, Edward couldn't believe that Ju Hyun could make General Kira trust him. According to Ju Hyun, doing things to make other people believe is very easy. So Ju Hyun would meet General Kira, while Edward was asked to wait here. Edward immediately thanked Ju Hyun. Then Yoo Jae-ha asked Ju Hyun what to do now. Ju Hyun asked Yoo Jae-ha to come with him to meet General Kira. Yoo Jae-ha immediately saddened, and Ju Hyun asked to immediately complete all his relics. A few moments later, Ju Hyun got a notification from the system that he got the title Can't Be Cheated. Title given as an award, because Ju Hyun is a food looter who has gotten a lot of relics without entering the tomb. Ju Hyun felt very unlucky that the crows kept watching him like this. In addition, there was a notification from the system that Ju Hyun's affinity level had decreased slightly. By increasing the affinity again, Ju Hyun can control the relic. In addition, Ju Hyun can give the relics the appearance of an evil charm. When reading the notification that appeared from the system, Ju Hyun could not understand the part about the appearance of evil charms on the relics. The statement made him confused. After that, Ju Hyun told Yoo Jae-ha to continue doing work. Meanwhile, Edward was invited to leave by Ju Hyun. Edward immediately asked permission to say goodbye to Ju Hyun. The hotel building where the relic of General Kira was experimented on was seen. The hotel was not far from the inn where Ju Hyun was staying. Ju Hyun had told General Kira that he did not bring the relic today, but because of that, Ju Hyun could not go to the battlefield without a weapon. Ju Hyun only brought a small relic in disguise to carry out his plan. Then Ju Hyun used domination to change the shape of the relic. Everything has been prepared by Ju Hyun, so he must be able to succeed with this plan. Yoo Jae-ha can't believe that she will come to a luxury hotel with Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun explained that General Kira was not an ordinary person. Her position was very high, so it was natural that a luxury hotel was her choice. Yoo Jae-ha immediately came to the hotel receptionist. She asked Yoo Jae-ha if there was anything that could be helped today. Yoo Jae-ha's face was immediately nervous. Ju Hyun realized if the receptionist asked like that. Yoo Jae-ha's face did look like a confused person. Ju Hyun tells the hotel receptionist named Jamie that he and Yoo Jae-ha are fine. The receptionist was surprised why Ju Hyun knew her name. Ju Hyun had read the name on the receptionist's name tag. Ju Hyun wished Jamie a happy day. She thanked him. There were two people came to see Ju Hyun and Yoo Jae-ha. These two gazelles confirmed whether this man was named Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun confirmed it. He asked if General Kira had sent two of her men to see him. It was true that these two men were subordinates of General Kira. Ju Hyun asked these two men to show him the way, so he could meet with General Kira as soon as possible. They both asked Ju Hyun and Yoo Jae-ha to follow them to General Kira. After arriving at a room, General Kira was already sitting and greeted Ju Hyun. She was happy to meet him today. General Kira got up from her seat. Frankly, she didn't feel any energy from the relic. General Kira hoped that Ju Hyun would not renege on the terms that had been made. According to Ju Hyun, they have followed the proposed requirements regarding the map relic. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha questioned whether it was true that General Kira was a general. General Kira's face looks very young. Ju Hyun felt disturbed, immediately asked Yoo Jae-ha not to ask many questions and just keep quiet. Ju Hyun can no longer wait to question where General Kira's map relic is. Hearing that, General Kira asked Ju Hyun to calm down because this was too hasty. On the table, General Kira has placed 3 map relics. There is a relic of the Barvaro pirate map with rank B relic copy of the world map of philosopher Anaximandros rank C. After that, there is a map of Columbus rank A. In Ju Hyun's heart, he will destroy all the map relics. Now it's time for General Kira to give Ju Hyun a chance to try the 3 relics of the map. If only Ju Hyun failed to make his experiment, then Ju Hyun must be prepared to receive a bullet to his head. Ju Hyun made sure General Kira didn't have to worry and asked for a pen. General Kira was confused as to why Ju Hyun needed a pen. General Kira warned Ju Hyun not to do anything strange outside the agreement. Ju Hyun tells General Kira that she should know that this relic cannot be used as a weapon or anything else. General Kira has given the pen to Ju Hyun. Now Ju Hyun asks General Kira not to disturb him who is focusing. General Kira's bodyguard immediately got angry, seeing that Ju Hyun was about to do something to the relic map belonging to General Kira. Ju Hyun explains that this is the process needed to bring out the potential of the map relic. General Kira asked her guards to let Ju Hyun do whatever he wanted. Ju Hyun asked General Kira to trust him with the map relic. Ju Hyun wrote something on one of the relic maps. General Kira was curious what Ju Hyun was writing. Currently, Ju Hyun is writing a tomblif, which is a relic language. Relic language is one way of communicating. General Kira seems curious about where Ju Hyun learned the relic language. But Ju Hyun said he could know relic language just by chance. Ju Hyun used to have archaeological relics, but now he doesn't have them anymore. But the crows have given their abilities to Ju Hyun. In his heart, Ju Hyun questioned the whereabouts of the crow. But Ju Hyun didn't think too much about it. Now he had finished doing his job. Then after this, the relic will unlock its potential. General Kira asked Ju Hyun to try to see the special function of the relic. Even though everything done by Ju Hyun has no potential, because it is just a lie. Ju Hyun pretended to write an ancient language on General Kira's map relic. Actually, Ju Hyun already knows the location of the British Prime Minister. This was done from refining the previous map. With this lie, Ju Hyun said he had found the location of the Prime Minister of England. General Kira became hot where the British Prime Minister is now. Ju Hyun tells her that the British Prime Minister is in the Sahara Desert. If General Kira gives Ju Hyun a paper, he will write down the coordinates. After that, in a notebook, Ju Hyun wrote down the place. Ju Hyun hopes that General Kira and her subordinates can immediately search for the missing British Prime Minister. Ju Hyun was sure it would be easy to find the Prime Minister in the desert. General Kira immediately asked her subordinates to contact the special forces below close to the coordinates. In addition, General Kira will give permission to use the relics there so that the search can be carried out quickly. The bodyguard immediately carried out orders from General Kira. Suddenly, General Kira immediately pointed a gun at Ju Hyun's forehead when he had kept his promise. General Kira called Ju Hyun wrong. The agreement was valid until he managed to find the Prime Minister directly. General Kira still remembers that Ju Hyun said he was alone to find the whereabouts of the Prime Minister who disappeared. Yoo Jae-ha was already panicking and asked to be released. General Kira doesn't want Ju Hyun and Yoo Jae-ha to worry. She knows her men are very competent, so it won't take long. So, it's better for Ju Hyun and Yoo Jae-ha to just wait. Ju Hyun still thinks that this is a secret, while General Kira is annoyed to see that Ju Hyun still wants to deal in this way. If there is no other choice, Ju Hyun invites General Kira to learn the spelling of the words on the map so that it is easier to understand. Yoo Jae-ha, who was beside Ju Hyun, reminded him if he was sure he would do this kind of deception to General Kira. After that, Ju Hyun immediately wrote the language of ancient relics in a haphazard way. But General Kira's men had returned and informed her that the Prime Minister of England had been found. The Prime Minister's condition when found was so weak, but it did not make him dangerous. Ju Hyun was very happy to hear the good news of the discovery of the Prime Minister. General Kira still wants Ju Hyun to finish his work before going out. According to Ju Hyun, the actions taken by General Kira are too greedy. It's possible that General Kira doesn't want to let Ju Hyun's people go. General Kira didn't know if her guess was right or not. She just wanted him to do what he was told. General Kira wouldn't let someone like Ju Hyun get away with it. So Ju Hyun had to work for General Kira. General Kira's goal was to do this so that she could find out all the information about the ancient relics. General Kira asks if Ju Hyun agrees with this goal. Ju Hyun wants to know General Kira's answer if he doesn't agree with her wishes. Surprisingly, there was a huge explosion in General Kira's room. She was very panicked when this terrible incident happened. General Kira panicked when she found out that all her maps were burning. She asked her men to do something immediately. One of General Kira's men who tried to save the relic was hit by the fire. This made the other men panic and help remove the map that had been burned sticking to the clothes. General Kira's men immediately tore up the map relic. General Kira was still panicking and saw her men tearing up the map relic. General Kira quickly grabbed her gun. According to her, these men were already acting strangely because of the effects of the relic. The bullet from General Kira's gun hit the leg of one of her own men. Then during the explosion, General Kira asked her other men where Ju-hyun was now because he was not seen. General Kira is very sure this explosion was caused by Ju-hyun. When investigated, Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha have disappeared quickly. You can see the atmosphere outside, which is quite crowded. In the flow of water, Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha managed to get out. Yu Jae-ha is very happy to get out of the explosion in General Kira's room. Ju-hyun also felt happy, but unfortunately, they both came out through this fountain. Ju-hyun should have drawn something better so that mistakes like this don't happen. Yu Jae-ha doesn't mind it because the important thing now is to get out. Some people around the fountain saw Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha inside, after the explosion caused by the bomb. Ju-hyun handed the relic to escape to Yu Jae-ha. When things were chaotic, Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha used the relic to draw the fountain. It turned out to be a success as seen now. For the sake of escaping the battle, Ju-hyun had told her to draw the designated fountain. The relic used from the lawyer was sent by President Kwan. Ju-hyun had gotten the Montmartre hillside painting ink from Paris. It is actually very difficult when using ink and drawing just to escape. Now Ju-hyun is grateful that the escape method has been successful. When Ju-hyun wanted to borrow a pen from General Kira, Ju-hyun had actually disguised Shakespeare's pen with the same shape. Ju-hyun also wrote attack instructions on the map relic. In addition, Ju-hyun also wrote a woman he met in the hotel lobby earlier with the aim of hypnotizing. Previously, Ju-hyun, who met with two of General Kira's men, had a conversation. Ju-hyun asked one of General Kira's men if he could get information. After that, Ju-hyun told General Kira's men to be quiet and follow him. Ju-hyun asked them both not to be too loud because he was not an enemy. This emergency makes Ju-hyun dizzy, therefore he will solve it as soon as possible. Ju-hyun wants to know if all this time General Kira never talked about him. Ju-hyun immediately said that he knew about these two men, one of whom was named John. While writing on the relic map, Ju-hyun had written down their names to control them. They did as they were told by Ju-hyun. Hotel employee Jamie chose to commit extreme chaos like the riots in the year 2002. Meanwhile, Soph Smith and John Evans saw the map relics as evil spirits. Those who have been influenced by Ju-hyun will think that General Kira's life will be in danger if they don't tear up the relic map. Yu Jae-ha heard all about Ju-hyun's plan and thought it was too great. Now whether or not General Kira will do the tracking, Ju-hyun decides to go to Turkey. Seen in one of the luxury hotel rooms, there is smoke coming out of the fire. Now General Kira will be contacting the communications general. Richard immediately asked General Kira what exactly was going on to contact him. Previously, General Kira said that she hadn't seen Richard in a long time. General Kira wanted to know if Richard knew how to repair the relic. General Kira told him that her relic was broken. Therefore, General Kira wanted to make repairs after returning to America. Richard said he knew how to repair broken relics. But now Richard has many requests for relic restoration. This was the first time Richard had gotten a request to repair a relic by the TKBM company. General Kira told him that the person who damaged the relic was the same as damaging TKBM. Richard suspects that the man who did the damage was with Yu Jae-ha, but General Kira did not respond about the person who did it. For General Kira, it would be very dangerous to let this continue. Richard asked General Kira not to worry. Soon the Pandora will be formed. Public citizens will no longer be able to wear or possess relics. Showing the kebab stall, Irene was ordering the food. The merchant immediately gave the kebab that was ordered. She said thank you. But Irene was surprised to see the kebab merchant's face, as if he was feeling something strange. But when asked, the kebab merchant did not understand the meaning of Miss Irene's words. Suddenly Irene left and said it was okay. Irene is currently in central Turkey. She went to her car and gave one kebab to Ju Hyun. While in the car, Irene thought the relic training was very useful for her. Irene had made sure nothing happened to the kebab seller when she bought this food. Irene was happy because all this happened thanks to the help of Ju Hyun. She immediately thanked him. On the way, the traffic sign suddenly collapsed onto the road. The people outside think that this car can't drive well. Ju Hyun told Irene that she was too quick to say thank you. Irene is immediately sad and now understands very well. But according to Ju Hyun's judgment, Irene has become better than before. So from now on, Ju Hyun asks Irene to stop using affinity. Then she must focus on learning to use dominance. Irene became confused, even though she still didn't understand affinity well. Ju Hyun told her that affinity was only basic. Irene has a parasite-type relic. Then only people who have done the exercise can control it. Before that, Ju Hyun won't let Irene use it. Irene must remember that affinity is dog poop. Yoo Jae-ha's face was terrified when she found out that affinity came from dog poop. Irene would remember well all the explanations Ju Hyun had given about the relic. Now they will finish eating and then continue to leave. The atmosphere in Cappadocia, Turkey, Yoo Jae-ha, Ju Hyun, and Irene are already outside the car. Previously, Ju Hyun did not expect something like this in Cappadocia. Irene wondered why one of the tombs in front could be intact. According to Ju Hyun, the relic has gone out of the tomb and stuck to Irene. The tomb in front of the three of them should have been destroyed. Inside the teleprompter, Irene saw several soldiers guarding. The soldiers on guard were the Tomb Operations Special Forces from the United States, precisely the subordinates of General Kira. There were also several Turkish soldiers who joined the guard. It is certain that the two groups of Americans and Turks have worked together. If the two armies were guarding too tightly, not even an ant could get into the area. It was obviously too difficult to break in, but according to Ju Hyun, it was not impossible for him to break into the area. As he said before, Ju Hyun was not just a man who dug food, but Ju Hyun is also a tomb thief. Ju Hyun asks Yoo Jae-ha and Irene to look carefully. He will show them how to be a thief. Now Ju Hyun, Yoo Jae-ha, and Yuma are in the toilet. Yoo Jae-ha wants to know what exactly Ju Hyun is doing in the bathroom. Ju Hyun asks Yoo Jae-ha to be quiet and just watch his actions now. Ju Hyun opened his bag. He was sure every meal would be protected by the aura of the relic. Then it will have a weak point. He expelled the relic and will make a hole here. Irene saw the object held by Ju Hyun like a relic, but the assistant worried that it was a bomb. Ju Hyun emphasized that the object in his hand was not a bomb. The object he is holding is one of the relics from the American excavation team. Ju Hyun frankly calls it a rank D sweet potato. Then with this sweet potato, Yoo Jae-ha will be made to fart quickly. Yoo Jae-ha immediately mentioned that the relic was useless. But for Ju Hyun, this sweet potato relic is very useful when a situation like this occurs. The basic ability possessed by the grave robber, with this Ju Hyun can make a hole in the tomb. Even if you use dynamite, it will still be very difficult to penetrate the tomb wall, hence the lack of destructive power. This sweet potato relic can be used as an additional explosive detonator. Ju Hyun told Yoo Jae-ha and Irene to cover their ears. After that, the sweet potato relic immediately went into action all over Ju Hyun's body. He said he only damaged this sweet potato relic a little. Right now, Ju Hyun needs to use a little energy from the sweet potato relic in launching his action. Suddenly, the sweet potato relic made a sound and did not expect Ju Hyun to do this, and made him feel pain. The power generated from the sweet potato relic made Irene and Yoo Jae-ha close their eyes and ears. It seems that something happened in the tomb area and made the soldiers on guard very surprised. After the power of the sweet potato relic subsided a little, Irene saw that something happened to the relic. Yoo Jae-ha also realized that something had just happened to the tomb guarded by soldiers. Ju Hyun asked his two friends not to feel anxious because of the explosion that occurred. Anything that has nothing to do with the tomb will not be affected by the explosion. Yoo Jae-ha immediately informed that there was a hole down there. Ju Hyun immediately approached the hole because it was seen by his eyes so perfect. Ju Hyun invited Irene and Yoo Jae-ha to rush into the hole to get to the tomb. While in the hole, Yoo Jae-ha hears the sound of soldiers. He is afraid when this action is known. Ju Hyun does not matter when the soldiers find out about this, because there is a hiding place in the tomb. Yu Jae-ha still feels anxious because ahead is a dead end. Ju Hyun needs a few more relics to use. The soldiers outside on guard heard human voices. They decided to do an inspection. Furthermore, Ju Hyun, Yu Jae-ha, and Irene continued to walk underground. Yu Jae-ha still doesn't seem to believe that she is really in the tomb. Ju Hyun, who heard that earlier, had said that Yu Jae-ha did not easily believe in the words of others. Ju Hyun, who carried a torch in his hand, asked Yu Jae-ha and Irene to wait in this place for a while. He will collect some information about the tomb here. Yu Jae-ha looked at Irene. He wanted to go together with Ju Hyun. The three of them who are in the underground of this tomb are checking the information. Carefully, Ju Hyun continues to investigate each soil wall in front of him. There is one part of the soil wall that makes Ju Hyun become interested. Irene immediately wondered if Ju Hyun found information related to the tomb. Ju Hyun explained that one of the dining relics was the Hand of Midas. So the Hand of Midas is very likely that the relic attached to Irene came from this place. Yu Jae-ha wants to know if Ju Hyun is talking about something that turns to gold whenever he touches it. According to Yu Jae-ha, this doesn't make sense, if it has anything to do with luck. Even in the story, the Ima's hand ends up being regarded as rudeness. Ju Hyun asked Irene and Yu Jae-ha to remember until the end of the story. Dionysus, the god of liquor in Greek mythology, decided to grant the request of King Midas. The reward received by Midas because he had protected his teacher. Midas requested that everything he touched be turned into gold. Then Dionysus thought it was a very stupid request, but Midas asked anyway. At first, Midas was very happy, but soon he regretted it. The food and drink he touched had all turned to gold, so he became very hungry because there was no food. Dionysus finally told Midas how to restore his hands. If he washes his hands in the river Pactolus, then the power of the golden hand will disappear. After that, Ju Hyun remembered about Swangi Pactolus. If there is a place in the cemetery that symbolizes the river, it may be able to release the parasite. If the parasite is released, maybe Ju Hyun can get it. Then Ju Hyun told Irene that he now knew how. When Ju Hyun wanted to tell the next step suddenly, the American and Turkish soldiers found out where the three of them were on the ground. The soldiers who came immediately opened fire. Yu Jae-ha was confused as to why the soldiers could fire weapons inside the tomb. According to Ju Hyun, he thought it was because the meal had been broken and allowed the soldiers to enter to attack. In an emergency, Ju Hyun makes sure Irene behind him is okay. Irene told Ju Hyun that she was currently fine. Ju Hyun began to feel exhausted, so this would not last long. Ju Hyun, who was running, immediately stopped. Yu Jae-ha became confused why this escape was not continued. Ju Hyun asked Yu Jae-ha and Irene to leave first. Ju Hyun will suppress the soldiers first using the sword weapons that have been prepared. A figure like Ju Hyun is not someone who can just run away from his opponent. Ju Hyun is already preparing to do battle with the soldiers. Showing General Kira in her room, she seemed to show an angry face to her men who came, even though the arrival of her children wanted to convey important information regarding the request for help to eat in Turkey. There was news that some army troops had lost contact. The messages the soldiers sent were also unusual. General Kira asked for information about the soldiers to be explained in detail. Finally, the female subordinate told her about the soldiers. There were suspicious people coming into the tomb, 2 adult men and 1 woman. At first, these 3 suspected humans did not have any weapons. General Kira became confused, even though the soldiers had been given relic weapons, but still lost against the intruders. General Kira's men apologized for this incident. When General Kira digested the story that there were 2 men who entered the dining area with relic weapons, she was sure it must be Ju Hyun and Yu Jae-ha. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun is busy fighting the soldiers underground. Ju Hyun challenged the soldiers to chase and fight him. Now Ju Hyun is not afraid because all parts of his body are surrounded by power. Yu Jae-ha and Irene, who were hiding from the gun attack, were very panicked. Especially when Yu Jae-ha sees Ju Hyun, he doesn't care how great the relic is. According to Yu Jae-ha, his boss won't be able to win against a gun with just a sword. The army troops continued to shoot at Ju Hyun. The sound of gunfire from the soldiers was so loud. Even these soldiers continue to shoot the bullets repeatedly. There is one soldier who directs his shots to match the whereabouts of the target. When the shooting was done, Ju Hyun was quickly able to escape again. The army troops who shot immediately realized Ju Hyun was running away. The troops immediately chased the fleeing Ju Hyun. When Ju Hyun is running, there is a plan that he will make to face this army of soldiers. The strategy that Ju Hyun will do is steal attention with the aura of the relic. Then Ju Hyun will run away to increase speed. The actions taken by Ju Hyun can make the army follow his footsteps into the trap room. One of the army troops saw the auxiliary road and asked Ju Hyun to surrender because it was surrounded by soldiers. Ju Hyun was asked to drop his weapon and raise his hands over his head. But Ju Hyun would not obey the order and immediately used his strength. Under this ground, Ju Hyun raises the power with a golden color. The soldiers who were besieging him were immediately dazzled by the light, so that anyone who is in this underground immediately turns into gold. Then Ju Hyun used his sword to make the soldiers helpless. The incident in the underground is immediately gripping, and some soldiers intend to escape. But when it is in the trap, Ju Hyun's soldiers will no longer be able to get out of this trap. After that, there were soldiers who died covered in blood as a result of the Ju Hyun who gave a deadly attack. Ju Hyun stood up and saw the soldiers already lying down and helpless to attack. After finishing off these soldiers, Ju Hyun said there was nothing special in fighting soldiers who were so easy to do. Irene was happy to see Ju Hyun in good condition and safe. Ju Hyun invites his two friends to leave because he already knows where the Pactolus River is. Yoo Jae-ha wants to know how the army is doing now after being fought by Ju Hyun. All the soldiers who attacked him earlier have been taken care of and now it's safe. According to Yoo Jae-ha, a figure like Ju Hyun is really very scary. Ju Hyun, Yoo Jae-ha, and Irene have arrived at the Pactolus River. A lot of gold is attached to the tree near the Pactolus River. Yoo Jae-ha, who saw this river for the first time, did not expect it. Ju Hyun himself admits that the Pactolus River is very good according to what is written on the tomb wall. Ju Hyun immediately looked at Irene to try bathing in the Pactolus River. Irene was immediately surprised when she was asked to bathe in this river. According to the story, King Midas had removed his power by washing his hands here. So in this Pactolus River, Irene can remove the parasite relic that disturbs her. First, Ju Hyun dipped his hand into the Pactolus River water. While doing this inspection, Ju Hyun told Irene that there was no trap in it. Ju Hyun asked Irene to go quickly and do what he had ordered earlier. Irene immediately agreed to the order from Ju Hyun. A few moments later, Irene finally bathed in the water of the Pactolus River, while Yoo Jae-ha and Ju Hyun were waiting on the edge. Yoo Jae-ha saw Ju Hyun doing something. But Yoo Jae-ha didn't understand what his boss was doing, so asked to be explained. Ju Hyun was taking precautionary measures. Earlier, Yoo Jae-ha had heard that Ju Hyun said there were no traps in the water at all. Ju Hyun immediately gave an understanding that the relics that came out of him could change. Therefore, when handling relics, care must be taken not to be careless. Irene was still bathing in the river and used her hands to fetch water and splash it on her shoulders. Irene still did not believe whether this river water could erase parasites. After saying that something happened to the water in front of Irene, a voice appeared saying that Irene's body was half of herself. The water in front of Irene seemed to be swirling. Ju Hyun realized something was happening near Irene. He immediately rushed to leave. A notification came from the system that the relic hidden in the water had awakened. The golden relic emits a very terrible aura. Besides that, another notification appears. If a very strong luck has come to exceed the limit, the effect can come to destruction. After reading the notification from the system, Ju Hyun immediately understood what he had to do. Ju Hyun came calling Irene's name. Currently, Irene is still in the water. Ju Hyun asked Irene to get out of the water right now. Irene wanted to get out of the water, but her body couldn't move at all. Instantly, Irene's day turned into a golden color. She was so shocked when she saw it. Ju Hyun was very panicked because he saw directly the part of Irene's hand turning into gold. Ju Hyun immediately entered the water to save Irene. While in the water, Ju-hyun did not understand why all this could happen. Ju-hyun asked himself to think quickly to provide help to Irene. Meanwhile, the frightened Irene saw her own hand turn golden and slowly spread. Ju-hyun observed well that this incident was not a trap. The message window also said it was a relic hiding in the water. Supposedly, the relic ate already attached to Irene's body. Ju-hyun suspected that another relic had appeared. Irene's entire body has become gold. When Ju-hyun was near Irene, it turned out that the tomb had not disappeared and the trap was still running. This means that there is still another relic. Ju-hyun asked Irene not to worry because he was already here accompanying Irene. The voice near the river appears again, asking not to disturb him. This voice said it would take half of him. Irene, who was so panicked and frightened, saw part of the hand from Ju-hyun turn into gold too. Seeing his hand turn into gold, Ju-hyun did not think that something like this would happen to him. After that, slowly, the bodies of Ju-hyun and Irene went into the water, and only the head was seen. In tense circumstances, this mysterious voice sees Ju-hyun like a person who wants to be a hero, but is unable to do so. If Ju-hyun wants to live, then he must leave Irene and get out of this water. This mysterious voice has the aim of killing Irene. You can see Ju-hyun's face panicking and being very scared while in tense conditions. The mysterious voice said that he would get his brother out of Irene's body. Chance today this mysterious voice will free his sister. Irene, who looks resigned, calls Ju-hyun behind her. Ju-hyun understands what is happening now. Ju-hyun felt strange when the mysterious voice said about his sister repeatedly. After Ju-hyun thought again, it turned out to be the truth. In fact, the Midas relic is divided into two parts. One part is the golden hand, and the other is the hand of bankruptcy. The gold that was attached to Irene's body at this time was only the hand of bankruptcy. Irene is still confused about how there can be two sides to a body like that. The golden hand wants to kill herself, then tries to take out the bankruptcy hand. So, Ju-hyun will try to find the opposite way to deal with all this. Ju-hyun wants to invite Irene to control her own golden hand with dominance. A serious voice saw that the actions taken by Ju-hyun and Irene were very large in order to avoid all this. Ju-hyun seemed not to care about anything. He asked Irene to remember well in using dominance. Irene must be able to focus and remember well whatever she has learned during training. Ju-hyun again reminded Irene to use dominance instead of affinity. After that, Ju-hyun will give power to Irene. Ju-hyun wants to unite his and Irene's dominance in the face of all this. Mysterious Asura is getting very upset to see the actions that Ju-hyun will take. While Jae-ha, who was at the water's edge, asked Ju-hyun and Irene to try their best against all this. The mysterious voice did not know what Irene and Ju-hyun were doing. He continued to feel so much pain. The mysterious voice said that he would not be able to lose. Irene, who was fed up with hearing the mysterious voice of the relic, asked to stop this useless resistance. Irene told the mysterious voice of the relic to surrender right now. Ju-hyun was very happy to see Irene start to rise up and resist. He wants her to continue doing this so that she can fight against the relic. According to Ju-hyun, Irene is a smart student. Then a bright light appeared. A blinding flash burst forth as the relic was tamed, shrouding everything in brilliant energy. The moment felt surreal. The sudden impact echoed through the area, leaving Irene breathless. She looked around, wondering if they finally succeeded this time. Irene gasped in shock, noticing her hand glowing with a familiar warmth. Her body felt different, yet strangely familiar again. With wide eyes, Irene watched the golden symbols fade away, and Seo Ju-hyun smirked as their synchronization reached its peak. Ju-hyun folded his arms confidently. "The contract's done. You're back to normal now," he said, satisfied with their victory. Irene's joy lit up the room as she twirled, finally free from the relic's previous grip on her. Overwhelmed with relief, Irene hugged Ju-hyun, grateful for his persistence and genius. He awkwardly accepted it with a small chuckle. Meanwhile, Jae-ha stood nearby, speechless, holding his phone. "It's all thanks to Ju-hyun," he muttered in admiration. The chapter's title swirled like energy, signaling a new journey ahead. The air felt calm, but the storm wasn't over. At headquarters, two men stared at the large monitor, their expressions grim. Still no response from the tower team? The senior officer slammed his hand down. "Don't ask me dumb questions. Of course something's wrong," he barked in frustration. The soldier stammered, feeling the sharp grip of authority. Fear washed over him as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Typing frantically, the officer's mind raced. "They're involved for sure," he muttered. His instincts rarely failed him. "We'll burn them all with our relic if necessary." His declaration was cold and unyielding as he stood tall. "You'll destroy everything if you do that," the soldier warned, but his superior's gaze was sharp, silencing him completely. His gaze hardened as he brushed off the warnings. "I don't care," Seo Juhyun thought, ready to face anything. The battlefield loomed ahead as the skies turned crimson. The opponent's massive power felt like a storm waiting to strike. The relic's myth came to life. Sekhmet, the ancient destroyer goddess. Her powers signaled unstoppable destruction for those who challenged her. Legends spoke of her wrath scorching the earth. Irene trembled as she recalled the tales of maps burned to dust. A quiet shadow watched, arms crossed, planning each move. With a mere gesture, coordinates aligned for a devastating blow. Jaeha coughed, struggling to stand in the rubble. Irene rushed to help him, eyes filled with concern and fear. Jaeha groaned and blinked. "Am I dead?" he asked, dazed. Irene smiled in relief, shaking her head gently. Seo Juhyun crouched beside them, holding a glowing relic fragment. Jaeha blinked, confused. "What's this? It feels heavier somehow." The relic was clearly unstable. Seo explained its purpose with a smirk while Irene kept watch, ready for the next collapse. The walls trembled ominously. "If this keeps up, we'll be buried alive," Irene warned, pointing toward the unstable debris above. Seo Juhyun cracked his knuckles. "Do you remember how we got in here? I'll blast another exit if I have to." Jaeha panicked, flailing. "Are you serious?" he groaned. Irene's nervous laugh broke the tension as the ground shook again. "Priorities first," Seo said calmly. "We'll escape, even if we lose a few relics." Jaeha gaped, still clutching his bag. Irene's eyes lit up with interest. "Tomb restoration," Seo muttered, activating the ability he had unlocked but never used before. The interface pulsed as a message appeared. "Tomb restoration skill acquired." Seo studied it thoughtfully, wondering if fate handed him a key. Seo Juhyun's mind raced as the tomb restoration skill activated. This could be useful after all, he thought confidently. The interface flickered as he examined the relic's restrictions. Restoring a 2-meter radius felt small, but it was a start. With determination, Juhyun placed his hand on the ground. A faint blue glow spiraled, lighting up the crumbled path beneath. The restoration surged with power, mending cracks as fragments rearranged. Irene and Jaeha watched in awe, mesmerized by the spectacle. The path reassembled, dust settling into place. The exit became visible again. "We're not stuck anymore!" Irene exclaimed in relief. The tomb shifted, groaning as ancient stones moved. Irene gasped. "The fragments, they're moving on their own," she muttered. Seo Juhyun's calm voice broke through the tension. "If we keep repeating the skill, we'll clear a full path out." Jaeha's eyes lit up. "So we really can escape," he marveled, though doubt still lingered about potential danger. Irene narrowed her gaze. "You'll be responsible for our safety," she warned. Juhyun smirked, brushing off her skepticism with confidence. "Trust me, no one dies on my watch," he said firmly, his back turned as he led the way forward. Irene exchanged a worried glance with Jaeha, who shrugged. "Again," Irene sighed, recalling their endless string of disasters. Outside the tomb, soldiers scanned the desert ruins. "Did you find anything?" one asked. "Nothing yet," came the grim reply. Hours passed without updates. The military camp buzzed with anxiety as they waited for word from the trapped team. Relic hunters paced the dim office, contemplating their next steps. "We tried everything, but there's no response," one muttered in frustration. Another officer frowned, arms crossed. "This could be bigger than we thought. Reporting to the general might be our only choice." A sudden report revealed a newly discovered path inside the tomb, sparking urgency as the soldiers processed the unexpected development. The officer's heart pounded as he rushed down the hallway, determined to deliver the critical update before it was too late. Reaching the command room, he found the entrance blocked and explained the situation to the guard, hoping for immediate entry. The guard remained calm, informing him that the general was occupied. The officer's impatience grew as precious moments slipped away. Accepting the delay, the officer handed over a sealed report, requesting that the information be passed along without further hesitation. In a distant room, a man leaned toward a screen, puzzled by the sudden transmission that displayed an empty background. The unexpected appearance of a giggling baby on the screen caught him off guard, raising questions about what was happening. The child continued to babble and laugh, making the man wonder why such an unusual broadcast was being sent to him. A soldier entered quietly and revealed that the baby on the screen was General Kira, leaving the man completely speechless. The soldier explained that the relic's influence often caused physical transformations, aligning with myths surrounding the goddess Sekhmet's legendary powers. The man silently processed the explanation, realizing the extent of the relic's side effects and the potential energy loss it caused. The soldier added that transformations like this signified a depletion of power, something that could compromise even their strongest leaders. The atmosphere grew tense as the soldier admitted they had lost track of the team. The situation seemed more dire than expected. The baby cried louder, her tiny fists waving in frustration. The man felt unsure how to respond to such a bizarre situation. Amid the chaos, a name surfaced from the baby's babbling: Pandora. The mention sent an unmistakable chill through the room. The man's face shifted into a confident smirk as he prepared to deliver what he considered surprisingly good news. The inauguration of Pandora as the International Tomb Management Organization took place, marking a new era of relic control worldwide. With strict regulations in place, contact with tombs or relics was strictly forbidden, intensifying the growing tension among various factions. Armed enforcers patrolled the area, ensuring compliance. Breaking this law branded violators as terrorists, subject to immediate and severe punishment. The private jet cut through the night sky as they headed back to New York, the city lights glowing in anticipation. Irene explained that her family had invited them to dinner as a gesture of thanks, her smile hiding nervous excitement. Her parents had learned of her newfound freedom and wanted to meet the person responsible for her miraculous recovery. Seo Ju-hyun saw this as the perfect opportunity to form new alliances, imagining the strategic advantage of earning their favor. While Irene rested, Seo Ju-hyun considered his next move carefully, knowing that gaining the Holtons' trust could open more doors. The plane landed smoothly at John F. Kennedy International Airport, signaling the start of an unpredictable but calculated mission. Jae-ha stretched and yawned, rubbing his tired eyes while Seo Ju-hyun remained alert, sensing the presence of something powerful. A familiar, unsettling aura filled the air, making Seo Ju-hyun's instincts sharpen as if relics were lying in wait. Pandora agents clad in tactical gear stood by, scanning the area intently. Tensions rose as passengers whispered nervously among themselves. The announcement instructed anyone with relics to come forward. Suspicion spread through the crowd as unrest rippled like a silent storm. The agents maintained their authoritative presence, but whispers of defiance spread as relic owners hesitated, unwilling to relinquish their treasures. A tall man among the passengers caught the agent's attention, his movements measured but suspicious enough to sound the alarm. The relic detector beeped loudly, confirming the signal. The agents immediately reacted, converging on their target with tactical precision. The man bolted without hesitation, clutching his relic protectively. His desperation was clear as the pursuit began. Chaos erupted as the agents chased him through the terminal, their footsteps echoing like a storm as passengers watched in shock. The crowd grew restless as the agents maintained their presence, repeating their orders. The tension thickened as the atmosphere buzzed with suspicion. The colonel watched the scene unfold, satisfied with the operation's progress, though his focus never wavered from the objective ahead. He calmly issued orders to punish any resistors to set an example, reinforcing Pandora's dominance in relic-related matters. An officer reported detecting a strong relic signature nearby, prompting the colonel to sharpen his focus on the new development. The mention of a wealth-related relic piqued the colonel's curiosity, his mind racing as he considered the potential implications of this find. The officer confirmed the direction of the relic's presence and was instructed to lead the way, prompting the team to move out. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-haeon, Irene, and Jae-ha walked through the terminal, their relaxed appearances concealing their heightened awareness of the situation. Jae-ha's nerves were evident as he glanced around. However, Seo Ju-haeon's calm reassurance reminded them of the trump card they held. Irene's confidence faltered as Seo Ju-haeon reminded her of the Midas relic's power, which could easily tip the scales in their favor. Though hesitant, Irene knew this was her chance to act. She steeled herself, determined to master the relic's abilities. The three continued their path through the terminal, but sudden shouts rang out, and armed agents surrounded them with precision. Guns were raised as the agents ordered them to freeze, their eyes scanning for signs of relics among the trio. The Pandora colonel approached confidently, informing them of the regulations and the inevitable consequences of possessing unregistered relics. Irene clenched her fists, nervous but ready, as Seo Ju-haeon stepped forward, already calculating his next move with sharp precision. Despite the overwhelming threat, Seo Ju-haeon's smirk hinted at his confidence, knowing the power within their grasp could change everything. Seo Ju-haeon's eyes narrowed as he recognized the insignia. Pandora's true nature wasn't protection, it was monopoly and control. The agents collected relics, not to safeguard humanity, but to deliver power to monopolists who controlled the world behind the scenes. He clenched his fists as memories of Pandora's rise played in his mind, events that should have happened years later. Walking beside him, Irene and Jae-ha noticed his thoughtful expression, but he remained silent, focusing on the strange timeline shift. Seo Ju-haeon knew this future was different, accelerated by unforeseen events. A calm determination settled over him like a quiet storm. The colonel sneered, assuming Seo Ju-haeon's silence was fear. He offered false leniency, promising safety if the relic was surrendered. Seo Ju-haeon's lips curled into a defiant smirk as he dismissed the colonel's authority, knowing the man's threats were hollow. The colonel's composure cracked under the defiance, his pride bruised. Tension escalated as the agents shifted, sensing a dangerous confrontation. Seo Ju-haeon's stance didn't waver, even as the agents surrounded them. Their intimidation only fueled his readiness to retaliate. The colonel's eyes gleamed with anger as he taunted them, daring to escalate the encounter by drawing his weapon. Irene's heart pounded as she exchanged a look with Seo Ju-haeon, silently preparing herself for what was coming next. At Seo Ju-haeon's subtle signal, Irene's resolve hardened, and she readied herself to activate the Midas relic for the first time. The colonel's impatience boiled over as he shouted orders. The deafening crack of gunfire shattered the tense silence of the terminal. Golden energy erupted in response, blinding the agents as they stumbled, confused by the sudden explosive glow surrounding the group. The colonel's expression twisted in shock as the relic's power countered the bullets mid-air, marking the start of their retaliation. The gun exploded in the agent's hand, sending sparks flying. Chaos erupted as the team reeled from the unexpected backlash. Irene's breath caught as she glanced at her glowing hand. Seo Ju-haeon gave her a reassuring nod of approval. She hesitantly smiled, wondering if she had done it correctly. Seo's calm voice made her believe in herself for the first time. He reached out and clasped her hand gently, guiding her to channel the relic's strength with greater control and precision. The colonel's anger flared as he barked orders. His frustration boiled over as he prepared to strike with everything he had. The agents brandished their upgraded weapons, their movements synchronized as they switched to relic-enhanced combat mode. The air grew heavier. The colonel called for an all-out relic assault. Glowing artifacts activated, pulsating with power, ready to crush any resistance. Irene's Midas relic shimmered as her resolve strengthened. She clenched her hand, golden energy swirling around her like a protective shield. Seo Juhyun's eyes glinted with amusement as he watched the agents prepare. His calm confidence cut through the tension like a blade. A brilliant burst of light erupted as Irene unleashed the relic's full power, shattering the incoming attack with a golden wave. Seo Juhyun let out a quiet breath as the energy settled. Irene's control had improved, but the battle wasn't over. Irene's radiant form stood at the center of the chaos, her strength finally unleashed. The agents faltered, caught off guard. Weapons cracked under the relic's force. The air filled with metallic groans as equipment failed and relic-based tools disintegrated. The agents gasped, clutching their throats as their own relics backfired, causing sudden weakness to spread through their bodies. Panicked shouts rang out as the remaining agents fled, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy released from the Midas relic. The colonel yelled furiously, calling his fleeing agents cowards. He clenched his fists, refusing to back down even as chaos erupted. He lunged to grab a retreating soldier, desperation and pride driving his need to reclaim control of the disastrous mission. Seo Juhyun stepped forward, grabbing the colonel's attention with a cold gaze. His calm demeanor made the colonel's rage burn hotter. Juhyun's message was direct. Instead of pointless relic laws, Pandora should focus on actual progress. His words were sharp as a blade. A deafening explosion followed, golden energy ripping through the area. The colonel barely reacted before the shockwave engulfed him entirely. Smoke and flames billowed at John F. Kennedy International Airport, turning the once busy terminal into a chaotic, burning wreck. Reports streamed in about the explosion, but no citizen casualties were confirmed yet. Emergency responders scrambled to contain the aftermath. The specialists speculated that Pandora's reputation might crumble after this incident, given the widespread destruction caused under their watch. In a speeding car, Juhyun chuckled at the irony. Pandora had lost its prestige and became the subject of public fury. Irene sat beside him, a soft smile of relief on her face. Juhyun turned to her, appreciating her crucial role. Irene dismissed his thanks modestly, though her heart swelled with pride. She had proven herself, but there was something troubling her. Juhyun noticed her hesitation and asked if she felt unwell after using the relic's immense power. Irene shook her head, confused. His instincts told him that something wasn't right. The relic's power should have caused noticeable strain, yet Irene seemed unaffected. A dark figure flickered in Juhyun's mind. Relic after-effects were unpredictable. Some relics exacted their price through quiet, insidious torture. Irene had used an overwhelming amount of power at the airport, and Juhyun knew that the Midas relic's true cost was coming. Seo Juhyun's thoughts darkened as he wondered what price the relic would demand from Irene after such an immense outpour of power. Irene's face contorted as a violent cough escaped her. A glowing shimmer surrounded her body, hinting at the relic's true cost. Her breath caught in her throat as panic filled her eyes. Her hands trembled, and she realized she couldn't breathe. Seo Juhyun's heart sank as he saw Irene's condition worsen. Sweat formed on his brow as he prepared to intervene. The car sped down the road, its engine roaring as Irene's labored breathing filled the cabin, causing alarm for Jae-ha. Jae-ha reached over, panicking as he asked Irene if she was all right, noticing her glow intensifying in the dim light. Irene's golden aura pulsed erratically as she gasped for air, her body trembling under the relic's strain. Seo Juhyun watched carefully. Seo's thoughts raced as he concluded the relic's risk had fully activated. It wasn't unexpected, but it was still unsettling. Irene's condition worsened, and Seo Juhyun questioned what kind of suffering the Midas relic would inflict to claim its price. Seo placed a steady hand on Irene's shoulder, trying to keep her calm. He felt the relic's chaotic energy fight back. Irene's body convulsed as the relic's power resisted, glowing fiercely. Seo focused, readying himself to suppress the relic with dominance. The golden energy swirled like a storm as Irene gasped, struggling to hold herself together. Juhyun's voice cut through the chaos. Seo's attempt to stabilize Irene's power caused the glow to dim slightly, but her sudden collapse made Jae-ha shout in panic. Irene's head fell forward and Seo clenched his jaw in frustration. wondering why the relic's backlash was still so intense. Irene's body jolted upright, her eyes wide and glowing. Seo's heart sank as he realized something within her had shifted. Irene's gaze was unfocused, as though she wasn't entirely herself anymore. Seo cautiously moved closer, hoping to understand what was happening. Jae-ha watched anxiously as Irene approached Seo with unsteady movements, her aura flaring unpredictably around her fragile frame. Seo whispered her name, his concern growing as she stepped forward like she was caught between worlds. The tension thickened. Irene's aura surged, causing her to lean forward abruptly. Seo's expression hardened as he prepared to face whatever came next. Jae-ha's panicked voice echoed in the car as Irene fell into Seo Ju-heon's arms. His instincts kicked in immediately. Seo held Irene gently as she collapsed against him, her breathing slow but steady, though something seemed different. Irene pressed closer, her face resting against Seo's chest. He stared at her, puzzled by her sudden comfort-seeking actions. Jae-ha's wide-eyed gaze was filled with questions, but Seo stayed silent, realizing that the relic's influence had shifted again. Irene's eyelids fluttered closed, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Seo sighed, hoping this meant the worst had passed. Seo watched the faint glow around Irene dissipate. Suddenly, strange text appeared in his mind, warning him of an unexpected demand. Irene's eyes shot open as if waking from a dream. She stared at Seo, bewildered by their closeness. Her face turned bright red as realization hit her, and a loud yelp escaped as she backed away in a flustered panic. The sudden movement caused the car to lurch. Irene's embarrassment only deepened as she apologized, still unsure why she acted that way. Seo's calm reassurance didn't help Irene's nerves, though she sensed he wasn't judging her. Still, her thoughts swirled with confusion. Seo explained that the relic's power sometimes led to strange side effects. He warned Irene not to use it carelessly. Irene's expression softened as she understood the importance of caution. She promised herself to master her relic's strength wisely. Seo's attempt at humor caught Irene off guard as he teased her. Irene blinked, not sure how to respond. Their light-hearted banter eased the tension, though Irene couldn't ignore the warmth lingering in her chest from earlier. The car approached Holton's mansion, its grand facade gleaming in the sun. Irene took a deep breath, ready for the next step. Seo Jo-heon gave Jae-ha a sharp look as the latter hesitated nervously. It was clear Jae-ha feared something ahead. Jae-ha's voice cracked as he admitted he dreaded meeting George Holton again. His past mistakes haunted him deeply. Irene reassured him with a soft smile, saying her brother wasn't home. Seo nodded, signaling it was time to move. Jae-ha hesitated but reluctantly opened the door, muttering complaints under his breath while Seo's calm demeanor remained unshaken. Stepping out of the car, the mansion's grandeur loomed ahead, but Irene's guiding presence made the approach feel welcoming. Irene smiled fondly as she walked beside Seo. Being back home without burdens felt like a dream finally realized. She expressed her gratitude to Seo for his support, but he simply smiled, brushing it off as a duty fulfilled. Suddenly, Irene's cheerful expression changed as something caught her eye. A familiar blue Ferrari parked nearby. Seo noticed her puzzled face and followed her gaze toward the luxury car gleaming under the sun. Jae-ha's face turned pale as he realized it was George's car. His heart raced as panic set in again. A chilling click sound pierced the air as Jae-ha's dread became real. His brother was indeed home. Seo's gaze sharpened as he prepared himself for the unexpected. He sensed a storm brewing behind those mansion walls. Irene tried to calm Jae-ha's nerves, but the tension in the air was palpable as they approached the entrance. The front doors opened slowly, revealing an imposing figure that sent shivers down Jae-ha's spine. George's presence was unmistakable. With a composed stance, Seo remained resolute, prepared for whatever confrontation lay ahead. His confidence was unshaken by the brewing storm. Kwon angrily confronts Liak, accusing him of selling a fake painting, holding him at gunpoint to demand an explanation. Liak panics, pleading for forgiveness, while Irene and Seo Ju-heon arrive, surprised by the intense encounter happening before them. Irene recognizes her brother Kwon, expressing surprise at his sudden appearance after being absent for so long. Quan explains he returned after receiving an urgent call, frustrated by Liak's scam showing no intention of letting him go. The fiery tension escalates as Quan threatens to end Liak if he doesn't take responsibility for his deception immediately. Seo Ju-hyun intervenes, suggesting Quan forgive Liak since their team had helped Irene in the past, making the situation more complicated. Quan reluctantly acknowledges Seo's point, irritated but realizing he owes them for lifting Irene's curse with their relic expertise. Quan argues that Seo's actions didn't truly lift the curse, but instead bound the relic permanently, creating further disagreements. Liak, still on the ground, looks to Seo for help, relying on him to mediate and diffuse Quan's growing fury. Quan begins to calm down as Irene confirms Seo's help, though he remains skeptical about the relic's supposed resolution. Seo calmly explains the intricacies of the relic's connection to Irene, emphasizing that it was never removed but merely controlled. Quan angrily accuses Seo of being a swindler too, clicking his gun as the tension between them peaks dangerously. Irene steps in, pleading with Quan to stop escalating, pointing out his lack of understanding about relics and their complexities. Seo confidently confronts Quan, reminding him that yelling won't solve anything, and that Irene's well-being is now under control. Quan reluctantly lowers his guard, though his distrust towards Seo lingers, as Irene reassures both sides to avoid further conflict. Seo Ju-hyun firmly explains the relic cannot be removed from Irene's body, angering Quan, who demands evidence to support this claim. Quan's frustration escalates as he accuses Seo of condemning Irene to live with the relic's burden forever. Seo remains calm, watching as Quan vows to find another relic specialist, dismissing Seo's knowledge entirely in his blind determination. Irene observes her brother's intense rejection of relics, recognizing the deeply rooted fear and mistrust stemming from their upbringing. Seo, unfazed by Quan's hostility, shifts his focus, analyzing the underlying tension and history driving Quan's aggressive behavior. Irene steps forward, calmly asking Quan to stop making such a scene, pointing out that the relic hasn't changed who she is. She reassures her brother, emphasizing that Seo Ju-hyun's actions saved her life, and she remains in control of her identity. Quan hesitates, visibly conflicted, but finally lowers his guard, realizing his outburst was fueled more by fear than reason. Apologizing for his harshness, Quan warns Irene to stay cautious, still wary of the relic's dangerous potential despite Seo's reassurances. Irene's heartfelt plea to trust Seo slightly softens Quan's attitude, though his skeptical gaze lingers as he processes her words. Quan coldly tells Seo that Irene's reliance on the relic will lead to her demise, his distrust still unwavering. Suddenly, Quan trembles slightly, as if experiencing a fleeting but intense moment of realization or regret, catching Seo's attention. Seo calmly inquires if something is wrong, but Quan deflects, stating that it's not Seo's business to know. Seo's sharp intuition tells him something significant occurred, pushing him to probe deeper into Quan's suspicious behavior. Quan's cryptic response only intensifies Seo's curiosity, his confidence unwavering as he prepares to uncover the truth behind Quan's words. Seo Ju-hyun stands still, sensing an eerie disturbance around him, his instincts telling him something ominous is unfolding nearby. Irene glances to the side nervously, her sharp intuition catching the same unsettling vibe, but unsure of its source. Quan lingers with a stern face, tension visible as he braces himself for what might be a dangerous encounter ahead. Quan finally snaps, muttering that this isn't something for outsiders like Irene to meddle with, brushing off her concern coldly. Seo Ju-hyun steps forward, his sharp gaze unwavering, muttering how dealing with Quan's arrogance always feels like unnecessary trouble. Quan squares off against Seo Ju-hyun, scoffing arrogantly as he prepares to assert dominance in their growing confrontation. Seo Ju-hyun smirks, stepping closer, reminding Quan that his parents were dragged into this mess because of Quan's incompetence. Quan loses his composure, raising his hand in frustration, shouting that Seo's family doesn't want to meet someone like him. Seo Ju-hyun dodges Quan's aggression, muttering how annoying dealing with Quan is, yet still taking a sharp defensive stance. Seo retaliates, landing a clean punch to Kwan's face, the impact drawing gasps from Irene as the tension escalates further. Irene looks worried as Seo Ju-hyun storms away, her gut telling her this confrontation is far from over for anyone involved. A mysterious unease grips Irene's chest. She clutches her heart, unsure why everything around her feels so dangerously uncertain. The scene transitions to a grand estate, where the tension shifts to a loud call echoing through the empty halls. Seo Ju-hyun barges in, his voice booming as he demands answers from the seemingly abandoned house, his steps echoing ominously. Kwan, furious and battered, appears behind Seo, shouting as he lunges, determined to settle things once and for all. Seo Ju-hyun rushes into the grand estate, the stench of decay and foulness confirming his suspicions about something sinister inside. The air grows heavier as Seo senses a familiar rotten illness lingering in the atmosphere, reminding him of past horrors. Determined, Seo bursts into a room, his sharp gaze scanning the dim interior for the source of the ominous energy. His eyes widen as he spots an emaciated figure on the bed, its frailty matching the sickness he once encountered. The figure emits an unsettling scream, the sound reverberating through the room, sending a shiver down Seo's spine. Irene and Kwan arrive at the room, their expressions horrified upon seeing the bedridden woman's ghastly state of health. Irene trembles, asking what has happened, while Seo inspects the room, his mind piecing together the clues of her condition. Seo angrily points out the negligence, blaming Kwan for the worsening state, his frustration igniting as he glares furiously. Kwan stammers in defense, mentioning that another patient, Mr. Horton, lies afflicted in a similar state in the next room. The bedridden woman groans weakly, her frail movements causing Irene to gasp, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. Kwan explains the illness began months ago, a strange sickness tied to relic exposure, worsening due to prolonged negligence and secrecy. Irene hesitates, asking what the illness entails, but Kwan admits doctors are still investigating its nature and the cause. Seo interrupts, confidently stating the condition is called relic syndrome, his tone implying he knows far more than Kwan realizes. Everyone looks at Seo, stunned by his familiarity, and he reveals that he himself had experienced the same illness before. Irene and the others process his words, the room falling silent as Seo's past struggles add new weight to their predicament. Seo Ju-hyun explains the progression of relic syndrome, detailing symptoms like hallucinations, organ failure, and its irreversible toll on the body. Kwan anxiously asks if there's a cure, but Seo's grave expression confirms that the illness is as incurable as it is fatal. Seo recounts how the sickness once ravaged an entire community, consuming lives indiscriminately, leaving no one immune to its devastation. He recalls the desperate measures people took, using questionable medicinal relics just to temporarily escape the illness's unbearable agony. Seo reflects bitterly on the past, remembering how hard he struggled to survive, despite knowing no one else truly understood the pain. Seo's grim narration ends, admitting how widespread the disease was, though at the time, everyone faced its cruel grip equally. Kwan's concern grows as he asks if Seo truly believes the patients will succumb to the illness without intervention. Seo turns coldly toward Kwan, his silence heavy with meaning. As Irene watches the exchange, her worry visibly increasing. Kwan grows desperate, suggesting the use of medicinal relics to treat his family, even if the cure comes with risks. Seo questions if Kwan is truly prepared to gamble with the relics, challenging his resolve to make such a choice. Kwan insists they have no choice, demanding action, while Irene hesitantly pleads with Seo to consider every option available to save them. Irene's calm demeanor helps ease the tension as she reassures Seo, placing her trust in him to make the right call. Seo finally agrees to assess the situation, but maintains his usual smirk, keeping Kwan on edge about his true intentions. Kwan's temper flares when Seo delays further action, his frustration boiling over as he accuses Seo of playing with their lives. Seo responds with his trademark confidence, brushing off Kwan's anger, clearly relishing the control he has in this intense situation. Seo Ju-hyun advises patience, promising to bring medicinal relics once they're activated, but the urgency of time weighs heavily. Despite his reassurance, Seo grimly notes their advanced condition, which hints that the illness progressed unusually fast for relic syndrome. Irene recalls her last conversation with the afflicted, questioning how they seemed fine on the phone, making their rapid decline suspicious. Seo agrees, confirming that the timeline doesn't align, as relic syndrome takes significantly longer to manifest at such extreme stages. Seo begins piecing the mystery together, suspecting someone may have deliberately accelerated the sickness for unknown and likely sinister purposes. Seo voices his suspicion that the sickness was deliberately escalated, pondering who could have benefited from such malicious interference. Flashbacks reveal the family's history with relics, where a previous incident led them to strictly avoid relic-related activities for safety. Irene's connection to Seo deepens as he remembers helping her during a possession incident, cementing their bond amid past challenges. Seo considers how their careful avoidance of relics makes the sudden illness even more unlikely, intensifying his determination to find answers. The family estate becomes the focal point, its grandeur now a foreboding backdrop to the sinister mystery Seo aims to unravel. Kwon resists the implication of foul play, but Irene questions how the illness advanced so rapidly, seeking logical explanations. Seo confidently asserts that someone familiar with the syndrome likely used a relic to exacerbate the condition for unknown motives. He questions if any guests visited recently, suspecting someone could have introduced a relic during their stay to trigger the sickness. Kwon hesitates, admitting his parents had many visitors but could not have stopped someone determined from sneaking relics into the house. Seo, with a sharp glare, emphasizes the danger of relic users disguising their intentions, complicating the already dire and tense situation. Seo Ju-hyun confirms his suspicions, declaring that someone must have used a relic to deliberately escalate the onset of the syndrome. He explains how the relic likely triggered the advanced symptoms in the patients, making it appear like an accelerated natural progression. Kwon, frustrated and confused, demands answers, struggling to comprehend who could stoop so low as to harm his family intentionally. Seo dismisses Kwon's questions, reminding him that it's his responsibility to uncover the culprit, while Seo focuses on the cure. Seo leaves the room, stating he has work to do activating the relics, his calm demeanor masking his internal urgency. Irene steps forward, determined to join Seo despite his protests, arguing that she would rather help retrieve the relics herself. Seo questions her decision, suggesting she stay behind to care for her parents, but Irene insists on being more directly involved. Kwon interjects, warning Irene of the dangers ahead, but she refuses to stand idle while her family's lives are at stake. Irene recalls past moments where her actions made a difference, convincing Seo she could offer valuable assistance in retrieving the relics. Seo reluctantly agrees, warning Kwon that he will personally ensure Irene's safety, subtly reassuring both of them of his competence. Seo assures Kwon that he will protect Irene during the mission, leaving the family estate with renewed focus and urgency. The team sets off in a sleek car, its engine humming as the estate fades into the distance amidst lush greenery. Irene sits quietly in the back seat, her mind racing with thoughts about her parents' condition and the mission ahead. Seo's teammate lightens the mood with a humorous remark, earning a small smile from Irene as tension briefly eases in the car. As the road stretches ahead, the team prepares for the next phase, determined to retrieve the relics and save Irene's family. Seo Ju-hyun casually mentions their next goal, explaining they must find a partner for the elusive elixir plant to proceed successfully. With a sly smile, Seo Ju-hyun reveals the target, the legendary relic of Shufu, which promises untapped potential and challenges. The bustling cityscape contrasts the ominous tale of the relic of Shufu, a key to awakening the elusive elixir plant. The story delves into Shufu, a Chinese sage tasked by the emperor to obtain the elixir of immortality from distant lands. Shufu convinced the emperor of his mission, receiving resources and soldiers to aid him in his pursuit of eternal youth. Legends suggest Shufu vanished, possibly finding a distant land to rule, leaving no trace of the elixir or his journey. Despite no proof of success, the allure of immortality tied to the relic fuels curiosity and desire among treasure seekers. Seo Ju-hyun leads the group to a subway station, his enigmatic tone suggesting an unexpected meeting with someone significant. Irene questions the odd location while Seo remains composed, hinting at the strange but crucial nature of his contact. The dimly lit subway introduces a mysterious atmosphere, heightening curiosity as they approach a seemingly unassuming homeless man. Seo kneels beside the man, his serious demeanor unbroken, intent on waking him despite Irene's and his teammates' confusion. Seo grabs the man's shoulder, shaking him firmly, while a palpable tension builds as if sensing something hidden beneath the surface. The homeless man jolts awake with surprising strength, his reaction violent, startling both Irene and Seo's wary companion. The man's aggressive movements suggest he's more than he appears, leaving Irene questioning Seo's intentions and their safety. The man groans in apparent disorientation, slowly revealing his identity as someone with a mysterious connection to Seo's past. Irene gasps as recognition dawns. The homeless man is Edward, someone once revered but now shrouded in misery and decay. Seo, unshaken by Edward's state, demands answers, while Irene and the teammate exchange concerned glances, unsure of what lies ahead. Edward, frustrated and disheveled, accuses Seo Juhyun of causing his downfall, venting about his forced homelessness and shattered status. Edward recounts how Seo's actions enraged Kira, leading to everything valuable being taken from him, forcing him into hiding. Seo, unfazed, calmly reminds Edward he fulfilled his promise but questions why Kira retaliated by sabotaging her own relics. Edward bitterly admits Kira lost control, taking out her rage on him while he suffered the consequences of her reckless behavior. Seo offers a deal, promising to help Edward regain stability, but in exchange, Edward must provide vital information about the relic. Seo directly asks Edward about the relic of Shufu, his sharp tone making it clear he won't tolerate deceit or evasion. Edward hesitates, attempting to feign ignorance, but Seo's piercing glare reveals that he already suspects Edward knows more than he admits. Realizing he can't bluff his way out, Edward reluctantly admits he sold the relic to General Kira for a substantial profit. Seo questions Kira's motives, intrigued by why she sought a relic capable of gathering people, hinting at her deeper intentions. With a sly grin, Seo decides it's time to dig deeper into Edward's knowledge, planning to uncover every secret Edward holds. Seo, employing his usual charm, appeals to Edward's greed, promising a lucrative partnership if Edward cooperates and shares valuable information. Edward, skeptical yet tempted, hesitates, but can't ignore the allure of Seo's offer, intrigued by the prospect of regaining his fortune. Seo reassures Edward, emphasizing his influence and power, painting a picture of mutual benefit if they align their goals effectively. Edward, weighing his options, finally agrees to the partnership, his curiosity piqued by Seo's confidence and ambitious vision for their future. The deal struck, Seo prepares to move forward, determined to use Edward's insights to reclaim the relic and outmaneuver Kira. Edward agrees to talk, his greed overtaking caution as Seo Juhyun smirks, knowing how to manipulate Edward's love for money. Seo explains the relic of Shufu isn't powerful alone but crucial in crafting a relic capable of endless medical production. The relic's purpose surprises Edward, who didn't expect it to be tied to something as significant as medical advancements. Seo highlights its potential, revealing it can mass-produce medicines even for relic syndrome, offering unimaginable profits and benefits to society. With a glint in his eye, Seo promises Edward unimaginable rewards, securing his cooperation while maintaining a shrewd poker face. Seo lays out plans to create a medical relic company to break the monopolistic control of existing relic users over society. He envisions providing affordable medicine, ensuring accessibility for all while simultaneously generating profits for their group's stability. A private plane lands, ready for their next journey, as Irene and the team gear up for another critical mission. Irene introduces additional guards assigned by her brother, much to Seo's amusement, as they bolster the team's strength for the mission. With everyone on board, Seo reassures Irene while maintaining his light-hearted attitude, confident in their growing team's ability to succeed. As the plane departs, Seo exchanges pleasantries with Irene's guards, cleverly winning their trust to ensure seamless teamwork ahead. Irene's trust in Seo strengthens, her subtle gratitude reflecting in her composed demeanor as she prepares for the challenges ahead. Seo leads with charm and strategy, keeping everyone motivated while solidifying his authority within the group for the mission's success. Meanwhile, Edward reveals the relic of Shufu's last known location, pointing towards Ghana, where General Kira's plans are unfolding. The team braces for their next step, determined to outwit Kira and claim the relic for their ambitious medical venture. Seo Ju-hyun smirks, noting Ghana's suspicious activity and how secrecy around the relic signals more than an ordinary tomb operation. Edward confirms no special forces were used, emphasizing how Kira aims to keep the mission under the radar for unknown reasons. Seo's interest grows, intrigued by the covert nature of the operation and sensing an opportunity to exploit their plans for himself. He smiles confidently, ready to unravel the mystery while preparing to use Kira's secrecy against her for their gain. The scene shifts to Ghana, the warm sunset over Accra providing a stark contrast to the brewing tension around the relic. Seo Ju-hyun and the group observe a woman, clearly a relic user, standing with others near a casino, confirming Kira's presence. Seo quickly assesses the situation, noting how Kira's subordinates loiter without blending in, signaling arrogance and carelessness. Irene and the team express concern, but Seo remains calm, deciding to enter the casino to investigate and gain an advantage. Seo reassures Irene to stay outside, tasking her with signaling from a distance, showing trust in her abilities despite the danger. Irene, nervous but determined, agrees to help from outside, preparing to assist while Seo heads inside with unwavering confidence. Seo Ju-hyun enters the bustling casino, leaving Irene behind, as the vibrant energy contrasts with the brewing tension around the relic. Irene practices her role outside, eager to help despite being left out of the direct action within the casino walls. Seo and his teammates survey the scene, spotting Kira's group seated at a table, engaging in casual chatter while remaining guarded. The tension thickens as Seo approaches, confidently masking his true motives while gauging the atmosphere and preparing his next move. Kira's subordinates dismiss their losses at the table, unaware of Seo's growing presence, as he subtly begins setting his plans in motion. Seo Ju-hyun enters the game area, his sharp gaze falling on the ongoing match as frustrations brew over a perfect hand. As one player storms off in anger, Seo steps forward confidently, declaring his intent to take on the current champions himself. The red-haired relic user smirks at Seo's boldness, mocking his confidence while clearly intrigued by the unexpected challenger. Seo flashes his signature smirk, casually remarking that challenges are more fun with high stakes, causing the room to grow tense. The red-haired player invites Seo to sit, her confidence unwavering, as the table resets for an intense showdown of skill and wits. Seo Ju-hyun's sharp eyes analyze the table setup, noting subtle details that reveal something suspicious about the current game dynamics. He observes how the tableware and ashtray are conveniently placed aside, carefully concealing an item crucial to the setup. Seo deduces the players used a relic hidden beneath the ashtray to manipulate cards, ensuring consistent, perfect hands for themselves. With a confident smirk, Seo prepares his counter, ready to give the cheaters a taste of their own misfortune. Seo Ju-hyun played a card and pulled out 4 of a kind and a straight flush, then finally showed a royal flush. The red-haired woman in front of him was frightened to the point of trembling, feeling that what Seo-jun was doing was impossible. She didn't know how to change the situation. Seo Ju-hyun explained that he was wearing an artifact in the form of a lucky coin. The coin came from the prayers of people asking for blessings from God, but the artifact itself was weak and commonly sold in the market, only of grade C quality. But actually, Seo-jun had been using a special ability obtained from Irene, who was outside the casino. Irene used her ability on everyone in the room, except Yu Jae-ha. He believes Irene can control her powers well, so she can turn the situation around. The woman asks what Seo-jun knows about the artifact. However, Seo-jun asks her to hand over the money right now, since she doesn't know how to use the artifact properly. He believes that if Irene can control her power well, then she can turn the situation around. The woman finally asked her son to prepare the money, then placed a black bag on the table. But Seo Ju-hyun felt that the money was not enough. Since she had cheated, then she had to pay him more than that. So he asked each person to give a sum of money worth 1 million. It made the woman angry and felt that such rules were unreasonable, but stuck the sword into the table, making sure they didn't run away from the matter. If they tried to run away, then it was just a dream. Seojun Haeon said that if they didn't have any more money than that, then they could give something other than money. He also felt that he was a generous person and asked the woman to hand over the Seobok artifact, as well as explaining Kira's purpose in that place. Suddenly, her eyeballs lit up and she clutched her aching stomach. But they were all confused and didn't know what was happening to her. Then, outside the casino, Irene couldn't control her skills that were out of control. Irene also didn't know what to do. Then Mary said that it was all her fault. Therefore, she asked him to stop it, and she would tell all the information she knew. But Seojun Haeon couldn't stop the skill either. Then the woman explained what she only knew. If he went to the north, then he would find a tomb in the forest. Kira went to that place to plant the Seobok archetype in the tomb. If Seojun Haeon went inside it, then he must have the form of a child. But Seojun Haeon thought that if she only had a welfare artifact, but if she had a Seobok artifact that was in the tomb, so since she had told him everything, he had to stop the skill. Seojun Haeon said that he could not stop it. He took out a bottle containing a liquid potion that was useful for forgetting the pain he suffered. Seojun Haeon insinuated that even a criminal can look pathetic. But actually, he was very forced to use the potion, because if he just cleaned it up right away, they might report the incident to Kira, because he was still afraid of remembering the events that happened in Turkey repeating themselves. Seojun Haeon looked at the status window that showed that he had obtained the Impulsive Trigger title, with the additional Intimidator Destroyer and Uneaten Snatchers titles already combined to unlock hidden abilities. With that, the first impression that the artifact would have on Seojun Haeon was very bad, and only evil artifacts were interested in him. Then Seojun Haeon asked where Irene was at that time, because he hadn't seen his bodyguard, so he wanted to contact her because he felt that there was a bad feeling happening with her overexerting herself in the previous incident. He suspected that it happened because of the side effects of using Irene's ability. It wasn't long before his bodyguard arrived with bad news, because Irene disappeared and he didn't know her whereabouts. He was frustrated that Irene had suddenly disappeared for no apparent reason. Although he had tried to spell it out, he had lost track of her. Moreover, Irene was running very fast. Seojun Haeon was upset, because the incident was caused by the effect of using his ability. Therefore, they decided to split up to look for her and gather again at that place. Yu Jae-ha would look for Irene in that vicinity, and his bodyguard would go in the opposite direction. Then Seojun Haeon continued to look for her, and it crossed his mind to use the map artifact to find her. But to activate the map artifact, he needed Irene's items in the hostel. Suddenly he feels the artifact's aura spread, and he can follow its trail to find Irene. Seojun Haeon believes that she is a strong person and she will be fine, so he should concentrate. It wasn't long before Seojun Haeon found Irene, and it turned out that she had gone to the wrong hostel, making Seojun Haeon anxious. He asked the hostel clerk if there was a young white woman with blonde hair going to that place. The hostel clerk was happy that someone was looking for her and told her if Irene had booked a room and drinks, even though she had made the hostel atmosphere crowded. So the hostel attendant was worried that Irene was disturbing the other customers. Then Seojun Haeon opened the door to his room, seeing Irene asleep, hugging her bag with her face flushed from the influence of alcohol. Seojun Haeon picked up a nearby water bottle, and he didn't expect the artifact's effect to make him want to drink alcohol. Since Irene had drunk too much, Seojun Haeon decided to let her rest in that place. Seojun Haeon rubbed her forehead and said goodnight. He was also confused, looking for his bag, and found it on Irene at that place. Irene woke up and looked happy to see Seojun Haeon there. Seojun Haeon asked if she slept well and what kind of wine she drank. Suddenly, Irene pulled him away and said that she drank while waiting for Seojun Haeon. Seojun Haeon was confused because he thought the effect of his ability was over, but she showed a power that was not clear where it came from. Unexpectedly, Irene suddenly kissed Seojun Hyun and the status window appeared showing that the target this time was her lips. Seojun Hyun was annoyed because the ability seemed to be playing tricks on him and thought he should have given her a warning from the start. Then the weather in that place looked very bad because there were strong winds and dark skies. At that time, Kira was very relieved to see that she had made it back safely to America. She also asked the results of his investigation and whether he had found anything important. The man replied, if Seojun Hyun's party had moved from Turkey to New York and back again to Ghana by driving a special plane Holton Street. So Holton and a woman tomb raider were in Turkey. So if she was a Holton family woman, then that woman must be Irene Holton. Then there was new information from Ghana, but not good news. So some of the soldiers they assigned to the place have the same mental illness. So they have been arrested by the local police after causing a riot. Hence it seemed that they had been affected by some kind of mind control artifact. Kira asked why they had to go to that place, even though there was nothing special. But if there was, then it wouldn't have caused a battle. Even so, she didn't know why they would go that far. Moreover, everything was also heading to that place. So the man asked if they were going to use the artifact to attack. Then in the car, Seojun Hyun asked him to give him some low-level artifacts. Yoo Jae-ha panicked and asked if he jokingly wanted to destroy the artifact. Then Seojun Hyun threw the low-level artifact out. Suddenly, there was an explosion that destroyed a large rock. But Seojun Hyun asked why they were all surprised to see him, because at that time they were about to enter the hole. Moreover, he asked them not to faint in that place. So what he meant was to enter the hole. The bodyguard was very panicked because the hole was too steep, and it also didn't seem like the right way. But Seojun Hyun asked him to consider it as a path. Moreover, there were medicines in that place. Then the car continued into the G-shaped tomb, so they chose to go that way, because the usual way would take a lot of time. So he had chosen the quickest way, and that pile of rocks was the way out. So he asked Yoo Jae-ha to give him one more artifact. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the mountain, and they managed to get out of the place. The bodyguard felt grateful that he was still alive, because initially he thought he would meet his ancestors. Crow said that it was a tomb, so he could use the tools of human civilization. Seojun Hyun opened his cell phone that could function in that place. Then Yoo Jae-ha asked him to look at the direction she was pointing, because he saw a tea garden that was 3 times the size of a soccer field inside the tomb. But he felt strange about the people who were picking leaves like banoptics, because they didn't react at all. Crow said that the children in that place were controlled by the artifact, and the tea garden was harvested because of the artifact's orders. Seojun Hyun asked him to explain in more detail about the tea garden too, whether it was made by the artifact. Crow explained that the tea leaves in that place were filled with the power of human Sindu, or starstone. So the power of the dead can also be felt that aroma cannot be forgotten. Therefore, the one who had created the tea garden was the Shinon artifact. Shinon is a person who looks like a human and has horns like a cow. So Shinon appears in Chinese mythology. Xin Ning is said to be the first person to invent farming tools and teach farming. It is also said that his leaves were poisoned by poisonous weeds, hence they would not chew the leaves to reduce the toxicity. Then the Seobok artifact is also in that place. But Seojun Hyun doesn't know what exactly happened, but he has a bad feeling. Then Kira was also in that tea garden tomb created by the Shinon artifact. So she won't waste the opportunity, because if you look closely, if she can get the artifact and close the tomb, then the tea garden will disappear. So after acquiring the artifacts, they decided to harvest the tea leaves without closing the tomb. But there were various reasons that only children could enter the tomb, because she took the Seobok artifacts and persuaded the children in the neighborhood to work as laborers. Therefore, they should split up and find artifacts as quickly as possible. Because if possible, then they should also take the artifacts of the new rural area. But suddenly, Yoo Jae-ha shouted for help, because one of the little kids in that place bit his arm, and those kids must be out of their minds. Seojun Hyun saw the children who stared at him sharply and gave off an artifact aura. However, Seojun Hyun looked back at him and asked what he saw. The children were scared, and Seojun Hyun took out a rope to tie them up. After he tied them up, Yujeha asked if they weren't human, but fortunately his hand is okay and only swollen. But the little boy who was behind Irene suddenly fainted. It wasn't long before the children came again in large numbers. Therefore it was very troublesome. Yujeha was scared because the little boy wanted to come up to them. Seojun Heian felt that it was very annoying. But if he thought, maybe it would be a good opportunity, and with that, the Seobok artifact would react. Therefore, Yujeha will find it first before finding it. But he doesn't need to worry, because Seojun Heian won't let them bite him. Then there was a voice asking who had made a scene in his place, when the children were focused on work. Seojun Heian was very happy that the artifact finally came out, so he asked Yujeha to stay with Irene, who would use the bankruptcy artifact that would stop them. Seojun Heian felt the artifact's aura of anger spreading throughout the garden. Therefore, he took out another rope to tie the children again. The artifact saw the tied children, but Seojun Heian said that he was the new master. Moreover, the children in that place became insane because of it. All the children were frightened and moved back. Seojun Heian asked them to cooperate with him from then on. Then there was a worm that was crossing his leg, so Seojun Heian stepped on it and took the artifact that wanted to escape. The artifact didn't expect him to notice it. Seojun Heian asked if they could help him get his bag that was in the car. After that, the two of them will start the negotiation. Seojun Heian asked if she liked money, so at that time he wanted to buy it and asked her to tell him how much it cost. The artifact said that he was a surprising person. However, the price is certainly not cheap. Then Yujeha came and interrupted him by asking if the artifact had a very high value. Since it was very high then, he would treat it as such. Because in one story, Seobok left with great support, but he never came back. That's why he got the title of extortionist. So in order to make a contract with Seobok, they had to give him a lot of money. That's why Seojun Heian had brought all the money he got from the casino. So Seojun Heian had taken a risk even though he had to use money. But Yujeha was surprised by the strange artifact. But it didn't matter to Seojun Heian, as long as it wasn't his life that was at risk. Then the Seobok artifact laughed because he was such a good human being, having given him a bag full of money. However, there was only 2 billion in the bag, but it was all very impressive. But the Seobok artifact said that the money was still not enough, because he couldn't buy it with that little money. Seojun Heian had expected that something like that would happen. So he opened the bag and asked her to see for herself if the money was ready. The abundant rain of money amazed the artifact. The money he spent was more than Quan had paid in his previous life, so for that time that much money must have been enough. That's why Seojun Heian asked if he wanted to be his subordinate. But the artifact asked him to be patient because he was calculating. But after calculating it, she felt that it was still not enough, and asked him to hand over all the money more, because he was more stubborn than Kira. Seojun Heian asked how much she paid him. Yujeha asked if he would compete with him, and it got a little scary. But Seojun Heian will put an end to that. But he had already handed over the money he had to him, but it still wasn't enough. He also added gold and watches, which were still not enough. So lastly, Irene also gave the land title in Holton Street. Therefore, the artifact finally wanted to come with him. The artifact was very happy and asked what he should do at that time. But suddenly, Seojun Heian put it in the bottle and he was very happy because he finally submitted to him. Then the children in that place finally got rid of the influence of the hypnotism. So they will let the children take the tea leaves and seeds. So they will leave the tomb immediately. The artifact asked what he did that could make him angry, but Seojun Heian will do it himself. But if he already understands, then the artifact asks him to pay him 70 million. Because what he gave was just the initial payment, and if he can complete the deal, then he has to pay again. Therefore, Seojun Heian will pay for it. However, the artifact wants him to pay it back then, and he will definitely cheat him again. Seojun Heian asked if she trusted him now to pay him while shaking the bottle. So Artifact agreed and asked him to stop. Then the artifact released its power and asked the children to work with its great skills. So at that time they could not just stay there and had to get out of the tomb immediately. So at that time the children were harvesting the tea tree. Then, some of the tea plant seeds would be dug up and packed very quickly, so the last thing to do was to escape. But there was a problem, because they couldn't take all the children in the car. Ujeha asked what he planned to do after that, so he asked him to put his stuff in the car, and they would walk. He also asked the artifact to help his subordinates get out of that place, but the artifact asked him to give him the cell phone he was using. But he will agree, because Seojun Heian will add his fee. So he asked him to tell him the fastest way out of the tomb. Seojun Heian threw the artifact to Ujeha, because he was going to lead her out of that place. So Seojun Heian was going to take one more artifact, and he asked him to give him her bag, because there should be some useful artifacts. Then one of the artifacts said that they should clean it up in order to be free from robbery, because farming is important and useful. Seojun Heian was very happy that finally he appeared too. Therefore he asked Irene to go with the children. Then the Seobok artifact will lead them out of the tomb, so he will immediately catch up with them after finishing that one. Ujeha yelled because he had to carry the artifact that was in his bag. But when he threw the bag, suddenly there was a wall that caused the bag to not reach him. But Ujeha didn't notice anything and asked why he didn't catch it. But Seojun Heian couldn't pick it up, because there was an aura wall. Therefore he asked if the artifact deliberately wanted to drive him away. Then the two of them on the other side were worried about calling him. However, Seojun Heian asked them to go out first, because if the two of them use the relic in that place, then the wall will also collapse. The artifact asked if the arrogant he wanted to catch him. Moreover, the artifact also believed that he was their leader, so at that time he would be punished, because he had disturbed his workers. Suddenly the roots squirmed and tied his legs, but Seojun Heian was able to get rid of it by cutting the root with his sword. Then Seojun Heian saw a sign that it was a layer of ice, so after he hit it, then he jumped and saw a blue aura emanating from the tree. So the artifact was hiding among the tea plants. He also looks like a tea plant, so he had to quickly approach it. But suddenly the artifact released poison. The artifact didn't care how strong his body was against the poison, but he will be out of breath. Seojun Heian asked if he alone could attack her. Then Seojun Heian took out the first Flint Columbus Homo erectus rank D, so it was the relic he had taken from CIA. Therefore he set it on fire and was going to burn the place down. Soon the fire spread and overheated the artifacts. Seojun Heian was very happy because it worked better than he expected. He had also heard rumors about the Shinning being able to control fire, but he thought that it was impossible, because after he saw it in reality, it was not like that. Therefore the relic would be his. But the relic said that he was too ambitious for a human. Suddenly the ground collapsed and made a hole. So the artifact will blow up the place with Seojun Heian's fire, because he had germinated into the ground, and Seojun Heian had to go with him. Then Ujeha was still in that place looking at the danger that befell him. Seojun Heian asked him to stop, because the soil was giving him trouble. But if he wanted to go, then he should go alone. But the artifact pulled his leg, and he wouldn't let him run away that time. The artifact asked him to die and rot in the soil, then he would be the fertilizer. Then finally, Seojun Heian entered the hole and was covered with rocks. Irene panicked to see him trapped. Then the vibration was bigger than the previous vibration. Therefore, they had to get out quickly from that place. But Ujeha couldn't possibly let him die in that place, and he also didn't bring a relic. But the place was about to collapse, and the bodyguard invited them to get out at that time. Then the place collapsed even more, and Ujeha had no other choice but to leave the place. Because if they stayed in that place, there would be no way to save him. Then they were both in the ground and trapped like rats, so if Seojun Heian died from the poison in the hole. Then all the replies that he had done above had burned him. Therefore there was no choice of ways that he could survive again. Then he cut the roots wrapped around his legs. Seojun Heian said that he would not die. But Artifact felt that he should have understood that the situation was very bad for him, because Shin Hyong was a god relic, and he was definitely a new class relic. Therefore, it was impossible to dominate him, so he was confused about what to do. Suddenly he inserted the sword and confused the artifact. He assumed that Seojun Haeon had given up by then, but Seojun Haeon was going to try something, so if he died in that place, then he would find a way out. Because their place was quite strategic, and if there was a huge explosion in that place, then it would be a very extraordinary thing. The artifact said whether he wanted to destroy himself. Moreover, whether he would die if he did so. But it was clear that Seojun Haeon would definitely be able to find a way out. Therefore he grabbed the relic and asked it to unleash all its power. But the artifact screamed if he didn't want to be destroyed and called him his master. Suddenly the artifact exploded. The sound was heard by those who had managed to get out of the place. Then the hilltop tomb exploded and was about to collapse, so they had to stay away from that place. After the tomb collapsed, Seojun Haeon finally made it out safely. He said that it was very embarrassing. Then Yoo-jae-ha was happy to see him again, because he thought that Seojun Haeon was dead, by being sucked into the ground and suddenly the grave was just destroyed. Seojun Haeon asked why he had to die, but it will not be possible that he will die, and the one who closes his grave is him. Then Irene was also very worried about him, and it was only natural. Because he was Yoo-jae-ha's boss, and if something bad happened to him, then he would become a homeless person. That's why it's natural that he was worried about her. Suddenly, Seojun Haeon threw the tree trunk and stone at him. He also asked Yoo-jae-ha not to be afraid, because he wouldn't get a job. Because at that time he had gotten a good job, and would give him more work. Yoo-jae-ha panicked as the artifacts thrown at him felt like they were all broken. But that won't be possible. Seojun Haeon says that it's the Shin Nong relic and he burns it, because the relic is quite troublesome to him. So it was the remains of the flint relic that had been damaged, and already looked like charcoal. Seojun Haeon gets angry and asks if he can't fix it. Yoo-jae-ha panicked and the relic couldn't be fixed, but he would try to fix it. Then Seojun Haeon threw the Hammurabi Code at his head. Therefore, he invited them to go home because he wanted to take a shower immediately. Later in Los Angeles, the servants fanned, played music, and gave the artifacts water. At that time, Se was very upset that the work she was doing was similar to that of a farmer. But some time passed, and he did not give her any news. It wasn't long before an unknown number called him. He immediately picked up and asked why he took so long to contact him. But Se got the news that they were in New York. Therefore, he had asked them to go to New York, so they had to pack their things quickly. Then at an airport, Yoo-jae-ha woke up Seojun Haeon, who was fast asleep because they had arrived in New York. Then, with a face that was still sleepy, Irene came to wake Seojun Haeon, and it turned out that he had woken up earlier. But at that time she said that she had a small problem. That is, she could not contact the limousine driver, and that had never happened before. That's why Seojun Haeon suggested taking a taxi. Irene agreed to his proposal, but she still wanted to try to contact the limousine driver. Therefore, he will get ready. Not long after they were in the taxi, Yoo-jae-ha said that he had not taken a taxi for a long time. Seojun Haeon looked at the worried Irene and asked if she still couldn't contact the limousine driver. Irene said that she was worried about something happening at home, so Seojun Haeon convinced Irene not to worry, because they have arrived home and he will immediately treat his parents. Seojun Haeon sees his cell phone ringing because Seung-woo called him, then he picks it up and asks what's wrong. Seung-woo said that if something serious happened when they came to the meeting place that he stopped, because there were some Americans who kept chasing them. They were being chased because they were carrying the plant and they didn't know what to do. Therefore, Seojun Haeon will not be able to remain silent, and it seems that they have investigated it. Then it will be a big problem if the plant is taken away. Then he contacted Bolocho, but he refused to let him have control. Seung-woo panics and asks what he should do about it. So they will change the place of the agreement, and Seojun Haeon will immediately tell the location. However, Seojun Haeon asked them not to get caught, because if they are caught, they will die by his hand. Irene was worried and asked if anything had happened and if her men were having any problems. Seojun Haeon replied that something was wrong. However, he felt that they would be able to do well. Therefore, they had to go quickly to the promised place. So he asked if the taxi driver could drive the car even faster. But at that moment, Irene lowered her head, and her face was very gloomy. Then Ujeha asked her to look ahead, as it looked like the road had been temporarily blocked. Ujeha asked why the road was like that, but he didn't know why the road was blocked and the taxi driver couldn't do anything about it. However, he should have made a U-turn in the first place. But they were already stuck, and all they could do in that situation was wait. Irene asked what she should do, because she was afraid that something would go wrong with her partner. So if they weren't going to get the relic medically, then the master would die. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and Seojun Haeon asked if there had been an accident. However, everyone panicked because the traffic sign exploded and also had to focus on driving. Ujeha asked why it suddenly happened and what had caused it. However, they both panicked again, seeing Irene, who lost control of herself. Therefore, he asked Irene to calm down. Seojun Haeon panicked and asked her to wake up, but she didn't listen at all. Crow said that the bankruptcy relic reacts violently depending on the user's emotional state. Then a very strong relic aura has spread out. Seojun Haeon was so upset that he couldn't do anything, so he touched her hand and asked her to pull her aura back, because if she didn't pull it, then it would complicate the situation at that time. Not long after, she finally came to her senses, and she didn't know what she had just done. Therefore, she had to immediately contact the police. But Seojun Haeon asked her to stop it, because if she called the police, then they would be affected by the power of bankruptcy. Therefore, Seojun Haeon thought that they would use the object in his hand. So he got the object from Kwan when he fought with her at the airport. So at that time, he couldn't control the relic because of his weak dominance. But at that time, he was different. Then in New York, someone asked his subordinates to find the children who were hiding, because if they get the tree, then they will get billions of money. But the short-haired man felt that they would not understand what he said, because they needed a spokesperson. However, they couldn't wait any longer at that time and would seize it by force, because no one cared about the disappearance of some strangers. So they had to do it quickly and draw the gun, because they were sure that if the person carrying the plant was in that place, then they had to find him quickly. Just then, Shengwu saw those who were scattering from the window. Then Shengwu was very happy if they managed to trick him by disguising themselves as sisters. He also didn't know if they were all good at disguising themselves. But suddenly a policeman asked them not to move, because they get reports if there are some suspicious men using nuns' clothes. But Shengwu pushed them away and asked them to run. They took off their clothes while running, and finally they managed to escape from the Americans. But then they ran into the police. Moreover, he didn't know whose idea it was to disguise himself as a mannequin. But the three of them did not acknowledge their disguise idea. Therefore, the previous cross-dressing was an insane idea. It wasn't long before the Americans finally found him and brought a gun. However, behind them at that time, there were also police. But the man hesitated to shoot them. Finally, the three of them were surrounded by the police. But the man still hesitated to shoot, even though the one who finished the rest was General Kira. Then the policeman was about to arrest them. But suddenly the policeman disappeared along with the American. Then there was an image of someone saying that they had arrived on time. Shengwu was surprised to see Seojun Haeon come to help them, but he panicked and asked what happened to them. Seojun Haeon said that they were teleported by the relic, so he had sent them to an unknown place. At night in Mongolia, they were all confused and wondering where they were, because they were clearly on the road at first, and how did they get to the grassland at that time? They had no idea where they were, and there were so many horses. So he has used the SS rank God invitation. So it's an artifact that comes from the ancient Japanese concept of kamikashi, because they believed that there was a god who took them when they disappeared. Then Shengwu gave the plant to him. Seojun Haeon was very happy, because with that plant he could heal both of Irene's parents. Then Seobok said that he felt a familiar aura to him. But Seojun Haeon asked him to keep quiet, because later he would also know. Then the relic asks why he pulled it out, and he is a very humiliated human being. Shengwu panicked, because he should have treated him gently, because if he gets angry then the leaves will fall. But Seojun Heian felt that it was not a big deal. If only 1 or 2 leaves fell and it would not lose its efficacy. Then the plant relic asked him to let it go because he wanted to be with his slaves again. Moreover, what he did was very painful. Sibak asked him to calm down because he would put him in a better place, because the pot is a home for them. Therefore, Sibak is very happy that they can be together again. But he asked him to get out of the way with a ridiculous worm shape, and he didn't want to be with worms. But Seojun Heian asked them to close the pot quickly, because he will dominate, and that way his mission is complete. But they panicked and asked him not to do it. But he had already unleashed his power on them. Soon the tree finally bore fruit, and the fruit was more efficacious than the artifact that was useful for healing. So at that time he could heal Irene's father and mother, so they had to hurry quickly to that place. Then they took a taxi back to Irene's house. However, when they arrived at the Holton residence, suddenly all the guards who were there were all lying unconscious, and the place was also chaotic. But Seojun Heian didn't know what was going on. Moreover, the condition of the house is very terrible, and it is also related to the driver who cannot be contacted. Therefore, they should go inside. However, when they opened the door, they saw Irene's brother lying with a body full of wounds. Seojun Heian asked if his condition was okay. Irene's brother tried to get up because he saw those who had returned quickly. He said that someone came and attacked him. Seojun Heian saw that his wound was quite serious and looked like he was attacked with an artifact. Seojun Heian asks if he can remember what happened when he was attacked. Irene's brother said that the father and mother had been absorbed into a strange image. So, he asked Seojun Heian to check his room quickly. Then his cell phone rang and someone asked if they were back yet. But it hurt him a lot, because he kidnapped the mom and dad that day. But Irene had to promise to follow his orders if she wanted them to be safe. So if she had broken it off, then she could contact him again with that number. But that person will tell him 2 more things. Don't make him wait too long, or she will know what will happen. Shungwoo said that she had lost her mind. Not long after that, Yu Jae-ha came and said that they were not in the room and he could not find anything. It made Irene shocked and immediately fell limp. Seojun Heian, who saw the desperate, she asked Irene not to worry because he had a solution to save them. But they had to save their brother first, and he picked a fruit. However, the artifact was in pain because it picked the fruit. Seojun Heian asked him to eat the fruit. But he asked if Seojun Heian was joking with him. But suddenly, he put the fruit in his mouth, by force. It happened because he talked a lot earlier. But the fruit will taste bitter at first. Therefore, Irene's sister will beat him up. Suddenly, a very bright light came out and the wound in his stomach was selected again. But Seojun Heian didn't believe it because the fruit was going well. Irene hugged her brother who had successfully recovered. Her brother hugged her and calmed her down if he was okay, because he was more worried about his parents at that time. Seojun Heian asked the 2 of them not to worry because his parents were not kidnapped. However, Irene's brother saw his father and mother being sucked by the picture. Moreover, what he meant was if his parents were not kidnapped. Yu Jae-ha explained that the kidnapped ones were not his mother and father, because he had swapped them for fake ones before going to Ghana. But that made him angry and pull his shirt. Because of that, he found it hard to believe him, and he only found out if they had not taken care of his parents for that long. But Yu Jae-ha only followed his boss's orders. Seojun Heian said that it all happened thanks to his plan, and they were finally able to avoid their kidnapping. So Seojun Heian asked her to let him go right then and there. Irene asked if her mom and dad were really not in trouble, then she should thank him. She was very curious and asked if he knew it was going to happen. Then how did Seojun Heian do it? But actually, Seojun Heian doesn't know about it will happen or not, because there was only one behavior of the bankruptcy king that was very strange with Irene at that time. Because he thought that if there was a possibility that Kira was the mastermind behind Irene's change in the past. Because of their weakened condition caused by the artifact and the harnessing of Irene. Moreover, his parents' illness was getting worse. Therefore, he thought that they should not leave it at that. because it was too dangerous to do. Therefore, Seojun-heon needed time to explain it. So he said that he should think Seojun-heon just guessed it would happen, because there are people who deliberately worsen their parents' condition, and they can do more than that. So he won't be able to just let them ruin it. Irene's brother said that he should have told him first. Seojun-heon replies that if he still wants to deceive his enemy, then he must deceive his partner first. Therefore, they must treat their enemy right. Then he will take revenge on the cruel woman who did that to both of their parents. A sleek black car roared down the highway, cutting through the sunlight, heading toward a destination shrouded in secrecy. Inside the car, the tension grew as plans were silently formulated, each occupant holding a piece of the puzzle. Ju-hyun smirked as he typed furiously on his phone, a subtle expression of confidence in his unfolding strategy. The team, each lost in thought, worked to align their goals, the weight of the mission pressing heavily on them. The calm before the storm settled in the vehicle, as everyone braced for the challenges lying just ahead. A sudden broadcast interrupted the hum of the engine, shaking the group with shocking revelations about a global criminal empire. The news detailed Kira Clark's alleged crimes, her name resonating like a thunderclap, shattering any illusions of her innocence. Unease filled the car as the scope of the crimes unfolded, leaving no doubt about the scale of corruption involved. The weight of the story intensified, revealing forced child labor orchestrated through mind control relics under Kira's command. The air grew heavy with realization as the implications of Kira's empire collapsing became vividly apparent to the team. The ancient tomb exuded an unsettling aura, but Ju-hyun noticed his phone still worked, a sign he wasn't entirely alone. His intuition sharpened as he traced clues pointing toward Kira's secret operations, hidden deep within the tomb's mysterious corridors. Edward's earlier warning played in his mind, affirming that Kira's hidden agenda was tied to something of enormous significance. Stretching before him, glowing fields revealed the harrowing truth. Children working under harsh conditions to harvest relics for Kira's schemes. The gravity of the discovery weighed on Ju-hyun as he stood amidst the evidence of Kira's darkest and most hidden crimes. Ju-hyun meticulously filmed the scene, capturing the children harvesting relic materials under grim conditions to reveal the truth to the world. The footage served as undeniable evidence, exposing the depths of exploitation and greed behind Kira's carefully constructed facade. Sending the video to Edward, Ju-hyun ensured the media would amplify the atrocities, bringing global attention to Kira's hidden crimes. Edward leveraged his network, deploying reporters to publish articles, transforming the scandal into a wildfire Kira could no longer contain. With his plan unfolding perfectly, Ju-hyun felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing Kira's empire would crumble under the weight of truth. Edward praised the ingenious strategy, knowing the revelations could spark a chain reaction, making it impossible for Kira to recover. Sarah, scrolling through online reactions, noted widespread outrage. Even world leaders began distancing themselves from the growing Pandora scandal. Civil rights groups organized protests, likening Kira's actions to modern-day slavery, intensifying the pressure on her collapsing regime. The U.S. State Department issued statements condemning Kira, framing her actions as rogue behavior, further isolating her politically and socially. Ju-hyun smiled, recognizing that the narrative was no longer his alone, but a global movement dismantling Kira's influence piece by piece. Ju-hyun's instincts kicked in as the car's systems blared a warning. He yelled, stopping the car just in time. A massive boulder slammed into the road ahead, narrowly missing the vehicle, signaling that danger was far from over. Leaping from the car, Ju-hyun barked orders to evacuate, ensuring no evidence or crucial materials were left behind. Sarah and Mike froze momentarily, the magnitude of the situation dawning on them, before springing into action, gathering essential items. Chaos erupted as the team scrambled, their resolve unwavering despite the looming threat of whatever lay ahead in the darkness. The ground trembled violently, cracks forming as black liquid oozed from the earth, spreading chaos in every direction. Sarah and Mike stared in horror as their car was consumed by the black liquid, the vehicle completely disintegrating. The ominous blue glow intensified, pulling them back as if warning them of something far worse lurking below. Strange figures emerged from the black substance, their forms unnatural, moving as though controlled by an unseen force. The team quickly regrouped, realizing the liquid was not just a phenomenon, but a deliberate trap set by Kira's forces. Military personnel guarded a high-rise, their presence underscoring the significance of the secrets held within its steel and glass structure. Edward pointed out an art piece, recognizing it as a relic tied to Kira's sinister operations and past tragedies. Sarah marveled at the painting's origins, wondering how such a historic artifact ended up in this heavily secured facility. Ju-hyun observed the situation, connecting the painting's powers to Kira's ploy, which made the mission even more perilous. The air grew tense as Kira's henchmen surrounded the group, her fury evident in the calculated steps she took next. Ju-hyun stood confidently amidst Kira's threats, his smirk revealing he had anticipated this confrontation long before it unfolded. Kira's anger boiled over, her words laced with venom as she accused Ju-hyun of orchestrating her downfall through the media. Ju-hyun dismissed her outburst, countering with calm logic that her own actions had sealed her fate long before his involvement. Kira's soldiers hesitated, unsure whether to act, as Ju-hyun's calculated composure began to crack her facade of control. Kira's power erupted violently, a desperate attempt to reassert dominance, but Ju-hyun remained unfazed, his plan already set in motion. Ju-hyun stood unfazed, his sharp words cutting through the tension as Kira's soldiers glanced at each other, uncertain of action. Kira declared her control over the Holtons and the elixir plant, presenting it as leverage against Ju-hyun's calculated defiance. Kira's demand to return the elixir plant highlighted her desperation, trying to balance her crumbling empire with hollow threats. Sarah observed the exchange, her concern mounting, but Ju-hyun's composed demeanor reassured her, keeping their mission firmly on course. Ju-hyun whispered to Sarah, revealing his plan, a masterstroke designed to dismantle Kira's power without her even realizing it. Edward and Mike studied the situation closely, their instincts sharpened as they awaited the perfect moment to execute their next move. Kira, with increasing frustration, commanded her soldiers to act, further exposing her vulnerabilities in front of her loyal followers. Ju-hyun's confidence unnerved Kira, leaving her to question whether she truly had the upper hand in this dangerous standoff. The Holtons, once thought to be trapped, mysteriously vanished from the painting, creating chaos among Kira's startled forces. Kira's composure cracked as she demanded answers, her growing paranoia feeding into the carefully orchestrated plan unfolding before her. Kira's soldiers frantically searched the painting, baffled by the Holtons' disappearance, as Ju-hyun's smirk hinted at his unseen maneuver. Kira's outrage reached its peak, her accusations directed at Ju-hyun, whose calm demeanor further agitated her fragile composure. Ju-hyun, unfazed, left the confrontation with a victorious smirk, his actions serving as the final nail in Kira's empire. As he walked away, the weight of his plan's success settled, knowing he had dismantled a corrupt system with precision. Kira's scream of frustration echoed behind him, a sound of defeat that Ju-hyun savored as he disappeared into the horizon. The relic's energy surged, consuming the room in bright purple light, as Ju-hyun activated a countermeasure to stall the attack. Chaos erupted as soldiers and surroundings were pulled into the painting, the relic's overwhelming power disrupting everyone's sense of control. Edward, partially caught in the pull, struggled to resist, his body starting to distort as the relic's force grew stronger. The relic faltered momentarily, as Ju-hyun activated a hidden mechanism, redirecting its energy and shifting the battle to his favor. A massive explosion of light followed, the painting's power destabilizing completely, leaving Ju-hyun standing in the aftermath of his victory. Kira panicked as the relic stopped responding, its power subdued by an external force she hadn't anticipated in her arrogance. Ju-hyun's calm demeanor contrasted the chaos around him, his body returning to normal as the relic's grip faded completely. Irene's intervention turned the tide, her abilities neutralizing the relic and saving everyone from being consumed by its energy. Gratitude filled the air as Irene revealed the truth, her resolve proving vital to counteracting Kira's manipulative schemes. Ju-hyun smiled knowingly, realizing his parents were never in danger, and this deception was the key to Kira's downfall. Irene, her determination unwavering, encouraged Juhyun to focus on his mission, trusting her strength to handle the chaos behind. The relic responded intensely to Irene's emotions, amplifying her powers as the room filled with a golden glow of resolve. Edward, clutching Juhyun's arm, insisted on accompanying him, his loyalty overriding the dangers surrounding their mission's final stages. Juhyun, slightly amused, noted the shift in Edward's demeanor, highlighting the group's unity amidst the escalating tension. The team pressed forward, their combined efforts leading them closer to unraveling Kira's empire while solidifying trust within their ranks. Irene stood defiant, her powers flaring brightly as she prepared to make a final stand against the encroaching darkness. Kira smirked menacingly, her confidence unwavering, challenging Irene's resolve with the arrogance of someone who underestimated her opponent. Dark storm clouds loomed above as Irene summoned her relic's power, creating an electrifying atmosphere of impending chaos and resolution. The golden energy burst forth, her resolve unshakable, as she vowed to protect her allies and face Kira's forces. Kira's mocking smirk faded as Irene's power intensified, creating a radiant force that overwhelmed the malicious intent surrounding her. Irene's energy formed a colossal surge, a testament to her strength and determination to eradicate the looming threat entirely. The explosive clash left the battlefield in chaos, yet Irene stood resolute, a beacon of hope amidst the destruction. Kira's soldier hesitated, sensing Irene's growing power, and recognized the futility of challenging her head-on with brute force. Kira, now reliant on her strength, vowed to retaliate against Irene's defiance, her sinister aura growing darker and more focused. Irene charged forward, her golden light slicing through the shadows as she aimed to shatter Kira's oppressive control completely. Kira's confidence wavered momentarily, her facade of dominance cracked by the sheer force of Irene's unwavering conviction. Irene's piercing gaze locked onto Kira, an unspoken promise of justice fueling the golden relic that pulsed in her hand. Irene's power radiated fiercely, shattering the remnants of Kira's defense as her allies watched in awe and newfound hope. Kira's soldiers scrambled to regroup, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy Irene unleashed in her unwavering pursuit of justice. Irene emerged victorious, her golden aura a shield against the darkness that once threatened to engulf everything they held dear. Juhyun looked on, a smile playing at his lips, knowing Irene's triumph was a pivotal moment for their cause. The battlefield stilled, Irene standing tall, a testament to the strength of resolve and the power of an unyielding spirit. Kira's gaze burned with anger as Irene stood firm, her presence radiating confidence and a silent promise of retribution. Irene smirked, signaling her resolve to strike back, her golden aura intensifying, leaving her enemies uncertain of their next move. The tension hung thick as a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, shattering any illusions of control Kira might have had. Chaos erupted in the city, debris flying as the battle escalated, each moment carrying the weight of countless lives. A black van sped away from the destruction, its occupants determined to regroup and finish their fight another day. Edward glanced at Juhyun, his concern visible. "She'll be fine," Juhyun reassured, his confidence masking the uncertainty within. Doubts lingered as Edward questioned Irene's safety, her strength yet untested against such overwhelming odds and relentless enemies. Juhyun's sharp retort silenced Edward, his unwavering belief in Irene serving as their anchor amidst the rising challenges they faced. Frustration flashed across Edward's face, his faith tested in this moment of doubt and the unpredictability of their journey. The van pressed forward, its path uncertain, carrying a team grappling with their fears but united by their shared goal. The towering skyscraper loomed ahead, its sleek facade hiding the secrets and answers Juhyun and his team desperately sought. "We're almost there," Edward said, as the team prepared for the confrontation that could change everything about their mission. Juhyun revealed an unexpected twist. He had purchased the building outright, turning the battlefield into his territory with a single move. Entering the pristine interior, Juhyun called out to his parents, the weight of their reunion pressing heavily on his mind. The urgency of their mission remained as Joo-hyun and Edward discussed strategies, determined to harvest more elixir berries for success. Joo-hyun carefully picked a glowing red berry, its radiant energy holding the promise of both hope and immense danger. Crushing the berry, golden light erupted, its raw power surging as he pressed it against the unconscious man's lips. A wave of light enveloped the man, his body convulsing as the miraculous healing properties of the berry activated. Joo-hyun and Edward watched intently, relief washing over them as signs of life returned, the golden glow gradually fading. The man awakened, his body fully restored, leaving everyone astonished by the berry's extraordinary restorative power. Joo-hyun instructed Edward to replicate the process, ensuring their plan's success while preparing for the next critical steps. Edward hesitated, but quickly followed Joo-hyun's lead, his determination fueled by the weight of their mission's urgency. A faint voice interrupted their actions, a guardian spirit of the berry plantation, warning them against further reckless harvesting. The spirit's plea went unanswered as Joo-hyun's focus remained unwavering, determined to save lives regardless of the warnings. The healed man looked around, his disorientation giving way to gratitude as he realized the severity of his prior condition. Edward was stunned to see both the man and woman fully healed, their expressions mirroring disbelief at their transformation. Joo-hyun reassured Edward, his calm tone hiding the immense pressure they all felt amidst the escalating conflict and uncertain future. Stepping away, Joo-hyun left Edward with the responsibility of caring for the pair, trusting him to handle their fragile state. Edward's gratitude lingered as Joo-hyun disappeared, his silent acknowledgement of trust a powerful moment between the two. Joo-hyun smirked as he walked away, his thoughts already focused on Irene and the challenges still waiting ahead. The van sped through the abandoned streets, carrying Joo-hyun and his team toward their next dangerous encounter with relics. Joo-hyun reflected on past battles, realizing Kira's resilience made her a formidable opponent even before the chaos of relics. A flash of purple light illuminated the cabin, signaling the presence of relics with immense destructive potential nearby. Joo-hyun's relic detector confirmed the area housed the relic of bankruptcy and the relic of war, both dangerous and unstable. Flames and destruction came into view, revealing the aftermath of a fierce battle that left the area in ruins. Joo-hyun exited the van, surveying the devastation. He realized they would need to proceed on foot to explore further. The ominous atmosphere unsettled Edward, but Joo-hyun's calm presence reassured him, reminding him they had survived worse together. The wasteland was eerily quiet, the lingering heat and ash serving as reminders of the relic's immense power and destruction. Edward hesitated, feeling uneasy, while Joo-hyun pressed forward, his sharp instincts sensing they were nearing something significant. A shadowy figure caught Joo-hyun's attention, his heart racing as he prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Irene emerged from the shadows, relief washing over her as she spotted Joo-hyun and Edward alive amidst the chaos. She informed them of Kira's sudden disappearance, leaving the group puzzled and questioning her true intentions. Joo-hyun speculated Kira's motives, suspecting she was strategizing her next move instead of retreating as Irene had suggested. The relic detector buzzed again, reaffirming the presence of the relic of bankruptcy and relic of war nearby. Joo-hyun's determination grew as he pieced together clues, ready to face the relics and uncover Kira's hidden plans. Joo-hyun's determination was unwavering as he pieced together the clues, realizing the risks of triggering the relic were immense. Irene explained the relic's connection to ancient Egyptian mythology, its transformative powers tied to the goddess of love and destruction. The relic's dual nature made it unpredictable, forcing the team to strategize carefully to minimize danger while maximizing its potential. Scanning the fiery ruins, Joo-hyun concluded Kira remained nearby, her presence felt even if she was nowhere to be seen. Joo-hyun's smirk hinted at a clever plan, knowing they might overpower Kira without direct confrontation by exploiting the relic's quirks. The team approached a damaged building, its crumbling facade hiding the secrets of the relic buried deep within the chaos. Edward offered to search the area, his cautious optimism driving him to take action despite the overwhelming destruction around them. Kira, hidden and disoriented, grappled with the relic's side effects, cursing her situation while plotting her escape from the dangerous wasteland. Blinded by debris, Kira feared capture, her frustration mounting as her body failed to respond as she commanded. A faint sound alerted Ju-hyun, his instincts honing in on the relic as the tension escalated with each passing moment. Edward's excited shout echoed through the ruins as he stumbled upon the relic, its aura pulsating with mysterious energy. Ju-hyun joined him, his gaze sharp, noting the relic's eerie resemblance to a painting, broken yet radiating untamed power. Edward hesitated, his unease evident, while Ju-hyun confidently reached for the relic, determined to uncover its secrets without delay. Ju-hyun's explanation revealed the relic's connection to Van Gogh's masterpiece, its artistic history tied to its otherworldly abilities. With a swift motion, Ju-hyun began restoring the relic, his mastery over its properties astonishing Edward and hinting at deeper expertise. Ju-hyun held the relic fragment, its glowing energy swirling ominously as he demanded answers about its true origin and owner. Activating the relic, a burst of blue light engulfed the room, revealing a vivid vision of the relic's past. Kira, struggling in her transformed state, recoiled at the sight, her fear evident as the relic's power closed in. The relic's imagery revealed critical information, leaving Kira baffled and desperate to regain control of her unstable situation. Ju-hyun smirked, his confidence unshaken, as Kira's predicament deepened, proving her reliance on the relic had been her downfall. Ju-hyun's dominance was evident, his sharp wit and calculated actions driving the narrative as he addressed his rival Kira. Kira's name caught Ju-hyun off guard, sparking memories of a powerful rival turned ally in dire situations. Ju-hyun closely examined the artifact, its odd appearance masking immense energy, leaving him pondering its true potential. Kira's form was reduced to a mere artifact worm, shocking Ju-hyun as he recalled her formidable past strength. Clara reassured Ju-hyun about their victory and mentioned curing her parents, expressing endless gratitude for his relentless support. Ju-hyun smiled warmly, acknowledging their mutual efforts and embracing the peace that settled after turbulent, artifact-filled conflicts. Ian grumbled as he was tasked with copying relics, his reluctance fading under Ju-hyun's demanding yet strategic instructions. Ju-hyun insisted on the necessity of accurate replicas, pushing Ian to focus despite his reluctance toward the intricate task. Ian nervously admitted the fake relics only mimicked basic abilities, leaving Ju-hyun calculating how to neutralize the originals effectively. Determined, Ju-hyun devised a plan to reduce Kira's relic power, his gaze sharp as he strategized the next step. His boots echoed against the tiled floor, signaling the beginning of a new, high-stakes artifact mission ahead. Ju-hyun and Ian approached a sprawling mansion, its grandeur intimidating yet crucial for their next critical artifact operation. Ju-hyun joked about breaking the house, Ian nervously realizing his companion's humor masked the stakes of their assignment. Stepping inside, the mansion's lavish interior impressed Ian, its elegance hinting at its artifact-laden, history-rich secrets waiting for discovery. Ju-hyun commanded Ian to prepare for work, his tone firm as Ian reluctantly accepted his role in their grand plan. Ian trudged away, tears welling from exhaustion, while Ju-hyun focused on unraveling the mansion's artifact mysteries ahead. Ju-hyun smirked confidently, realizing it was time to enact his plan to strip Kira of her remaining power. He summoned a surge of energy, reaching toward the artifact as Kira's control began to waver under his relentless will. A burst of light erupted, and Ju-hyun called out, forcing Kira's fragment to emerge, knowing punishment was long overdue. The worm-like Kira screamed in defiance, threatening vengeance as her tiny form squirmed, powerless against Ju-hyun's overwhelming resolve. Ju-hyun held the artifact firmly, smirking as he calculated the best way to neutralize Kira for good, amused by her threats. Kira wailed as Ju-hyun poured the glowing liquid into the artifact, her control diminishing with each drop of its power. The concoction bubbled violently, its energy rippling outward as Ju-hyun watched Kira's panic, unmoved by her desperate cries for mercy. Ju-hyun's grin widened as the artifact's energy shifted, the powerful war goddess trapped within descending further into chaos and confusion. Text appeared describing the artifact's unstable energy. The war goddess's strength faltered as the artifact struggled to maintain its influence. Holding the bottle, Ju-hyun chuckled, remarking on the amusing irony of powerful entities rendered powerless by such a simple trick. The ancient mural depicted the fiery destruction of civilizations, legends warning of Ra's inability to protect humanity from impending ruin. A monstrous deity consumed offerings, its insatiable hunger threatening to tear through the world, its chaos reaching unstoppable levels. Desperation led humanity to sacrifice the blood of heroes, believing their sacrifices could halt the relentless destruction of the monstrous force. Ju-hyun reclined with a drink, mocking Kira's weakened form, her worm-like body trembling as he toasted to her eternal humiliation. Ian entered the room, visibly startled by the sight, unsure whether to laugh or fear the ongoing absurdity surrounding them. Ian stared at Ju-hyun sleeping soundly, grumbling about his hard work while Ju-hyun seemed to take it easy. Ju-hyun dismissed Ian's complaints, smirking, reminding him that a slave didn't have the luxury to whine about their tasks. Ian froze as he heard strange noises echoing, his paranoia intensifying as he struggled to understand what was happening. Ju-hyun noticed Ian's alarm but remained calm, his mind already piecing together the source of the unsettling sounds around them. The tension thickened as both men realized the house was no longer safe, forcing them into action against an unknown threat. Ju-hyun explained that Kira's followers had surrounded the house, their presence a calculated result of his intentionally placed bait. Ian panicked, questioning Ju-hyun's methods, while Ju-hyun remained unfazed, confident in his strategy to handle the looming chaos. Ju-hyun revealed the bait, a relic copy, designed to lure Kira's subordinates into their trap, knowing they'd stop at nothing. Ian hesitated, realizing the dire consequences of Ju-hyun's risky plan, yet trusted his leadership despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them. Armed soldiers stormed the mansion, their aggression evident, as Ju-hyun's calm demeanor suggested he'd already accounted for their arrival. The soldiers aimed their weapons, demanding answers about Kira, unaware of Ju-hyun's clever ploy to turn the situation against them. Kira's voice echoed from her worm-like form, boasting about her subordinates' loyalty, oblivious to the trap she'd fallen into. Ju-hyun smirked, teasing Kira as he held her bottled form, knowing her arrogance would soon crumble under his plan. One soldier threatened Ju-hyun, but he calmly taunted them, holding all the power as he prepared to dismantle their operation. Ju-hyun's confidence radiated as the situation spiraled, his quick thinking ensuring he always stayed 2 steps ahead of his enemies. Seo Ju-hyun offered a glowing, peculiar bottle with a smirk, clearly knowing something others didn't. His confidence was unmatched. The bottle's eerie contents twisted unnaturally as someone reached for it. Green liquid expanded ominously, making everyone step back. A sudden eruption, liquid spilled out violently. Someone screamed, stumbling. Chaos erupted as the glowing contents seemed alive. As the shattered remains hit the ground, a bizarre creature squirmed out, making bystanders freeze in disbelief. What was that? Seo Ju-hyun chuckled proudly. I really didn't expect anyone would be brave enough to trust that, but here we are. A harsh stomp resounded as an opponent collapsed, groaning in pain. Ju-hyun's imposing figure loomed overhead, commanding attention effortlessly. Purple glowing text appeared, relayed by a relic. It whispered ancient rules of power that ordinary people could never comprehend. To control relics is to master chaos. The aura thickened. Ju-hyun knew timing was crucial as the relic's strength peaked. His enemies panicked and lunged, shouting in desperation. A painful burst of energy threw them off balance as power surged. With a casual flick of his hand, the relic pulsed violently, sealing their fates. He smirked. No one defied him today. The relic's unleashed energy overwhelmed the space, turning the air dark and suffocating. His enemies struggled, dread growing among them. Absorption complete! The artifact's presence burned through his opponents like fire. They howled as their attempts to resist crumbled. Spectators couldn't look away as their leader absorbed the remnants, standing unshaken amidst the fading storm. Their fates were sealed. "Idiots," Ju-hyun muttered. The surviving soldiers dropped their weapons, frozen in fear. He had proven once again who ruled this arena. Later, back at base, Ju-hyun's casual demeanor returned. "Don't blame me if things got messy. It's because of you guys," he quipped. The soldiers hurriedly followed their leader's sharp commands, searching the ruins for the black dot. Their steps echoed ominously. Determined, one soldier signaled eagerly, convinced he'd found it. Their pace quickened, tension rising as they closed in. Back at the base, Ju-hyun watched through the relic's influence, amused by their frantic yet clueless search. "Found it!" The soldier's voice cracked with excitement, but his movements slowed unnaturally, fear tightening its grip. A mysterious glowing artifact pulsed in the soldier's trembling hand, something beyond ordinary comprehension. Everything shifted as he touched it. Kira's heart pounded when a giant shadow coiled behind her. "A monster!" Her voice faltered as chaos erupted. The purple glow in the air pulsed violently, forming a gaping, monstrous maw. Desperation swept through the panicked soldiers. The ground quaked. One soldier stumbled toward the monster's vortex, screaming as tendrils coiled around him, dragging him inside. Kira cursed under her breath. "This was supposed to lead us out!" The monstrous trap tightened its grip. A malicious shimmer surrounded them. The relic's true form revealed itself. "Damn it! What's happening?" Kira gritted her teeth. Seo Ju-hyun's expression softened into a dangerous smile. "Well then," he muttered, sensing the shift in control. Kira clenched her fists, her fury barely contained, but the monster loomed larger, a grim reminder of their mistakes. Ju-hyun activated the relic's powers, manipulating reality. Kira's group screamed as the monstrous tendrils constricted, holding them helpless. "Relics respond to fear," Ju-hyun mused. The beast's roar made the walls tremble, its fangs gleaming with deadly intent. Later, Ju-hyun toyed with a gold-engraved tome, amused. "Did you really think I'd let you walk away?" He chuckled. Flames crackled wildly as Kira glared through the inferno. "That devil-like bastard!" she hissed, feeling the heat tighten around her. The blaze engulfed everything. Kira stumbled, helpless as the walls of fire surged closer. Her fate seemed inevitable. Seo Ju-hyun stood amidst the chaos, untouched. The heat bent around him, his expression cold as he stared forward. The report was grim. Kira's team, once the pride of their squad, had mysteriously vanished without leaving a single trace. Even their subordinates were unaccounted for, leaving the chain of command scrambling for answers amid growing unease within the ranks. Ju-hyun sipped his drink, glancing at the pool's shimmering surface. "Serves them right," he thought, barely concealing his amusement. The lavish ship's deck stretched across the horizon, contrasting the chaos elsewhere. But some guests couldn't relax just yet. A cheerful host greeted them warmly, praising Ju-hyun's assistance, unaware of the intricate web of plans beneath his calm smile. Ju-hyun shrugged off the praise, brushing it aside like a passing breeze. He never viewed himself as anyone's savior. The host's insistence grew, promising endless gratitude and support. The golden rays danced on the waves, reflecting the sincerity in his eyes. Ju-hyun's smile sharpened. "Of course I want something," he mused internally, knowing business wasn't ever just a simple favor. The atmosphere grew curious as Ju-hyun hinted at a larger plan. His calm demeanor masked the complexities of his strategy. He revealed his ambition to transform relics into valuable assets, his vision igniting intrigue and admiration among those present. The older manager's experience complemented Ju-hyun's boldness, promising efficiency as their resources expanded with each new tomb conquest. Excitement bubbled among the group as they began to grasp the scale of Ju-hyun's blueprint for the future. Ju-hyun's mention of something simple, like an ice cream, was oddly disarming, humanizing him amidst his grandiose plans and sharp intellect. As the relaxed mood settled, a dark shadow soared overhead, the ominous flutter of wings signaling an unexpected arrival. Everyone looked up as a large black crow descended. Ju-hyun's gaze hardened. It was never wise to ignore omens. Irene's worried expression deepened as she felt an unnatural hum in the air. Relics never acted without reason. It felt ominous. Lightning-like sparks raced along her skin as her body tensed. Whatever power had awakened wasn't something she could resist. A crackle filled the room as Irene stumbled back. The atmosphere grew heavier, the relic's energy surging beyond control. Pain shot through her limbs, forcing her to cry out as the relic's force latched onto her with chaotic intent. An elder woman nearby rushed forward, concern etched into her face. Irene's trembling figure confirmed her worst fears. Ju-hyun's gaze hardened. The familiar figure of a shadowed bird floating ominously above the ship, glowing with dark intensity. The crow's presence oozed with authority, its glimmering eyes holding ancient knowledge. Yet Ju-hyun's composure didn't waver for a moment. The air thickened with anticipation as the crow watched Ju-hyun closely. Their encounter was rare and never insignificant. Ju-hyun exhaled slowly, his voice calm yet firm as he addressed the floating being. The tension seemed to still the world. The crew huddled near the deck, nervous whispers spreading. Ju-hyun's unshaken demeanor was the only reassurance amid the looming danger. Ju-hyun leaned against the railing, watching the crow's slow descent. The creature's glint held something more than a warning. The crow's voice echoed in Ju-hyun's mind, acknowledging his achievements yet hinting at the cost of those victories. Its eyes pulsed with a strange glow. The bird seemed amused by Ju-hyun's refusal to conform to relic hunters' rules. Ju-hyun smirked, brushing off the implied lesson. He dictated his path, and no ancient force would steer him otherwise. The crow paused briefly, its gaze softening as if revealing something personal. "I'm here, to see how far you've come." Ju-hyun's expression remained calm as the crow spoke. "Relics will target you because they fear you," its voice echoed ominously. He crossed his arms, remembering the warnings from past encounters. Relics acted independently, but not without purpose or reason. The crow observed him closely. "You aren't controlled by relics. That's why they fear you," it whispered with an unsettling certainty. A vision of golden relics and formidable leaders flashed in his mind, signaling future challenges he couldn't yet avoid. The crow's final message was clear. "Stay vigilant. Unusual relic movements indicate something more dangerous lurking beyond sight." Ju-hyun smirked confidently. "A tool is just a tool," he muttered, dismissing the crow's concerns with characteristic boldness. The crow's wings flared with dark energy as it acknowledged his unshaken confidence. "Your arrogance runs deep," it thought. It flung a glowing object toward him, a relic gift from the skies. Ju-hyun caught it effortlessly, examining the strange glow. The air pulsed as the relic released faint energy. "What is this?" he wondered, aware that nothing given was without meaning. The crow vanished into the distance, its form fading. "It always leaves on its own terms," Ju-hyun mused with amusement. Two gourd-shaped relics floated in front of Ju-hyun. Their ethereal glow and inscription signaled their rare and mysterious origins. His team gathered, curiously eyeing the relics. One of them stepped closer. "This strange bird vanished after dropping these," he remarked. Ju-hyun's intuition stirred. The gourds were known for randomness. Treasures or curses lay within their fragile shells. "Let's open it," someone suggested eagerly. Ju-hyun hesitated, knowing that impatience often led to disastrous outcomes with relics. The atmosphere grew tense as they debated their next move. Everyone's eyes remained glued to the relic's shimmering surface. Ju-hyun calmly assessed the situation while his ally nervously wondered where such colossal relics would be stored without attracting attention. A knowing smile played on Ju-hyun's lips as he pulled out a glowing relic, an enchanted painting capable of storing anything. The canvas shimmered, and the gourd-like relics disappeared into the vibrant swirls of color, vanishing as if swallowed by the art. "Vincent van Gogh's incomplete relic," the artifact's description floated in glowing letters, confirming its rarity and limited remaining uses. His companions stared in awe, grasping the brilliance of the solution as the canvas radiated an ethereal blue light. The relic pulsed as its magic activated. "No more hauling heavy bags," his friend muttered. impressed by the clever use. With everything in place, Ju-hyun shifted gears. The event was ready to begin, and he summoned everyone back outside. Flashback scenes narrated Ju-hyun's recent strategic moves, forming alliances, establishing contracts, and solidifying his financial grip with precise timing. An agreement with Edward stood out. It was a mutually beneficial contract, but both sides knew it had risks. A sudden knock interrupted the recap. Irene entered, holding an elegantly sealed envelope bearing an unmistakable symbol of authority. Ju-hyun's eyes narrowed as he took the envelope. It was a formal invitation from Pandora, a notorious relic organization. Irene, uneasy, asked if he planned to attend. Ju-hyun knew Pandora's involvement meant potential chaos at the event. The invitation listed prominent names. One in particular caught Ju-hyun's eye, a name that stirred old memories and unresolved tension. His ally leaned in curiously as Ju-hyun stared at the list, his expression darkening. "Is there a name you recognize?" The atmosphere thickened as Ju-hyun's silent reaction hinted at a complex connection to the mysterious name that resurfaced unexpectedly. Ju-hyun's grin widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. Memories of the past returned as he scanned the list carefully. A figure stood in his mind, his back turned, yet unmistakable. Julian Miller, a name etched deep in his history. Ju-hyun clenched his fist before relaxing, his smile sharpening. "I've changed my mind," he thought. The game was officially on. Irene moved gracefully through the lavish party, her golden dress shimmering under the lights, catching the admiration of onlookers. The grand hall, with its opulence, held an eerie silence. Empty chairs at the table hinted at a missing presence. Edward observed the crowd with a cunning grin, his mind spinning schemes as he calculated his next strategic move carefully. Irene's sharp gaze scanned the hall. Her posture remained calm, yet her thoughts were entirely fixated on tonight's critical plan. Edward's thoughts drifted to Ju-hyun's past bold actions. He admired Ju-hyun's skills, but found them reckless in the grander game. Edward studied the room with an unsettling glint in his eyes, plotting ways to ensure Ju-hyun wouldn't escape their trap. The invitation spoke of prestige, masking ulterior motives. The stage was set, and Irene knew all eyes were on them. Ju-hyun stood before the grand estate, the morning sun highlighting its secrets. He prepared for chaos, completely undeterred. Edward exchanged knowing glances with his peers. Beneath the surface, their calm conversation hid layers of tension and calculated risks. Ju-hyun entered the elegant hall confidently, his red suit drawing attention. He appeared relaxed, but his mind stayed sharp. Director Kim observed the party with a knowing gaze. He saw the shifting power dynamics and the alliances forming tonight. Ju-hyun's sharp eyes scanned the crowd. Chaos was his ally, and he thrived on manipulating it for his own gain. Director Kim couldn't help but smile at Ju-hyun's confidence. Beneath his composed exterior, he knew chaos followed this man closely. The air was thick with unspoken challenges. Ju-hyun welcomed the tension, knowing tonight was about seizing opportunities and creating disruption. A group of women pointed at Ju-hyun, giggling among themselves. Despite the high stakes, he effortlessly stole the show again. Ju-hyun's sharp gaze locked onto the newcomer. His reputation preceded him, but Ju-hyun sensed there was more beneath the surface. The man's confident stride echoed across the hall, his polished shoes gleaming as he approached Ju-hyun with deliberate authority. Introducing himself as Austin Rockefeller, he smiled widely, masking intentions behind a charming demeanor. This was no ordinary encounter. Whispers spread like wildfire. Guests marveled at Austin's fame, unaware of the subtle power play unfolding between him and Ju-hyun. Edward, in awe, explained Austin's celebrity status. Yet Ju-hyun's instincts warned him. This man's presence was more calculated than expected. Austin's movements exuded charm, but Ju-hyun noticed his subtle glances, scanning the crowd for opportunities hidden within the gathering. A sudden thought crossed Ju-hyun's mind. He analyzed Austin's aura, sensing something off. This man wasn't just about appearances. The room grew tense as Austin chuckled, his voice light yet layered with intent. Ju-hyun remained composed, masking his suspicions. As Austin reached out, Ju-hyun carefully observed his hand. There were no visible relics, yet his unease only deepened further. Nearby, Edward admired Austin's charisma, oblivious to the intricate mental chess match unfolding between Ju-hyun and the enigmatic figure. Austin pulled out a pen, his movements deliberate. Ju-hyun observed closely, noting the faint, almost imperceptible flicker of energy. The pen glowed faintly, revealing an embedded relic. Austin's subtle smirk confirmed he was ready to test Ju-hyun's limits. Ju-hyun's instincts screamed danger. The relic's power surged, its presence undeniable now. Austin's seemingly polite gesture carried a hidden threat. The relic's activation caused an unsettling ripple through the hall. Ju-hyun's sharp reflexes kicked in as he prepared for confrontation. Chaos erupted as Edward lunged forward, obliviously disrupting Austin's ploy. Ju-hyun seized the opportunity, turning the chaos to his advantage. Ju-hyun checked his device discreetly, his fingers moving quickly. A strategy formed as chaos unfolded in the party. Jae-ha, suddenly overwhelmed by strange energy, reacted wildly. His erratic behavior caused an uproar, drawing attention from all corners. Amid the commotion, Ju-hyun identified the source. The Shakespeare relic's aura intensified, and Jae-ha became its unknowing puppet. Screams echoed as Jae-ha's frantic movements sent objects flying. Guests scrambled, unsure whether to intervene or avoid the growing conflict. Ju-hyun's sharp eyes tracked the relic's power surge. He braced himself, ready to exploit the distraction for his next move. Austin's confident smirk faltered as Ju-hyun intercepted the relic's influence. His composure broke momentarily, revealing frustration hidden beneath his charm. Ju-hyun, radiating confidence, disrupted the relic's energy with precision. His decisive move shocked Austin, who underestimated his opponent's expertise. Director Kim observed calmly, noting Ju-hyun's skill in manipulating relic energy. He admired the strategy unfolding before the stunned crowd. Austin's anger erupted, his reliance on the relic shattered. He directed his frustration toward Ju-hyun, vowing to regain control. Amid the tension, Ju-hyun's calm demeanor unsettled Austin further. A battle of wits had begun, each move calculated for impact. Ju-hyun analyzed Austin's background. The Rockefeller family's wealth and influence fueled relic users worldwide, marking them as formidable opponents. Their ability to create king-level relic users placed them at the top. Austin's role made him a key adversary. Memories of past conflicts surfaced, revealing connections to Pandora. Ju-hyun's determination solidified. This was no coincidence. The stakes had escalated. Austin's smirk returned, masking unease. He couldn't understand why Ju-hyun remained unfazed, even with the power imbalance between them. Ju-hyun's sharp instincts warned of danger, but his confidence never wavered. He knew every step forward would test his limits. Austin's face twisted with anger as he realized his relic's aura was becoming unstable. His control over the situation faltered. Ju-hyun noticed the god-level relic Austin struggled to conceal. Its power radiated wildly, proving even Austin wasn't immune to chaos. The thought crossed Ju-hyun's mind. Had the future shifted once again? Either way, it didn't alter his calculated plans. Austin lashed out, his frustration boiling over. His attempt to intimidate Ju-hyun only revealed his own insecurity and desperation. Cameras swarmed the scene as reporters eagerly captured every moment. Austin's public image teetered on the edge of humiliation. Austin, struggling to maintain composure, realized the media presence complicated his next move. Public scrutiny now overshadowed his calculated arrogance. Reporters pressed him with questions about relic usage. The unexpected attention forced him into a corner, exposing his vulnerability. Ju-hyun stood calmly, his sharp gaze unwavering. He relished the irony of Austin's predicament, knowing his opponent couldn't escape unscathed. Austin hesitated, his words fumbling. Every lie he considered could deepen his public embarrassment, making him appear weaker than before. Ju-hyun's smirk grew as he leaned in, his quiet confidence rattling Austin further. The balance of power had shifted completely. The tension peaked as Ju-hyun's composed demeanor unnerved Austin. Guests whispered, their curiosity mounting at the unfolding spectacle. Ju-hyun's words carried weight, subtly exposing Austin's reliance on status. The crowd began to question Austin's competence and true power. Despite the chaos, a sudden announcement shifted focus. Julian Miller, a familiar figure, took the stage with calm authority. Julian's commanding voice addressed the crowd, detailing plans to aid those displaced by rising tombs. His presence drew collective attention. Ju-hyun's eyes narrowed. Recognizing Julian, he recalled their shared history. Julian's involvement added another layer to the unfolding drama. Ju-hyun reflected on the weight of the past. Trusting President Kwon had cost him, but he refused to falter now. Memories of Lance's relic surfaced. The dangerous tool had been used to exploit information, leading to devastation and mistrust. Ju-hyun's resolve hardened. He remembered the lives lost, vowing to uphold his values and not repeat past mistakes. The heated argument escalated. Ju-hyun stood his ground, his convictions clashing against the others' justifications for their reckless decisions. Ju-hyun's sharp tone cut through the room, asserting his perspective. He refused to let selfish motives dictate their mission. Ju-hyun smirked, masking the frustration he felt. The tangled web of power and politics wasn't worth his full attention anymore. Julian stood firm, gathering strength from years of knowledge. He calculated every move carefully, keeping his rivals guessing his intentions. Ju-hyun dismissed the conversation and began to leave, his confidence radiating. He knew the game being played was beneath him. Eyes turned to President Kwon, his presence commanding attention. Hidden motives lingered as the room awaited his next move. The crowd shifted uneasily as whispers spread. Ju-hyun's focus narrowed on Kwon, knowing this encounter would shift the evening's course. Ju-hyun stood confidently, his sharp smirk revealing his thoughts. Letting others control his target wasn't an option he could allow. Julian concluded his speech as cameras clicked rapidly, ensuring every word was recorded. The crowd's interest in his message was palpable. Julian's composed demeanor earned admiration, but his underlying intentions remained unclear. Ju-hyun observed silently, piecing together the unfolding political play. Ju-hyun decided it was time to act. His sharp instincts told him to approach Kwon, who had stayed distant. The media swarmed as Kwon's smile exuded charisma, concealing his calculated nature. His attention turned toward Julian with measured intent. The event shifted focus. Ju-hyun's thoughts raced as Kwon's calm words subtly influenced the room, drawing admiration from bystanders. Julian's concise report impressed Kwon, who offered immediate support. The promise of funding solidified an alliance that intrigued Ju-hyun further. Ju-hyun watched the handshake between Kwon and Julian, his mind racing. The quick partnership hinted at pre-planned strategies and motives. That sly old man, Ju-hyun thought, amused yet skeptical. Kwon's calculated moves proved he was always one step ahead. Kwon's influence had shifted the narrative of the event, and Ju-hyun couldn't help but marvel at his swift maneuvering. Glancing at his device, Ju-hyun mulled over Kwon's choices. The game they played grew deeper with every passing moment. Jae-ha and director Kim exchanged knowing looks. They sensed something larger brewing, their instincts sharpening with the sudden tension. Kim's sharp eyes scanned the room, piecing together clues. His calm demeanor masked his readiness for any unexpected turn. Irene stood quietly, observing from afar. She trusted Kim's insight, but knew they couldn't ignore Ju-hyun's unpredictable moves. The atmosphere grew electric as rumors spread of Kwon's next announcement. Attendees whispered, anticipation mounting with every passing second. Meanwhile, Ju-hyun smirked. His plans were already in motion. The pieces aligned perfectly as he prepared his next calculated step. Richard tried steering the conversation, but his defensiveness hinted at unease. His words barely masked a growing tension in the room. Ju-hyun's sharp remark cut through Richard's excuse, his confident smirk leaving no room for doubt. Others stared, stunned by his boldness. Jae-ha appeared, shocked by Ju-hyun's sudden involvement. His presence intensified the scene, making the audience more curious about the confrontation. Richard faltered as accusations flew. Pandora's involvement was questioned, raising suspicions of ulterior motives behind his inability to produce work. Julian's calm but probing question added pressure. His measured tone disguised his intent to uncover truths hidden behind Richard's facade. Ju-hyun leaned in with a sly grin, his words sharp as he brought up rumors surrounding Richard's copied drawings. Richard's expression darkened. The room fell silent as murmurs began. The weight of accusations began to crack his composure. Guests whispered, recalling past suspicions about Richard's originality. His reliance on relics had always raised eyebrows among his peers. Cheha added fuel to the fire, demanding proof of innocence. Richard's frustration boiled over, making his defense even weaker. As reporters moved closer, the growing chaos became an opportunity for Ju-hyun to subtly control the narrative to his advantage. Jaeha's accusations hit hard, his passion drawing the crowd's attention. Reporters snapped photos, eager to capture the explosive confrontation. Richard lashed out, but his anger only fueled suspicion. The crowd shifted, clearly doubting his ability to defend himself. Ju-hyun's confident smirk remained, amused by the unfolding chaos. He reveled in the advantage he gained from Richard's meltdown. As the confrontation escalated, Julian subtly signaled Ju-hyun. "Let's step back," he seemed to suggest, recognizing the shift in momentum. Ju-hyun nodded slightly, his focus sharpening. The game was far from over, but the pieces were moving perfectly into place. Kwon stood confidently, manipulating the room with his relic. His aura of authority subtly influenced even the most skeptical attendees. Julian's composed response masked his concern. He suspected Kwon's use of the relic, but calling him out required undeniable proof. Tensions rose as accusations flew. Kwon's calm exterior cracked slightly, revealing his frustration with Julian's subtle but pointed confrontation. Julian pressed further, highlighting Kwon's suspicious behavior. The relic's aura was undeniable, and Kwon struggled to maintain his calculated composure. Edward attempted to mediate, but his presence only fueled the tension. His uneasy expression hinted at deeper, unresolved conflicts. Edward's frustration boiled over as he confronted Kwon, his sharp words cutting through the tension while attracting the reporter's attention. Kwon's attempt to deflect Edward's accusations backfired, as more eyes turned to their heated exchange, escalating the chaotic scene further. A reporter, recalling past events, challenged Kwon's integrity. The crowd buzzed with curiosity as allegations from years ago resurfaced unexpectedly. Julian intervened to redirect focus, suggesting they continue discussions privately. However, the growing chaos made it difficult to diffuse tensions. Julian's sharp observation blamed the uproar on Kwon's manipulative tactics. His words carried weight, swaying the opinions of hesitant observers. Julian's subtle retreat allowed Ju-hyun to step forward, his sharp smirk daring Kwon to respond to the growing pressure. Kwon's eyes narrowed as Ju-hyun confidently called out his tactics. His authority wavered, but his pride prevented him from retreating. Ju-hyun's commanding presence unsettled Kwon further. Protected by a mysterious aura, Ju-hyun's calculated words pushed Kwon closer to losing control. Kwon stormed away, his composure shattered. The room fell silent, but whispers of his failure spread quickly among the attendees. Ju-hyun's smug grin lingered as he watched Kwon retreat. He relished the moment, knowing he'd tilted the game. Thunder cracked, shattering the tense atmosphere. Chaos erupted in the hall as attendees scrambled for safety amid the sudden commotion. Ju-hyun turned sharply, a sly grin forming as he noticed the destruction. "Run!" he said, his voice firm with confidence. Kwon's aura flared dangerously, his anger uncontrollable. His piercing glare landed on Ju-hyun, determined to exact revenge for the humiliation. A bystander warned Kwon about the dangers of activating the relic. The consequences loomed over them, threatening everyone in the hall. Kwon dismissed the warning, his resolve unshaken. He couldn't let Ju-hyun escape unscathed. The tension rose as power clashed. Ju-hyun stood his ground, unfazed by Kwon's fury. His confident smirk hinted at a plan already in motion. Kwon clenched his fists, his power flaring wildly. Austin Rockefeller stepped in, his authoritative voice demanding control over the situation. Austin's entrance shifted the focus. His calm yet commanding demeanor suggested he intended to neutralize the chaos before it escalated. With a confident gesture, Austin assured the crowd, "Leave this to me." His calculated move redirected attention and calmed tensions. Quan reluctantly stepped back, allowing Austin to take charge. The hall's atmosphere crackled with anticipation as Austin prepared to act. Austin faced Ju-hyun directly, his gaze unwavering. The tension between them grew as the relic in his hand shimmered ominously. Ju-hyun's sharp eyes narrowed, reading Austin's intent. Both men prepared for a clash, each confident in their abilities and plans. Austin raised the relic, its power crackling in the air. The room's energy shifted, and all eyes were on them. Quan watched silently from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. He let the two men settle their conflict without interference. Ju-hyun's smirk widened, his confidence unshaken. The stage was set, and the outcome would determine the balance of power. A radiant book pulsated with energy, its relic aura flooding the hall with an oppressive presence, captivating all who stared. Legends surrounded this relic, rumored to corrupt even the purest of minds. Its power had altered countless fates before. The king of propagation once used this relic to command entire nations, reshaping history with its overwhelming aura of control. The relic had amassed loyal worshippers, binding them in servitude. Its influence stripped away their free will, leaving hollow, obedient shells. Ju-hyun stood motionless, analyzing the situation. The relic's energy spread rapidly, and he braced himself to counter its dangerous pull. The relic's influence spread like wildfire, infecting attendees. Their once lucid gazes clouded, turning them into fervent followers of its commanding aura. Austin's confidence wavered as the relic's power began tugging at his emotions. Even his strong will struggled to resist its pull. Ju-hyun observed calmly, his sharp instincts calculating the relic's range. Each affected guest deepened his understanding of the artifact's manipulation. Jae-ha fought back against the relic's growing grip, his movements jerky but determined as he tried to warn those nearby. Amid the chaos, Ju-hyun's steady presence stood out. He prepared himself, knowing the relic required precision and mental resilience to counter. Ju-hyun's aura shifted as he summoned his strength, focusing on dismantling the relic's influence while the crowd grew increasingly frantic. The relic's power surged, testing his limits. Its energy swirled ominously, threatening to consume everything unless stopped with strategic precision. Jae-ha's struggle intensified as he clung to his remaining free will. His attention flicked to Ju-hyun, finding hope in his calm. Ju-hyun activated his own relic, countering the book's oppressive aura. The clash of powers reverberated, shaking the hall to its core. Energy collided in a vibrant display, forcing the relic's influence to retreat. Ju-hyun's determination was unwavering as the tide shifted. Ju-hyun faced the incoming controlled attackers, his calm demeanor masking the calculated plan brewing in his sharp mind. He countered the mental attack with a stronger force, teaching his attackers a lesson they wouldn't easily forget. Onlookers panicked, watching Ju-hyun draw his sword, confident yet menacing, as chaos unfolded with every calculated strike. Ju-hyun smirked, assuring the crowd everything was under control, turning the mental attack against his enemies in spectacular fashion. With precise movements, Ju-hyun unleashed his power, leaving the manipulated attackers helpless and reinforcing his dominance in the arena. One enemy, stunned by Ju-hyun's speed, felt an overwhelming force before being sent flying across the battlefield effortlessly. The strike sent shockwaves through the room, leaving spectators awestruck by the sheer precision of Ju-hyun's powerful counterattack. Blood splattered dramatically, marking the end of the confrontation as Ju-hyun's enemies crumbled under his relentless, calculated moves. Ju-hyun's piercing gaze met his remaining opponent, his confident smirk adding fuel to the already tense atmosphere in the room. The enemy staggered back, disbelief etched on his face, realizing too late the magnitude of Ju-hyun's overwhelming strength and strategy. The defeated man clutched his neck, confused and horrified, as he felt phantom pain from Ju-hyun's illusionary assault. Realizing it was all a trick, the opponent's pride crumbled further, his anger flaring at being outsmarted so easily. Ju-hyun laughed mockingly, his confidence unwavering, enjoying the psychological game that had his opponent trapped in a web of fear. Holding his glowing sword, Juheon taunted his enemy further, declaring the fight was already over long before it even began. Enraged, the opponent vowed revenge, but Juheon's smirk said it all. He had already won the battle in every way. Juheon smirked, revealing everyone present had been affected by his relic, showcasing his mastery of mental attacks and manipulation. Hwarang's sword unleashed its true power, forcing enemies to confront their greatest fears, leaving them paralyzed and defenseless against him. Juheon, confident in his control, announced his intentions, claiming ownership of a powerful relic with an audacious grin. The defeated man clutched his missing relic, bewildered and outraged, while Juheon casually flaunted his prize with a mocking laugh. Frustration and anger consumed the opponent as Juheon taunted him further, his calm demeanor masking his undeniable strategic brilliance. The opponent screamed in defiance, but Juheon's cool confidence shattered his resolve, proving once again his dominance in relic battles. Juheon observed the relic's resistance, noting its loyalty to its former owner, but his strategies never left room for failure. The relic's conditions appeared, revealing the necessity to weaken its owner's control before claiming it, a challenge Juheon relished tackling. Even as his opponent faltered, Juheon's unwavering focus kept him ahead, cementing his status as a force to be reckoned with. Amused by his opponent's futile resistance, Juheon smirked, knowing victory was only a matter of time and calculated effort. The relic lashed out at its former owner, surprising everyone as it acted independently, defying expectations and amplifying the chaos. Juheon's strategy bore fruit as his opponent's control weakened, paving the way for the relic to shift its loyalty. Grinning, Juheon noticed the relic recognizing him as its rightful master, a testament to his unparalleled cunning and persistence. Mocking his opponent's crumbling defenses, Juheon encouraged the relic to finalize its betrayal, securing another victory in his growing legacy. With his opponent defeated, Juheon's command of the relic solidified, leaving no doubt about his dominance in the relic game. Juheon's opponent panicked as their relic's strength plummeted, breaking the contract and leaving them defenseless against his strategy. Juheon seized the moment, his relic glowing brightly, amplifying his power as he unleashed a calculated strike against his foe. His opponent screamed in frustration, questioning Juheon's identity, unable to comprehend the immense power he commanded with such confidence. Smirking, Juheon reveled in his growing strength, knowing this victory was another step towards solidifying his dominance in relic warfare. Despite the opponent's desperate attempts, Juheon maintained complete control, his unwavering resolve demonstrating why he remained an unstoppable force. The opponent's relic lashed out wildly, attempting to regain control, but Juheon's calm demeanor revealed his unshakable confidence. The relic's loyalty shifted, recognizing Juheon's superior strength, wrapping around the opponent and amplifying their growing sense of defeat. The relic tightened its grip, causing pain and panic, as the opponent realized they had lost both control and advantage. Juheon's mocking tone intensified, enjoying the spectacle, as the relic fully submitted to him, reinforcing his mastery of relic manipulation. With one final command, Juheon sealed his victory, leaving the opponent humiliated and the relic firmly under his control. A chaotic scene unfolded as the opponent's relics retaliated, causing confusion, while Juheon stood confidently amidst the growing turmoil. The opponent's complaints about destroyed relics were met with Juheon's indifference, his focus on claiming victory rather than entertaining excuses. Juheon casually announced his departure, relic in hand, while the opponent desperately commanded their ally to stop him from leaving. Smirking, Juheon mocked their desperation, signaling his unwavering dominance as he prepared to walk away, leaving them in utter disarray. With his goal achieved, Juheon's confidence soared, knowing this battle was just another step in his relentless quest for power. Juheon evaded his pursuers, his quick reflexes ensuring their attacks missed, leaving them frustrated and trailing far behind. Amidst the chaos, Juheon dismissed his attackers, stating he had no time for games, focusing on his main objective. A sudden burst of energy sent debris flying, allowing Juhyun to escape effortlessly, leaving his enemies in utter confusion. Gathering his team, Juhyun commanded them to follow, his determination unwavering as they prepared for the next critical phase. With urgency, Juhyun reminded his team of their priority, locating Irene, whose role was vital to their success. Juhyun approached Julian Miller, declaring the party over and inviting him to leave together, his tone both commanding and confident. Suspicious of Juhyun's intentions, Miller hesitated, questioning his motives, and pointing out the chaos Juhyun had left in his wake. Juhyun dismissed Miller's doubts, confidently asserting his role in fixing the mess and extending his hand as a gesture of trust. Julian considered the proposal, torn between his distrust of Juhyun and the logic of escaping with someone so resourceful. Juhyun's unwavering gaze convinced Miller, who reluctantly agreed to leave, acknowledging Juhyun's remarkable ability to turn situations in his favor. Juhyun reassured Miller, reminding him of their shared goal and explaining how their combined efforts would benefit both their futures. Miller questioned Juhyun's motives, suspicious of his intentions, but Juhyun's sly smile hinted at a deeper connection and mutual understanding. As the team regrouped, they focused on completing their escape plan, working together to activate the relic and ensure success. Juhyun's confidence grew as the intricate escape drawing neared completion, signaling the end of their chaotic yet strategic mission. With the escape imminent, Juhyun prepared his team, ready to move forward and face whatever challenges awaited beyond this battle. Julian was surprised by Juhyun's sudden knowledge about his sister, his expression shifting to unease at the unexpected revelation. Juhyun offered assistance in finding Julian's sister, his confident tone suggesting a hidden agenda behind his seemingly kind gesture. Julian, overwhelmed, revealed his sister's tragic death, confessing his unresolved grief and regret, while Juhyun silently processed the emotional revelation. Juhyun's composed demeanor broke briefly, hinting at his sympathy before redirecting focus to their current goal with renewed determination. A teammate's shout interrupted them, signaling the completion of preparations and reminding them it was time to proceed together. Juhyun contemplated Julian's tragic past, realizing there might be more to the story as new plans formed in his mind. The mysterious relic shimmered with energy, symbolizing hope, as Julian silently questioned whether his sister's fate could somehow change. Juhyun, now fully aware of Julian's vulnerability, decided to leverage the relic's potential to secure trust and future cooperation. The activated relic illuminated the area, creating an awe-inspiring scene as the team prepared to advance toward their next destination. With a quick farewell, Julian thanked Juhyun for his help, hinting at growing trust, before stepping into the relic's glow. Juhyun's calm but focused expression hinted at his annoyance while his teammates observed Julian leaving, curiosity evident in their gazes. Julian walked away silently, the distant path surrounded by trees symbolizing his solitary journey and the weight of his thoughts. His expression hardened as he reflected on Juhyun's words, a mix of uncertainty and reluctant admiration clouding his mind. The towering skyscraper reflected sunlight as Juhyun relaxed in his luxurious penthouse, unwinding after a day of chaos. Pandora's extravagant party turned disastrous, with the media reporting 360 injuries and chaos overwhelming the prestigious gathering. Among the injured, whispers of missing attendees spread, fueling suspicion about Pandora's involvement in the mysterious incident. Citizens criticized Pandora for promoting violence, and public outrage grew as their reputation plunged further into controversy. Juhyun leaned back with a smirk, amused by Pandora's troubles, already plotting his next move against their influence. In his secure room, Juhyun admired a glowing relic he had acquired, a symbol of his growing power. Securing another relic brought a sense of satisfaction, reminding him of the importance of staying ahead in this world. With a sip of his drink, Juhyun reflected on his changed strategy, now focused on dominating the relic kings. Julian's sister's predicament lingered in his mind, a reminder of how unpredictable alliances and enemies had become recently. His hand reached for the can, realizing success now demanded sharper tactics and smarter decisions than ever before. Ju-hyun noticed Julian rushing toward him, face pale, begging for help as chaos followed his attempts at restoration. Julian gestured toward the rope, its ominous movements unsettling him, muttering about its strange behavior and unpredictable nature. The rope writhed menacingly, almost alive as Julian panicked, recalling countless failures while trying to bring it under control. Ju-hyun dismissed Julian's concerns, finding humor in his fear, teasing him about overreacting while observing the peculiar rope's movements. Julian groaned as Ju-hyun handed him the rope, urging him to overcome his fear and continue their shared work. Julian panicked as the rope lashed out, its chaotic energy terrifying him while he tried desperately to regain control. The rope reacted violently, its fiery aura sparking as Julian failed to calm it, his fear further fueling the chaos. Ju-hyun watched the rope's defiance, intrigued by its behavior, calling it closer to understand the sudden surge of aggression. The rope hesitated, sensing Ju-hyun's command, reluctantly retracting from Julian to seek comfort and safety with its rightful owner. Ju-hyun smirked as the rope obediently coiled around him, playfully nudging him, its transformation slowly beginning to manifest. The rope resisted restoration, its emotions conveyed through movements, as if voicing its frustration at the process imposed upon it. A sudden glow enveloped the rope, surprising Ju-hyun, as its transformation became visible, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. Blue streaks of light surged along the rope, reshaping its form, indicating an evolution spurred by its unwavering loyalty. The rope shimmered as it fully transformed, its newfound strength reflecting its bond with Ju-hyun as its chosen master. Ju-hyun noticed the relic's rank increased, understanding it evolved not through force, but through its own will and purpose. Julian gawked in disbelief at the upgraded rope, muttering about its rarity as it moved with newfound intelligence and power. The rope proudly displayed its enhanced abilities, playfully wrapping around Ju-hyun, its loyalty now undeniable and deeply personal. Ju-hyun tested the rope's capabilities, amazed by its responsiveness, as it seemed more like a partner than a tool. Julian muttered complaints, envious of the rope's attachment to Ju-hyun, struggling to comprehend the depth of their unusual relationship. Ju-hyun smirked knowingly, content with the relic's trust, ready to face the challenges ahead with an unshakable bond. The rope lovingly coiled around Ju-hyun, solidifying their bond through a contract, radiating loyalty as its new master. A magical pulse sealed the contract, reflecting the rope's complete acceptance of Ju-hyun, marking a shift in their relationship. Julian commented on the risks of possessive relics, noticing how the rope's playful behavior resembled that of an eager puppy. Ju-hyun brushed off Julian's concerns, focused instead on understanding the unique traits of the relic now bound to him. The rope, now a special case, displayed unprecedented obedience, cementing its significance as a critical tool in their journey. Ju-hyun smirked at his newfound connection with the relic, recognizing its potential as the key to his larger plans. Julian, still hesitant, remarked on how dangerous relics could be, yet marveled at the rope's exceptional transformation and loyalty. Determined, Ju-hyun set his sights on understanding the relic's history, aiming to unearth the secrets of its unique power. The towering skyscraper of Pandora's headquarters loomed ominously, symbolizing the next challenge in Ju-hyun's relentless quest for dominance and answers. Pandora reeled from their recent failures, scrambling to recover after their carefully laid plans were thwarted in dramatic fashion. Inside Pandora's headquarters, tension simmered as discussions about the ruined party highlighted the organization's growing desperation and crumbling control. Leaders analyzed the data, seeking new strategies to sway undecided allies while suppressing threats from those who opposed them. Flashes of past conflicts filled the room, reminding Pandora's members of their dwindling power and the danger posed by Ju-hyun. A frustrated voice suggested hosting another party to regain momentum, though many doubted its potential to repair their fractured image. Pandora's leaders exchanged uneasy glances, aware that their next move could either restore their dominance or hasten their downfall entirely. Pandora's analyst highlighted the urgency, explaining how 7 powerful tombs would soon emerge, disrupting balance with their stronger relics. A map revealed the locations of these tombs, their positions symbolizing an unprecedented challenge unlike anything encountered before. Pandora's future-predicting relic user confirmed these tombs would reshape power dynamics, warning their capture could change the world entirely. Determined to secure the relics, Pandora's members agreed to prioritize these tombs, acknowledging the stakes involved in their pursuit. The meeting room filled with resolve, as Pandora's leaders realized failure was not an option if they wanted to remain relevant. Pandora members discussed recruitment challenges, debating strategies to bolster their ranks before the competition for tombs became uncontrollable. The room echoed with conflicting suggestions, some favoring individual recruitment while others pushed for mass efforts to gain loyal followers. A report displayed key targets with exceptional potential, highlighting their unique abilities and the number of relics already under their control. Julian Miller's name appeared, surprising many, his expertise in planning and possession of numerous relics making him a valuable prospect. Pandora's members contemplated their next move, eyes set on Irene Holton, whose destructive potential added an unpredictable element to their plans. Irene Holton's profile drew immediate attention, her lone relic holding immense destructive potential, sparking both fear and interest among Pandora. Julian's strategic potential and Irene's power hinted at untapped advantages, prompting heated discussions on how to sway their allegiance. The analysts detailed each candidate's strengths, emphasizing their impact on Pandora's goals if successfully recruited or turned into allies. A sense of urgency filled the room as leaders realized timing would decide whether these individuals became assets or adversaries. Pandora's ultimate success hinged on these decisions, their influence wavering as they prepared for the chaotic challenges ahead. Pandora's analyst revealed unexpected names on the list, each possessing extraordinary relics and unique talents crucial for the tomb race. Edward, renowned for his wealth and influence, emerged as a strategic target, potentially tilting the balance with his vast resources. Pandora's leaders agreed to focus efforts on the highlighted individuals, recognizing their potential to shape the upcoming relic battles. The discussion shifted to outliers, those whose unpredictable behavior made them difficult to recruit but essential to monitor closely. An array of relics floated into view, a visual reminder of the immense power held by these coveted items. Juhyon's name appeared, sparking shock with his unmatched relic count of 50, far surpassing others on Pandora's radar. The room erupted in disbelief as members struggled to comprehend Juhyon's rapid rise and relentless accumulation of powerful relics. Leaders analyzed his alliances, realizing Juhyon had already influenced key players, complicating any attempts to neutralize his growing threat. The word enemy resonated through the room, marking Juhyon as a direct challenge to Pandora's authority and future plans. Juhyon's confident smirk haunted the room, his intentions clear: disrupt Pandora's grip and claim the relics that defined global power. Pandora's council descended into chaos, leaders debating Juhyon's capabilities, each opinion echoing fear and respect for his unpredictable strategies. One member insisted Pandora's influence could overpower Juhyon, despite the mounting evidence of his ability to outmaneuver their plans. The analyst highlighted Pandora's advantage: vast resources and access to information, tools that could undermine Juhyon's relentless advance. However, Juhyon's image loomed large, his audacity and cunning casting doubt on Pandora's ability to maintain control over the tombs. Pandora resolved to keep Juhyon's profile secret, fearing widespread panic if his exploits became known to the broader organization. Seo Juhyeon sits cross-legged, examining a glowing relic in his hands, curiosity in his eyes. He wonders how to unlock its power. He leans forward, calling out to the crow relic, asking for an explanation about the conditions required to strengthen relics further. The crow relic cryptically mentions that a relic's value depends on the recognition of its owner, frustrating Juhyon even more. Juhyeon sighs, realizing that becoming a widely known hero might be necessary to boost his relic's strength properly. He glares at the relic with annoyance, muttering how it could at least be more cooperative instead of giving vague answers. Ju-hyun's gaze drops to the golden relics scattered across the ground, wondering how much power they truly contain within them. Across the room, Kwon watches while sipping his coffee, sighing as he senses something troublesome approaching once again. Ju-hyun approaches Kwon with a serious look, asking if he's finally done with his research on the recent relic phenomena. Kwon sets his cup down, nodding toward the TV, warning Ju-hyun that another major event is unfolding as they speak. On the screen, a world map is covered in glowing red marks, signaling the sudden emergence of countless dangerous tombs worldwide. Ju-hyun narrows his eyes at the screen, realizing that something massive is about to disrupt the balance of relic users. A government official speaks on the news, confirming that Pandora refuses to give clear answers, claiming they are still investigating. Ju-hyun scoffs, unconvinced. He knows Pandora is hiding something, and their silence only proves they're covering up information. Kwon frowns, gripping his cup tightly, questioning if Ju-hyun already knows the truth about what's coming next. Ju-hyun nods knowingly, eyes fixed on the screen. The legendary 7 great tombs are about to awaken, and chaos will follow. Ju-hyun stares ahead, deep in thought, realizing the 7 great tombs have appeared much earlier than they should have. Kwon glances at him, confused, as Ju-hyun mutters that the timeline is shifting, making things even more unpredictable. Ju-hyun explains that the 7 great tombs are far more dangerous than normal tombs, but their relics are immensely valuable. A burning wasteland appears in his mind, one of the great tombs, rumored to hold relics embodying the 7 deadly sins. His thoughts drift to the archivist's relic, which once granted him the ability to raid tombs, originating from the Tomb of Greed. Ju-hyun recalls his past, where he was merely a raider under President Kwon while others became king-level relic users. Kwon, sipping coffee, wonders why Ju-hyun is so determined to reach the tombs before anyone else does. Ju-hyun crosses his arms, stating the problem. They can't afford to let President Kwon or Pandora get there first. To survive in the tombs, one must either have trustworthy, skilled teammates or incredibly powerful relics at their disposal. Realizing how difficult it is to find reliable allies, Ju-hyun sighs, concluding that upgrading his relics is the only choice left. Ju-hyun places a glowing relic on the table, Zoroaster's Avesta, an item capable of granting him devoted followers with ease. A smirk forms on his lips as he considers the possibility of reaching godhood by using the relic's immense power. His excitement is interrupted as a notification appears, stating he lacks the requirements to use a religious relic. To wield its full power, he needs a good reputation, popularity, and at least 10 devoted followers who admire him. Annoyed, Ju-hyun stumbles back as the relic punishes him for failing the requirements, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Ju-hyun glances at Kwon, asking what exactly Austin Rockefeller did to gain so much fame and influence in the past. Kwon casually responds that Rockefeller was a singer and actor, but Ju-hyun seems unimpressed, wondering how that helped him. Kwon then mentions that Rockefeller also wrote a novel, and surprisingly, it was actually quite well received by the public. Ju-hyun smirks to himself, realizing he can't sing or act, but maybe, just maybe, he could try writing a novel. Feeling confident, he decides to give it a shot, believing that with just a computer, he could create something impactful. Determined, Ju-hyun starts by reading Rockefeller's novel, analyzing what made it successful and why people enjoyed it. In a quiet garden, Hyun-sik flips through the book, frowning in confusion, struggling to understand why it was so popular. Ju-hyun, sitting nearby, shrugs and explains that he's using the book as inspiration for his own novel-writing journey. Hyun-sik skeptically points out that most popular novels tend to have certain enticing elements that draw in readers. Ju-hyun grins, feeling a boost in confidence. If satisfying instincts was the key to success, he could easily do better. With newfound motivation, Ju-hyun sits at his desk and types away, determined to create something far superior. The hours pass as he furiously types, completely immersed in his work, enjoying the challenge of crafting a compelling story. Finally, after a long writing session, he leans back and smirks, satisfied with what he has managed to produce. He hands the first pages of his novel to his team, eager to hear their reactions and gather feedback. Kwon, flipping through the pages, raises an eyebrow and teases Ju Hyun, wondering if the story contains any spicy elements. Kwon flips through the pages of Ju Hyun's novel, raising an eyebrow at the bold claim that he'll gain devoted fans through this. One of the team members chuckles, questioning if this is really the first chapter or if Ju Hyun started somewhere in the middle. Another team member smirks, amused at the idea of Ju Hyun trying to recruit 6 people just by writing a book. Ju Hyun suddenly starts overthinking. What if a publisher contacts him and he's forced to continue writing? He groans, realizing that if this book sells well, he might be expected to write a sequel, which would interfere with rating. Kwon casually approaches Ju Hyun's room, calling him slave number 1 and asking if he's finally done with his writing session. Ju Hyun sighs as he hands over the manuscript, waiting for an honest review of his first attempt at novel writing. Kwon flips through the pages, his expression slowly changing before he dramatically declares the book to be a masterpiece. Ju Hyun squints, unconvinced, as Kwon enthusiastically calls him a genius while laughing in amusement at the story. Ju Hyun raises an eyebrow, warning Kwon that if he's lying, he'll use the Shakespeare relic to force him to tell the truth. Before Ju Hyun can celebrate, another team member bluntly criticizes the book, saying the plot is boring and makes no sense. He crosses his arms, unimpressed, demanding to know when the actual spicy parts of the novel are supposed to begin. Ju Hyun clenches his fist, glaring at him, feeling personally attacked over his supposed lack of skill in storytelling. Another team member points out the biggest flaw. Why is a novel about raiding tombs classified as a romance story? Someone else hesitantly admits that they couldn't even read it properly because they didn't understand half the words inside. Ju Hyun stares at his teammate with disbelief as they ask what Siberian means, realizing they barely understand basic vocabulary. Without hesitation, he responds with a straight face, explaining that it means something is extremely cold, leaving the other person confused. Another teammate jumps in, correcting him, saying endeavor means to do one's best, making Ju Hyun wonder how this conversation even started. Ju Hyun sighs as another question comes, this time about the meaning of despise, and he answers that it means to hate something. Realization dawns on him. If they're struggling with these words, did they even make it past the first line of his novel? Ju Hyun narrows his eyes deep in thought as Kwon bluntly criticizes his writing, claiming even a relic could produce a better novel. Kwon carefully examines glowing relics, his fingers moving quickly as he attempts to restore them, focusing on their hidden potential. He swiftly retrieves a bag, stuffing the relics inside, preparing for an urgent departure before anything unexpected happens. His movements are interrupted as Ju Hyun suddenly calls out, instructing him to pack up everything because they're leaving immediately. Kwon looks up in confusion, questioning where they're heading, feeling uneasy about the sudden change in plans. Ju Hyun calmly responds with a single destination, Kyoto, Japan, where thousands of people have mysteriously gone missing overnight. Ju Hyun watches a news report detailing the disappearances in Kyoto, his instincts telling him that a relic is involved. Kwon listens carefully as Jo Hyun explains that every missing person so far has been female, narrowing down the possible relic culprit. Ju Hyun smirks, stating that only a harem-type relic could cause such an incident, leaving Kwon speechless in disbelief. Kwon stammers, trying to process the idea of such a relic existing, while Ju Hyun nonchalantly confirms it's definitely possible. Despite his initial doubt, Kwon's eyes light up with excitement, now eager to see the relic for himself, much to Ju Hyun's amusement. A plane soars through the night sky, heading straight for Kyoto as the team prepares for their next mission. Ju Hyun and Kwon land in the city, the eerie atmosphere confirming that something unnatural is happening in the area. Rumors spread about the missing victims, many last seen entering a mysterious bamboo forest before vanishing without a trace. The streets are filled with police officers, patrolling every corner as panic over the disappearances continues to grow. Ju Heon's eyes narrow at a breaking news report. Japan's prime minister's daughter is among the missing, escalating the situation further. Ju Heon rubs his chin, considering the relic's nature. It specifically targets women, but no known relic can make people completely disappear. He recalls infamous relics, one belonging to Casanova, another to King Solomon, but neither had the power to erase someone from existence. This means the culprit isn't just using a harem relic. They must have multiple relics stacked together to amplify its abilities. Ju Heon tells Kwon to stay put as he scouts ahead, ensuring there's no immediate threat lurking nearby. Meanwhile, police officers patrol the area, unaware of the lurking danger, until sudden movement catches their attention. A sudden blur of energy cuts through the darkness, and a police officer lets out a painful scream as he's struck down. His partner panics, barely dodging another attack, trying to figure out what just hit them in the dense bamboo forest. Ju Heon watches the chaos unfold, realizing someone, or something, is actively hunting the officers before they can uncover the truth. A masked figure steps forward, knocking another officer unconscious, claiming the harem relic belongs to them and no one else. Ju Heon tightens his grip, realizing there might be more enemies hiding in the area, waiting for their chance to strike. The missing women suddenly appear, surrounded by police officers who strangely assure them everything is fine and they're now safe. Ju Heon senses something is wrong. The women and officers are acting too calm, as if they're being controlled by an unknown force. One of the officers' expressions darkens as he mutters something ominous, making Ju Heon's instincts scream danger. Kwon watches in horror as the rescued women suddenly turn to the officers with blank expressions, not reacting like normal victims. Before anyone can process the situation, an ear-piercing scream erupts from the group, sending shockwaves through the air. Ju Heon watches in shock as the missing women attack the officers, moving unnaturally like possessed beings with glowing purple eyes. The sight unnerves him. These aren't just victims under the harem relic's influence. Something darker has corrupted them entirely. As an officer screams in pain, Ju Heon confirms his suspicion. The women have been turned into living weapons through relic power. His eyes dart down, noticing their bare feet brushing against the ground, controlled movements suggesting an external force directing them. With a grim expression, he sighs, realizing he'll have to fight if he wants to get to the truth behind this. Ju Heon raises his hands, smirking as he jokingly asks the women to go easy on him, still testing their reactions. He tries reasoning with them, saying he doesn't want to fight normal people, but their blank expressions remain unchanged. One of the women suddenly lunges at him, shrieking, forcing Ju Heon to dodge as purple energy crackles around her. As he evades, he mutters that there's no way they would listen to him in this state, realizing they're beyond persuasion. With a sigh, he prepares to move, stating he's only here to look around, hoping to end this without unnecessary damage. Ju Heon's gaze sharpens as he spots a familiar face among the possessed. Blonde hair, school uniform, someone who shouldn't be here. He instantly recognizes her. She was once the owner of the Future Guide relic, a powerful artifact capable of predicting outcomes. Ju Heon curses under his breath. If she was taken too, this situation is worse than he originally expected. With no other choice, he summons his relic's power, golden energy crackling in his hands as he moves to disable the attackers. His attack lands, knocking back several possessed women as their screams echo through the forest. But the danger isn't over yet. Ju Heon's attack collides with the blonde girl's strike, golden sparks flying as their relic-infused powers clash violently. A dagger spins through the air, aimed at him, forcing Ju Heon to react quickly before it reaches its target. The girl suddenly lunges, wrapping her arm around Ju Heon's neck, attempting to pin him down with unnatural strength. Ju Heon grits his teeth, struggling against her hold as she shouts that she saved him by destroying the Future Guide relic. His eyes widen in realization as she calls him by name, Sasaki Yuka, the original owner of the relic he once knew. A sudden burst of energy erupts from Yuka, her expression shifting as an unfamiliar voice echoes in her mind. Purple text flashes in front of Juhyun, revealing that the relic's influence over his opponent is starting to weaken. Juhyun watches in curiosity. Could emotions disrupt the relic's control? If so, this fight might not need brute force. Another voice commands more power to be infused into the relic, attempting to suppress Yuka's sudden moment of awareness. Kwon, sitting nearby, groans in exhaustion, unaware of what's happening as he waits for Juhyun to return. Kwon looks up as Juhyun approaches, confused when he sees a blonde girl following closely behind him. Juhyun casually explains that she's just some Japanese kid he happened to come across while dealing with the relic's chaos. Yuka, now free from the relic's control, slowly nods, confirming that she's fully conscious and aware of her surroundings again. Juhyun wastes no time, asking Yuka if she remembers anything from when she was hypnotized under the relic's control. With a hesitant breath, she reveals a shocking truth. The one controlling her was an American military officer named Simon. Juhyun gazes at the city skyline, realizing the sheer scale of the situation. Thousands remain under the relic's hypnosis. Yuka hesitates before revealing that there are even more victims in nearby towns, bringing the estimated total past 2,000. Kwon frowns, mentioning how strange it was that the possessed women fought so abnormally well, beyond normal human capabilities. Juhyun narrows his eyes. It wasn't just hypnosis. Simon also possessed a necromancy relic, amplifying his control. Yuka confirms this with a nod, leaving Juhyun to realize that Simon didn't just hypnotize the women, he turned them into soldiers. Juhyun abruptly announces that he's going back to the hotel, catching both Yuka and Kwon off guard. He tells Yuka to return home as well, asking if she even has money to get back safely. Yuka looks down, hesitating, before admitting that she doesn't have any money with her at the moment. Juhyun sighs, telling her to go straight home and not to get involved in anything like this again. As he turns to leave, Yuka calls out his name, a conflicted expression on her face as she watches him go. Yuka suddenly remembers the future guide relic and stares at Juhyun in shock, realization dawning upon her. She asks him if he's going back just to destroy another relic, struggling to understand his reasoning. Juhyun, unbothered, casually admits that he destroyed the future guide relic simply because it was troublesome to deal with. Kwon chuckles from the side, teasing Juhyun about how popular he is, watching Yuka's flustered reaction. Before Juhyun can respond, a sudden purple glow appears nearby, signaling that something or someone is approaching. Juhyun rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought, realizing someone might have fallen for him, but something about it feels off. A secured vault held an ancient relic, glowing faintly in the dim light. Juhyun's sharp gaze locked onto its presence. He grasped the relic carefully, sensing resistance within. Power radiated, yet something prevented its true awakening, leaving it completely useless. His subordinate recalled the restoration process. The relic's restriction stemmed from the absence of Egypt's divine powers, sealing its full potential. Without hesitation, Juhyun led the way outside. The night air felt ominous as he declared a new task, training the forgotten beast. The quiet park stretched ahead, moonlight filtering through the trees, a perfect place for an experiment that would change everything forever. The relic hit the ground, its dormant energy responding instantly. A strange force pulsed, preparing to summon something ancient and terrifying. Sparks crackled, golden energy surging violently. The ground trembled as the relic fought against invisible restraints, struggling to manifest its power. A spectral figure emerged, eyes burning with confusion. Time had unraveled, and its long slumber ended in an unfamiliar world. Juhyun watched calmly, unbothered by the sudden appearance. He had been waiting for this moment, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The Anubis figure snarled, rage boiling within. Recognizing his enemy, he prepared to strike, determined to claim long-awaited vengeance. The creature staggered, limbs unresponsive. A crushing force weighed heavily upon him, restricting movement, rendering even the simplest action impossible. Juhyun observed, unimpressed. The legendary being, once feared, now lay powerless, broken under circumstances it could not yet comprehend. His subordinate stepped forward, offering a deal. A contract bound by necessity, promising restoration in exchange for unwavering servitude. Anubis scoffed, resisting. Pride clouded his judgment, refusing submission despite his current helpless state, unaware of the trap closing in. Energy surged once more, undeniable and relentless. The true battle was about to begin, ensuring there would be no escape. Anubis growled, his body tensing as thick chains wrapped around him. A strange force suppressed him, resisting all attempts at escape. Juhyun observed him carefully, tightening the leash. Training required control first, ensuring absolute obedience before advancing to the next step. The bound relic creature struggled, enraged by the command. Its pride shattered as it realized resistance was becoming increasingly futile. The rope tightened, responding to the true owner's will. Despite its origins, even the relic itself favored the stronger master. Anubis snarled furiously, questioning his own weapon's loyalty. Betrayal by an object meant to obey only deepened his frustration. Juhyun extended his hand confidently. Training a relic like this required patience, consistency, and complete domination over its rebellious instincts. Anubis hesitated, staring at the outstretched palm. Submitting felt unbearable, yet his weakened state forced him to consider obedience. His claws twitched as he reluctantly responded. The humiliating act of following basic commands slowly chipped away at his pride. Juhyun maintained control, testing obedience further. Commanding submission in stages ensured there would be no resistance in the future. With the next step, a simple task escalated into true discipline. Fetching an item became the ultimate trial of control. Anubis flinched as the order echoed. Fetching an object like a common pet was a complete insult to his identity. Resistance swelled inside him, but the force binding his movements compelled him forward. The leash demanded action, suppressing hesitation. With reluctant speed, his body reacted automatically. His mind screamed in protest while his limbs betrayed him, fulfilling the command. Juhyun smirked, catching the returned item effortlessly. Anubis realized too late. He had already performed the task without resistance. The test repeated, reinforcing dominance. Helpless against his conditioning, Anubis howled in frustration, forced into complete submission under his master's control. The glowing sphere soared through the air, cutting through the night sky as it descended toward its next unexpected target. Anubis lunged instinctively, his reflexes sharp. His body moved before his mind registered, reacting to the unnatural force compelling him. The relic dog caught the sphere effortlessly, his movements precise. The humiliating reality of obedience settled deeper into his mind. Training continued relentlessly, energy draining from him with each task. His resistance crumbled, his essence weakened, and control slipped further away. Juhyun smirked, recognizing the shift. The relic had lost enough power, making a contract now inevitable and perfectly timed. Anubis hesitated, aware of his fragile state. Restoration was tempting, yet the contract's terms meant binding himself to another's will. The conditions were strict: loyalty, judgment, and past suffering. A suitable master required both strength and a connection to near death. Thoughts flooded his mind, piecing memories together. Strangely enough, Juhyun met every requirement, fitting the relic's criteria in unexpected ways. Curiosity sparked within him. The human standing before him carried an aura of familiarity, his experiences darker than his appearance suggested. A golden glow enveloped them both as the contract formed. The decision was made, binding them together in an unbreakable agreement. Energy surged as the pact solidified. Anubis's form brightened, his presence strengthening while his consciousness fully aligned with his new master. Power returned to him, but only partially. The restoration granted survival, yet left him dependent, unable to reclaim complete freedom. Frustration built inside him. Even in submission, he sensed limitations, barriers placed to prevent betrayal or complete restoration without permission. The night continued as Juhyun observed his new relic partner. Training had ended, but another mission was already waiting ahead. Elsewhere, a dark temple loomed in the distance. An unknown figure stirred, sensing an intruder approaching, setting the stage for conflict. A dark figure stirred from his resting place, disturbed by the sudden intrusion, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. His piercing gaze scanned the area, displeased. The sanctity of his domain had been disrupted by unwanted visitors this night. His patience thinned. He vowed that whoever dared interrupt his peace would suffer a fate worse than death as punishment. Unseen forces gathered at his command, spectral energy twisting and forming figures, preparing to erase any intruders from existence immediately. Ju Hyun remained unfazed, eyes locked onto the enemy's forces. With unwavering confidence, he demanded the leader's presence without hesitation. The enemy finally stepped forward, his smirk taunting. Facing Ju Hyun directly, he exuded confidence, certain of his impending victory. His forces surrounded the area, strategically placed. The advantage was his, numbers overwhelming, ensuring no easy escape for the intruders. These were no ordinary soldiers. Each individual was bound by ancient power, possessed by the spirits of formidable fallen warriors. The battlefield felt cursed, haunted by past conflicts. Thousands of ethereal soldiers stood awaiting their master's command to strike. Ju Hyun's expression remained unreadable, but an amused glint shone in his eyes, as if anticipating a much-needed challenge tonight. The enemy commander smirked, ready to end things. However, Ju Hyun's hand moved, summoning his own force, radiating golden energy. A surge of power erupted from the ground, divine light splitting through darkness, challenging the enemy's overwhelming numbers instantly. Skeletal warriors emerged from the radiance, adorned in ancient armor, their weapons glistening with an unholy glow of resurrection. Their movements were unnatural, precise. Unlike mere ghosts, they carried true consciousness, revived by divine command, unchained from mortal limitations. Two massive armies now stood against each other, one bound by curses, the other by divine intervention, clashing for ultimate dominance. Ju Hyun smirked, standing firm as his summoned army moved. His overwhelming confidence shattered the enemy's illusion of guaranteed victory. The enemy leader's face twisted in disbelief. His forces should have dominated, yet he now faced an impossible, crushing reality. Spectral soldiers clashed, weapons ringing through the air. The battlefield shifted, tides turning as divine warriors gained the upper hand. A skeletal knight stepped forward, sword raised. The once fearsome enemy commander now realized he was the one truly surrounded. Rage bubbled inside him, fists clenching. He cursed under his breath, realizing the battle's outcome was no longer in doubt. Panic spread among the enemy's ranks. Their confidence wavered, uncertainty creeping in as they faced a relentless and unstoppable force. Their leader barked orders, attempting control. His voice cracked, sensing hesitation in his subordinates who no longer felt invincible. Ju Hyun remained calm, eyes observing the battlefield. The enemy soldiers hesitated, finally realizing they had been thrown into a losing war. The skeletal army advanced, unwavering. Even the spirits within enemy warriors recognized the inevitability of defeat, their resistance growing weaker. Ju Hyun spoke with authority, offering mercy. He saw soldiers questioning their choices, torn between loyalty and self-preservation in this hopeless battle. Some soldiers hesitated, their instincts screaming to flee. The illusion of invulnerability shattered, fear overtaking their previous blind loyalty. The enemy leader's rage exploded. He clenched his fists, furious at his crumbling army. The tide had turned completely against him. His own subordinates looked unsure, their resolve shaking. They questioned the worth of risking their lives for a doomed battle. Ju Hyun stepped forward, eyes sharp. He recognized the breaking point, knowing the enemy's leader was desperately clinging to his pride. He commanded his undead army forward. This was the final push, the moment to completely crush the last remnants of resistance. The skeletal warriors charged, their weapons clashing against their opponent's blade. The once confident leader now struggled against overwhelming divine energy. Fear crept into his expression as golden swords crossed before him. His dreams shattered, and the promised future slipped away instantly. He gritted his teeth, recalling his plans. He had prepared endlessly to conquer the legendary tombs, yet everything fell apart unexpectedly. Ju Hyun smirked, intrigued by the revelation. The mention of the 7 great tombs piqued his curiosity, shifting the battle's importance. The defeated enemy trembled, his hopes crushed. His plans had failed, and the truth about the great tombs was now exposed. Ju Heian smirked, realizing the importance of the information. Kyoto would soon be home to a new, powerful tomb's emergence. With a single blow, the enemy was sent flying. His remaining strength was useless against overwhelming power controlling the battlefield. Desperate, he raised his hands in surrender. He had given all the answers, now begging for mercy, fearing further punishment. Ju Heian showed no concern, but nearby figures glared. Their expressions darkened, disapproval clear as they judged the coward before them. The once proud leader shivered. The authority he once wielded meant nothing. His subordinates, witnessing his fall, now turned against him. Cold eyes met his. The shift was undeniable. Loyalty had faded, replaced by contempt for the weak, fallen commander before them. His voice wavered, questioning the sudden betrayal. The control he thought he had slipped away, leaving him at their mercy. A dark presence loomed. Ju Heian's expression held amusement, sensing the inevitable retribution from the abandoned followers now standing above him. Shadows gathered, sealing his fate. Desperate pleas rang out, but his former allies had chosen their new master without hesitation. The city stretched under the rising sun. Plans had changed, forcing an unexpected stay as new opportunities revealed themselves. Ju Heian confirmed his decision. Kyoto's great tomb was too important to ignore, requiring his presence a little longer. Over breakfast, his team discussed strategies. The harem relic's influence remained a concern, but Ju Heian seemed unbothered by it. Practical concerns arose. They packed lightly, but Ju Heian's focus stayed on his relics, unconcerned about temporary inconveniences like clothing. Excitement stirred outside. A growing crowd of admirers, voices eager and eyes shining, signaled a new kind of trouble approaching fast. The crowd roared in excitement, voices blending into chaos. Ju Heian sighed, already exhausted from the constant attention surrounding him daily. Fans rushed forward eagerly, desperate for a moment with him. Their adoration bordered on obsession, their gazes filled with excitement. Stepping outside, he faced the enthusiastic crowd. His commanding presence silenced them momentarily before he dismissed them with a single command. Confusion spread among them. Their idol was rejecting them, dismissing their efforts as if they were mere nuisances in his way. Their disappointment turned to determination. If they couldn't stay near him, they would find another way to remain involved. His companion laughed, questioning the fan club's existence. Ju Heian remained indifferent, knowing it was simply another tool to control influence. He casually revealed the mastermind behind it. Sasaki, an expert in idol culture, had taken charge of organizing his followers. Her expertise in fan behavior made things easier. With proper management, even obsessive admirers could be turned into something useful. Amidst the chatter, something caught his attention. A familiar presence stirred in the crowd, someone he hadn't expected to see. His eyes locked onto her. Lee Seol-ah, an old acquaintance from the past, now stood within the sea of faces. Memories surfaced. She had once been a skilled scout, navigating tombs and uncovering hidden relics better than most professionals. He recalled their past. She had been close, always reliable, yet somehow she had disappeared after everything changed. Ju Heian had wondered about her fate. Seeing her in Japan now raised questions. What had she been doing all this time? Meanwhile, his focus shifted. A collection of relics sat before him, each holding untapped potential waiting for the right moment. He smirked, flipping through an ancient book. Reputation alone wasn't enough. Controlling fate required the right relics in the right hands. A luxurious fountain pen lay on the desk, its value soaring. Relic power fluctuated, its strength measured through unseen influence. Ju Heian leaned back, deep in thought. His relic rank hadn't reached the highest level yet, but his progress remained steady. He glanced at the contract, satisfied. Securing alliances, forming bonds, and collecting rare artifacts had pushed him toward greater dominance. Reputation mattered. Followers naturally flocked to power, and with his growing influence, guiding them toward his goals became effortlessly simple. A creeping sensation lingered. His gaze darkened, calculating which relics would prove most beneficial in his next unpredictable challenge. The atmosphere shifted. Ju-hyun's instincts sharpened, his senses alert. Something unusual approached, breaking the mundane rhythm of their temporary stay. He remained still, eyes narrowing. The sound outside was too deliberate, too controlled to be mere routine hotel maintenance. His companion stiffened, catching on to the subtle disturbance. Suspicion grew as faint but steady movements neared their location. A housekeeping cart rolled forward, slow and steady. Hidden beneath layers of linen, a presence radiated something far from ordinary. Ju-hyun's gaze locked onto a familiar face. Recognition flashed. Lee Seol-ah, disguised, yet exuding the same fierce determination. He smirked, unimpressed by her disguise. Seol-ah, once a skilled tomb explorer, reduced to this? The sight amused him. Her posture remained firm, refusing to acknowledge his taunts. Even now her resolve held strong, refusing to break under pressure. His gaze sharpened. Beneath her composed exterior, he sensed it. A relic's faint yet unmistakable energy pulsating in her grasp. Before she could react, he reached forward, halting her movements. The room's tension thickened, the moment freezing in place. His grip tightened slightly, asserting dominance. His voice held amusement, but his demand was absolute. This conversation wouldn't end without answers. Ju-hyun leaned forward, curiosity in his gaze. Seol-ah's sudden presence, disguised as a cleaner, raised too many suspicions. She crossed her arms, irritation flashing in her eyes. His questions were relentless, pushing her into a defensive stance. His smirk widened, recalling her recent movements. She had been watching him closely long before entering the hotel disguised. She feigned ignorance, but tension in her stance betrayed her. Ju-hyun was never wrong when reading someone's true intentions. His sharp gaze locked onto her. The faint but undeniable relic energy emanating from her proved she was hiding something. Seol-ah's expression hardened, confirming his suspicions. The confrontation escalated as unseen forces began shifting around them ominously. Ju-hyun's smirk didn't fade. He found amusement in how predictable she remained, always reacting exactly as he expected. A sudden surge of power erupted. Flames ignited around Seol-ah as her relic activated, exposing its dangerous, unstable presence. His eyes narrowed in recognition. The energy resembled something ancient, one of the most feared relics from the Three Kingdoms era. Understanding dawned. A Reaper relic, an artifact known for stealing souls, was now in play, forcing Ju-hyun into careful consideration. His subordinate panicked, eyes darting between them. The situation had escalated beyond expectations, the relic's influence growing dangerously strong. Ju-hyun took a step back, calculating his next move. One misstep against a Reaper relic meant complete annihilation. His companion hesitated, realization hitting. Facing such an artifact was no joke. One mistake meant losing his very soul permanently. Ju-hyun sighed, amused at his reaction. The threat was real, but fear never determined the outcome. Only strategy did. His smirk returned, pushing his subordinate forward. "Apologize now," he commanded, "before she decides to use that thing on you." Flames flickered as Seol-ah smirked confidently. She commanded the relic's power, knowing no mere barrier could stop her advance. The summoned spirit roared, its presence radiating danger. Her target was clear: eliminate interference and capture the one she pursued. Ju-hyun assessed the situation quickly. He needed a relic capable of neutralizing spirits before things escalated beyond his control. His companion panicked, searching for an alternative. Their relics were scattered, but perhaps one held the answer to their predicament. Urgency grew as the fiery entity advanced. If they didn't act fast, the room would become their burning battlefield. The spectral flames surged forward, closing the distance. Ju-hyun instinctively dodged, feeling the heat licking at his skin. Sparks crackled around him, the air thick with power. The relic's influence pulsed violently, resisting his attempts to counter it. A clash erupted between forces. Seol-ah's summoned warrior hesitated, something interfering with its ability to execute its master's command. She shouted in frustration. Her relic's control wavered, reacting erratically as an unexpected force disrupted its link to her will. Ju-hyun smirked, finally understanding. Among his scattered relics, one must have countered hers, severing its full control. Seol-ah's eyes widened, sensing her relic falter. The overwhelming power she commanded moments ago suddenly weakened under an unseen force. The fiery warrior recoiled, retreating as if sensing an approaching danger greater than its own summoned presence. Ju Hyun casually observed the struggle. Whatever relic had countered hers was now his advantage, tipping the scales completely in his favor. She clenched her fists. Her confidence crumbled as her once loyal relic spirit hesitated, cowering instead of attacking as commanded. Ju Hyun's grin widened. Just bad luck, he mused, reaching for his own relic, preparing to completely turn the tables. Thick ropes wrapped tightly around Seola, restraining her completely. Ju Hyun's relic ensured she wouldn't escape so easily this time. She struggled, frustration clear in her eyes. Demanding release, she realized quickly that Ju Hyun had no intention of letting go. His smirk deepened, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. There were too many unanswered questions, and now he finally had control. Ju Hyun stood before the restrained Irene, arms crossed. His sharp gaze demanded answers while the surroundings remained tense with unspoken threats. Irene clenched her fists, refusing to show fear. She knew revealing anything would only make Ju Hyun's advantage even stronger. Ju Hyun's smirk never wavered, knowing exactly how to break people. His presence alone made deception nearly impossible for Irene. Irene felt uneasy, realizing Ju Hyun had recognized her disguise too easily. His perception was sharper than she initially anticipated. Thinking quickly, Irene decided to stall for time. Feeding Ju Hyun useless information was the best way to manipulate the situation. Ju Hyun remained steady, observing Irene's every move. The subtle shift in her posture revealed she was already planning something. Irene kept her expression neutral, knowing Ju Hyun would exploit any visible hesitation. Each second spent talking gave her a chance. Ju Hyun noticed her growing confidence, aware she wasn't as trapped as she seemed. The balance of control was constantly shifting. Irene calculated every word carefully, ensuring Ju Hyun remained engaged without exposing anything valuable. Her patience in deception was her greatest asset. The longer their interaction continued, the greater Irene's advantage became. Buying time meant increasing the odds of a potential escape. A guard impatiently waited, unaware of the impending danger. His irritation masked the eerie tension settling into the dimly lit space. A massive black dog lay motionless nearby, its breathing deep and steady. Its presence alone sent shivers down the guard's spine. Another guard hesitated, questioning the unnatural size of the creature. The air surrounding it felt heavy with something beyond explanation. The guards tried to ignore the unsettling atmosphere, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. Their focus remained on completing their assigned task. Suddenly, the dog's eyes snapped open, glowing red with immense power. A deep presence awakened, ready to shift everything. Ju Hyun remained unfazed as a sudden commotion echoed. The guard's presence had proven useful, preventing any unexpected interruptions. Irene flinched at the noise, her instincts screaming danger. Ju Hyun turned, amused, sensing an interesting development unfolding nearby. A sudden figure crashed into the room, struggling. A sharp growl filled the air, radiating undeniable power and intimidation. The massive beast lunged without hesitation, sending the intruder flying. Pain and shock overwhelmed the unfortunate victim in seconds. Another figure appeared, frozen in fear. Ju Hyun's sharp gaze locked onto them, assessing whether they were a threat. The trembling man held a dagger, failing to conceal his intent. Ju Hyun, unimpressed, calmly assessed his opponent's futile resistance. A flicker of blue energy lashed out, disarming the attacker effortlessly. His fear escalated as the weapon was rendered useless. Ju Hyun inspected a bracelet retrieved from the fallen opponent, recognition dawning. A familiar symbol confirmed deeper connections than expected. The Red Flowers, a notorious Chinese tomb raiding group, had revealed itself. The insignia marked the man as their corporal. Panic spread across his face. The realization that Ju Hyun had uncovered his identity left no room for further deception. A digital map displayed shifting alliances. Pandora controlled relics in the west, while China and Russia formed a growing coalition. Ju Hyun remained focused, piecing together the geopolitical shift. The balance of power in the relic world was beginning to change. He turned back to Irene, considering his next move. Their involvement suggested a larger scheme at play beyond simple espionage. The beast stirred, energy crackling around its frame. Despite everything, its presence remained an enigma to everyone in the room. Its eyes glowed with raw power, as if waiting for the moment to unleash chaos. Everything was about to escalate. Liao Wen trembled, sweat dripping. His mind raced as golden energy surged around him, reminding him of the power he faced. The beast's eyes gleamed, an unstoppable force waiting to strike. Liao Wen realized resistance was futile and quickly gave in. Fear consumed him, and his confessions spilled out. They were spying on Simon, someone far worse than they initially assumed. Simon had been kidnapping girls, an operation hidden beneath a web of lies. He played both sides for his gain. In exchange for tomb information, spies were forced to gather intelligence on Simon. A sinister game of power unfolded. Ju Hyun's eyes glinted with amusement. The unexpected revelation changed the game. Hidden players were moving, altering the course of events. Irene's expression remained unreadable. The weight of the new information complicated everything. Their true enemies were far more dangerous. The pieces connected. Simon, Kira, and the red flowers. This was more than simple espionage. A larger force was behind it. Ju Hyun casually leaned back, his smirk deepening. The real prize wasn't just information, but the leverage it granted him. The tension thickened. He now had control over the conversation. Everything was unfolding exactly how he wanted it to. Days later, Otsu City bustled with activity. Ju Hyun walked through the streets, mind focused on the next move ahead. He secured all possible data from the red flowers, ensuring no detail escaped his grasp. Every piece had its use. A small USB rested in his palm. The red flowers had been infiltrating Pandora's system, seeking relic secrets worldwide. Pandora controlled relic monopolies through a classified detector system. The Chinese hackers had been skilled, but not enough to stay hidden. The deeper Ju Hyun dug, the clearer the game became. Everyone sought control, but he planned to claim everything for himself. Pandora's security had been breached, a dangerous revelation. The Chinese-Russian alliance now had access to critical relic information worldwide. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridors. Shadows moved cautiously, realizing the significance of what had been uncovered in Pandora's archives. Letting dangerous people remain ignorant was preferable. The alliance's growing influence threatened the balance between relic users and their enemies. Ju Hyun's focus remained on the Chinese tomb raiders. Their movements had been tracked, but allowing them freedom still raised concerns. A companion questioned the decision. If the group returned seeking revenge, would they be ready to handle the consequences? Ju Hyun wasn't worried. He had taken precautions, placing a wiretap relic on Sol A before their departure from the area. Irene moved swiftly through the streets. Her combat prowess made her dangerous, but convincing her to cooperate would be difficult. Ju Hyun anticipated information flowing from China soon. Patience was key, ensuring they stayed ahead in the shifting battlefield. A casual conversation about wiretap relics revealed how unpredictable their relic collection was. Even Ju Hyun didn't fully understand his inventory. Sitting in the car, they planned their next move. The relic hunt was far from over, and new targets awaited. Kyoto became the next destination, a city rumored to hide ancient tombs containing relics of immense historical and supernatural value. Their driver hesitated, warning of Kyoto's dangers. Ju Hyun, unfazed, knew the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As expected, a tomb appeared in Tokyo within 3 days, shifting their priorities. Avoiding an active formation was crucial. The hotel relocation was strategic. No one wanted to be caught inside a tomb's formation when chaos inevitably unfolded. As the scenery changed, an unexpected sight emerged. A grand structure stood ahead, resembling the ancient ruins of Rome. Ju Hyun observed the ruins carefully. The sheer destruction signified something powerful, altering the entire landscape of Kyoto beyond recognition. Pandora classified this event as a Level 3 disaster. The scale of the tomb spanned over 1,027 square kilometers. Evacuations were already underway, but many remained. Those seeking relics saw opportunities amidst chaos, ignoring the looming danger ahead. A taxi arrived at the desolate scene, dropping Ju Haeon and his team into the heart of the unfolding disaster. The wind howled through the empty streets, debris swirling around them. The tomb's entrance remained sealed, but not for long. Ju Haeon's eyes scanned the horizon. If Pandora predicted the tomb's appearance, then rival groups had undoubtedly arrived before them. Various tomb-raiding factions gathered, their motivations clashing. The relic world's power struggles ensured chaos wherever tombs surfaced. A familiar voice rang out, laced with hostility. Someone from Ju Haeon's past had arrived, their anger barely concealed. Tension filled the air as accusations were thrown. Previous events had fueled grudges, and confrontations seemed inevitable this time. Ju Haeon smirked, unfazed by the hostility. Truth always carried weight, and those who couldn't handle it revealed their weakness. A sharp voice cut through the tension, demanding restraint. Someone of authority stepped forward, attempting to mediate the situation. Ju Haeon remained cautious. The new arrival wasn't just another player. Their presence carried significance beyond a simple introduction. His instincts sharpened as realization dawned. This wasn't an ordinary negotiator. This was someone with real influence and hidden motives. A cryptic smile spread across the stranger's face. Their demeanor exuded confidence, a silent warning that they weren't to be underestimated. "Seo Ju Haeon," the man greeted, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. A new power had just entered the battlefield. Yang Chun extended a business card, his smooth demeanor hiding ulterior motives. His presence alone hinted at deeper entanglements beyond appearances. The card bore the TKBM insignia, a name well known in the underground world. This wasn't an ordinary encounter. Ju Haeon examined the offer, his mind working fast. Alliances were dangerous, but rejecting outright often led to unnecessary complications. Yang Chun's words were calculated, weaving trust into the conversation. His intentions remained ambiguous, but his confidence was unwavering. Ju Haeon repeated the name under his breath. Something about Yang Chun felt off, stirring a memory long buried. A sudden movement shattered the calm, Ju Haeon's instincts kicking in as he intercepted Yang Chen's reach toward his wrist. The abrupt action caught Yang Chen off guard. A moment of surprise flashed in his eyes before frustration took over. Ju Haeon's grip tightened, his warning clear. Any attempt to manipulate him, whether through words or actions, would not be tolerated. Recognition dawned. Yang Chen was no ordinary businessman. He was the very man responsible for Ju Haeon's entrapment in the final tomb. The past resurfaced, betrayal still fresh. A once trusted ally, now an enemy, had returned with unknown motives and hidden agendas. Ju Haeon recalled the camaraderie they once shared, treating Yang Chen as a brother. That past had long since turned into betrayal. The realization stung. Yang Chen had infiltrated their trust, only to sell them out at the most critical moment. Tension thickened as memories clashed with present reality. The betrayal had been absolute, yet now, Yang Chen stood before him again. A hidden relic was discreetly passed into Ju Haeon's hand. It was an escape relic, a quiet assurance if things worsened. Yang Chun's smirk remained. His presence, his words. Nothing about this meeting was a coincidence. The real game had just begun. Ju Haeon remained unfazed by the situation, analyzing every detail. Despite past betrayals, certain alliances still held practical advantages in missions. Yang Chun emphasized the importance of the mission. His words carried weight, but Ju Haeon never trusted those with hidden motives. He agreed reluctantly, knowing obstacles would arise. If nothing interfered, the mission would be simple, but things rarely went as planned. Memories surfaced. Ju Haeon recalled the tomb he barely escaped. The situation had been manipulated from the beginning, trapping him completely. What was once an escape relic had been a self-trapping relic. He had been played, nearly losing everything in return. Ju Haeon exhaled, shaking off the bitter memories. Instead of anger, a strange gratitude surfaced. His struggles had made him stronger. Yang Chen watched, trying to read him. Ju Haeon smirked, deciding that pretending to be friendly would only sour his mood. Yang Chen's presence reminded him of President Quan, calculating, manipulative, and never truly revealing their full hand until it was too late. Nearby, someone whispered about Zhu Hian's unpredictability. His reputation made others wary, but his results spoke louder than any words. Without hesitation, Zhu Hian moved forward. The tomb lay ahead, and his next challenge was waiting inside the unknown depths. Zhu Hian's confidence unsettled others. Entering a dangerous tomb with just 2 people was reckless, but he thrived in impossible situations. A hesitant voice questioned his confidence. Many skilled teams had already failed, leaving behind countless casualties and unsolved mysteries. Zhu Hian didn't bother explaining. Instead, he pressed forward, a knowing smirk on his face. Success wasn't about numbers, it was strategy. A bright green light engulfed them as they entered. The tomb's energy crackled, shifting reality itself as they stepped inside. The path ahead was unknown, but turning back was impossible now. Whatever awaited inside, Zhu Hian would conquer it, no matter what. Zhu Hian stepped forward, scanning the tomb's surroundings. The eerie silence made it clear. This wasn't an ordinary relic site. His companion glanced around, marveling at the ancient architecture. The tomb's intricate design resembled something pulled straight from historical ruins. A sudden realization hit them. Bodies lay scattered across the floor. Despite appearances, they weren't dead, just unconscious. Concern flickered for a moment, but closer inspection revealed steady breathing. Whatever relic effect was in play had simply immobilized them. Zhu Hian narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. The situation demanded caution before proceeding deeper into the unknown tomb. Suddenly, fatigue washed over one of them. His body felt heavier, exhaustion creeping in unnaturally, making movement difficult. Zhu Hian remained unaffected. He recognized the symptoms immediately. This wasn't ordinary exhaustion. The tomb's effect had already started. The relic's influence stretched further than anticipated, draining energy with each passing second. Retreating wasn't an option anymore. Zhu Hian motioned for his companion to follow. Delaying would only make things worse. The relic's true power had yet to reveal itself. As expected, this was no ordinary tomb. It was one of the legendary 7 great tombs, each representing a deadly sin. Zhu Hian identified it instantly. This was the tomb of sloth, designed to drain motivation, rendering intruders too lazy to resist. His companion struggled, realizing the overwhelming urge to stop moving wasn't normal. Sloth itself was taking hold of his mind. The closer they approached the entrance, the stronger the relic's effects became, encouraging rest rather than exploration. Zhu Hian, unaffected, called forth his relic beast. The only way forward was through force, resisting the tomb's sinister pull. The glowing figure emerged, power crackling in the air. This tomb had rules, but Zhu Hian never played by anyone's rules. The relic beast's glowing eyes flickered, sensing the tomb's influence. Its instincts warned of something beyond the usual relic interference. Zhu Hian smirked, ignoring complaints. He had summoned the beast for a reason, knowing its power was essential for progress. His companion groaned as spectral chains suddenly wrapped around him, forcefully dragging him forward. Resistance wasn't an option anymore. They trudged ahead, the beast leading the way. Sloth's influence persisted, but their determination to reach the core remained strong. A sudden notification appeared. Zhu Hian's resistance to the tomb's influence had decreased its effectiveness, but the battle against Sloth was ongoing. The relic beast's voice resonated, acknowledging Zhu Hian's resilience. Many had fallen, yet he pressed forward, defying the tomb's insidious effects. Progressing further wouldn't be easy. The deeper they went, the more overwhelming the relic's lethargic pull became. Slowing down meant failure. If they succumbed to the tomb's influence, escaping would become nearly impossible. Zhu Hian chuckled at the challenge, a familiar thrill coursing through him. Instead of struggling, he decided to force his own path. With a smirk, he reached toward the tomb wall, deciding to break through instead of following predetermined relic paths. Golden energy surged as his hand ignited with power. His plan was simple: destroy whatever obstacle lay in his way. A powerful shockwave erupted as the relic beast flinched. Zhu Hian's method was reckless but undeniably effective. The tomb's walls crumbled, and an alternate entrance emerged, bypassing whatever traps the main gate had in store. Juhyun's companion groaned but stood up. The sloth-inducing aura still lingered, but the entrance issue had been resolved. Stepping past the rubble, Juhyun smirked. The real challenge lay ahead, inside the depths of the Tomb of Sloth. Juhyun scanned the Golden Palace, recognizing the relic immediately. Its connection to a historical Roman emperor was undeniable. The grand structure's name, Domus Aurea, shimmered under the eerie glow. The tomb's power radiated through its magnificent architecture. His companion hesitated, uncertain. Ancient names meant nothing if history remained a blurry mess of forgotten rulers and tyrants. Juhyun smirked, sensing amusement. The tomb's presence confirmed they were dealing with someone infamous, someone whose legacy was etched in fire. Confusion turned to realization. The name belonged to one of Rome's most notorious figures, an emperor synonymous with destruction, Nero. A sudden explosion engulfed the entrance in golden flames. The tomb had awakened, recognizing intruders unworthy of its secrets. Fire roared through the corridors, blocking all paths. The suffocating heat intensified, consuming the air and pushing them back. The raging inferno mirrored its creator's tyranny. If Nero's influence remained, his cruelty would shape the tomb's trial. The tomb's challenge was clear. Only those capable of enduring a tyrant's wrath could claim the treasure hidden inside. Juhyun remained calm, knowing the first step was controlling the fire. Survival meant harnessing the tomb's strength instead of resisting it. A relic was activated, absorbing the raging flames into its core. If the tomb used fire, they would turn it against itself. His companion hesitated before obeying. The heat disappeared as golden energy flowed into the relic's control, shifting the battlefield. The flames died down, revealing the true grandeur of Nero's palace. Shadows flickered, and figures stirred within the gilded halls. The entrance had awakened others, long-dormant foes rising in response. Those who failed before were now obstacles to overcome. Without hesitation, Juhyun moved forward. The real test had only begun, and retreat was never an option in his world. Juhyun's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The real game was just beginning, and he always played to win. Footsteps echoed as more people arrived. They had also passed the entrance, drawn by the tomb's mysteries and hidden dangers. Juhyun smirked, unimpressed by the competition. They were relic scavengers, scrambling for survival rather than true contenders in this battle. Among the crowd, familiar faces stood out. Some were past rivals, while others were unknown figures seeking relic fortune. A group leader barked an order, hoping to gain the upper hand. They needed answers, and Juhyun was their target. Juhyun's eyes glowed with energy. Analyzing them normally would take time, but he preferred a faster, more effective method. Energy crackled from his hand as the tomb's power reacted. The ground trembled, sending shockwaves toward the surrounding enemies. The force shattered the floor beneath them, disrupting their formation. Panic spread as their footing crumbled beneath the sudden attack. His companion watched in awe. The power to reshape the tomb's very foundation was overwhelming. Juhyun had no equal here. Notifications appeared. His relic skill had evolved, granting him even greater destructive power over the tomb's structure and relic stability. A smirk formed. Juhyun always enjoyed breaking limits. The tomb itself had become his playground, a battlefield bending to his will. The surviving enemies barely had time to react. The battlefield shifted, forcing them onto unstable ground with no escape. Panic turned into realization. Juhyun wasn't just another relic user. He was someone capable of changing the game entirely. His companion hesitated as others rushed toward them. The battle wasn't over. It was time to test their newly gained power. Juhyun activated his relic, the surroundings vibrating with sheer force. The ceiling trembled, a destructive shockwave tearing through the tomb. Dust and debris rained down, sealing their path forward. Juhyun grinned. It was quite useful, this newfound power of his. Juhyun smirked as enemies collapsed. Their path was clear, and he wouldn't waste time letting weaklings recover their strength. A sudden explosion shook the ground, catching his companion off guard. The battle wasn't over. Someone else was interfering. The enemy's pursuit was relentless. Destroying the path was the only way to stop them from following further inside. Rubble crashed down, sealing the entrance. Ju-hyun's relic mastery improved, his skill evolving as the tomb responded to his actions. His companions stared in disbelief. Ju-hyun wasn't just breaking obstacles, he was reshaping the tomb itself to fit his advantage. The path led to a massive underground structure. The design was unmistakable, a Roman theater standing ominously inside the tomb. Ju-hyun's instincts flared. The relic they sought was within this grand chamber, hidden behind layers of historical deception. Bars slammed shut behind them, sealing their escape. The tomb had recognized them, and the game had officially begun. A chilling voice echoed from the flames. Someone, or something, had been waiting for an audience to witness its spectacle. The atmosphere shifted, golden fire illuminating the stage. This was no ordinary test. It was an emperor's grand, theatrical performance. The entity demanded admiration, its fiery gaze locking onto them. Praise, worship, and devotion were its price for survival. Ju-hyun grimaced. The tomb wasn't just testing their strength, it was forcing them into an ancient dictator's twisted vanity project. The spirit of Nero emerged, its form distorted by time. Once a ruler, now a relic-infused echo of his former self. History claimed Nero sought artistic greatness, but reality was cruel. His performances were nothing short of unbearable, even in death. The test was clear: endure Nero's self-indulgent performance, or be consumed by the inferno of his eternal burning obsession. Flames engulfed the Roman structure, a fiery reminder of the destruction Nero once caused. His obsession with spectacle knew no bounds. Ju-hyun smirked, pulling out an item. If Nero wanted admiration, then he'd use history against him to turn the tables. He held Homer's glasses, a relic he had stolen before. If words held power, then so did the ones who wrote them. Homer, the legendary poet, shaped epics that lasted centuries. Perhaps Nero, the failed artist, would be drawn to such greatness. Ju-hyun adjusted the glasses, ready to challenge the tomb's trial. If Nero sought admiration, he'd give him something better. A sudden blast of fire nearly engulfed Ju-hyun. The Emperor's spirit wasn't so easily convinced by mere theatrics. His companion panicked, realizing the flames weren't just for show. If they didn't act fast, they would be reduced to ash. Nero's voice boomed, dismissing Ju-hyun's relic. A mere human using Homer's name was meaningless to someone who wanted eternal glory. Ju-hyun's companion cursed under his breath. If Nero refused to be swayed, their only option was to fight through fire. But as flames spiraled around them, it became clear. This wasn't just an attack. Nero wanted them to suffer in admiration. Ju-hyun gritted his teeth. Nero wasn't just controlling fire, he was wielding it like an extension of his twisted ego. The flames danced, forming shapes of past performances. Nero wanted an audience, but his performance would end in their destruction. His companion flailed against the heat, the fire too overwhelming. Escape was impossible unless they could break the Emperor's will. Nero's voice echoed, demanding them to submit. If they refused to watch his show, they would burn in defiance. Ju-hyun's eyes darkened. This wasn't a performance anymore. It was a death trap. And he had no intention of playing along. Seo Ju-hyun watched as the fire disappeared, leaving the arena silent. Confusion filled the air, but something unnatural lingered around them. Seo Ju-hyun wiped his face, realizing the flames vanished instantly. His companion looked around, sensing an unknown presence watching their every move. Flames flickered above as an ominous voice addressed Seo Ju-hyun. The relics had spread his novel, making him famous in their world. Seo Ju-hyun's companion was stunned, remembering the book. The relics whispered his name, recognizing him as both a leader and an author. The Colosseum's torches burned brighter, illuminating the vast audience. Seo Ju-hyun stood tall as the relics acknowledged his unexpected reputation. Seo Ju-hyun narrowed his eyes, realizing the relics had knowledge beyond his understanding. His past resurfaced, haunting him in this unfamiliar place. The Colosseum loomed as his companion panicked, realizing relics admired Seo Juhyun's hidden identity. Firelight danced, revealing an impending confrontation. The relics had memorized Seo Juhyun's book, immortalizing his name. His reputation among relics surpassed his own expectations. Seo Juhyun questioned how his past writings reached them. The mysterious voice beckoned, challenging him to embrace the relic's expectations. Something felt off as Seo Juhyun stepped forward. He thought he erased that past, yet it still thrived in relics' minds. Fire erupted as an enormous figure emerged, standing with regal authority. Seo Juhyun and his companion tensed, recognizing his overwhelming presence. Seo Juhyun's companion recoiled in disbelief. The relic before them wasn't ordinary. His form mimicked humanity, exuding divine power and control. Flames crackled as the relic smirked. Seo Juhyun observed, realizing this relic was unlike any they had encountered before. The relic strode forward, his form shifting between fire and human. Seo Juhyun stood firm, acknowledging the relic's imposing presence. The Emperor relic praised Seo Juhyun's writings. Unlike mortals, he appreciated the art beyond power, elevating Seo Juhyun's unexpected legacy. The Emperor relic gazed at Seo Juhyun, demanding an answer. His admiration for the novel was overwhelming, almost fanatical in nature. With glowing eyes, the relic passionately praised the novel's depth. He couldn't believe a mortal could create such a masterpiece. The Emperor relic dramatically declared the novel a timeless classic. His excitement grew as he pointed at Seo Juhyun with conviction. Seo Juhyun stood unimpressed as his companion processed the bizarre situation. Gaining fervent fans among relics wasn't part of his plan. Finally, Seo Juhyun exhaled and decided to get serious. He had no time for theatrics and needed to move forward. The Emperor relic stood proudly, eyes burning with passion. Seo Juhyun, let's have a grand competition of literature right here, right now! Seo Juhyun and his companion exchanged glances, processing the bizarre challenge. Was this relic truly serious about a literary duel? Confusion settled in as the tension grew. The relic's enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving them questioning reality. What? Juhyun muttered incredulously. Sweat formed on Juhyun's face as the absurdity sank in. What the hell is he saying? This was beyond ridiculous. Seo Juhyun stood firm as Nero's flames crackled, illuminating their surroundings. The relic's overwhelming aura hinted at a powerful challenge ahead. Nero's golden laurels shimmered as he prepared his challenge. Seo Juhyun remained unimpressed, analyzing the situation to determine his next move. Julian observed with amusement as Seo Juhyun reluctantly acknowledged the duel. The tension between relic and human intensified with each passing moment. Nero's fiery pride surged, demanding complete submission. Seo Juhyun's mind raced, seeking the most effective strategy to outmaneuver the overconfident relic. Seo Juhyun clenched his fists, knowing hesitation could mean death. Outwitting Nero quickly was his only option before flames consumed everything. Seo Juhyun assessed Nero's overwhelming power, recognizing the relic's historical significance. Understanding his abilities fully was crucial for survival in this battle. The fire's intensity suggested Nero possessed more than brute force. Seo Juhyun needed to uncover the relic's hidden strengths before engaging further. A sudden metallic crash redirected Seo Juhyun's focus. Trapped relic hunters screamed for help, their desperate cries echoing through the burning arena. The prisoners panicked as flames crept closer. Seo Juhyun remained composed, analyzing their predicament and considering whether rescuing them was necessary. A blazing fireball exploded against the iron bars, forcing enemies to retreat. The sheer heat alone made escape nearly impossible now. Flames roared violently, engulfing everything in their path. Seo Juhyun's allies struggled against the unbearable heat, their strength rapidly diminishing. Soldiers screamed, falling back as Nero's flames surged forward. Their terrified expressions mirrored the overwhelming power of the tyrannical relic before them. Nero stood confidently, watching his enemies writhe. He reveled in their suffering, considering their struggle nothing more than an entertaining performance. Seo Juhyun narrowed his eyes, recognizing Nero's pride as a fatal flaw. Exploiting the relic's arrogance was his only viable strategy. A smirk formed on Seo Juhyeon's face. The path to victory was clear. He had found the key to defeating Nero. Seo Juhyeon realized the relic's immense power, narrowing his eyes as a sinister force loomed behind him, preparing for confrontation. A chilling presence made Seo Juhyeon tense up. Something was off, and he knew he couldn't afford any mistakes. Julian Miller's sudden arrival sent shockwaves through the scene, his confident smirk hinting at hidden knowledge that could change everything. Seo Juhyeon understood Julian's relic held secrets. A relic capable of revealing weaknesses meant the battle's outcome wasn't decided yet. Nero's fiery presence burned with excitement, his obsession with competition growing stronger as he challenged Seo Juhyeon to an ultimate literary showdown. Seo Juhyeon contemplated Nero's challenge, weighing the risks, his eyes darkening with determination as Julian's influence loomed dangerously close. Jae-ha panicked at Seo Juhyeon's silence, uncertain whether he would accept Nero's unpredictable and possibly dangerous literary duel. Seo Juhyeon knew manipulating Nero's desire for competition was the key. He had to act before Julian interfered. His words dripped with strategy as he set conditions for the duel, luring Nero into an unseen trap. Nero's expression twisted with frustration. He sensed Seo Juhyeon's deception but was too consumed by his own ego to decline. Nero's fiery eyes glowed with suspicion, realizing Seo Juhyeon's true intentions, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. Seo Juhyeon played on Nero's arrogance, testing how far he could push without triggering the relic's unpredictable wrath. Memories of previous encounters reassured Seo Juhyeon. Nero had chances to kill him before but didn't. This match held deeper meaning. Nero's anger flared, but Seo Juhyeon stayed calm, shifting the battlefield's importance, knowing it could tip the scales in his favor. As the tension grew, Seo Juhyeon's confidence solidified. If he played his cards right, victory was inevitable. Seo Juhyeon faces the challenge ahead, knowing this relic's power might change everything if he can claim it as his own. The laurel wreath glows with divine energy, signaling its acceptance of his presence, but an unseen force still lingers in the air. Julian Miller watches in frustration, realizing he's a step behind, unable to interfere with Seo Juhyeon's successful negotiation with the relic. Holding the laurel, Seo Juhyeon smiles confidently, knowing he has secured another powerful relic to aid him in future battles. Now all that remains is leaving safely, but danger looms as others refuse to let him walk away so easily. Explosions erupt from above, shaking the ruins, as Seo Juhyeon senses an approaching enemy intent on taking what's now his. A familiar voice echoes through the collapsing chamber, calling his name with unmistakable hostility, forcing him to prepare for confrontation. Julian Miller stands above, fuming with anger, unwilling to accept that Seo Juhyeon has taken the relic before he could. Seo Juhyeon feigns nonchalance, mocking Julian's lateness, but he remains cautious, knowing Julian won't let him leave without a fight. Julian refuses to believe the tomb is cleared, sensing an opportunity to reclaim the relic, but Seo Juhyeon remains unfazed. Seo Juhyeon tightens his grip, preparing to leave, but Julian's gaze burns with desperation as he reaches for something unseen. The relic pulses with golden energy, accepting Seo Juhyeon as its master, signaling that it's too late for Julian now. Julian watches in horror as the relic vanishes from sight, realizing Seo Juhyeon has already secured his escape before acting. The tomb begins to collapse, its existence tied to the relic's presence, leaving Julian scrambling for an escape he never prepared. Seo Juhyeon calmly exits, unbothered by the chaos behind him, leaving Julian trapped in a crumbling tomb without hope of victory. The ground trembled violently as an unknown force caused the tomb's collapse, filling the air with dust and deafening noise. The ruins crumbled under immense pressure, signaling an irreversible change within the depths of the mysterious tomb. Pandora's officials watched in shock as Kyoto's enormous tomb, which had loomed ominously, suddenly vanished without a trace. The world's media reported that Kyoto had begun emergency repairs, confirming that the tomb had been successfully cleared. Rockefeller slammed his fists on the table, furious that the relic had vanished without his faction securing it first. A nervous subordinate entered Rockefeller's office, bearing the news that the relic thief was none other than Seo Juhyeon. Rockefeller's temper flared as he realized that his massive investment had gone to waste thanks to one unpredictable man. His men anxiously reported that Julian Miller's intervention barely helped them escape the collapsing tomb in time. Rockefeller clenched his jaw in frustration, knowing Seo Juhyun had stolen his victory again and grown even stronger. He seethed, realizing his adversary now possessed one of the most powerful relics, tipping the balance even further. Rockefeller leaned back, demanding answers on why no intelligence had been gathered about Seo Juhyun's relic usage. His subordinates stammered, revealing that Seo Juhyun's team wielded an incredibly destructive explosive relic inside the tomb. The sheer absurdity of only 2 people clearing such a monstrous tomb left Rockefeller in utter disbelief. He narrowed his eyes, questioning how anyone could claim such a feat was even remotely possible. With a smirk, his subordinate revealed the dark truth. Clearing that tomb should have required at least 100 human sacrifices. Seo Juhyun sensed something odd as he turned, seeing the relic's glow intensify, hinting at an imminent challenge he couldn't ignore. A faint shimmer caught his eye. Something was hidden in the air, an unseen force watching his every move carefully. Julian Miller suddenly appeared, his presence bringing tension. A rival in the artifact world, his intentions were never anything but dangerous. Seo Juhyun assessed the situation. If Julian had Zhuge Liang's relic, the battlefield would soon turn into a tactical nightmare. The Emperor relic's fiery presence flared. Nero demanded competition, his burning spirit refusing to be ignored in his domain. Seo Juhyun remained still, calculating. This wasn't just a test of strength, but one of intelligence. The stakes were high. A deep breath, a decision made. He nodded slightly, accepting the challenge, knowing he needed to play this to win. His teammate gasped, surprised at his agreement. The leader never entertained nonsense, but this was more than a simple competition. Seo Juhyun knew he had to win Nero over before Julian arrived. The relic's favor could change everything drastically. With a condition set, he challenged Nero, shifting the battlefield. This wasn't just about competition, it was about control. Nero's laughter boomed, his fiery aura dancing wildly. He saw through the ploy but entertained it, amused by Seo Juhyun's confidence. Julian was closing in fast. Seo Juhyun couldn't afford distractions. Nero's acceptance was vital, or he'd lose control entirely. A memory surfaced, the past encounter flashing in his mind. He had survived then, proving he was no ordinary challenger. Nero's flames surged, his frustration clear. He didn't want a dull match. He wanted to see passion, artistry, and determination. Seo Juhyun smirked. If Nero truly respected the arts, then he'd show him a performance worth remembering forever. Seo Juhyun's gaze sharpened as he demanded an answer. The relic squirmed nervously, unsure whether to confess its role in the leak. The relic trembled, unable to hide the truth. Seo Juhyun smirked, sensing something unusual. His instincts told him this wasn't over. A strange energy surged through him, a notification flashing in his mind. He had unknowingly unlocked a new chapter of fate.
Seo Juhyun stood still, waiting for an answer. The silence dragged on, and irritation quietly crept across his face again. The air felt heavier as suspicion grew. He knew something wasn't right, and the relic's nervous energy only confirmed it. A soft glow shimmered from the relic, twisting and turning in place, like it was deciding whether to confess or flee. Without warning, Juhyun grabbed it. His grip was tight, and his gaze sharper than ever. The relic trembled under the pressure. Another relic nearby tried to diffuse the tension. Juhyun glanced sideways, unconvinced, as his patience thinned to its final thread. Scattered across the floor were pages of his novel. The relics had clearly been reading it like a guilty little club. The rabbit-like relic hovered nearby, motioning innocence. Juhyun stared it down while quietly piecing together everything that might have happened earlier. He nodded slowly, putting the clues together. Someone else had meddled. Maybe not maliciously, but it still crossed his boundaries. The scent of food drifted by as someone passed him with chicken. Normal life continued, even while secrets stirred around him. He asked casually about the relics. When told they hadn't been restored, he filed it away like a mental bookmark. Outside the room, muffled rustling echoed faintly. He stood by the door, head tilted slightly, suspicion slowly settling into certainty. His brow twitched. That odd little whispering, it wasn't imagination. He knew that kind of noise never meant anything innocent inside. Opening the door, he found them mid-action, caught red-handed. Pencils, paper, and relics arranged like an underground storytelling syndicate. He stood motionless, disappointment practically radiating. No words came, but his expression said it all. The relics were absolutely busted. On the floor, chaos scattered like confetti, markers, hammers, stories half-written. The relics froze, cornered by the very writer they betrayed. The relics panicked and scattered like mice. Juhyun's glare followed them, his voice sharp enough to slice through walls. He focused his energy, releasing a wave of pressure. Everything stopped. Even the relics knew when not to mess around. The relics trembled, caught mid-scatter, papers and pens frozen in place. Juhyun stared them down like a teacher with receipts. A teammate blinked in confusion as Juhyun questioned the group. The room felt heavy with guilt and half-eaten secrets. Juhyun folded his arms. He wasn't here to argue. He just wanted the name of the relic who started everything. His stare sharpened like a blade. Someone had to break, and he wasn't leaving without the whole unfiltered truth. The relics said nothing. They shuffled awkwardly, side-eyeing each other. No one wanted to be the first to get roasted. Then it happened. One relic pointed. Betrayal unfolded in real time. The worm panicked, spinning mid-air, cursing its own bad karma. Juhyun glared from the doorway, arms crossed, completely unimpressed. He'd suspected the worm from the beginning. It just felt too obvious. The worm crumbled under pressure, confessing everything with a mix of panic and drama. The entire room watched like an audience. Juhyun stomped forward without hesitation, pinning the worm with a single annoyed glance. His foot hit the floor like thunder. He tilted his head slightly, genuinely curious. Why would anyone brag so much after doing something so clearly out of line? Then came the real question, why was the worm even here? Its assignment wasn't anywhere near this room or this mess. The worm lashed out in frustration, shouting about unpaid labor and double shifts. It had been freelancing without permission again. Red sparks flickered as the worm broke down, claiming poverty, overwork, and injustice. Juhyun sighed. This wasn't a relic, it was payroll drama. Juhyun raised an eyebrow, still holding the worm. Working multiple jobs was one thing, causing chaos was something completely different. Beside him, his teammate snapped. The worm had made money off the novel, and now it was time to pay. Juhyun's tone turned colder. If the worm made money with others, then everyone involved would share the responsibility and the refund. One relic stammered, "Oh, we're broke!" But the worm panicked, knowing it was too late. Regret hit hard once the yelling started. As it was dragged away, the worm glared at them all. It didn't forget betrayal, not even a little. Suddenly, cash erupted everywhere. Gold, bills, and treasure poured out like a hidden vault cracked open from too much guilt. The room transformed into a sea of riches. Juhyun's teammate stood stunned, still holding chicken like none of this happened. Juhyun squinted suspiciously. No way this fortune came from luck. Someone definitely sold his novel, and for a ridiculous amount. The worm smiled awkwardly, trying to pass it off as a coincidence. Juhyun wasn't buying it, not even for a second. His teammate got overly excited. Will there be a sequel? Juhyun sighed. First cleanup, then justice. Writing could wait. Coins, cash, foreign bills. Cleaning it all felt like a whole side quest. The worm had scammed half the world. It raised a tiny finger, playing innocent. But Juhyun's glare sliced through that act like scissors through paper-thin excuses. Electricity flickered across his face. He'd had enough. The money didn't matter. Someone had turned his work into a circus. He opened his hand. A relic he didn't recognize floated up. It wasn't part of the plan, and it pulsed. The worm gasped, realizing too late that something else had slipped into the transaction. This wasn't just money, it was dangerous. Juhyun's stare burned hotter than fire. At this point, the worm might have preferred a second job over more punishment. Screams echoed down the hallway. Whatever happened behind that door wasn't gentle. Justice in this house came with intensity. The worm collapsed, barely upright. What rolled out next was unexpected, glowing, bright, and clearly not part of a normal scam. Everyone paused. That wasn't ordinary loot. It shimmered like energy itself. This wasn't currency. It was something deeper, something alive. A relic's core. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat in his hand. Even the relics nearby stayed silent and still. The glowing orb floated above his palm. It held power, knowledge, and sacrifice, almost too much for its small size. The worm's voice cracked with awe. Relic cores weren't just energy, they were life itself, the final essence of a relic. Other relics panicked, shouting in fear. The truth was leaking out fast, and this one little worm had ruined everything. The team regrouped later. Juhyun casually held the core while sipping tea. Curiosity now tugged at him more than anger. Cleaning the money mess took hours, but it revealed something. That worm, annoying as it was, had serious business sense. Morning light crept through the window. Kyoto's job was finished, bags were packed, and it was time to leave. They were headed back to New York. It felt like closure, but something in Juhyun's gut said it wasn't over. On the way out, a strange crowd had gathered. People shouted his name, waving documents and job offers toward him. Ju-hyun scanned the crowd. They weren't here for fame, they were looking for relics, and someone had stirred the pot. Word had spread far and fast. Too many knew too much, and if they weren't careful, this might get dangerous. The tension was sharp. Ju-hyun's glare said enough. If the worm liked punishment, he was about to get more. A shriek echoed down the hallway. Everyone knew what followed those footsteps: chaos, regret, and Ju-hyun's form of discipline. Amid the chaos, something strange remained behind. A relic's core pulsed with quiet energy, glowing like a heart reborn. The worm trembled. They hadn't realized cores could even be extracted. The silence around it felt heavier than usual, a relic's soul floating in the open. That kind of power wasn't shared freely. Someone had paid a steep price. Ju-hyun raised the core again. Its glow lit up the space. Even the relics were getting nervous now. The loudest among them panicked. "You're telling too much!" But the secrets were out, and it was far too late. Later, they reflected on everything. Some relics had unusual traits. This one held more mystery than they expected from the start. Ju-hyun pocketed the core thoughtfully. It was more than money or relics now. This was a lead worth chasing. It took hours to sort the treasure mess. Still, deep down, he had to admit, the worm knew business. The team prepped to leave Kyoto. Bags packed, loose ends tied up, everything was quiet, but the air felt wrong. Ju-hyun paused near the balcony. A crowd waited below, louder than ever. Too much attention, too many eyes. Dozens of people shouted, waving contracts and offers. It wasn't admiration, it was opportunism, disguised as desperate flattery. Ju-hyun scanned the crowd calmly. Rumors had gotten out of control. Someone clearly leaked what happened inside that relic site. His teammate grinned beside him. Since many saw it live, let's play it smart. Use the buzz, sell the hype. With a sparkle in his eye, he grinned confidently. His plan felt solid, and the numbers absolutely added up. He dashed off with excitement, completely convinced success was guaranteed. Meanwhile, Ju-hyun watched quietly, already predicting the future headlines. A smirk crept across his face. If chaos was coming, he'd be ready. This time, he'd control everything. The relic listing plan was moving fast. The laptop screen glowed, ready for them to post the bait online. They discussed strategy casually, like they were setting up a garage sale, not faking ancient supernatural artifacts for global attention. The relic forum looked surprisingly professional. Ju-hyun squinted, a bit impressed. This site wasn't just a rumor, it was serious business. He hadn't known the forum was public. That meant their little scheme had more visibility and way more risk than expected. Ju-hyun stared at the screen, realizing quickly this platform was more than networking. It was a quiet battlefield for power. Titles mattered, the wrong words could kill interest. His partner stressed over it like he was naming a royal baby. Ju-hyun didn't have patience for branding. He shoved the other aside and took the keyboard like a man possessed. He typed without hesitation, labeling the relic like a clearance item. The dramatic post looked like an auction listing gone rogue. His logic was cold and effective. No seriousness, no weight, just mystery and temptation to catch greedy eyes faster. The plan was simple. If no one bought it, they'd lose nothing. But if someone did, the trap would snap. They added a juicy bonus, presumed to be Julius Caesar's relic. History buffs and relic hunters alike would lose their minds. His partner panicked at the false label, but Ju-hyun shrugged. No one knew the truth anyway, so it didn't matter. The goal wasn't accuracy, it was chaos. If people scrambled, their real mission would slide perfectly under everyone's radar. The post went live. It was done. Now they just needed the fake relic, and the show could begin. Somewhere nearby, a voice called out urgently. The ripple effect had already started, and they weren't even out the door yet. Their post broke the forum. Comments flooded in, traffic skyrocketed, and even the site itself couldn't handle the heat. Grinning wildly, Yoo Jae-ha flashed the screen like a trophy. They hadn't even tried that hard. It just worked. The buzz exploded. Calls came in, inboxes filled up, and suddenly the relic was the center of global attention. To fuel the chaos, they hinted at more. An LA auction was announced, and people scrambled to secure invitations. After arriving in LA, Jae-ha got to work forging flashy replicas, while Ju-hyun scouted the perfect auction venue. The day of the auction arrived fast. The crowd gathered early, buzzing with energy and absolutely no patience whatsoever. People shouted over each other. Rumors and expectations clashed. Some came for treasure, others just came to win something. "Where is he?" someone barked. Ju-hyun watched calmly from the side, letting the suspense simmer a little longer. Finally, Ju-hyun moved. Showtime was here, and everything had to go smoothly, or at least look like it did. He assigned duties quickly. Jae-ha would work the door while Ju-hyun orchestrated the event from center stage inside. Jae-ha hesitated. He was ready but nervous. Ju-hyun reminded him, this crowd wasn't ordinary, and neither was this plan. He explained the real issue. A rival, Seo-ah, was in the crowd. She was unpredictable and extremely hard to track. Luckily, Ju-hyun used a wiretap relic to monitor her movements. Still, she wasn't the only wildcard in this room. All around, power players gathered. Some smiled politely, others glared like this was a fight club with paperwork. Jae-ha saluted with dramatic flair, bursting with confidence. Ju-hyun nodded once. The game had started, and all pieces were moving. The crowd grew tense as Ju-hyun stepped forward, cool and collected, his expression unreadable but completely in control. With a sharp smile, he calmed the noise. It was almost time. No room for panic, only power moves. He dropped the bomb. Entry cost was 1 relic per person. No exceptions, no deals, just relics for admission. Everyone lost it. Shouts echoed across the room, but Ju-hyun stood firm, unbothered by the chaos he just created. He doubled down. Didn't matter who brought guests. Each person was treated the same, 1 relic or no entry. Cries of protest rang out. Some refused to believe the rules. Others panicked, realizing they couldn't cover their group. Ju-hyun recognized one man in the chaos, Austin. He smirked, acting surprised like they weren't expecting him at all. Calmly, he pointed out the obvious: too few seats meant too much demand. Raising the fee kept things fair. The crowd didn't like it. Shouts erupted, complaints flying. But Ju-hyun just reminded them he was the one setting the rules. He left the front to Jae-ha, who stood ready, looking both proud and terrified to handle the storm outside. Inside the auction room, empty chairs stood like prizes. Everyone outside fought just for a chance to grab one. Ju-hyun warned them again, choose your relic wisely. Not every offering would be enough to earn a ticket inside. Meanwhile, outside, Jae-ha was catching verbal fire from all directions. The anger wasn't subtle, but he stayed focused. Trying to keep things orderly, Jae-ha raised his hand and shouted, 1 relic per person, no exceptions, no games. The first relic flew into his hands, no turning back now. The auction wasn't open yet, but the war had started. Guests shouted and threw relics in desperation. The scene turned wild, and Jae-ha struggled to keep the chaos contained. The small venue worked brilliantly. Limited space created urgency, forcing participants to offer better relics just to get inside. With tension rising, the relic offerings increased in value. Everyone wanted an edge before the auction even officially began. Jae-ha calmly escorted guests inside, collecting relics while smiling like a seasoned scammer running a luxury black market entrance. Ju-hyun waited at the front, surveying the crowd. The stage was set, the mood was perfect, and the trap ready. Ju-hyun revealed the centerpiece, a blazing golden laurel. Its glow bathed the room and silence spread like a spell. The crown shimmered with convincing grandeur, eyes widened, breaths held. The room had collectively decided it was truly priceless. Faces lit up with greed and awe. Some whispered theories, but no one doubted the relic's value or authenticity. Before anyone could move, Ju-hyun halted the momentum. He preferred calculated pressure, not chaotic bidding from an unsettled crowd. Outside, the final relic was accepted. The guest list closed. No more entries, only tension now remained in the air. The doors shut firmly. Admission was over. Jae-ha stood tall, clipboard in hand, proud of the madness they'd just managed. He glanced around, surprised by the calm. The entrance storm had passed. Now only business and strategy remained inside. Stacked neatly behind the table, 3 entire boxes overflowed with relics. The collection was chaotic, shiny, and incredibly valuable. A grin crept across his face. Success tasted even sweeter when it came with a mountain of priceless ancient items. Daydreaming about his rewards, he stared at the stash, until a presence nearby made him realize someone else had noticed too. Jae-ha's confident grin vanished as Julian Miller appeared. The atmosphere shifted instantly, tension crawling through the air like smoke. Miller's gaze cut through the room. Jae-ha froze mid-step, recognizing immediately that this was someone they couldn't easily deceive. With forced composure, Jae-ha greeted him, relic crates in hand. But his nerves buzzed louder than any words spoken aloud. Miller didn't waste time. He exposed the scheme outright, accusing Jae-ha of auctioning off a fake without hesitation. Panic surged. Jae-ha's thoughts raced. Their cover was blown, and the worst possible person had figured it out first. Elsewhere, Ju-hyun calmly explained Miller's ability. He held a relic that pierced through lies, weakness, and even expertly made fakes. Miller's relic offered brutal clarity. Nothing escaped its sight. Not flawed replicas, nor cheap tricks masked with a powerful relic core. Jae-ha's jaw dropped. A relic that saw through everything? Their plan had never accounted for something this terrifyingly precise. Even a relic core wouldn't hide the truth. Their masterpiece had just become a paper crown in Miller's eyes. Realizing the danger, Jae-ha chose to stall. A little time might save the plan, or at least delay exposure. Miller remained sharp and direct. He stated the crown was fake and demanded an explanation with calm, deadly certainty. His questions cut deep. Why run scams using relics? Was there any integrity behind their flashy relic theatrics at all? Jae-ha hesitated, unable to answer. He felt the weight of every relic collected, now stacked beside his rising guilt. The pressure mounted. Words failed, thoughts blurred. Miller's tone was calm, but each sentence hit like a calculated blow. With the room heavy and choices thinning, Miller stepped forward with finality, ready to expose the truth for everyone watching. Miller headed toward the auction hall with purpose. Questions lingered in the air, but his intent was sharper than doubt. Panic surged through Jae-ha. His pulse spiked. If Miller spoke now, everything would collapse. He had to intervene immediately. Jae-ha walked through the hallway like he owned it, ignoring the frantic footsteps chasing him down from behind. Someone shouted his way, but he didn't flinch. Jae-ha kept moving, letting the pressure build until it cracked. The man finally broke down, waving his arms. He surrendered without a fight, overwhelmed by the weight of consequences. Boxes shook in his hands as he confessed. Jae-ha stood still, watching the panic spread with calculated patience. The truth spilled fast. The relic on display was fake, swapped last minute to avoid trouble during the high-stakes auction. Jae-ha knew he couldn't let this chaos reach the auction. Too much at stake, too many eyes watching. He stepped in close, unimpressed. The fake story had already started to unravel, and no one looked innocent now. Panic grew louder. The man scrambled to recover, hoping desperation could patch the holes forming in his excuses. He offered secrets, a last-ditch bribe. Jae-ha didn't need whispers. He already had the answers written across their faces. Jae-ha dismissed him coldly, walking past like none of this mattered. His attention was already locked on the relic. The auction house buzzed with numbers and tension, every bidder hungry to win, blind to the danger sitting on stage. Jae-ha stayed still, watching as someone placed a reckless bid, completely unaware the relic was reacting in real time. Lights sparked. The man holding it screamed, not realizing the relic wasn't dormant. It was awakening right in his hands. Security rushed in, but the panic moved faster. The crowd froze as energy pulsed through the air, sharp and wrong. A strange force surged through him. Jae-ha recognized it instantly, the unmistakable hum of power only a true relic carried. A new presence entered, intense and quiet. Jae-ha recognized the look, someone who wasn't here just to place bids. Tension crackled between them. Jae-ha muttered to himself, annoyed. This wasn't just an auction anymore, it was turning into war. That man wasn't ordinary. His aura twisted unnaturally, commanding something ancient. Jae-ha felt it before the rope even moved. Rope responded instantly, wrapping the target like a reflex. Jae-ha had no interest in arguing with someone delaying progress. The man tried to explain, voice cracking under pressure. No one cared. Everyone just wanted the bidding to continue. He tried yelling the truth, but rope sealed his mouth. The room stared, confused, unsure whether to believe him. The rope kept spinning tighter, warning anyone else thinking about interrupting. Its loyalty to Jae-ha was absolute and clear. Jae-ha stood calm. No matter how loud the room got, interference wasn't allowed, especially not with relics involved. The crowd hesitated, but one voice spoke up. Someone finally admitted pressure had been applied to favor a certain buyer. Even with that truth out, the crowd wanted fairness. Relic auctions weren't just business. They were personal, powerful, and dangerous. Jae-ha smirked slightly and asked the room if they'd like to continue. There was no hesitation in the crowd. The auction resumed like nothing happened. Bids climbed quickly, driven by greed, curiosity, and a dangerous hunger for ancient power. $9 million for a fake relic, and no one blinked. The energy in the room was feverish now. A confident bidder raised her hand and stunned everyone with a different offer. A relic instead of money to trade. Whispers broke out, confusion followed. But relics had value beyond cash, and the auction rules were never truly normal anyway. The suggestion sparked chaos. Everyone shouted, confused how relics suddenly became currency. Jae-ha, meanwhile, just smirked at the madness. Offers came fast. One SS rank wasn't enough anymore. The stakes climbed as relics replaced money with reckless excitement. The room exploded with wild energy. Everyone shouted their bids, throwing relic names instead of dollar amounts like collectors at war. The auctioneer tried to keep up. It was no longer a normal auction. It had turned into a relic battlefield. What started as a secret bluff ended in competition. Jae-ha watched, amused, as relics piled higher with every hand. The Princess of Monaca, Sopiana, emerged as the winner. She had offered first and set the new auction tone. The gavel fell, sealing the deal. The fake relic was sold, yet no one questioned its authenticity anymore. Cheers broke out while others grumbled. She celebrated the win. The rest looked stunned, especially one bidder who lost hard. Enraged, he accused the auction of favoritism, blinded by ego and fire, shouting theories louder than any truth. But the numbers spoke for themselves. Her offer included 20 powerful relics. No emotion, just facts sealed the auction's result. Jae-ha shrugged off the accusations, uninterested in drama. Pandora's spy wasn't worth his time. Not now, not ever. The loser stewed in silence. Rage didn't win relics. Strategy did. He learned that lesson a little too late. With calm confidence, Jae-ha slipped out. His mission was done. The fake relic was sold exactly as planned. The hallway emptied behind him. All the shouting and bidding faded into silence, like nothing had happened at all. Rope dragged the troublemaker behind. Jaeha glanced at Jaeha and sighed. Now what? He muttered. There was always another mess. Seo Juhyun walks in like he owns the place, surprising everyone by casually joining the auction without warning. Turns out, he spotted the real relic instantly. No fake could fool him, not even the upgraded versions. The tied-up guy starts freaking out as the glowing rope responds to Seo Juhyun's command to let him speak. He yells in frustration, accusing Seo Juhyun of scamming him and causing all this chaos in the first place. But Seo Juhyun stays calm, casually warning him that staying quiet might be his best shot at walking away. Seo Juhyun flashes a smug grin, casually calling him a princess, and brushing off the guy's threats like it's nothing. The guy explodes, saying if this gets out, they're all in trouble, but Seo Juhyun doesn't even flinch. Furious, he screams that he never planned to cooperate, acting like he's the one in control despite being tied up. Seo Juhyun just shrugs it off, saying it's no surprise, the guy's always been too stubborn to listen. But then, boom, his eyes widen. Something's wrong. Flames erupt from the ceiling vent, and it's not part of the plan. A fire relic bursts loose, roaring with heat and light as everyone scrambles in confusion, and Seo Juhyun shouts out. The relic shoots through the air like a fireball comet, slamming into the wall and blasting open an escape route. Seo Juhyun rushes after it, dodging flames, trying to catch it before it disappears through the smoke-filled hallway. He stops, annoyed. He missed. The relic got away, and now things just got way more complicated than expected. In the silence after the chaos, his partner panics, realizing someone, or something, definitely overheard everything they'd just said. Miller's still tied up, angry and squirming, but Seo Juhyun just walks away like the guy's complaints are background noise. His partner starts panicking, realizing someone else now knows what's going on, and their cover might not last much longer. He's like, wait, are we failing this mission now? While Seo Juhyun already starts planning their next escape move. Miller catches pieces of their plan, his expression changing. He's realizing they're coming after him next, and he's definitely not ready. Seo Juhyun just grins. He's already got a backup scheme, and Miller's fall is definitely part of the blueprint. Somewhere else, a shiny golden relic gets revealed. It glows with power. Definitely not your everyday trinket, it's something serious. A woman wins the bid and gushes over it, impressed by how rare and expensive it looks up close. The auctioneer congratulates her and says the payment checks out. She's now the proud owner of this flashy relic. She hands it off confidently, telling her guy to guard it well. She paid a fortune, and she wants results. Flashing a smile, she dreams big. With this relic, she's finally someone powerful. Even Pandora will have to notice her. Just as she's basking in her win, someone interrupts, asking her to pause a moment. Things are about to shift. A red-haired woman arrives with backup, casually dropping a bombshell. She claims the relic is actually a total fake. The owner freezes, staring in disbelief. "Who even are you?" she snaps, clearly not ready to hear this nonsense. The redhead doesn't flinch. She calmly repeats herself. The relic everyone just celebrated is nothing more than an expensive counterfeit. The woman flips out, shocked. What? How can that be? Her perfect plan is falling apart right in front of her. The red-haired woman smirks confidently, saying she can prove the relic's fake. No bluff, she's clearly ready to back it up. Calm and in control, she asks the woman to bring out the relic so everyone can see the truth firsthand. The red-haired woman holds her ground confidently while everyone circles up, tension rising as she repeats the relic is fake. The woman clutches the relic, suspicious and irritated, but pressure builds around her with everyone waiting to see the truth. She glares, demanding a reason to trust this stranger, unsure if this is some setup or just humiliation in public. The redhead calmly explains, everyone here is watching. If she were lying, she'd be exposed too. Stakes are high for both. Reluctantly, the woman gives in, warning not to try anything shady while holding up the golden relic for inspection. The redhead stares her down, eyes serious, and tells her to grip the relic tightly. Something's about to go down. With a swift, glowing strike, she slashes at the relic, stunning everyone. The owner stumbles back, totally caught off guard. People yell in shock. She just sliced right through it. And the golden relic splits in two, clean and sharp. The red-haired woman holds a glowing dagger and explains, this was only a B-rank relic. Shouldn't cut anything high-class like that. The owner protests, claiming the relic was S-rank, but now she's starting to doubt everything she thought she bought. The woman's eyes go wide. A real S-rank can't be destroyed by a weak relic. This one snapped like plastic. She gasps, realizing the horrifying truth. That relic isn't even B-rank. It's worthless junk dressed up to look legendary. The redhead lays it out clearly. They all got scammed, even after offering their own relics just to get inside. Chaos starts bubbling in the crowd. Everyone realizes they've been tricked. The auction wasn't just rigged, it was a full-on setup. Calm but firm, the redhead says the organizers are still inside. It's time to lock the place down and act. The crowd's boiling. Everyone's furious. Someone yells that Seo Juhyun is dead meat. The fake relic scandal just hit the roof. Red-haired woman smirks to herself, knowing she stirred the pot. Now even Seo Juhyun can't slip through this chaos. She plans to use the situation to corner him. Behind bars, that relic will be hers without a fight. Meanwhile, Seo Juhyun's chilling like nothing's wrong, wondering why things are taking so long. He's too calm for the moment. His partner's glowing with tension, working fast, clearly under pressure. They're not quite ready yet, but time's officially run out. Seo Juhyun just grins. He knows everyone's mad and ready to riot, but he's already thinking 3 moves ahead. Redhead peeks from behind a wall, sensing nothing. She knows there's a real relic here, but it's expertly hidden. Suddenly, someone spots Seo Juhyun out in the open. He showed himself on purpose, not even trying to hide. Everyone rushes him, screaming accusations, calling him a fraud, thief, liar. It's a full-on verbal stampede. Seo Juhyun smirks like it's a game. Yep, that relic, totally fake. The angry mob loses it right then. The crowd erupts. They demand a refund, call him shameless, and want their entrance fees back immediately. Redhead narrows her eyes. Why would he show up alone? It doesn't make sense. He must be planning something. Seo Juhyun tries to calm everyone, says there's an explanation, while Jaeha steps up, looking nervous but ready. Without saying much, Jaeha lifts his shirt, showing something that stops the room. A nasty scar across his chest. Shock hits the room. Someone blurts out, "What's that scar?" The vibe shifts. Whatever they're about to reveal is serious. Seo Juhyun and Jaeha explain they never meant to sell the relic. They risked everything just to obtain it. Jaeha remembered the blackmail call demanding they hand over the Kyoto relic, and everything started going downhill from that moment. They didn't think much of it at first, but then someone came after Jaeha and stabbed him brutally. He held up the hospital record, saying if he'd gotten there later, he probably wouldn't be standing here today. Holding the paperwork, Jaeha showed them it wasn't just a sale, it was survival after a near-death encounter. They set up the auction to lure out whoever was obsessed with the relic and had sent that blackmail threat. It wasn't about money. It was about finding the culprit who tried to kill Jaeha and steal their relic. The woman realized she had unknowingly played a part in this trap and wasn't thrilled about being used like that. Seo Juhyun admitted they guessed wrong, but her involvement was never meant to put her directly in harm's way. As the tension cooled, she slowly accepted the explanation. Things were messy, but the danger behind it all was real. She said their plan included telling the truth after catching the attacker, and handing over the real relic right after. Seo Juhyun knew the plan failed, and now there was no way to capture the blackmailer in the crowd. She offered to give the real relic immediately, trying to calm the growing tension with a peace offering. The crowd looked uncertain. Some were starting to believe her, while others sensed this twist might be too perfect. But Seo Juhyun saw through it fast. He knew something was still off, and her words didn't match the truth. Seo Juhyun felt it. This was the moment someone big would finally make their move and stir up chaos. A man suddenly rushed in, demanding to speak. He had urgent info about the person who won the relic earlier. He shouted across the room, desperate to share something important. Everyone turned as he insisted it couldn't be ignored. Seo Juhyun spotted him right away. That was Miller, the guy they'd all been waiting for to finally show up. Calm and collected, Seo Juhyun told Miller to take it easy. He'd already admitted everything in front of everyone. Seo Juhyun stared Miller down, reminding him that he'd basically confessed already by showing up at the perfect moment. Miller smirked slightly, saying it was time. He looked ready to hand over something very real and important. He stepped closer, addressing the woman confidently, and offered to finally give her the true relic she had purchased. Just as she reached for it, something felt off. Seo Juhyun's instincts kicked in as the air suddenly changed. His expression dropped in shock. The relic wasn't there. He froze, realizing something crucial had vanished without anyone noticing. Seo Juhyun shouted. The relic had been there a moment ago, but now it was completely gone from its hiding place. Confusion spread fast. Orders were shouted to block the exits. Search every guest. Nobody leaves until this gets resolved. He scanned the room, puzzled. Nothing made sense. And judging by Miller's reaction, he genuinely wasn't behind the disappearance. Then it hit. Chaos erupted. Someone screamed the worst-case scenario. The legendary relic had just been stolen right out from under them. Everyone turned to Seo Juhyun for answers. He just sighed, confirming the worst. It really was gone, and it was bad. Miller activated his relic, thinking he had the upper hand, but Seo Juhyun was already 5 steps ahead. Seo Juhyun smiled confidently, knowing exactly what was about to happen next. It was all playing out perfectly as he expected. The relic's tracker lit up midair, pulsing energy, heading directly toward the source of its current hidden location. Everyone froze as the relic's glow appeared, right on Miller's chest. The real relic had been with him the whole time. Miller panicked, clueless how it got there. He had no idea Seo Juhyun planted it without him noticing. Miller tried to protest, but the room turned toward him. Seo Juhyun's setup worked. He had his target locked in. He activated a relic to scan the area, the energy swirling around them like a high-stakes light show. Seo Ju-hyun announced the search was starting with Miller, and the entire room closed in without hesitation. Miller begged for a moment, but it was too late. Everything about him screamed suspicious, and the timing was perfect. The truth? Miller had been marked earlier with a relic presence he never noticed, and now it was all unraveling. Miller didn't even know he'd been tagged. He thought he'd escaped the rope, but Seo Ju-hyun was way ahead. While Miller fled, the relic's aura stayed attached to him, following silently like a signal beacon no one could see. Normally, Miller would have sensed this using Zhuge Liang's relic, but lately he'd been too weak to use it properly. The relic glowed bright in someone's hand. They found it on Miller during the search. There was no more denying it. The crowd erupted. Seo Ju-hyun pointed straight at him. Caught red-handed, Miller had nowhere left to hide this time. She suddenly lunged forward with the relic, aiming to strike. Her desperation flared as she made one last reckless move. The dagger clashed with the relic in her hand, sending out a burst of energy that shocked everyone nearby. Power exploded from the relic's core. She screamed at the crowd, demanding they kneel before her like subjects. Holding the relic tightly, she claimed it was the real one, confident now that her possession gave her true power. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-hyun pressed Miller, asking if he was the blackmailer who triggered everything by targeting Kyoto's tomb. Seo Ju-hyun snapped, accusing Miller of stabbing his teammate. His voice cut through the room like a blade of truth. Miller exploded back, yelling it was all a setup. But the room's tension made it clear no one believed him. Julian sat quietly, seething. He didn't trust Seo Ju-hyun and hated how easily everyone bought into the clever scheme. But Seo Ju-hyun knew the trap worked perfectly. He laid the bait, framed Miller, and no one questioned a thing. The auction ended in chaos as tension broke. News quickly spread across rooftops of corporate headquarters. Police arrived and arrested Julian, suspecting him of using relics and blackmail to manipulate the event. Johan smirked. With Julian gone, false stories would spread, less resistance, fewer questions, smoother plans ahead. Handing over the relic to Sophie, Ju-hyun claimed it was necessary, blaming Julian for the disruption. As buyers left, Ju-hyun finally returned home, watching the skyline, his goals silently moving into place. The team stood in silence, nervous under Ju-hyun's stare. Someone finally dared to speak up. They were shocked to see a suitcase filled with gold bars and relics glowing with power. Ju-hyun grinned and explained everything was earned, nothing stolen. The team stared, stunned by the incredible haul. Still unsatisfied, Johan mentioned the lost Nero relic. He demanded to know who caused the failure. The guilty man confessed, trembling, his voice cracked under pressure, knowing exactly how badly he'd messed up. He gasped in disbelief, eyes wide. 100 punishments. The number echoed like a final sentence. Ju-hyun stared coldly, reminding him that mistakes required consequences. Complaining wouldn't change what he had done. If you stopped him earlier, none of this would have happened, Ju-hyun said. The man trembled harder. Defeated, he gave in, vowing to complete the job properly. Ju-hyun noted the relics they obtained. Alone again, Ju-hyun glanced to the side. The sound of metal echoed through the dim room. The relic glowed intensely. A voice declared it had returned, demanding the door be opened immediately. One of the men shouted something strange was outside. Ju-hyun calmly walked toward it without hesitation. The relic clanged on the floor, announcing its challenge to battle Ju-hyun in a literary contest. Startled, the trembling man recognized it instantly, the Nero relic. He couldn't believe it had come back. Ju-hyun asked how it returned. The answer was clear: the princess took it, but not forever. Ju-hyun calmly explained the relic returned because the original user hadn't completed the required literary battle. The man panicked, arguing the princess should be blamed since she lost the relic after claiming it. He stared at Ju-hyun, stunned. Was this plan in place from the beginning? Ju-hyun confirmed it was, shouting in frustration. The man asked why he was punished. Ju-hyun replied, "It's because he still failed." The team questioned how Miller got in. They blamed him for letting the situation get out of hand. The relic sparked with energy, demanding silence. It insisted the literary battle begin immediately, no more delays. Glowing fiercely, the relic pressured Ju-hyun, warning that further waiting would no longer be tolerated at all. Ju-hyun acknowledged the demand. He realized it was finally time to take action and face the challenge. His team protested. They couldn't battle here. This location wasn't safe for something so chaotic and destructive. Ju-hyun agreed. If the relic summoned its palace indoors, it would burn everything and cause massive damage. Ju-hyun began searching online. He needed an isolated location to hold the battle away from civilians. Tapping quickly through image results, he assured the relic he'd find a suitable place very soon. The relic shouted impatiently, craving the contest. Ju-hyun snapped back, telling it to stop rushing him. He muttered about needing an unpopulated zone. The relic's power was too dangerous for crowded spaces. Ju-hyun narrowed his eyes, finally thinking of the perfect place: remote, quiet, and far from interference. Johyun smirked as he remembered the perfect location for Chaos One already tied to the relic. The scene shifted to Monaco. Flames engulfed the palace as the sun set over the sea. Panic spread. Firefighters yelled the blaze started without warning. Reports blamed the relic brought back by the princess. Inside, the princess stood tense, clearly rattled. Her nerves betrayed worry she tried hard to hide. A guard informed her that all fires were now extinguished. She listened, but her concern remained. The princess sighed in relief, thankful the worst was over. But the damage still deeply worried her. Her advisor reported that fires had reached other areas, but the team was containing them successfully. She gave firm orders to prioritize extinguishing the fires. He acknowledged and immediately moved to act. The advisor asked if the relic was recovered. Unsure, he promised to check without delay. Left alone, the princess clenched her fist, fury rising as she muttered angrily about the relic. The princess spotted the relic and reached out confidently, believing she could reclaim control over it. A sudden surge of power blinded her. The relic reacted violently as she tried to grasp it. Angrily, she shouted, claiming ownership. But the relic snapped back, demanding to know who gave her authority. She insisted she was the master now. Her voice shook, desperate to regain control of it. The relic refused. Without true acknowledgement, it unleashed force, sending her flying back with blazing magical energy. The princess acknowledged the relic could control fire. She struggled to contain its destructive wild energy earlier. She had barely sealed it inside once, but it escaped again, its power too violent to manage. Every area it passed caught fire. She groaned, overwhelmed by the chaos it left behind again. Frustrated, she questioned how to tame the relic. Its disobedience had become a serious, dangerous threat. An aide rushed in. Ciola revealed she had tracked the relic's location. It was active once more. She reported the relic's location a strange place in the Pacific Ocean, hidden from ordinary detection. Surprised, he raised his voice. The relic seemed to be drifting toward Hawaii without any control. He questioned what Hawaii could offer. She admitted uncertainty, unsure why a relic would go there. It puzzled them both. Relics never moved across oceans unaided. The ocean whispered secrets they couldn't grasp. Still, she knew one thing for sure: the relic that moved across the sea belonged to her. He clenched his jaw, frustrated. That relic cost him everything, he couldn't give it up. Far away, waves crashed against the coast of Hawaii. The relic's trail was heading straight there. On Kauai Island, the shoreline shimmered. Its peaceful look hid the danger that quietly approached underneath. Two men stood on the beach, admiring the view. One wished they were simply vacationing instead. The taller man teased him. If he liked it so much, he'd be staying here permanently. They walked the beach. He explained the enemy would summon his palace, just like in Kyoto. His friend realized a tomb might appear too. Choosing this location could reduce harm to civilians. Concerned, he asked about locals. What if they got hurt in the chaos caused by relics? The taller man smirked. No residents lived nearby. That made it a perfect battlefield for them. He pointed ahead. This was CEO Kwan's villa. Their battleground was chosen with personal motives in mind. The team arrived at TKBM's luxurious villa. Knowing the upcoming tomb event would begin from here, they intentionally chose this location, predicting the tomb's emergence would completely destroy the CEO's treasured property. Their objective wasn't just the relic, it was revenge. The villa's destruction would provoke a powerful reaction. On Kauai Island, inside the calm Tikan villa, guards quietly maintained security under the midday sun. Two security officers stood at the front gate, watching as a man passed by without saying anything. One guard yawned, suggesting beer after work, but the other wondered why time dragged unusually slow today. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from within the building, making both guards freeze and glance toward the source. A golden relic burst into the air, scattering money everywhere as stunned staff screamed, reaching for riches. The relic's sudden activation triggered a bizarre phenomenon. Gold poured endlessly, tempting everyone within its influence. As gold flooded the room, rationality vanished. Workers dropped everything, frantically collecting every piece they could. Departments dissolved into chaos as the promise of instant wealth overpowered duty, order, and workplace boundaries. The guards, watching silently, began questioning their role: protect the facility or seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Temptation won. One guard threw away his professionalism and sprinted toward the gold with shining eyes. The relic hovered into the distance, releasing gold as staff mindlessly followed it across the open beach. Amid the chaos, a silent phone rang. The name raid planner lit up the screen urgently. An undercover agent answered confidently, reporting their plan's success and confirming the villa was now unguarded. From a nearby rooftop, he explained he'd already infiltrated, confirming complete distraction of the entire staff. The operation leader smirked, instructing the agent to regroup and let the relics finish their manipulation. The agent regrouped with his partner, confirming their trap was nearly ready for final activation phase. Smiling confidently, he drew out a relic, 2 golden laurel crowns radiating dormant power between his hands. As he activated the relic, golden light erupted, signaling a transformation meant for controlling vast territory. He admired the land's size, declaring it suitable for their plan to summon the relic's domain. Despite his satisfaction, his partner warned something was still missing, something essential for completing their bait strategy. While the villa stood silent, the agent confirmed everything was prepared, and the relic was activated. A second relic responded to the first, its glowing energy pulsing, awaiting the command to begin. With confidence, the agent gave the signal. Light swirled around him as the relic unleashed full power. A massive explosion followed, releasing destructive energy that shook the island and blasted debris into the sky. The villa, once fully occupied and guarded, began collapsing as the structure gave way to the blast. As the ground split apart, ancient stone fragments collapsed, revealing a hidden structure beneath the villa ruins. Fiery torches ignited within the chamber, illuminating a grand circular tomb long buried beneath modern foundations. The younger agent gasped in awe, stunned that the tomb had truly manifested from the relic's power. Others entered, observing the chamber's intricate details, noting that everything appeared far more lavish than previous tombs. They realized the statues lining the hall were modeled after one man, likely the tomb's arrogant creator. From the fire, a golden apparition declared that all the statues were modeled after his own image. He raised his arms triumphantly, shouting that the stage was ready for global worship and submission. The observing agent acknowledged the spectacle, stating it was time to bring in the waiting audience. Meanwhile, relics on display buzzed with energy, drawing attention as murmurs and whispers filled the tomb. Spectators became restless, demanding the show begin after spending large sums to witness the tomb's unveiling. When asked about the crowd, the agent explained he had the worm spread the invitations. Ancient relics began reacting to the buzz around them, their powers subtly flaring amid audience whispers. The assistant reported that only critical spectators had arrived, but the agent said the number was sufficient. The host laughed confidently, pleased with the audience size, claiming it was perfect for his performance. As the stage grew louder with noise, the agent was formally called to step forward and begin. The mastermind stood confidently beneath the golden glow, prepared for the performance to unfold as planned. Elsewhere, a stern executive quietly reviewed documents, unaware of the chaos erupting at one of his sites. Suddenly, a panicked staff member burst in, urgently shouting about an emergency concerning the executive's private property. Alarmed by the outburst, the president narrowed his eyes and braced himself to hear the full report. The aide began explaining nervously the president's personal villa on Kauai Island had just experienced a disaster. The assistant explained with panic that the villa had been completely destroyed by unexpected supernatural activity. Shocked, the president demanded clarification as the assistant described a Roman-style tomb now occupying the estate grounds. With a grim tone, the assistant confirmed the entire property had transformed into a mysterious, ancient burial site. The president questioned the cause, wondering if it was truly the work of a relic's awakening. The assistant confirmed no deaths, but added their most valuable family heirloom had been engulfed in flames. The president slammed his fist on the desk upon hearing damages had reached over $200 million. The assistant added nervously that the estimate was conservative, with full calculations still pending official confirmation. Frustrated, the president buried his face in his hand, overwhelmed by the scale of the unfolding disaster. Another report followed. Monaco's royal family requested a pause in product trade for the year's second half. Startled, the president demanded answers, fearing a defect in their goods, but the aide denied any fault. The president demanded an explanation for Monaco's actions, but the aide claimed he knew nothing at all. Frustrated, the president pulled out his phone, stating he had already initiated contact with the royal family. He accepted the need to investigate directly, gripping his phone and preparing to uncover the actual reason. A voice answered. Taejun Kwan announced himself, calm and ready to speak with the foreign dignitary. The response came swiftly. It was Sophie Grimaldi. The president's expression hardened upon hearing her familiar name. Shocked, the president whispered to his aide, confirming he had contacted Monaco's princess directly for answers. The princess warned him sternly any dishonesty would ban him permanently from Monaco's royal and economic circles. Trying to remain calm, the president acknowledged the auction win of the relic known as Julius Caesar's. She confirmed the win but added pressure, hinting at deeper implications now surrounding that very artifact. Her voice sharpened. She demanded to know why her relic had surfaced at his destroyed villa estate. Trying to maintain control, the president dismissed responsibility, stating the villa incident was irrelevant to her concerns. The princess calmly inferred guilt, pointing out his indirect admission that her relic was inside his estate. Enraged, the president denied theft, yelling in defense while his aide panicked over his explosive reaction. The princess clarified her position. She hadn't accused him, but demanded answers about the relic's unexpected behavior. He quickly adjusted his stance, suggesting he too was a victim and open to an investigation visit. Sophie revealed she was already en route, claiming her call was merely a courtesy before arrival. Cornered, the president forced a calm tone, granting permission while clearly shaken by her unexpected visit. Ending the call, he stood frozen, clearly unsettled as his aide silently awaited further instruction or reaction. Snapping back, the president yelled in frustration, demanding how staff allowed the entire event to unfold unchecked. The aide explained a relic and worm had lured everyone with gold, distracting the entire security team. The aide admitted he was just as confused, unable to explain the unfolding chaos at the villa. He showed a viral social media post featuring staff collecting money scattered by a mysterious golden relic. Outraged, the president yelled at the absurdity, questioning whether everyone involved had completely lost their minds. He paused, eyes narrowing, realizing the event might not be random, it could have been a deliberate distraction. With sudden clarity, the president shouted, recognizing the mastermind behind it all, catching his aide off guard. Realization struck: the relic from Kyoto was sold to Monaco, and Ju Hyun-seo orchestrated everything behind scenes. The president's fury echoed through headquarters as he blamed Ju Hyun-seo for the entire relic disaster. His aide questioned Seo's involvement, but quickly realized Seo had taken the relic from Kyoto's tomb originally. Enraged further, the president cursed Seo for ruining his villa and interfering with his affairs yet again. Without hesitation, the president ordered preparations to begin, demanding immediate readiness from his assistant for a counteraction. Shouting with rage, he commanded a private jet to Hawaii at once, leaving no room for delay. Gritting his teeth, the president vowed to use the relic disaster as justification to destroy Ju Hyun. A giant beam of energy surged from the tomb ruins, sending shockwaves across the surrounding cityscape. Jo Hyun's team arrived at the site, confirming they were in the right place. Guided by the worm, surrounded by relics and noise, they quickly realized something bigger was unfolding. More relics than ever were gathered. Inside, a man awaited Ju Hyun with pride, declaring it was time to prove his superiority in battle. The man demanded to know why Ju Hyun would sabotage him, still confused about the underlying motive. Frustrated, he revealed his real grievance: his novel failed miserably, selling only one copy after release. Ju Hyun calmly replied it was the worm's fault for acting alone without any communication or warning. Ju Hyun then joked that the man himself bought the only copy, which triggered an angry outburst. Trying to regain sympathy, the man insisted he was still the real victim in this entire situation. Audience relics murmured in disbelief, surprised to hear Nero seriously claim authorship of an unknown novel. Nero proudly asked if anyone recognized his work, believing his literary genius was simply overlooked and unappreciated. Instead, the crowd mocked him. They remembered his book only for its single sale and poor reception. Infuriated by the laughter, Nero lashed out, triggering a violent power surge from deep within his relic. The narration confirmed, within this palace, Nero's relic grants him absolute control. His will becomes enforced reality. Nero forced everyone to serve as judges, demanding victory or threatening death to all in attendance. Ju Hyun's ally panicked under pressure, dodging flames while realizing how far Nero was willing to go. Ju Hyun acknowledged Nero's strength, admitting that despite his madness, Nero wielded a relic from a legendary tomb. He knew from the start this wouldn't be a fair fight, but now it felt worse. Nero screamed irrationally, blaming others for ignoring his genius, while Ju Hyun questioned the logic behind such obsession. Ju Hyun considered the odds. If the fight continued, winning seemed impossible under Nero's overwhelming relic power. Instead, he wondered if forcing Nero to surrender could shift the outcome without relying on brute strength. Nero, confused by the shift in tone, questioned why they weren't starting the competition as agreed. Jo Hyun proposed a fair solution, presenting their novels to the audience for a direct and public evaluation. Nero hesitated, annoyed by the request, but logically agreed, since Ju Hyun had already been forced to read his. Nearby relics questioned Ju Hyun's intent, confused by his sudden claim that he would read Nero's novel. They mocked the idea, pointing out humans couldn't understand relic language, making the gesture completely pointless. Nero confirmed their mockery, explaining relics can read human speech but humans can't interpret theirs in return. He grinned smugly, taunting Ju Hyun by asking if he expected someone to translate the relic language novel aloud. Ju Hyun cut him off, demanding the manuscript anyway, flames flaring in his hand with firm determination. Nero threw the burning manuscript toward Ju Hyun, daring him to read even a single line aloud. Confident, Nero declared he would kneel if Ju Hyun managed to decipher just one sentence from it. Ju Hyun smirked, questioning Nero's bold wager, as he carefully examined the glowing rune-covered text before him. To everyone's shock, Ju Hyun calmly read the first line, flawlessly understanding what should have been relic-only script. As he read another line, Nero froze in disbelief, realizing Ju Hyun could fully comprehend the forbidden language. Nero shouted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Juhyun could read a script meant for emperors. The relics began whispering among themselves, stunned by the revelation that Juhyun understood their sacred language. They panicked further, declaring his ability unnatural, a warning of greater danger or imbalance within relic hierarchy. Juhyun reminded Nero of his promise, calmly demanding he kneel for underestimating him and losing the bet. As Nero refused, Juhyun warned he had other ways to force him down, his tone sharp and serious. Juhyun stepped forward, suggesting they finally discuss the text itself, now that the dramatic entrance was done. He then criticized the writing bluntly, calling it the most lifeless book he had ever read. Nero exploded with anger, heartbroken by the insult, demanding clarification as his pride began to fracture. Johan remained calm, internally confirming the tactic worked, provoking Nero's ego would help him gain the upper hand. He remembered stories of Nero's weakness, fragile pride, especially when reminded of his historic failures in the arts. Johyun recalled Nero's past surrounded by flattery, never challenged, and praised even for the most minor efforts. Knowing this, he concluded that such a relic would be fragile when faced with direct criticism. Johyun mocked Nero's writing harshly, claiming it lacked meaning and coherence so bad even a dog could outperform. Nero trembled with shame and fury as Johyun casually snapped a pencil, offering to rewrite it properly. Nero yelled in horror at the thought, but Johyun continued, suggesting they start by changing the awful title. Johyun mocked Nero's manuscript title, calling it childish, and immediately began scribbling edits across the glowing pages. Nero screamed in horror, outraged as Johyun renamed his masterpiece without hesitation or any hint of respect. To Nero's shock, the crowd applauded Johyun's revisions, praising his version as superior and more interesting instantly. Johyun continued, rewriting a dull sentence by enhancing the imagery and making the language more engaging and clever. As Nero read along, he was stunned by how good it sounded. His pride and confusion clashed. Johyun added flair to Nero's story, suggesting bolder lines to create suspense and capture audience interest. Nero unexpectedly agreed with excitement, admitting that Johyun's suggestion sounded better than his original dry phrasing. The relic audience began murmuring in approval, acknowledging that Johyun's editing was genuinely improving the story's quality. Nero, stunned, questioned how the audience could enjoy Johyun's changes more than his own original work. Johyun grinned, unfazed by criticism, reminding everyone that the audience's reaction is what truly defines a writer. Nero erupted in rage, screaming at the audience for favoring Johyun's edits over his original work. Fueled by pride, Nero demanded immediate praise, forcing others to admit his writing was better than Johyun's. Johyun remained silent, unaffected by Nero's tantrum, while the flames surrounding them continued to grow hotter. One relic cried out, unable to bear the heat, declaring they'd rather die than lie about quality. As Nero lunged in fury, Johyun's ally intervened, launching an attack to protect him from Nero's outburst. Johyun criticized Nero directly, accusing him of forcing approval instead of earning honest recognition through talent. Without hesitation, Johyun tore Nero's manuscript in half, shocking everyone with his bold and final rejection. He declared Nero unfit to be a true artist, one who values growth over fragile pride. Nero collapsed to his knees, devastated as a system message confirmed his heart had been completely broken. The final message appeared. Nero's despair ran so deep he might never write again for the rest of eternity. Johyun observed Nero's broken state with a smirk, dismissing the idea of giving him recovery time. He moved in close, determined to deliver the final blow to Nero's pride and artistic delusions. Johyun criticized Nero again, questioning how someone so emotionally fragile could ever claim to be a true artist. With confidence, Johyun began marking the manuscript, preparing to expose every weak point and flaw without hesitation. Nero watched silently, gripping the page, realizing Johyun's feedback would be more brutal than anything he'd faced. Nero stared in disbelief, heart pounding, as Johyun scribbled something new across the glowing relic page. Johyun smirked calmly while Nero shouted, horrified, demanding to know what he had just dared to write. Amused, Johyun leaned in and casually revealed the title, a collection of this year's harshest internet criticism. He explained coldly that the content now reflected real public backlash, brutal online comments from across the world. Nero trembled on the floor, overwhelmed by the intensity of harsh, realistic criticism he'd never faced. Johyun explained calmly that modern audiences thrive on brutal honesty, and artists must withstand this constant judgment. He warned Nero that avoiding criticism is impossible. Those who publish will always face harsh reactions. Crushed by truth, Nero clutched the rewritten manuscript, muttering in disbelief that he could never survive criticism. Suddenly, the palace began to shake, startling everyone. Something inside Nero's relic had been irreversibly disturbed. As energy surged, the relic shattered. Nero's face fell. The artifact's power had fully collapsed. A system notice appeared. Nero's will was gone. His relic no longer held any inner value. Another message followed: only relics with value can evolve. Since Nero gave up, defeat became irreversible. Joheon saw the opening and smirked. This was his moment to finish everything and take control. He stepped forward calmly, suggesting surrender and offering writing lessons as if Nero's humiliation wasn't complete enough. Joheon stepped forward, ready. He reached for Nero's golden relic, now glowing with subdued divine energy. The relic trembled violently, engulfed in sacred power, as it began responding to its new master's command. The golden crown clattered to the ground, its authority surrendered, waiting for the rightful owner to claim. With confidence, Joheon wore the relic. Divine sparks crackled, signaling the forging of a powerful new contract. A system alert confirmed it. By forming the contract, Joheon had gained dominion over Nero's relic. Joheon gently picked up the golden crown. Its weight felt different, heavy with meaning, no longer resistance. As he held the relic, a notification echoed. He had obtained one of the 7 keys. Puzzled, Joheon questioned the term majesty. He realized relics might be governed by a greater ruling force. Staring at the crown, he guessed these weren't just tools, they were tied to a sovereign relic. He looked around, the tension fading. With Nero's defeat sealed, he asked, "Is the match over?" After defeating Nero, the group prepared to leave, believing the battle had ended without further conflict. Before they could depart, a magical net surged upward, ensnaring them with precise and calculated force. The net's structure proved abnormal, dense, glowing strands pulsed, and their bodies were bound in restrictive layers. Joheon tested the web's strength, dragging it slowly, realizing this was no ordinary relic-based containment spell. Despite the supposed conclusion of the match, a new threat emerged. Joheon recognized this challenge wasn't over. The spectators tried to leave, but Joheon's net relic tightened, signaling that their departure wasn't permitted yet. He reminded them that witnessing a legend came with a price. His help had not been free. The crowd was confused, claiming they'd already paid. Joheon countered, pointing out something they'd all overlooked: taxes. Shock and regret spread through the audience. They realized too late that there was no escaping this fee. One by one, they gave in and agreed to pay. Joheon calmly prepared to collect what was owed. Joheon coldly claimed the crowd as payment. One shouted back, but it was too late to resist. A flashback showed Joheon working calmly, crafting the trap net before the battle even began. He formed the net using copies of a rope-type relic, making it strong enough to bind relics. Knowing the power of relics, Joheon made sure no one object or person could easily escape the trap. One trapped relic, panicked and enraged, gathered all its might and charged with an axe to break free. Joheon realized the net had been cut. He muttered to himself, knowing he'd tempted fate too soon. Multiple relics broke free at once. Their combined force proved stronger than anticipated, especially among higher-ranked ones. The relics scattered quickly. His teammate panicked, alerting Joheon that they were rapidly losing containment of them. Staying calm, Joheon activated a contingency. His eyes narrowed. This moment was what Plan B was for. With dark energy rising around him, Joheon commanded the battlefield to freeze, halting escape and turning tides. Relics writhed uncontrollably under Joheon's suppression. The sheer number overwhelmed his ability to hold them all. Acknowledging his limit, Joheon decided to summon additional support to reinforce his weakening relic control field. He invoked his Egyptian relics, calling them out by name, signaling the start of coordinated relic combat. A powerful relic with golden aura appeared first. Joheon calmly stated his need for their full strength. 2 more relic beasts emerged, green and red, rushing to his side with energy radiating for immediate battle response. Anubis arrived in physical form, his presence causing unrest among the relics already freed from containment. Osiris and Set also emerged, questioning Anubis about his current form while observing the chaotic situation. The scene grew more confusing. Even the gods were baffled by the relic's uncontrollable rampage and glow. Joheon demanded the gods take responsibility, but they expressed surprise at being summoned for something so trivial. Set, annoyed and drained, flopped down dramatically. Osiris scolded him, saying he should act with more dignity. Joheon casually told Anubis to handle the problem himself, frustrating the god beyond belief. Instantly, Anubis flinched, shocked that a mere human dared to speak to him with such commanding tone. A nearby relic noticed what happened. The human had summoned and possibly even controlled the divine relics. Anubis panicked, fearing disgrace. If others discovered he obeyed a mortal, his divine reputation would collapse. Desperate to cover it up, Anubis barked loudly, startling the relics and trying to reassert dominance. Joheon teased the relics' hierarchy, realizing there were defined rankings even among divine ancient artifacts. A relic requested an explanation. Confused and alarmed by the divine relic suddenly obeying a human, Osiris panicked under pressure, trying to justify their submission by claiming they were fascinated by Juhyun's strength. Flustered, Osiris corrected himself and insisted their loyalty wasn't forced, it was because Juhyun truly impressed them. Johan listened calmly, understanding the divine relics feared ridicule if others discovered they'd submitted willingly to him. Living relics appeared suddenly, an animated bear and stone statue watching the divine artifacts with silent intensity. Osiris whispered to Set that the explanation might not work. Suspicion was clearly rising among others. To cover their fear, Set loudly praised Juhyun, pretending their devotion came from admiration, not coercion. Other relics joined in, claiming they too supported Juhyun, but only now dared speak to avoid punishment. Juhyun listened silently, surprised as even the lesser relics began defending his abilities to the divine. The relics gathered joyfully, declaring Juhyun worthy. They offered support, proposing he become one of them. A system alert appeared, announcing his nomination as a candidate for Living Relic Treasure number 1. Another alert confirmed a growing fandom. Unknown admirers were now spreading his fame behind the scenes. His compatibility with relics increased. They now recognized him as charismatic and worthy of deeper bonds. With newfound recognition, he gained relic upgrade powers capable of enhancing items up to epic rank. The relics watched Juhyun silently. One asked when he would fulfill his long-promised single, but he hesitated. Thanks to Anubis, Juhyun successfully restrained the unstable relics now swarming around the ancient amusement park tomb. The relic core pulsed violently. Juhyun steadied himself as the necro relic's wrath burst into wild power. With the final ritual complete, the entire tomb collapsed. The ancient structure cracked, ending its cursed legacy. Amid the ruins, Juhyun assessed CEO Kwan's will, seeing clearly how much damage time had done. Juhyun and his companions surveyed the aftermath, satisfied. The tomb lay in ruins, completely dismantled forever. Juhyun sensed something approaching. He turned slightly, eyes narrowing, as footsteps echoed across the broken stone ground. An older man, clearly frustrated, rushed toward him with bodyguards, his face stiff with anger and suspicion. The old man accused Juhyun bitterly, believing he orchestrated everything. His emotions flared, demanding answers for the chaos. Juhyun calmly smirked, brushing off the accusation. He claimed it wasn't personal, just part of bigger plans. Furious, the old man clenched his fists and warned Juhyun he wouldn't leave unscathed this time. Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to attack, signaling the start of a full-blown confrontation. Juhyun noted the enemy's full excavation team had arrived. Though outnumbered, he remained completely unfazed and calm. With a confident grin, Juhyun welcomed the challenge, eager for the chaos of a direct brawl. Juhyun and his team arrived at the excavation site, immediately facing a blockade by rival mercenaries. The scarred man stepped forward, announcing his intent to settle the old score with Juhyun today. He barked at his subordinates to attack, showing no hesitation. As the team formed an aggressive perimeter, Juhyun narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the situation as his focus shifted to something unexpected approaching. One enemy revealed Brutus's sword, a rare relic once used to assassinate an A-rank relic user. The opposing squad drew relic weapons glowing unnaturally, hinting at forbidden technology far beyond this timeline's reach. Realizing the danger, Siola panicked and backed away, quickly reconsidering his earlier enthusiasm for a head-on fight. Juhyun grabbed Siola's arm, signaling retreat. As they dashed away while the team behind shouted in confusion, bullets and energy blasts erupted from behind. Pursuers unleashed relic firepower, determined not to let them escape. Dodging debris and light, Juhyun stayed focused, leading the group through chaos as explosions shook the ground. The golden projectiles swirled toward them, but Juhyun instinctively shielded his allies before impact struck. Siola panicked, thinking Juhyun blocked it, but Juhyun denied any action. Just as confused as him, the enemy commander shouted in disbelief, realizing none of their attacks landed despite a full volley fired. A hidden protector emerged, furious, declaring Juhyun a living relic treasure they had no right targeting. Terrified, the attackers stumbled back as the sword-wielding guardian warned them the relics themselves refused to hurt Juhyun. Juhyun laughed as the enemy panicked, tossing the relics that had stopped functioning near him. Accepting his new role, Juhyun smiled, finally seeing benefits in being treated like a relic beacon. Siola quickly prepared their escape relic, recognizing this rare moment where retreat wouldn't cost them anything valuable. The relics inside storage began stirring, one demanding release, sensing Juhyun's presence and calling out desperately. Relics shimmered with energy. One agent declared excitement. Captured relics were unusually responsive under Juhyun's passive influence. Juhyun smirked and waved the relic painting, mocking the trapped relics now under his control. The furious commander demanded answers, blaming his men for failing to maintain possession of their issued relics. Another officer snapped, ordering the use of brute force since relics no longer responded to their users. Guns blazed in desperation, bullets igniting midair, aimed recklessly at Juhyun's group despite the uncertain outcome. A dark relic absorbed everything, bullets, flames, energy, its tendrils spreading across the ground like a living barrier. Juhyun glanced at the scene, calculating his next move as purple energy continued swirling around him. The enemy leader tensed, sensing a shift in power as he noticed someone unexpected approaching the field. Princess Sophie arrived with her elite guards, drawing shocked stares from soldiers on both sides. Seola signaled from the extraction zone, confirming everything was ready and urging Juhyun to move quickly. Smirking, Juhyun gave a nod, finally stepping forward to finish the escape with confident, deliberate calm. Sophie suddenly tossed a glowing relic toward the old commander, catching everyone off guard with her move. The commander's eyes widened in shock as the relic spiraled through the air straight into his grasp. Clutching the item carefully, he froze in place, realizing its power was exactly what he'd requested. Juhyun watched calmly, reminding him that their deal was honored and the relic exchange went as planned. With a confident smile, Juhyun warned the commander not to break their agreement after receiving what he wanted. The commander stammered, confused by Juhyun's words, still unaware of the full trap closing around him. He turned and met the cold glare of an approaching figure, radiating intense pressure and burning flame. The fiery figure stepped forward, questioning the commander's involvement in the theft of an important relic. Cornered, the commander panicked, falsely denying responsibility as Princess Sophie accused him of orchestrating the operation. Juhyun signaled retreat, revealing his team's full scheme while guards yelled, trying to stop their sudden escape. Juhyun's team vanished into the relic's golden light, leaving dust and stunned enemies in their wake. Furious, the commander shouted Juhyun's name, realizing too late that he'd been completely outmaneuvered again. Princess Sophie pressed further, accusing him of financing the theft, refusing to accept any of his excuses. As tensions exploded back at the site, Juhyun's team arrived safely at a secure hideout by night. Seola looked around nervously, confirming with Juhyun whether their escape had finally taken them out of danger. Despite being dangerously close to enemy territory, their location remained undetected thanks to clever relic-based concealment techniques. Irene greeted them warmly, assuring Seola that all security measures were reinforced while they rested safely inside. Juhyun lounged comfortably, answering Irene's question about the mission's success with a confident nod and brief summary. With a gentle smile, Irene welcomed everyone to relax, offering assistance if they needed anything during their stay. When invited to dinner, Juhyun casually agreed, glad for a moment of calm after the chaos. Seola warned Juhyun to stay alert, hinting something important would happen before their mission truly ended. Curious, Juhyun revealed a tiny device with a smirk, implying he'd been secretly listening all along. As he placed the earpiece in, he teased Seola, clearly referring to the enemy commander. A flashback revealed Juhyun tossing the crown relic earlier, hiding his planted bug inside during the exchange. Because it was genuine, they wouldn't suspect it. Now Juhyun could hear everything they planned next. Juhyun listened through the bug, but most of it was just Kwon yelling at his men. That changed quickly when Princess Sophie joined the conversation, shifting the discussion to something far more serious. Desperate, Kwon denied any ties to Juhyun, swearing he hated even hearing the man's name. He gestured at the destroyed estate, claiming no sane person would sacrifice everything just to steal relics. Sophie acknowledged his frustration but pressed on, sensing there was more hidden beneath his defensive attitude. Princess Sophie accused Kwon of planning to steal the relic from the very beginning without hesitation. She explained it was Julius Caesar's relic, highly desired, yet strangely untouched by those who usually intervene. Kwon sighed, claiming his absence during the chaos made others suspicious of his supposed involvement. He admitted the relic was not fake, but insisted it definitely wasn't Caesar's, based on behavior. Holding it up, Kwon noted its silence, declaring it couldn't be Caesar's, prompting Sophie to ask why. Juhyun adjusted his earpiece, reacting as Sophie suddenly suggested a bold theory with growing suspicion. She proposed that someone already possessed Caesar's true relic, her eyes narrowing directly toward Kwon's direction. Caught off guard, Kwon grinned and admitted possession, choosing to reveal the secret to Princess Sophie. Meanwhile, Juhyun listened intently, amused by Kwon's attempt to protect diplomatic ties while revealing sensitive information. Grinning slyly, Juhyun muttered to himself he now had confirmation, leverage, and a massive upper hand. Sophie confirmed her suspicion Kwon already possessed Caesar's relic, explaining his absence from the recent auction. She realized Caesar's relic was likely meant to pair with the legendary relic of conquest for dominance. The relics were powerful alone, but combined, they could manipulate others to submit without resistance. Juhyun reflected on how difficult it had been to discover this secret now casually handed to him. With a sly grin, he muttered that destroying Kwon's villa was only the first warning shot. The sun rose high as Juhyun's group arrived, the sky clear, air warm, silence stretching far. They reached a luxury beach house, footsteps trailing behind. Yet unease grew despite the peaceful vacation setting. Henchman slammed his hand down, frustrated. Why search relics indoors with paradise just steps away outside? Jahan answered calmly, scribbling notes. His money, his mission relaxation would wait until objectives were fully completed. Henchman grumbled, reluctantly sitting down. The view taunted him, but duty came first, as Juhyun demanded focus. Henchman protested the workload, accusing Juhyun of avoiding effort while burdening him with restoration duties. Unbothered, Juhyun calmly explained he was cataloging relic properties to manage their growing, disorganized collection. He sharpened a pipe dagger, noting they had too many unidentified relics cluttering their limited storage. Juhyun planned to sort and classify everything, retaining useful items and forwarding materials to Edward for refinement. He reconsidered, realizing some relics improved post-upgrade. Meanwhile, Henchman sighed. Dreading the mess ahead once more, while sorting, Juhyun paused at a relic. Something about the necklace stirred a strange, lingering familiarity. He checked the relic's data window. An old necklace tied to someone named Bai Hyoing appeared. Listed. Puzzled, Juhyun stared at the item, trying to recall when or how he had obtained it. Recognition sparked. The name matched Bai Hyoing, a legendary figure from Korea's ancient Three Kingdoms historical records. Bai Hyoing, descendant of royalty and commoner, wielded spirits through unknown means, earning his reputation as a mystic. Long ago, a king sought Bai Hyoing's help, hoping to control dangerous ghosts plaguing the region. Bai Hyoing presented a loyal spirit named Yahello, offering her aid through a powerful ghost-controlling relic. Yahello, now a relic-bound ghost, had once been stopped only by Bai Hyoing's matching relic power. Juhyun realized he unknowingly wielded that same relic, explaining why Yahello couldn't overpower him during their encounter. Although ineffective against others, the relic remained valuable solely in battles involving Seola Lee and her ghost. Henchman complained again, overwhelmed by tasks. Johan ignored it, assigning even more relic work anyway. Johan instructed him to maintain the relic carefully, planning to rely on it for future threats. Meanwhile, a TV report announced upcoming international news, catching Juhyun's attention as he passed through the room. Frustrated, Henchman shouted through the open window, venting about the unfair treatment he constantly received from Juhyun. He paused near Irene, who noticed his presence. Johan admitted taking a short break from relic tasks. Irene called Johan over to the television, urging him to pay attention to the breaking news. The reporter detailed a troubling incident. Numerous politicians from his home country had mysteriously gone missing overnight. Johan calmly watched, connecting the pattern to relic activity. This wasn't random, it pointed to something deliberate. Irene realized the signs matched relic disturbances. She suspected a second major tomb was about to activate. Johyun smirked knowingly, believing Cleopatra's relic was behind the chaos, an omen of greater conflicts approaching soon. Henchman panicked upon hearing lust, startled by the mention of one of the 7 deadly sins. His shock turned into excitement, imagining romantic fantasies upon hearing Cleopatra's tomb might relate to lust relics. Johan dismissed his thoughts, reminding him Cleopatra's beauty was legendary, but her story involved much deeper conflict. Cleopatra ruled the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt during chaotic times, managing both internal strife and Roman threats. She allied with Roman leaders like Caesar, using political strategy to survive and reclaim power after exile. After Caesar's death, Cleopatra allied with Antony, but defeat by Octavian led to her tragic downfall. With her loss, Egypt fell under Roman rule, marking the end of its last independent dynasty. Johan explained that Cleopatra's relic targeted politically powerful men, evident by the missing politicians across nations. Henchman joked about dominance, then questioned the relic's value. Johan remained focused, ignoring the usual banter. Irene hinted the danger was spreading. More than politicians were vanishing, and the situation was escalating fast. A news report revealed villagers from rural South Korea were vanishing just like the missing politicians. Authorities began investigating whether both events were linked, raising public concern and media speculation across regions. Johan suspected the disappearances weren't coincidental. With ordinary people vanishing, the relic's influence had clearly expanded. He decided to investigate the site himself. Irene offered to join, but he firmly refused her. Johan warned her, if the relic recognized her, she could lose control to its unknown power. Johan explained the relic's influence was intensifying. Irene sat quietly, realizing how serious things had become. He reassured her it wasn't dangerous enough to require her help, trying to ease her concern. Johyun even considered going solo, prompting henchmen to loudly protest being excluded from the operation as well. Johan reminded him that panicking already proved he wasn't prepared to handle what lay ahead inside. Defeated, henchmen sulked and cried dramatically, left behind once again to focus on relic restorations. After finishing the relic catalog at Holton Villa, Johan prepared to depart for Korea with urgency. He brought only his strongest relics, knowing the threat ahead required maximum preparation and minimal distraction. Johan sent Wana and the team back to New York, not wanting them compromised by dominance. Lacking relic resistance, they could easily fall under Cleopatra's relic, becoming liabilities instead of allies this time. As his plane touched down, Johan stepped onto Korean soil again, focused and ready for action. Arriving in Korea, Johan sensed something was wrong. The atmosphere was tense, and the crowd unusual. He followed the relic's energy, surprised by the massive number of people gathered in one place. It wasn't tourist season, nor a holiday, yet people had flooded the area without clear reason. Their clothing varied wildly: formal suits, casual wear, even pajamas, confirming this wasn't a normal public gathering. Johan concluded they were victims, all drawn and controlled by the influence of Cleopatra's powerful relic. Johan realized the mountain had drawn in the missing people, likely guided unconsciously by the relic. He suspected they'd arrived injured or confused after being manipulated into wandering blindly through the forest terrain. Still observing the crowd, he doubted Cleopatra's relic was responsible. It wouldn't attract such a wide demographic. That meant either another relic was involved, or a timeline shift had altered what he previously knew. Johan readied himself. As the earth rumbled violently, something massive was awakening beneath the mountain's surface. Columns of light exploded from the ground, shaking the forest violently as the tomb's activation began. Johan staggered from the tremors, realizing too late the entire mountain was transforming into a massive tomb. Energy surged across the terrain, sealing the area and confirming this was no ordinary relic emergence. A voice echoed, declaring the tomb complete. No one was allowed to leave the mountain now. People stood dazed, trapped under the relic's control, but none of them seemed afraid or upset. Johan narrowed his eyes, now certain that something far more dangerous was at work behind the scenes. He concluded that Cleopatra's relic wasn't responsible. This tomb was created by an entirely different, unknown force. Energy surged violently as a mysterious voice declared that those gathered would never escape the mountain tomb. Johan stood firm, facing the crowd as the voice promised to decide their fates personally. Suddenly, purple relic notifications appeared, but instead of normal effects, each message reported failed activation or restrictions. Johan was shocked. Relics refused to respond, while nearby people laughed maniacally, clearly under outside control. One possessed victim hinted the relic targeted those driven by passion, suggesting Seola Lee wasn't its master. As tension escalated, the crowd turned on Johan, arguing over who would claim him as theirs. Women lunged at him obsessively, driven by the relic's influence and drawn to his appearance. A relic window appeared, stating, "You have been selected as the tomb's object of desire." Johan dodged wildly, realizing the tomb didn't target people. It designated one person for everyone else to chase. With clarity, he confirmed, this wasn't Cleopatra's relic. The true source was lust's tomb, targeting desire, not authority. Confused onlookers noticed the commotion, assuming Johan had done something suspicious to attract the women. The men grew jealous, interpreting the scene as manipulation, and decided to chase him down themselves. Dozens began running after him. The crowd, now under influence, moved with a single aggressive intent. Johan sprinted ahead, alarmed that their numbers kept growing despite his attempts to avoid contact. He dodged a group from the front, spinning away as more voices closed in around him. Johan sprinted toward the mountain, chased by possessed followers screaming and calling out flirtatious remarks. Panic set in. He knew if they caught him, the relic's influence could overwhelm his mind. Spotting a massive tree, Johan changed course, deciding elevation might slow the relentless horde pursuing him. He began climbing as voices shouted from below, demanding he return, unaware of their altered behavior. Reaching a ledge, Johan paused briefly, catching his breath while planning his next move carefully. Johan sensed something strange. The relic's pattern now echoed an old Korean folktale involving tragic lovers. The tale featured Gyeon-woo and Jiknyo, lovers separated by fate, symbolic of longing and painful separation. Jiknyo's curse drew Gyeon-woo repeatedly into suffering, creating tension that led to supernatural trials and death. Their story became legend, used in shrines to ward off spirits or mark unusual, eerie places. Johan realized the relic fused passion with folklore, twisting desire into madness using history as its mask. Johan acknowledged the relic's influence came from folklore, but the danger around him was very real. Suddenly, a thrown object struck nearby, shocking Johan. The crowd had started attacking the base directly. With axes in hand, the mob tried cutting the tree down, determined to force Johan out. Just then, a sentient relic, his heavenly rope, appeared. urging Juhyun to grab on and escape quickly. Relieved, Juhyun remembered the rope's abilities. With a confident grip, he prepared to swing out of danger. The rope beamed with joy after Juhyun praised it, feeling proud for being acknowledged and helpful. Suddenly, relic warnings appeared. Only certain individuals could remain, and Juhyun was no longer considered compatible. Before reacting, a powerful blast hit him mid-air. Energy erupted violently, sending him crashing out of control. The rope panicked, stretching to catch him, wrapping tighter as they plunged from the sky together. Juhyun hit the ground hard, but cushioned by the rope's hold, he narrowly avoided serious injury. Juhyun regained composure and thanked the heavenly rope, grateful for its help in softening the fall. Before he could recover further, another wave of possessed followers spotted him and rushed forward shouting. More women tackled their way through the crowd, each determined to claim him before anyone else did. One woman reached him first, proudly asserting her spot and demanding the others wait for turns. She leaned in close, whispering seductively, clearly more influenced by the relic than any rational thought. The woman lunged at Juhyun with intense desire. He panicked, realizing the relic's influence was deepening. Just in time, the heavenly rope struck, knocking her away and shielding Juhyun from her grasp. The rope acted aggressively, smacking away everyone trying to touch Juhyun, fiercely defending its chosen master. Juhyun breathed out in relief, realizing how much the rope was protecting him from relentless danger. Still, he reminded himself they were civilians, just victims. He had to avoid hurting them during escape. Juhyun ordered the rope to delay the crowd while he advanced deeper into the corrupted tomb. As he ran, he noticed someone watching him, their tone laced with amusement and cruel interest. The observer mocked humanity's obsession, noting how everyone chased Juhyun due to twisted relic-driven desire. Juhyun arrived at a glowing core pulsing with dark energy. He suspected it was the One Yo relic. He questioned how such a sinister aura formed. Had the relic evolved into something far more dangerous? Juhyun braced himself mentally, realizing no matter what path he chose, the tomb's challenge would escalate. Far away in Hawaii, the Holton family villa stood calm, unaware of the chaos elsewhere unfolding. Inside, Irene and another woman discussed news confirming the South Korean tomb as one of the 7. Pandora identified the site as the Tomb of Lust, believed even more dangerous than Kyoto's relic. Irene admitted Juhyun went there, her worried tone revealing concern as the others questioned his survival chances. Despite concern, Irene tried to stay positive, trusting Juhyun's strength and experience with even the worst tombs. News reports confirmed multiple teams had arrived, but none could excavate due to overwhelming relic-induced desire. Irene's confidence wavered as she whispered her fear deep down. She questioned if he was truly safe. She pulled out a powerful relic, the Mayan Book of Wind, entrusted to her for dire situations. Determined, Irene decided to activate the book herself, ready to intervene before things spiraled beyond recovery. As the Mayan book opened, golden energy crackled, and ancient glyphs began activating with glowing force. Irene recalled Juhyun's instructions. The relic would reveal a single word foretelling the danger he would face. Pages flipped rapidly, bathed in blinding light, as Irene waited to see the chosen divine word. Eyes wide, she watched the glowing script form, fearing the revelation the relic was about to give. The word chastity appeared in radiant letters, revealing Juhyun's greatest trial would be resisting temptation and desire. A strange tomb appeared in Sokcho, surrounded by glowing barriers classified as the dangerous tomb of lust. A young man approached undetected, having bypassed security measures to reach the tomb's restricted outer zone. He successfully crossed into the border zone, where tomb energies cause instability in surrounding physical space. Despite official warnings, he ignored orders and entered alone, believing the tomb held rare, powerful artifacts. Heart-pounding, he anticipated what lay inside: temptations, traps, and treasures no one had ever documented. The road ahead was empty. Wind passed by, but no personnel or raiders could be seen. Confused, he scanned the mountain trail. It looked abandoned, definitely not what he expected inside here. Suddenly, he spotted people sprinting downhill. Heavy footsteps echoed as dozens rushed past him. Breathless, startled by their panic, he shouted after them, demanding answers about their sudden retreat uphill. Someone yelled back mid-run. Everyone went that way, including all the women. His expression twisted in awkward realization. The group kept running toward the deeper tomb zone, but tension in the air suddenly shifted. A chilling voice echoed above them. They stopped. It wasn't human, it carried power, scorn, and disgust. The ground shook violently. Cracks formed across the path. Dust scattered as something ancient forced its way up. With a deafening crash, a wooden totem pole burst from underground, surrounded by shattered stone and energy. The construct spoke. It mocked them for aimlessly running, declaring itself guardian of the tomb's entrance. The totem activated suddenly, releasing dark energy. It promised to help humans with twisted magical force. Purple lightning shot out, striking several explorers. Their screams echoed as their minds were forcefully influenced. Henchmen froze, realizing the spell altered perception. He watched as others began acting strangely around him. The totem suggested illusions of attraction, targeting henchmen. His allies began approaching, acting unnaturally affectionate. Panicked, henchmen turned to run. But the tomb's barrier shimmered, trapping him inside with no escape. A different man sprinted across the forest floor, carefully tracing a specific path through the tomb. He stopped to catch his breath. The energy around him had finally returned to normal again. He had tracked the relic's unique aura, but something about the terrain ahead felt off. The trail led him to an old shack with a wooden water wheel turning beside it. Suspicious, he stepped onto the porch. The door creaked open slowly as he glanced inside cautiously. Inside the cabin, a shadowed figure emerged. Juhyun instinctively stepped back, sensing magical energy building fast. As the light faded, he recognized her face. It was Seola, her eyes glowing with power. Seola scowled. She hadn't expected to meet Juhyun here. Tension between them instantly filled the air. She accused him of stealing relics, blaming him for hardships she faced after the Kyoto tomb mission. Drawing a glowing dagger, she declared she wouldn't allow him to claim the artifact this time. Juhyun responded calmly, revealing a relic, an enchanted rope artifact known to bind spiritual energy temporarily. He tossed it at Seola, but she quickly deflected the trap with her own summoned relic. She launched a containment spell toward him, determined to trap Juhyun before he accessed the hidden relic. The magical fabric expanded unnaturally, creating a warped spatial zone. Juhyun shouted in shock as it stretched mid-air. He was instantly engulfed. The fabric sealed around him, swirling with magic as Seola sealed the trap. A flashback revealed a hero from Irish mythology, Fionn mac Cumhaill, known for relics of immense power. Seola admired the relic's ability to trap targets instantly. She taunted Juhyun, watching his sealed state. But footsteps approached quietly from behind. Another figure entered the room, observing the situation carefully. Juhyun broke free mid-ritual, sprinting toward Seola. His goal was simple: recover the stolen relic immediately. Seola smirked confidently, preparing to defend. She wasn't planning to surrender the relic without another serious fight. As Juhyun charged forward, Seola extended her leg, using a trap spell to trip him. Caught off guard, his balance broke. His eyes widened in surprise as his body tilted sharply. He crashed hard against the floor. Dust kicked up, but he quickly tried to regain control. Before he could rise, Seola pinned him down, warning him not to resist further this time. Her voice lowered ominously. She demanded full submission, not for the relic, but for his body. Juhyun was stunned. Her demand made no sense, and her behavior clearly wasn't under control. Seola aggressively ordered him to strip, showing signs of complete emotional instability and unnatural behavior. Juhyun realized resistance was useless. She could overpower him physically, with the relic enhancing her strength. Her twisted laughter revealed the truth: she wasn't acting on her own will anymore. Something had changed. A system alert confirmed it. Ongnyo relic was possessing her, overriding her thoughts and suppressing free will. Juhyun used a hidden relic, releasing a sharp electric shock to break Seola's physical control. The attack surged through her, forcing the possession to weaken. She screamed as energy ruptured violently. A system message appeared, revealing a strange phrase. A mysterious power of bankruptcy started to attack. Juhyun looked confused. The words made no sense, but the effect clearly disrupted the possession's grip. With Seola collapsed and the relic's hold broken, Juhyun prepared to recover his artifact. While she recovered, Juhyun grabbed Seola, trying to restrain her again, but she reacted violently and struck back hard. She shouted for him to back off, furious. Juhyun reminded her she was the aggressor first. He tried to de-escalate, pretending to play along, attempting to gain control of the situation. Seola suddenly shifted her tone, offering to take the lead. Her behavior remained unstable and conflicted. Juhyun pretended to agree. Internally, he prepared to locate the relic while she remained distracted and vulnerable. Juhyun carefully slid his hand down, searching for the relic's core while keeping Seola distracted. He located the artifact in her holster and swiftly pulled it free, confirming its hidden placement. Juhyun narrowed his eyes. The relic responded instantly to his touch, pulsing with corrupted magical pressure. Seola turned violently, striking back and yelling. Her expression twisted as energy flared wildly from her body. The relic pulsed again, no longer dormant. Juhyun recognized it. Ongnyo true form had started to emerge. Juhyun drew his weapon, determined to end the relic's control and neutralize the corrupted tomb. Ongnyo's voice echoed, mocking him for resisting. It began charging energy through Seola's marked body. It promised to break him down mentally and physically, declaring Juhyun too weak to resist possession. Juhyun slashed cleanly through the cursed symbol, releasing a wave of energy that knocked Seola back. Ongnyo screamed in disbelief. The relic's form had been cleaved. Juhyun stared, surprised it broke so easily. The damaged relic cursed Juhyun, furious that such a powerful artifact had been dismantled so quickly. Juhyun ignored its threats and demanded passage deeper into the tomb to locate another dangerous relic. The relic refused to cooperate, warning them that defying it and Ryun Kang's snow would be useless. Seola stood up, steadying herself. She asked what conditions were needed to clear the Tomb of Lust. Johyun threatened to destroy the relic completely unless it revealed the tomb's conditions for successful clearance. Johyun stood firm as the relic screamed. Something triggered inside him. Its words revealed deeper tomb secrets. Then, he realized the truth. Ong Neo wasn't the final guardian. Another relic ruled this tomb's core. Johyun questioned the relic directly, demanding to know if they were truly the tomb's actual masters. The relic admitted they weren't. They'd only entered to stir chaos and manipulate humans for entertainment. Juhan recalled the voice from earlier. It had authority to compose to be part of Ong Yoki. He pressed further, asking who the real master was. The relic refused to give a clear answer. Frustrated, Johan raised his sword again, warning that silence would result in their complete destruction without hesitation. Johan raised his sword, threatening again. The relic screamed in panic, begging him not to strike. It explained the dilemma. If it stayed silent, Juhyun would kill it. If it spoke, the tomb would. Juhyun calmly stated his goal, to defeat the tomb's master regardless, ensuring the relic's protection. The relic hesitated, questioning Juhyun's confidence. It feared betrayal if he failed to defeat the tomb guardian. Before Juhyun could respond, someone crashed through the door. An intruder returned, screaming as the wall exploded behind him. The man tumbled violently into the room, crashing to the floor just inches from the relic. Johan recognized him immediately and asked why he was there, confused by the sudden appearance. Breathing heavily, the man slammed the door shut and leaned against it, visibly shaken and panicked. He sobbed that he was being chased by tomb perverts, tears streaming as he begged for help. Hearing the name Byun Kang Swoi, the relic reacted clearly. That person's presence in the area meant danger. Johyun noticed the man trembling as unnatural growls echoed from behind the sealed wooden door. Panic spread fast. The intruder screamed as voices outside banged the door, calling him cute pie. The door shook violently. One figure invited them to come out and play, which unsettled Juhyun further. The man shouted back, annoyed by their creepy tone and sarcastically mocking their overly affectionate phrasing. Suddenly, a wooden totem crashed through the wall, its face twisted, breaking in violently without waiting for permission. The wall collapsed fully as possessed raiders stepped in. Their target tried to retreat immediately in panic. The frightened man yelled, waving his arms, trying to drive off the bizarre intruders chasing after him. One raider laughed creepily, insisting that resistance only made the target more attractive to pursue. Juhyun intervened, stepping in front with his weapon drawn, commanding the enemies to back off immediately. He declared the frightened man his subordinate, and refused to let anyone harm him while present. Juhyun warned the intruders they could fight him, but they'd better be ready to die. The totem relic appeared. It was badly damaged and quickly reported Juhyun's attack to its allies. Juhyun calmly responded, reminding everyone it was Ong Neo's side that initiated the confrontation without provocation. Despite the facts, the relic's ally ignored reason and began charging energy in preparation for retaliation. Juhyun sighed, seeing the situation escalate again. His hand tightened on his weapon as energy surged. Juhyun rushed forward without hesitation, aiming to end the fight before more relics could respond. He taunted the wooden relic, claiming it was useless without Ong Neo's support backing its strength. His blade slashed directly through the relic's chest, sending it tumbling backwards with a splintered crack. The totem slammed to the ground. Juhyun stepped back calmly, satisfied the threat had been neutralized. The two other enemies stood frozen. Juhyun's display of power had clearly shifted their confidence completely. The raider blinked, confused. The control over him had vanished, leaving his memory foggy and scattered. Juhyun gave the order to leave. The threat had passed, and the situation was now controlled. Behind him, the totem relic trembled. Juhyun reminded it firmly that resistance would only lead to destruction. He demanded again to be taken to the true master of the tomb, no more stalling. The relic pleaded again, warning him that revealing the master's location would ensure their complete destruction. The relic turned, stunned by Juhyun's persistence. He seriously intended to face the tomb's true master. It warned Juhyun again, asking if he truly understood the consequences of such a reckless decision. Juhyun answered confidently survival now mattered more than fear. He was ready to challenge whatever came next. He offered a deal. If they revealed the truth, he would let them go unharmed. As the relic began to agree, Juhyun swiftly prepared binding cloth, ensuring they couldn't escape mid-talk. The sealed relic squirmed inside the pouch, shouting for release as magical threads glowed and tightened further. Seola appeared again, twirling her rope artifact, claiming Juhyun had interrupted something important she was handling. Juhyun ignored her complaint, and calmly asked her to release the rope and hand over the relic. She questioned if he even had enough dominance left to control 2 relics at once. Effectively, angrily, Siola reminded him of how much damage he had caused and claimed the relics for herself. Siola sprinted forward, yelling at Juhyun to stop pursuing her while preparing her fire-based relic attack. Juhyun calmly activated his defensive aura, reminding her that her relic had already failed against him once. And as flames rushed in, his aura resisted the heat. He stepped forward without slowing down. Siola's eyes widened. Her relic had failed again. She couldn't understand why he remained completely unaffected. Their weapons clashed mid-charge, energy flaring violently as both forces met head-on in a direct confrontation. Juhyun disarmed Siola with a swift maneuver, knocking her weapon away before she could react again. She stumbled back and fell. Juhyun stood firmly, demanding the return of his stolen relics. He reminded her she couldn't exit the tomb without clearing it, making further resistance pointless. Frustrated, Siola realized he was right. She had no other choice but to cooperate for now. Reluctantly, she reached into her robe and began returning the sealed relic, agreeing to his demand. Juhyun extended his hand to take the relic, calmly stating she should have surrendered it earlier. As he reached for it, his instincts flared. He immediately sensed something was wrong with her movement. Siola attacked without warning, launching a sudden strike aimed directly at Juhyun's side with deadly force. The blade slashed through air as he dodged, barely avoiding injury. Surprised by the unexpected ambush, Siola smirked and reset her stance. She admitted Juhyun was sharper than she originally gave credit for. Juhyun asked directly about the relic's origin, who gave it to her, and where it came from. The other man encouraged him to press harder. Siola deflected the question, asking why it mattered. Juhyun calmly continued. He suspected something specific and wanted to confirm who she'd received it from. When he mentioned Chaewon-jin, Siola's reaction gave everything away. She immediately tried to deny knowing her. Juhyun confirmed his suspicion. Her startled expression revealed a clear connection to the person he had named. Juhyun recalled Chaewon-jin, king of moderation, wielder of gluttony, and one of the 4 emperors. He recognized her silver dagger. That relic, used frequently, marked her as a powerful enemy. Juhyun muttered that her involvement was troubling. It meant a major force had entered the game. He knew Siola's potential could be dangerous if manipulated by someone like Chaewon-jin. He felt cornered. Siola dismissed the name entirely, declaring Juhyun's interference meaningless and that she intended to end things herself. Golden energy surged through the air. Something had triggered a defensive mechanism hidden deep within the tomb. The walls began trembling violently. Juhyun and his ally instinctively looked up as dust rained down fast. A huge crash followed. Wooden beams collapsed under pressure. His partner yelled, realizing the tomb was collapsing. Juhyun braced himself mid-fall. Surrounded by debris, he clicked his tongue and began adjusting his landing stance.
Debris erupted as the ground split apart. So Juhyun stepped forward with calm precision, his movement deliberate while destruction continued raging around the battlefield. His sharp gaze scanned the wreckage, calculating every outcome, realizing enemies had overlooked the true danger beneath them. A sudden shift caught his attention, crimson eyes narrowing as new energy distorted the unstable, collapsing environment. Lightning burst upward, scattering allies to the floor, forcing Seo Juhyun to brace for another devastating confrontation. Sparks surged violently, forcing strained breaths as determination alone anchored against the crushing weight of unstable energy. A concentrated blast erupted outward, scattering fragments in every direction. As the light faded, protective movements shielded against destruction, leaving silence across fractured walls and broken ground. Breath returned uneven, exhaustion pressing heavily, yet survival confirmed through smoldering marks still glowing faintly upon the floor. From above, a hostile presence descended swiftly, radiating fury, intent on erasing any chance of their survival. A violent strike descended with precision. Realization hit hard, defenses weakened, leaving vulnerability exposed at the worst possible moment. Amidst escalating danger, blue energy expanded outward, swallowing the assault completely, dispersing destructive power with a sudden overwhelming surge. The clash ended abruptly, dust settled, quiet thoughts followed, questioning continuous activation of hidden power, though relief dominated knowing survival was temporarily secure. Seo Juhyun advanced steadily, analyzing the relic's belt, suspecting hidden functions influencing recent unpredictable events. The fallen opponent glared upward, demanding clarity while struggling against pain, still unable to accept inevitable defeat. Seo Juhyun grasped the relic piece firmly, its faint energy responding immediately as tension filled the atmosphere. Though uncertain of specifics, his calm demeanor emphasized superiority, reminding adversaries they stood powerless against his strength. With authority, Seo Juhyun commanded release, relic glowing brightly, unleashing stored items directly into his possession. The relics burst free, glowing brightly as long-sealed energy escaped confinement, surrounding Seo Ju-hyun with intensity. Chains of energy coiled toward Ju-hyun, binding loyalty as he commanded direction within the unstable tomb. Powerful resonance answered, linking the released relic to the tomb's master, igniting ominous purple light everywhere. Seo Ju-hyun faced the growing vortex. The tomb's core revealed itself, a massive unstable portal glowing fiercely, signaling the true challenge ahead. A dark portal swirled before them, pulsing with unstable energy that demanded immediate investigation without hesitation. Uncertainty filled the air as hesitation grew, doubts emerging about safety within the ominous entrance ahead. Seo Ju-hyun remained resolute, reasoning that progress required risk, and stepping forward despite his allies' concern. Nearby, the relic observed cautiously, hiding nervous thoughts while fearing betrayal might unfold within the passage. Determined footsteps carried them into the glowing portal, leaving hesitation behind as survival demanded forward movement. Anger burned fiercely as pursuit was declared, determination rising to prevent escape through the unstable glowing portal. Orders were given swiftly, summoning allies while power flared, preparing immediate chase through the chaotic passage. The portal expanded violently, glowing brighter as multiple gateways opened, revealing pursuit would not be delayed. Meanwhile, the destination revealed itself. Seo Ju-hyun emerged from the portal steady and alert. The portal released them into a cavern, its damp air heavy with silence and faint glowing light. Ahead stood an enormous door, torches flickering nearby. Both stopped in awe, realizing the structure's sheer scale, understanding it concealed something of great importance. Seo Ju-hyun examined carefully, noticing intricate seals embedded within the door, restraining whatever lay beyond. Suddenly a golden presence appeared, acknowledging their progress, its voice echoing while testing their strength and resolve. The Golden Guardian spoke firmly, demanding the door be opened only after meeting specific conditions. Seo Ju-hyun listened intently, expression calm, already analyzing the hidden meaning behind the Guardian's cryptic demand. The requirement was revealed, stating purity was mandatory, disallowing anyone unworthy from crossing the sealed threshold. Frustration grew, disbelief voiced against such an outdated rule, questioning its logic after chaos outside unfolded. The Guardian remained unmoved, emphasizing nothing could alter the condition, no matter the resistance or protest. Seo Ju-hyun stepped closer, acknowledging the trial's unfairness, noting restrictions barred certain challengers entirely. A persistent pursuer appeared again, refusing to withdraw, determined to press forward despite the Guardian's condition. The Guardian repeated its decree firmly, reinforcing unchanging rules that only purity could unlock sealed passage. Frustration mounted among challengers, questions rising about biased requirements, seemingly designed to exclude without logical explanation. Uncertainty lingered, raising doubts whether anyone present could truly fulfill the demanding condition to advance forward. Attention turned toward another companion, but hesitation revealed no ability to fulfill the Guardian's restrictive demand. The pursuer scoffed at the claim, boasting past strength, though frustration lingered with present limitations exposed. Consideration shifted toward Ju-hyun, recognized as the most likely candidate despite surrounding doubts and restrictions. Seo Ju-hyun admitted calmly the seal resisted him as well, acknowledging the trial's difficulty remained unsolved. Resolute, he raised his weapon, deciding force would succeed where rules failed, lightning energy crackling dangerously. Concerns rose about consequences of brute force, warnings echoing that damaging relics could be nearly irreversible. Seo Ju-hyun dismissed hesitation, rushing forward decisively, weapon charged with energy, prepared to shatter restrictive barrier. Lightning enveloped his blade, its radiant power crackling violently. Suddenly the system reacted, alert flashing. The Guardian paused in astonishment, acknowledging rarity, agreeing to open the doors for the chosen challenge. The chamber rumbled heavily, the massive door stood unmoved, sealing its secrets. Seo Ju-hyun claimed success, though skepticism arose quickly when the barrier displayed no visible damage. Memory returned sharply. This timeline still preceded certain events, complicating approaches and restricting current available methods. Despite doubts, composure remained steady, his faint smirk masking unease while determination pushed him forward relentlessly. The sealed doors finally yielded, cracks spreading as the barrier shattered under immense force and pressure. Light poured outward, unveiling a grand interior. The group advanced cautiously, eyes widening at the magnificent architecture, aware danger still lingered despite beauty. Glittering piles of gold and relics lay scattered. Seo Ju-hyun assessed carefully, noting grandeur suggested trials ahead, treasures possibly guarding something far more valuable. The call echoed loudly, energy rippling through the chamber as the sealed relic finally responded forcefully. From within the glowing vortex, a radiant figure emerged, its presence tied directly to the door. The chamber trembled violently. The revealed entity observed challengers closely, curiosity clear, questioning their strength and intentions within the tomb. Seoju Hyun met the gaze steadily, unfazed, prepared to confront the master controlling this ancient domain. Seoju Hyun advanced cautiously, the radiant gateway pulsing ominously, while allies trailed behind, awaiting fate's revelation. His gaze narrowed, recognizing the temple's shift, its appearance altered, whispering deception hidden beneath grand illusions. Emerging from darkness, a woman appeared, her aura twisting violently, her presence undeniably dangerous and commanding. History echoed her name, Daji, the infamous temptress of Zhou, whose schemes destroyed dynasties with calculated cruelty. Power surged violently, her sinister flames awakening, as Seoju Hyun braced himself, knowing struggle would soon begin. Seoju Hyun warned his companions, urging them to guard their minds as sinister relic energy stirred. The relic unleashed violent waves of corrupted charm. Seoju Hyun endured the assault, his body trembling slightly, yet his resistance shielded him from corruption. Clenching his jaw, he analyzed the invasive energy, realizing his hardened spirit offered rare resilience against manipulation. Nearby, an ally faltered, consumed by lustful influence, eyes glowing with obsession as dangerous desire spread. Seoju Hyun struck his companion firmly, breaking the charm's hold before it grew dangerously uncontrollable. The dazed ally winced, clutching his head, struggling to steady himself as resistance gradually returned within. Seoju Hyun turned suddenly, footsteps echoing, senses sharpened. Nearby spectators succumbed quickly, chanting in obsession, their cries desperate, blinded by lustful energy's relentless pull. Jaw tightening, Seoju Hyun vowed harsh punishment later, anger rising as chaos spread through bewitched hearts. Seoju Hyun steadied his breath, realizing Allah remained vulnerable, her willpower faltering under growing influence. Allah's eyes glazed, entranced, her voice trembling softly as the relic's insidious charm invaded her heart. Her resistance shattered further, mind clouding with admiration, as insecurity twisted into dangerous envy of perfection. The relic's sinister mistress mocked cruelly, tempting Allah with false promises of beauty for absolute submission. Darkness consumed Allah's expression, her aura shifting violently. Allah, corrupted fully, violently pinned her ally down, desperately offering him as tribute to dark relic. Seoju Hyun remained unimpressed, standing firm as chaos unfolded, unwilling to indulge their pitiful corrupted pleas. His eyes narrowed, determination flaring, vowing to end the relic's manipulation before further shame consumed them. The sinister woman sneered, beckoning arrogantly, confident her alluring powers would crush even Do Hyun's resistance. With steady resolve, Seoju Hyun drew his weapon, prepared to prove her illusions powerless against him. Seoju Hyun readied his blade, relic energy crackling fiercely, his stance unshaken despite suffocating allure. He advanced cautiously, forcing proximity, determined to break her illusions, while others hesitated, bewitched by beauty. He clenched his fist, realizing relics resisted guidance, their natures corrupted, requiring stronger dominance to control. Mind-focused, he poured amplified dominance outward, vowing to end battle swiftly before corruption spread further. Yet the relic's mistress glowed brighter, laughing cruelly, her overwhelming presence declaring resistance entirely useless. Blinding light erupted suddenly, hurling Seoju Hyun backward. His body stiffened, caught within something strange. The pressure tightened, coiling around him, shimmering energy forming tails that twisted with terrifying supernatural dominance. Confused, Seoju Hyun examined the ethereal binds, recognizing unmistakable foxtails entwined tightly around him. The mistress revealed her true form, nine-tailed fox relic incarnate, radiating cunning confidence and sinister charm. Seoju Hyun recognized the danger instantly, understanding Daji's relic form possessed overwhelming mythical fox abilities. Her tails constricted tighter, announcing intent to feast, preparing to drain his vitality through parasitic dominance. He remained composed outwardly, masking urgency, realizing her power sought to paralyze him, before striking harder, energy siphoned rapidly as her lips pressed against him. One companion cried out desperately, watching helplessly, Allah's eyes wide, sudden clarity returning. Seoju Hyun noticed warning alerts flashing rapidly. An explosion erupted suddenly, shaking the chamber violently. Allies stumbled backward in shock, questioning the source, uncertain whether salvation or greater disaster had arrived. Daji roared furiously, her nine tails lashing, demanding answers as her tomb domain crumbled around Ju. A massive explosion erupted, tearing through the chamber. Daji screamed furiously, her body engulfed by violent shockwaves, struggling against uncontrollable energy tearing everything apart. Smoke and embers spread thickly. Seoju Hyun staggered forward from rubble, coughing heavily, his body battered yet determination still unbroken. He wiped the ash from his face, scanning the chaos, confused as strange changes unfolded. Through the fading smoke, a familiar voice called out, startling Seoju Hyun amidst the burning ruins. He turned sharply, shocked to see Irene standing there, her presence unexpected amid the chaotic aftermath. She supported him gently, admitting she came because prophecy foretold his peril, guiding her intervention. Seoju Hyun acknowledged calmly, masking suspicion while recognizing her sudden appearance might prove useful in battle. Together they stood amid destruction, preparing for challenges ahead, Irene pledging support while Seoju Hyun readied himself. Daji re-emerged through flames, her eyes narrowing, as she called their attention with mocking arrogance. Seoju Hyun and Irene froze, startled as the relic's sinister form advanced menacingly across scorched ground. Calculating quickly, Irene realized direct confrontation was impossible, her cautious mind pushing toward negotiation instead. Feigning diplomacy, Irene proposed compromise, but hinted sacrifice, offering Seoju Hyun as bargaining piece dangerously. Before words solidified, brilliant energy surged outward violently, interrupting discussion, shocking both enemies with sudden force. Daji snarled furiously, realizing Irene pulled Seoju Hyun away, shattering her control over the battlefield. Her strength faltered rapidly, unstable relic energy collapsing, sparks bursting as her body trembled uncontrollably. Cornered and desperate, Daji resolved to abandon restraint. Light engulfed her collapsing form, shifting violently, revealing the fox spirit's authentic beast shape completely. Seoju Hyun analyzed calmly, noting exhaustion forced Daji to abandon human disguise, conserving energy through reversion. Seoju Hyun smirked confidently, declaring his intent to finish Daji before she recovered her strength. The battlefield grew silent, icy mist swirling around fractured ruins. Daji staggered, fox form trembling, seething with rage, blaming her humiliation entirely on Seoju Hyun's interference. Determined to recover, the nine-tailed fox cursed bitterly, vowing vengeance once her depleted power stabilized. Seoju Hyun appeared suddenly behind her, unwavering, his presence striking terror into Daji's already weakened state. Daji lunged desperately, tails whipping, but Ju Hyun's relic rope intercepted, binding her instantly. Struggling fiercely, the nine-tailed fox thrashed, but her strength faltered under Ju Hyun's unwavering dominance. Seoju Hyun stood firm, declaring mastery, forcing Daji to submit under his authority as relic controller. Defiant, Daji sneered, refusing obedience, mocking his commands even as her body remained tightly restrained. Seoju Hyun smirked slyly, promising rigorous training, beginning with humiliating discipline tailored for a stubborn fox. Bound tightly, Daji's fox form trembled in despair. The tomb shook violently before falling silent, system declaring completion. Tomb of Lust, cleared echoing through ruins. The towering Pandora headquarters loomed above the city, its glass walls concealing whispered secrets of power. Inside, two employees walked briskly with boxes, their worried expressions betraying knowledge of troubling recent events. Rumors spread quickly, suggesting Pandora's excavation teams faltered disastrously, losing ground against enemies stronger than expected. Whispers revealed the shocking truth: one skilled raider had personally seized two legendary tombs without resistance. As heavy footsteps echoed nearby, unease grew stronger and doubts about Pandora's future allegiance slowly surfaced. An abrupt movement startled the employees as a blonde executive appeared, interrupting their whispered conversation. And the executive's sharp tone carried authority, dismissing uncertainty while challenging their wavering loyalty with unsettling confidence. Unease swept through the corridor. Both employees lowered their gazes, muttering apologies under stifled nervous breath. The executive's cold glare followed them, enforcing silence with dominance, ensuring obedience remained rooted in fear. Frustration simmered quietly, realizing internal collapse had already begun within Pandora despite its towering outward prestige. Frustration boiled within, footsteps echoing down the hallway, demanding answers for Pandora's increasingly disappointing failures. Slamming the door open, irritation sharpened thoughts, angered by excavation team's incompetence and the consequences awaiting. A nagging thought lingered: family disapproval loomed ahead, threatening harsher scolding than any corporate reprimand could. Shock pierced composure when a commanding presence addressed him directly, exposing his tardiness before gathered subordinates. Recognition struck instantly, disbelief escaped in panic, realizing an authoritative family member now stood before him. A confident smirk appeared, criticism delivered sharply, pointing out continuous failures threatening Pandora's fragile stability. Resentment flared instantly, frustration evident, yet the reminder to strengthen character struck deeper than any reprimand. Authority shifted quickly, documents exchanged, signaling leadership approval to replace him with someone deemed more competent. Guards closed in swiftly, restraining his movements, leaving no room for defiance against the board's verdict. Struggling violently, voice erupted with outrage, demanding release, unwilling to accept humiliation or forced removal quietly. Defiance erupted in a final threat, but dismissal followed, authority unmoved, ensuring his words carried nothing. Coldly turning away, leadership ended the matter, signaling farewell and erasing his presence from corporate decision. Attention shifted toward new concerns, identifying Jaehyun Shin, a rising force disrupting Pandora's fragile operations. His growing reputation alarmed them. Victory over powerful relic users demanded swift retaliation before influence spread. Determination hardened within the room, strategies forming intent on crushing potential threats before dominance slipped away. Discussion turned toward Secretary Richard's relic law, designed to obstruct Jaehyun's unstoppable advance strategy. The law's strength promised obstacles, allowing Pandora's leaders breathing space to focus on looming tomb expeditions. Careful consideration followed, plans shifting toward upcoming opportunities, while trusting legislation to restrain Seo Jaehyun temporarily. Information confirmed his presence in Korea, presenting officials with an opportunity to trap him through legal restriction. Confidence surfaced with a cold smile. In all, the group arrived at a modest neighborhood. A small residence stood before them, surprising companions who expected grandeur for someone with such influence. Seo Jaehyun explained calmly, recalling when finances were scarce, forcing him to settle for something simpler. Now, wealth had grown, relics collected, and loyal subordinates gathered, yet the house remained unchanged. With a confident smile, Seo Jaehyun welcomed everyone inside, though his companions struggled with limited space. Inside the crowded room, Seo Jaehyun brushed off complaints, insisting her presence wouldn't affect his plan. Her protests continued, but dismissal followed quickly, silencing her words with sharp authority and firm resolve. Jaehyun's thoughts shifted inward, recognizing hidden connections and potential risks, carefully guarding against unforeseen complications. Reaching for his bag, he decided it was time to inspect relics vital for their survival. Unzipping carefully, radiant energy burst forth, startling everyone, as one relic unexpectedly revealed its unstable state. Unexpectedly, peculiar relics manifested, eagerly begging acceptance, their sudden appearance startling Seo Jaehyun and companions alike. They pleaded desperately for inclusion, citing the disappearance of Doji's tomb as reason for loyalty. Seo Jaehyun regarded them with skepticism, recognizing their opportunism, unimpressed by attempts to secure protection so quickly. Awkward persistence followed, relics praising his strength, offering servitude, though his indifference left their pleas unanswered. One companion interjected sharply, calling Jaehyun's name, frustrated at his casual treatment of eager but intrusive relics. Companions questioned the glowing relics, their curiosity rising as Seo Jaehyun regarded the sudden scene cautiously. The relics interpret a misunderstanding, believing they'd found acceptance, eagerly insisting he needed their unwavering support. Jaehyun's eyes narrowed sharply, irritation flashing, unwilling to tolerate relics forcing themselves into his command. With decisive movement, he seized the troublesome artifact, making his disdain for unnecessary attachments abundantly clear. In one swift toss, Seo Jaehyun discarded the relic, signaling strength through rejection, shocking his companion. Seo Jaehyun shut the door firmly, dismissing the disturbance while assuring companions everything remained under control. Inside the bag, movement stirred, concealed energy shifting restlessly as an unexpected presence revealed itself slowly. A cunning fox spirit emerged, muttering disdain, frustrated at being captured by someone it underestimated. Its sharp senses detected something unusual, sniffing the air suspiciously, realizing another hidden presence lurked nearby. Suddenly hostility flared. Another beastly relic appeared, accusing angrily, sparking immediate conflict with the exposed fox. The black beast accused the fox, dragging past betrayals into light, reigniting hostility between ancient rivals. The fox growled defiantly, dismissing accusations, justifying cooperation with humans despite long-standing resentment among relics. Seo Jaehyun observed calmly, unimpressed by their chaos, noting how relics distrusted each other as much. His sharp remark cut through, exposing hypocrisy, pointing out betrayal was common even among relics themselves. Frustrated, the fox admitted past disgrace, its powers stripped away by higher command, leaving deep resentment. The fox whined about disgrace, demotion fresh in memory, yet resentment burned hotter than regret itself. Seo Jaehyun issued calm orders, assigning watch over the fox, ensuring constant surveillance despite troublesome reputation. Excited energy burst forth, the fox leaping towards supposed ally, eager to declare instant friendship loudly. Rejection followed swiftly, hostility sharp as insults flew, clashing pride between relics, deepening tensions within cramped space. Seo Jaehyun remained unfazed, watching chaos unfold, while companions shrieked, overwhelmed by relentless bickering of unruly relics. Seo Jaehyun remarked coolly, confidence steady, noting their chaotic state left no room for proper planning. A sudden voice called his name as the door opened, revealing someone familiar from his past. Recognition sparked, an old acquaintance appeared, surprised to see Seo Jaehyun changed and surrounded by unfamiliar company. Introductions followed awkwardly, companions greeted politely, though cultural differences made the moment heavier than expected. The friend teased sharply, doubting explanations, pressing Seo Jaehyun for truth regarding foreigners and sudden strange connection. Inside the kitchen, plans were discussed, one companion requesting tolerance of chaos before departing abroad. Another acquaintance expressed surprise at constant travels, noting his absence from the country for extended periods. Attention shifted when curiosity rose about recent events, prompting subtle tension among those gathered together. Urgency filled the air as troubling news emerged, revealing Jaehyun's situation worsening dangerously amid growing unrest. The city stood calm, towering apartments casting long shadows. Seo Jaehyun walked beside his companion, sharp eyes scanning surroundings, determined to uncover truths others dared ignore. Memories surfaced of a loyal one who guided and shielded him through hardship and uncertainty. Now, confronted by unsettling changes, he wondered what force had twisted justice into punishment, staining loyalty with betrayal. Facing officials, Seo Jaehyun demanded answers, realizing victims of forgotten tombs were wrongly bound by laws enforcing silence. Jeon-eun's frustration grew, her resolve hardened as memories resurfaced of struggles faced within dangerous tombs. An investigator dismissed her claims, his arrogance reflecting institutional indifference toward families shattered by relentless relic attacks. Jeon-eun's body tensed, disbelief coursing through her veins, the words striking deeper wounds than intended accusations. Concern rose as Seo Jaehyun entered, his sharp gaze narrowing at the unease clouding Jeon-eun's expression. Seo Jaehyun revealed hidden truths, explaining Jeon-eun's silence about minor tombs, concealing dangers underestimated by authorities. Jeon-eun's piercing glare unsettled the official, tension rising as unanswered truths hung heavily between them. The claim emerged their residence had transformed into a tomb, secretly cleared without mandated government notification. Jeon's eyes narrowed sharply, his focus unyielding, the official's vague justification provoking deeper suspicion and anger. The investigator asserted strict Korean law, ordinary citizens forbidden from interfering with tombs or wielding unstable records. Seo Jaehyun scoffed at the regulation, his disbelief clear, questioning how senseless restrictions gained sudden enforcement. Officials warned that unauthorized excavation or relic usage would result in severe punishment, including imprisonment or fines. The penalty's weight became clear, unease spreading as numbers carried implications heavier than any spoken threat. Documents detailed escalating fines: $50,000 for excavation, $50,000 for possession, and $50,000 for illegal activation. Together, consequences stacked mercilessly, offering choices between financial ruin or 10 years behind cold prison walls. Jeon-eun's expression sharpened, disbelief lingering, the outrageous penalty fueling his determination to challenge oppressive authority. Tension flared as the accusation twisted, fiery outrage sparking against claims of relic usage without proof. Jeon-eun firmly denied possession, her voice unwavering, insisting their family never wielded forbidden tomb relics. The officials sneered dismissively, irritation rising as his authority was challenged within their own private home. Suddenly, water gushed unnaturally, its color turning ominously yellow, signaling corrupted influence beyond natural explanation. Seo Jaehyun observed carefully, recognizing undeniable relic traces contaminating the house, disproving every earlier denial. The inspector mocked their situation, twisting truth into accusation, implying their livelihood thrived through forbidden relics. Jeon-eun defended fiercely, clarifying her shop was funded legally, with personal savings and borrowed loans. Seo Jaehyun understood her ignorance, yet recognized relic traces exposed undeniable guilt impossible to overlook anymore. The inspector rejected compromise, citing government regulations crafted under Pandora's guidance to protect national security. Seo Ju-hyun smirked knowingly, realization striking Pandora's influence explained the manipulative laws twisting justice against innocence. Jeon-eun trusted Ju-hyun's calm assurance, uncertain yet willing to let him handle everything. Suspicion arose from nearby officials, their narrowed eyes questioning hidden intentions behind Ju-hyun's composed stance. Jeon-eun's smirk lingered, his gaze sharp as he subtly revealed an unsettling truth with ease. Suddenly flames erupted violently, engulfing the inspector's clothes, his disbelief drowned beneath the relentless spread of fire. Chaos consumed the room as officials panicked, shouts echoing while burning heat forced retreat and confusion. Seo Ju-hyun advanced swift, his movements precise. With a brutal strike he sent the inspector crashing backward, the official's body hit hard, fire spreading further. Seo Ju-hyun revealed the truth, condemning authorities for exploiting relics while pretending to enforce protective law. Panic spread as flames roared, subordinates screamed for water, desperate against unbearable heat scorching their skin. The corrupted water burst into blazing oil coating everything. Heat surged violently, screams echoing as fire engulfed uniforms. The inspector's authority reduced to desperate panic. Helpless cries filled the room, demands for assistance ignored, desperation rising against walls closing with fire. Jeon-eun's smirk widened, mocking their plight, feigning innocence as he labeled everything relic-driven misfortune. Feigning detachment, he mocked procedure, suggesting contacting Pandora while calculating how long rescue teams might arrive. Desperation peaked as the inspector begged for his life, flames tightening their grip, threatening certain death. Jeon-eun's calm authority pressed heavily, forcing acknowledgement of corruption, breaking arrogance with undeniable fiery truth. With a snap, energy surged, control returning to Ju-hyun's hands, flames vanished abruptly, leaving the inspector trembling in disbelief. Realization struck hard, fire no longer harmed him, confusion twisting his expression as panic turned inward. Seo Ju-hyun confirmed calmly, admitting his tactic, revealing illusions had twisted perceptions and controlled the outcome. Realization dawned across the room, shock replacing defiance as opponents recognized how easily they'd been deceived. Seo Ju-hyun warned sternly, demanding their retreat, authority unshaken as he threatened harsher illusions for disobedience. Fear tightened their movements, hesitation vanishing as the inspector carried his fallen ally toward the exit. The heavy door slammed shut behind them, frustration echoing in curses, their defeat sealed by deception. Jeon-eun's grin widened, weighing threats against consequences, confident his strategy turned every accusation back. He considered leveraging charges of invasion, using their intrusion as evidence against their fragile authorities' legitimacy. Memories resurfaced 1 month prior, a relic emerged inside their home, transforming ordinary walls into tombs. At first harmless, the relic quietly lingered, tolerated by the family, dismissed as manageable and insignificant. Jeon-woo intervened when danger struck, bravely shielding his child as corrupted energy manifested with violent force. Golden liquid poured from the faucet, its glow revealing the relic's lingering influence still corrupting water. Seo Ju-hyun offered reassurance, promising to examine the pipes personally, ensuring no further danger spread. His focus shifted, priorities realigned. Pandora's schemes demanded attention before they returned to exploit weakness again. Gratitude filled the room, tension briefly easing as Seo Ju-hyun prepared to confront larger looming threats. Suspicion hardened his tone, questioning allies for insight, determined to expose Pandora's hidden manipulations resurfacing once again. Across the city, news spread new relic taxes and strange regulations shaped directly by Pandora's influence. Powerful officials confirmed suspicions, revealing these measures were heavily supported by Pandora's ambitious secretary, Jean Richard. Reports indicated Richard's tireless efforts, crafting laws not only to hinder Seo Ju-hyun but competitors too. Seo Ju-hyun reflected coldly, recalling Pandora's long history of monopolizing relics under disguised protections of order. He calculated carefully, realizing the tax arrived prematurely. Such control should have taken a decade to implement. Edward confirmed he could gather names of officials supporting Pandora's law, ensuring their betrayal was exposed. Jeon-eun's expression sharpened, he compiled the list methodically, considering it the foundation of his campaign to dismantle Pandora's influence. George Holton silently observed the glowing skyline, sensing a shift in the balance of global power. His phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence. He turned. Seo Jo-hyun stood calmly with a companion, his late-night call carrying weight far beyond concern. George frowned upon hearing the demand, confused by the abrupt suggestion to join Pandora's shadowy network. Jo-hyun, unfazed, insisted with conviction Pandora wasn't a request. It was the battlefield where power truly shifted. George turned away from the window, calmly reminding that Pandora was already filled with influential global elites. Joro Hyun's remarks struck hard, questioning the Holton family's standing amid a world governed by growing power. Annoyed, George snapped back, insisting he could enter anytime he simply had no interest or personal need. As he walked, Jo Hyun made it clear relic-linked organizations weren't worth aligning with, not yet. George admitted relics were dangerous to humanity, which justified the existence of groups like Pandora to control them. He acknowledged Pandora's dysfunction, suggesting Jo Hyun's presence might stabilize what little credibility the group still had. George struggled to comprehend the prediction. Skeptical anyone would abandon such power willingly without a direct threat. Calmly crossing the street, Jo Hyun gave no further explanation. His quiet confidence made the warning feel real. Frustrated, George ended the call, demanding answers, but Jo Hyun had already disconnected with strategic silence. Jo Hyun smirked knowingly as his companion commented George's fear came from his own deep-rooted relic prejudice. Determined to gain control, George vowed to force Jo Hyun into Pandora. Whether willingly or not, elsewhere, the apartment door creaked open. Kim Dong-hyun collapsed in pain, groaning on the floor, clearly battered from a sudden, unseen struggle. Jo Hyun and his companion entered quickly, surprised by Dong-hyun's condition and confused by the chaotic scene. Coughing and bruised, Dong-hyun explained the restrained girl they brought earlier had escaped without warning, leaving him helpless. Dong-hyun groaned, explaining he tried stopping the girl as she searched the room for something valuable. Jo Hyun realized with regret that Seola had escaped while his focus was elsewhere, leaving no trace. The room now stood quiet and messy. Questions hung in the air. What was her true objective? Though she fled, the tracker remained active. Jo Hyun knew they hadn't completely lost her just yet. His partner was shocked as Jo Hyun shifted priorities. Pandora came first, and the relics had to be secured. The glowing laurel wreath pulsed with energy, drawing silent awe as its presence filled the quiet room. Jo Hyun confirmed it. This was Emperor Nero's relic, a powerful object he planned to use with purpose. Scanning Pandora's massive member list, he realized it would require something overwhelming to confront them all. Only a relic like the Golden Palace could unify their targets and deal punishment collectively and effectively. But Nero's relic had issues. Mentally shattered, its dormant state made controlling it risky and unpredictable. Earlier, when sent to the president, the relic worked perfectly, acting silently as an effective wiretap. Even now, long after retrieval, Nero's relic remained unresponsive. Jo Hyun needed to awaken it immediately. His ally reminded him the relic didn't need repairs, only mental restoration, since it wasn't physically damaged. Jo Hyun confirmed it was a possessive-type relic. Durability wasn't the issue. Only its emotional stability remained broken. He smirked, nudging inspiration. As an artist himself, his friend should know how to revive motivation, tasked with an awkward method to awaken Nero. The restorer blushed while reluctantly accepting the mission. Jo Hyun reminded him mental restoration required emotional stimulation, no matter how ridiculous the technique might appear. Despite protests, the restorer was shoved into the task, assigned to stay until the relic awakened. Meanwhile, Jo Hyun exited the room, unfazed. He encountered Irene returning casually, her timing coincidental as she finished a quick trip to the store. Irene greeted Jo Hyun warmly, asking about his companion. He confirmed the situation was now under control. She eagerly offered her help with a bright smile, unaware of the mission's deeper implications ahead. Jo Hyun realized Irene hadn't triggered her relic recently, meaning she remained safe from accumulating risk buildup. The goal was clear: lure enemies into the Golden Palace and punish them in one strike. With over 200 names on Edward's list, the timing was perfect to hit them all together. Jo Hyun hesitated, concerned about the unpredictable backlash Irene might face when triggering her bankruptcy relic again. He directly asked if she'd experienced any strange symptoms or after effects linked to relic usage recently. Irene responded calmly, unaware of any issues. Jo Hyun remained uneasy, unsure if the risk had gone unnoticed. She recalled using significant power during their last operation, possibly masking the risk without her realizing it. Apologetic, Irene blamed herself. But Jo Hyun reassured her it wasn't her fault, and she meant no harm. Jo Hyun considered the consequence they'd face serious backlash if Irene's relic of bankruptcy was used again. The Hand of Midas served as a comparison. It didn't cause random consequences, just amplified internal desire. Irene once unknowingly kidnapped middle-aged men. Her mind manipulated into treating them as symbolic failures. Her unresolved grief over her lost parents may have shaped those risk effects into parental obsession. Jo Hyun theorized that if risks reflect buried emotion, they might accurately predict Irene's next uncontrolled action. As Irene recalled past risks, they appeared oddly sensual, starting with scent, then alcohol, even unexpected kisses. Jo Hyun processed the pattern uneasily. Despite her innocence, the risks were undeniably bold and awkwardly escalating. He pondered what could be triggering such behavior, knowing Irene's previous life had once been selfless. Suddenly, Irene's expression turned resolute. She made up her mind, fully committed to face the challenge. With emotion in her voice and fire in her eyes, Irene stepped forward and asked for help. The Pandora Korea branch building stood tall, its glass exterior hiding the corruption festering within. Inside, executives smugly praised their new regulations, delighted that relics were now being surrendered without resistance. They discussed how even the monetary fines turned into personal rewards bonuses hidden behind official paperwork. Support from headquarters only strengthened their greed. More relics and funding meant more power to abuse. Their true plan emerged: report a fraction, hoard the rest, and mask it as recovery operations. An executive smirked confidently, brushing off concerns, convinced their secret dealings remained safely out of reach. Suddenly, panic erupted. Agents stormed the corridor, ignoring protocol as urgent news demanded immediate attention. The boardroom doors slammed open with force. Won Man shouted the secret relic delivery had been exposed, and political allies were now being arrested. Investigations spread fast, properties seized, accounts frozen. The corrupt web of influence was unraveling in real time. Pandora's meeting room erupted in panic. Executives shouted, unable to understand how everything collapsed so suddenly. As headlines spread, phones rang non-stop. News of collapsing assets and financial ruin poured in relentlessly. Outside, buildings flickered with warning signs. Property markets and stock values nosedived in mere minutes. Despair overtook them. Mass bankruptcy hit. The golden walls of greed crumbled beneath a flood of retribution. Jo Hyun and Irene stood poised, radiant and unyielding. With calm certainty, they began executing their revenge. A major corporation collapses overnight, its employees panicking as financial data and systems vanish without trace. Executives scramble to understand the sudden ruin, suspecting sabotage as assets and company holdings mysteriously disappear. Deep inside the building, tremors shake the floor while CEO Jo Hyun receives system alerts confirming the Golden Palace has risen, and Pandora's land has been claimed. Golden structures erupt through the city ground, encasing the area. Panic spreads among the executives as golden energy engulfs the building, sealing exits and trapping everyone inside. From above, the Golden Palace expands further. Multiple agents inside the golden aura begin vanishing, their expressions frozen in disbelief and sudden fear. A towering golden colosseum materializes before them, casting shadows over the city like a divine judgment. The arena floor trembles with rhythmic pulses. A terrified man scans the golden arena, his breath shallow, unable to process the unfolding scene. A group from Pandora headquarters emerges from another corridor, equally stunned by the strange golden prison. They recognize familiar faces and question how members from their own global division ended up trapped. Speculation rises as they realize only Korean personnel seem present, deepening suspicion about the tomb's formation. An impatient man silences the murmurs, demanding answers, his tone sharp enough to break their confusion. SEO Jo Hyun calmly steps forward, initiating a roll call to confirm every trapped person's identity inside. The crowd freezes as someone recognizes him, his reputation already stirring fear among the assembled survivors. Scanning a tablet, he filters the names, crossing out those irrelevant to his current operation. He smirks, while preparing to contact a VIP, signaling the next phase of his elaborate scheme. Accusations fly from the crowd, suspecting SEO Jo Hyun orchestrated everything, his silence confirming their worst assumptions. An enraged man charges toward SEO Jo Hyun, swearing vengeance with a clenched fist and sharp intent. Before he strikes, a A radiant backlash shatters his relic, sending him collapsing from the overwhelming force. Onlookers gasp as chaos erupts, shocked by the sheer audacity and power displayed inside the divine space. A glowing descends from above, radiating authority, blaming Seo Johyun for inviting unworthy outsiders into his domain. Another divine being steps forward, eyes sharp, suggesting punishment should come from someone skilled in divine enforcement. Nero, an awakened relic, expresses interest in Seo Johyun, hinting at unexpected loyalty and cooperation. Seo Johyun instructs his ally to activate the relic, initiating full control over the palace's mechanisms. The palace begins shaking violently, catching everyone off guard. System messages confirm Seo Johyun's absolute dominion over the Golden Palace and its environmental rules. Powerful quake erupts beneath the Colosseum. A loud crash draws attention as a shifting wall reveals a massive maze forming inside the palace. Seo Johyun confirms it's no ordinary maze, but something far more dangerous and strategically designed. Irene reveals the maze is powered by Nero and the bankruptcy relic, designed for total chaos. Screams echo from within acid pools, lurking monsters and death traps challenge those already trapped inside. Seo Johyun smirks coldly, informing the rest they must enter the maze if they want freedom. He announces a steep entrance fee, 50 million won per person, for trespassing into his tomb. Panic spreads as bank accounts begin draining automatically. Digital statements confirm the withdrawal, causing financial chaos and immediate fury among the trapped intruders. A chorus of outrage erupts, demanding to know why they've been targeted and dragged into this. He coldly reveals it's revenge for tormenting his allies' family, holding them accountable by association. Seo Johyun envisions complete control over relics, claiming all artifacts as his destined future possessions. He accuses them of stealing what rightfully belongs to him, declaring punishment for their greed. A few call him insane, unnerved by his confidence and the divine power backing his actions. Ignoring their pleas, Seo Johyun orders them into the maze, warning survival requires immediate cooperation. One desperate man tries bribery, offering extra payment to escape, revealing cracks in the group's unity. Some trapped individuals reconsider their stance, agreeing that survival is worth paying any price, even betraying allies. Voices rise in desperation, offering money, secrets, and leverage in exchange for a guaranteed way out. Seo Johyun observes the chaos calmly, amused by how quickly they crumble under pressure and fear. He declares their trades must hold value, demanding information that can directly benefit his strategic advantage. One offers real estate forecasts, another promises Pandora's relic locations, hoping to survive through bribery and betrayal, disgusted by others offering bribes instead of resisting Seo Johyun's control. He warns the group not to fall for deception, insisting Johyun will never let them escape, trying to rally support. He urges cooperation, proposing they unite to find a way out together. Despite the idea, fear lingers. Another man hesitates, convinced entering the maze is a death sentence. The angry leader questions their cowardice, shouting why they fear anything with such overwhelming numbers on hand. A furious agent lashes out, questioning whether his timid colleagues deserve to be called Pandora members. He accuses the Prime Minister of cowardice, claiming he hides behind status, while others suffer up front. The bold accusation escalates as more survivors begin offering secrets in exchange for favor or safety. Won shouts knowledge of Richard Jang's crimes, hoping to use betrayal as a currency for survival. Seo Johyun laughs darkly, thoroughly entertained by the treachery and desperate self-preservation unraveling before his eyes. He reflects briefly when Irene questions whether accepting those betrayals is truly a good idea. Irene explains that money and information are useful, but they can always be reclaimed or erased. Johyun smiles knowingly, pointing out that ruined trust and fractured alliances are far harder to repair. He prepares his phone. Johyun announces that those who expose the biggest secrets will be first to escape the tomb. He was surprised by how quickly the prisoners turned on each other with confessions and accusations. Multiple voices began exposing secrets about Richard Jang. Sensing danger, Richard Jang tried to redirect attention by revealing damaging secrets about boss Kwon Tae-jun. Chaos erupted instantly, accusations flew, fights broke out, and the atmosphere devolved into betrayal-fueled hysteria and violence. People screamed, shocking truths, embezzlement, discrimination, and internal corruption, turning the tomb into a courtroom of disgrace. The divine host mocks the crowd, calling them pathetic for collapsing into chaos and revealing personal secrets. He declares it's too late, everyone must now face his sacred maze regardless of their negotiations. Seo Jo Hyun quietly turns away, having already achieved what he wanted from the situation. Prisoners panic, confused by his sudden disappearance, unsure if their deals meant anything at all. The divine host smirks, quoting Jo Hyun's parting words, thanking them for revealing such valuable secret information. Flames surged around the maze entrance as orders echoed, forcing every captive to move without hesitation. Heat-seared skin and blurred vision confusion spread, while those trapped struggled to endure the blazing pressure. Shouts rang out blaming Seo Jo Hyun for unleashing torment through a maze that burned like punishment. A leaked video exposed Pandora's members publicly accusing each other, sparking explosive online attention and media frenzy. The footage, captured inside a tomb, revealed verified irregularities and corruption that substantiated all internal allegations. As the manipulation scandal deepened, Pandora's credibility collapsed, drawing harsh public criticism and rising political pressure. Outraged citizens gathered outside Pandora headquarters, protesting loudly with signs, demanding immediate accountability for ongoing deception. Amid the unrest, someone silently reached for their phone. A concerned man called Seo Jo Hyun, demanding answers. After watching the explosive Pandora scandal unfold, Jo Hyun leaned calmly against the wall, unfazed by the question, his smirk hiding calculated intentions beneath. He reminded the caller that nearly all exposed Pandora members were fired. After the video went viral, with over 200 vacant seats, the man urged Jo Hyun again to join the collapsing organization. Jo Hyun refused bluntly, stating no interest in relics, unwilling to waste time cleaning up someone else's mess. Determined to sway Jo Hyun, the man offered new evidence, urging him to reconsider with a video. Jo Hyun played the footage, his eyes narrowing as the screen revealed a chaotic, heated testimony unfolding publicly. A desperate witness raised his hand, accusing powerful insiders of deliberately poisoning the respected Holton family couple. He shouted that Austin Rockefeller and his associates were responsible, claiming he heard everything firsthand without doubt. Irene's expression twisted in fury as she processed the accusation, but someone stepped in to restrain her. Someone in the video demanded a repeat of the shocking accusation, halting the recording mid-broadcast immediately. The man watching froze, gripping his phone tightly. Jo Hyun casually revealed he'd extracted a sensitive clip from the footage before uploading the public version online. He stated plainly that Rockefeller was still active inside Pandora and couldn't be left unchecked anymore. The other man responded coldly, warning that Rockefeller wasn't the worst. Deeper corruption ran through Pandora's core. Jo Hyun observed that the threats he encountered were minor distractions irrelevant to his focus on tombs. He hinted again that someone else should infiltrate Pandora and retrieve useful secrets from within their walls. With a pause, the man reluctantly agreed, showing signs of unease under Jo Hyun's manipulative suggestion. Jo Hyun grinned coldly, demanding the informant's name, but the man feared he'd cause chaos with Rockefeller. He explained that deliberately making someone sick was inexcusable, even if it served a larger purpose. The man advised bringing trustworthy allies into Pandora, suggesting empty positions could be filled strategically and quickly. After agreeing, he ended the call with a firm tone, finalizing his role in the infiltration plan. Jo Hyun lowered his phone, satisfied, knowing he'd successfully planted. The cityscape remained quiet under morning light. Jo Hyun returned indoors calmly, already calculating his next steps, now that his insider agent was secured. He turned in confusion as loud, crashing sounds echoed suddenly. Grabbing the doorknob, he heard a scream erupt, a painful inside. Irene glowed violently with unstable energy, while her subordinate struggled to hold her back. The man begged Jo Hyun to intervene immediately, desperate to calm Irene before something irreversible happened. Recognizing Jo Hyun's presence, Irene faltered slightly, her trembling body hinting that something dangerous was overtaking her control. Irene lunged at Jo Hyun with glowing rage, her energy flaring wildly as she tackled him directly. Her bodyguard lost control and fell back in panic, shouting as his grip on her completely slipped. Now on the floor, Jo Hyun reassured him he was fine, despite Irene gripping him tightly. nervously pointing out that Irene's hold looked more like an intense stranglehold than comfort. His eyes widened in surprise as Irene's expression began to shift strangely, something unexpected surfacing in her. The subordinate stood frozen, blushing uncontrollably outside. The building glowed in the sunset, quiet and calm after the chaos that recently unfolded inside. Walking beside Jo Hyun, the man mumbled that Irene's affection seemed sincere and a little enviable. Jo Hyun dismissed it coldly, explaining Irene's earlier behavior was simply a side effect of the relic's influence. He added that relics often manipulate emotions, forcing owners into embarrassing outbursts purely for their own amusement. The subordinate questioned if Irene's affection was truly relic-driven, since she always treated Jo Hyun differently. He recalled struggling to stop her earlier, noting she only reacted that strongly when searching for Jo Hyun. Realizing the relic should affect anyone, he wondered why she targeted only one person with such intensity. Jo Hyun admitted the relic amplifies hidden desires, meaning Irene's reaction was rooted in something already inside her. That realization struck them both at once. No desire means nothing to amplify, so she clearly cared. Jo Hyun finally realized Irene's behavior wasn't perversion, it was a side effect rooted in affection. He understood clearly, now her relic-driven reactions meant she genuinely liked him, not just anyone else. As the sun set, his companion teased him about dating, but Jo Hyun responded with flustered threats. Suddenly, an angry relic spirit interrupted, yelling at Jo Hyun for disturbing its domain with reckless interference. Jo Hyun stomped the relic angrily, declaring it belonged to Jeon Woo's house, not the relic's domain. A woman gratefully thanked Jo Hyun, relieved the cursed relic had finally been removed from her plumbing. Jo Hyun agreed to let her keep the relics, but remained curious about their actual function. He recalled a Goryeo-era tale of two brothers who shared gold they found along the road. One brother threw his half away, confessing he would have stolen both if his sibling hadn't been there. Ao's words inspired his brother, who also threw his gold away, seeking peace over possession. Since then, the tale became legend Tuguntan, gold thrown from a fairy, symbolizing sacrifice over greed. Back in the kitchen, Jo Hyun speculated the relic's low rank made its gold nearly worthless anyway. The woman declined his offer of cash, insisting she didn't want to waste his hard-earned money. Touched, Jo Hyun smiled, deciding to save the funds and surprise her with it at her wedding. Jo Hyun sent a large sum of money, ensuring his loved ones could live without worry. The woman was shocked by the transfer amount, overwhelmed by his generosity and sense of responsibility. His companion questioned the continuous support, wondering how Jo Hyun could keep giving so selflessly and silently. After dinner with Jeon Woo, Jo Hyun returned home late, the quiet night settling gently over familiar streets. As he entered his room, a strange feeling settled in his stomach. Something felt slightly off. Jo Hyun approached the bed cautiously, noticing someone suspiciously hiding beneath the covers once again. Assuming it was one of his relic companions, he demanded they come out without causing trouble. He pulled the blanket away, only to be shocked as Irene suddenly clung tightly to him. Realizing who it was, Jo Hyun stared. In disbelief, Irene was somehow in his bed again. Irene lay unconscious on the bed, her body still. Jo Hyun entered the room cautiously, eyes narrowing as he recognized Irene's form sprawled across his bed. He frowned, instincts alert. Irene wouldn't end up here voluntarily, something deeper, calculated, had put her there. She approached slowly, examining the subtle movements of her breath. A hidden threat could still remain nearby. His eyes sharpened. The situation wasn't over. Danger still lingered, and he needed to act fast. Jo Hyun recalled Irene's recent battles. Understanding her weakened state likely caused her unexpected collapse here. He supported her gently, recognizing the signs of extreme relic exhaustion taking a toll on her. He shifted her weight slowly. Carefully, he laid her down again, prepared to move her once the path was fully secure. As he turned, Irene stirred awake, her sudden voice jolting him into a tense defensive stance. Jo Hyun reached for the door, but magical energy surged, sealing it tightly with a pulsing relic. He flinched, sensing a familiar presence. Irene appeared with a smirk, aura flaring. She fully remembered him and wasn't letting him leave easily. Trapped. He stalled nervously, searching for words. Irene's teasing made it clear escape wouldn't come through talk. Suddenly, a sarcastic relic chimed in. misunderstanding the scene, adding chaos to an already absurdly dangerous situation. The relic shot out the window in panic, overwhelmed by the awkward tension and magical energy inside. Zhu Hian groaned in disbelief, realizing the persistent relic returned, despite being forcefully ejected earlier by Irene. Before he could react, magical pressure gripped. Struggling under her control, he shouted, trying to break free from her magical grasp and mounting pressure. Ignoring his pleas, Irene pressed closer, playfully resisting his escape while magic flared stronger between them. Irene leaned closer, her voice soft and affectionate, revealing she had awaited Zhou Hian's arrival patiently. Zhou Hian hesitated, unnerved by her forwardness, unsure whether her sincerity masked danger or something else entirely. He questioned the nature of the threat, wondering if everything unfolding was truly harmful or strategic. Memories returned relics, amplified suppressed emotions. With Irene, that meant this chaos might be fueled by raw longing. Her magic flared. This wasn't malice. It was her unfiltered desire, made volatile through relic amplification. Zhou Hian's thoughts cleared amidst the chaos. If emotions were amplifying relics, then choice still remained his. As Irene's magic intensified, he met her eyes. Resolute, he stared back. No more hesitation, he'd face the consequences. But this decision would be his. Their lips met as a choice was made, firm, deliberate. Suddenly, a violent magical reaction erupted nearby, unexpected and unwelcome. Something else had interfered with the moment. A relic's angry voice shouted through the air, reacting wildly to what it misunderstood as betrayal. Magic pulsed through Irene's body. Zhu Hian froze, realizing the situation had completely spun out of control. His unexpected cooperation confused the relic. Without resistance, its programmed scolding transformed into chaotic, panicked feedback. The night faded into uneasy stillness. Zhu Hian knew peace was temporary, something new would come next. The next morning arrived, waking up groggy. Zhu Hian noticed the air felt strangely heavy and warm. A solid gold bar slammed into Zhu Hian's face, waking him violently with unexpected weight and shine. Groaning in shock, he sat up, buried beneath something dense, glittering and unnaturally heavy around him. He looked around, stunned to find himself surrounded by mountains of treasure spilling across the room. Everywhere he turned alcohol, rare gems, luxury goods, bars of gold, an overwhelming display of sudden excess. Holding his head, he tried to process it. None of this should exist, especially not here. Zhou Hian jolted upright, eyes wide. He sprang into action, realizing Irene wasn't beside him. She'd been swallowed by the gold completely. Frantic, he pushed aside bars and coins, calling out into the glittering mess with rising concern. Her voice finally surfaced, dizzy but conscious. He sighed, relieved. She hadn't suffocated beneath the treasure pile. Still tense, Zhou Hian stood over her, grateful but wary. Zhou Hian reflected silently. The relic's true wealth ability had finally awakened, its effects were undeniable. Now, Irene had endured intense suffering during the tomb raid in Turkey, battling Midas's overwhelming relic energy. But thanks to the relic stabilizing, her cursed misfortune didn't spiral into widespread magical devastation. Still, unlike her usual relics, Irene had never accessed Midas's original golden touch abilities until now. Now, with the restriction lifted, the room overflowed with riches, the unmistakable aftermath of Midas's power fully unlocked. Irene sat up groggily, overwhelmed by the gold. The sudden shift in weight caught her off guard. Zhou Hian smirked slightly, confirming the situation was no accident. They'd triggered Midas's jackpot, and Irene was the key. She blinked in confusion, unsure how her actions caused this reaction. Trouble wasn't her intent this time. Zhou Hian clarified Midas's power finally activated. Irene should now command wealth, the true power previously locked away. She listened, surprised. Despite countless efforts before, Zhu Hian panicked too late. The relic overflow surged again, gold erupting wildly from every corner of the room. A torrent of sparkling treasure burst outward. From outside, a golden shower cascaded down the apartment building. Two residents stared blankly as a glowing wall of wealth blinded them through their front door. Startled visitors stepped inside. Zhu Hian stood awkwardly amid the chaos, trying to explain the impossible scene. Jo Hyun explained calmly Irene's relic had awakened. The gold flood was just the surface effect, inviting them to witness the relic's deeper potential beyond mere treasure. Somewhere far from public eyes, they hiked into a quiet, shaded forest, sweat building as the heat tested everyone's patience and resolve. Finally reaching a clearing, the group paused. It was empty. No one else for miles around. Despite complaints, everyone stayed. Curiosity outweighed discomfort. They needed to see this relic's true power firsthand. Jo Hyun stopped in the clearing, ready to proceed. The group grew tense, curious what came next. He explained their goal: acquiring Hungbu's gourd from a Van Gogh faith-themed mystery box relic challenge. Jo Hyun held up the relic box with steady hands. This was the one they'd long avoided. They had hesitated due to the risk. But with Irene's relic active, the odds finally changed. Grinning slyly, Jo Hyun dismissed doubts. Using wealth wasn't forbidden, and loopholes were part of surviving relics. Confused but intrigued, the team questioned if bending rules with relic powers was truly allowed here. Jo Hyun confirmed with a grin, no rules forbidden it. They'd use every advantage available starting. Now, she channeled the full power of wealth into the gourd. A blinding golden light erupted from the ground. From within the radiance, glowing orbs slowly emerged, shimmering with unnatural brilliance, defying the laws of nature. The radiant spheres cracked apart, shattering loudly, as fragments scattered like embers across the disturbed. Trembling ground shattered pieces reformed into golden gourds, their surfaces gleaming brightly, astonishing everyone who witnessed the transformation. Nearby, piles of solidified golden liquid formed, spreading quickly, signaling enormous wealth yet raising dangerous temptations. SEO Jo Hyun watched calmly, his sharp eyes glinting with satisfaction. A violent burst erupted, golden gourds exploding outward in dazzling brilliance, forcing him to brace carefully. Unexpectedly, countless more gourds materialized from thin air, multiplying rapidly, filling the surroundings with shimmering golden fruit. The Hand of Midas artifact revealed its ability, endlessly reproducing gourds, amplifying wealth beyond comprehension. SEO Jo Hyun assessed the overwhelming abundance, realizing limitless advantage, while his companion eagerly imagined infinite profit. A blonde woman's excitement grew, urging them onward, unaware of the powerful outcomes soon to emerge. SEO Jo Hyun and his ally struck decisively, shattering another gourd. From the explosion, radiant wings unfurled. An archangel appeared in full glory, holy energy radiating fiercely, astonishing everyone with its overwhelming sacred presence. SEO Jo Hyun calmly observed, recognizing the jackpot, confirming the artifact's divine potential worked perfectly as expected. He boldly confronted the summoned angels, demanding their treasures while his companions observed cautiously nearby. The radiant archangels stepped forward, their divine presence unwavering, firmly refusing his demand with confident, piercing gazes. SEO Jo Hyun's expression darkened, fury flashing, realizing the angels would resist surrendering relics without a fierce struggle. The angels raised their weapons, preparing for combat. A sudden explosion erupted violently, engulfing SEO Jo Hyun. Dark energy surged as monstrous emerged. SEO Jo Hyun's allies recoiled in horror, realizing the gourds hid not treasure but ancient, vengeful warrior spirits. The guardians snarled, mocking their greed, furious that such relics had been tampered with so carelessly. Jo Hyun's eyes narrowed. He realized the relic's punishment wasn't symbolic, real consequences were now unfolding violently. Charging forward, a guardian lunged at Jo Hyun, swinging recklessly, intent on delivering divine retribution for his transgression. The furious guardian targeted SEO Jo Hyun's allies, declaring them equally guilty for their part in greed. Panic erupted. The terrified men screamed for help, realizing the relic's wrath extended to all involved. Prioritizing survival before facing divine punishment head-on, one guardian hurled his massive weapon with deadly force. He turned mid-stride, eyes wide. SEO Jo Hyun narrowly dodged the incoming weapon. He paused mid-run, eyes narrowing, sensing something off as energy faintly pulsed from the weapon's handle. Floating before him, the weapon shimmered mysteriously, its energy unmistakable. This wasn't ordinary. It was a relic. The angry guardians mocked him again, confident he was defenseless and ready to face divine retribution. Jo Hyun smirked coldly as energy surged around him, finally realizing the relic's purpose and how to win. Empowered by the relic's energy, SEO Jo Hyun felt unstoppable. Truly, he had struck a legendary jackpot. He launched forward with blinding speed. The monstrous guardians were caught off guard. Jo Hyun stood unfazed as enemies fell before him. Smirking, he declared victory would come when every relic was his. Just before someone shouted, "Irene!" nearby, a sudden surge of power burst from Irene's hand. The shockwave struck hard, forcing enemies to stagger as the energy radiated outward in a violent blast. Seo Jo Hyun, surrounded by chaos, acknowledged Irene's growth, her power, now shifting the tide of the entire battle. Heavenly notifications appeared, angels dropping rank SS relics, goblins fleeing and abandoning rare high-grade artifacts behind. As relics scattered around them, the team gathered quickly, marveling at Irene's strength and collecting the spoils. After gathering relics, the group prepared again, this time hoping the next gourd held something valuable. One member hesitated, fearing more goblins, but SEO Jo Hyun remained confident and loaded with shining weapons. Irene, still composed despite exhaustion, confirmed she could continue, determined not to fall behind the others. Without delay, the next gourd was opened, the golden shell cracking as eerie darkness seeped outward. To everyone's shock, cursed dolls and vengeful spirits emerged, screaming threats and wielding deadly-looking ghostly weapons. An explosive wave of fire engulfed the cursed dolls, their screams echoing through the shattered forest. Without pause, the next golden gourd was cracked open, its glowing contents stirring ominously in silence. This time, monstrous relic creatures burst forth, dinosaurs, dolls, and bizarre hybrids, snarling and charging with rage. More enemies were incinerated. Another gourd broke Jo Hyun's team, relentless, cycling through waves of threats with precision. Far away, in a corporate skyline, something stirred, hinting. A neatly arranged shelf of relics, figures. In a virtual arena, characters clashed while the gamer, fully immersed, wearing a cat-eared hoodie, he played with focus. A sudden loud entrance interrupted him, breaking his concentration as his attention snapped toward the voice. Annoyed, he turned to scold until his friend's panicked face warned of an urgent escalating situation nearby. The suited man delivered crushing news: the market value of all their land had completely collapsed. As if that weren't enough, he added their once profitable stocks were now worthless and meaningless. The gamer in the catsuit froze, clutching a pen mid-signature, his heart sinking with disbelief. Hearing that even his prized relics were destroyed, he snapped, screaming in fury, overwhelmed by sudden loss. Panicked and furious, he lunged from the couch, forcing the messenger to recoil, alarmed by the outburst. He clenched his fists, recalling the prophecy Pandora's downfall was inevitable, foretold long before this chaos. Still, the destruction felt personal. He stormed down the hall, blaming everything on one name, SEO Jo Hyun. Frustration twisted his face. What had SEO Jo Hyun done to spark such devastation foretold by fate? His determination hardened. Standing still wasn't an option now. Action was the only thing left to choose. Resolve burning, he vowed to uncover SEO Jo Hyun's weakness and crush him completely without hesitation. Grinning wickedly over the glowing cauldron, he vowed to make SEO Jo Hyun suffer for everything. The towering TKBM USA branch stood proudly. Inside the lobby, two uniformed guards casually exchanged words. Nearby, the glass door slid open. The guards immediately noticed the suspicious approach, raising their voices while stepping forward to intercept him. At the counter, another officer calmly demanded identification, requesting proof before allowing further access. The hooded intruder declared his intent boldly, demanding to meet influential figures within the organization. Startled guards rushed forward to block him, confusion spreading as one recognized the dangerous intruder's reputation. Whispers revealed his possession of legendary relics, artifacts granting him influence and fear among powerful factions. Unstopped, advanced deeper, his steps echoing against the corridor walls, shadows trailing behind ominously. Elsewhere, a furious man erupted in disbelief, enraged accusations spilling as he realized betrayal and theft. Inside the office, an elder hesitated, his refusal sparking immediate outrage from the seated counter. A sudden blast of energy struck as SEO Jo Hyun dodged a relic's whip-like attack, The violent force tore through the hall, shattering chandeliers while Julian screamed in panic. Light swirled around the corridor, revealing ancient glyphs forming from the relic's unstable power surge. He dashed forward, narrowly avoiding the tendrils that sliced through walls with terrifying precision. The relic's chains slithered toward the grand doors, locking them shut before anyone could escape. Julian stumbled backward as the relic's chain wrapped around his leg, dragging him across the marble floor. Struggling to break free, he shouted in frustration, but panic only made the relic tighten harder. Anger flared as he glared down the corridor, shouting for he to reveal himself immediately. In response, the crimson figure of relic wielder Cain emerged, radiating malicious power and confidence. The possessed man faced the sealed door, ready to clash with whoever dared challenge his dominance. Julian peeked from behind the door, breathing heavily, relieved that Cain's presence had finally disappeared. His body trembled as he whispered, questioning why a tomb master was wandering outside its chamber. Exhaustion set in when he realized there was no clear path to escape this maze. Grabbing his useless phone, he cursed softly, frustrated that even technology abandoned him in this tomb. Turning to the glowing relic rope, he pleaded for guidance, hoping its telepathic link still worked. Ropey quivered beside Julian, its glow flickering weakly as confusion spread between relic and wielder. Frustration rose in Julian's voice as he urged the relic to connect with its owner. His eyes widened with sudden realization he could use the relic network to send messages. Determined, he raised his hand, forming words to relay before danger struck again unexpectedly. Cain burst through the wall, laughter echoing as debris flew and Julian screamed, caught in chaos. Julian screamed in terror, his voice echoing through the tomb as Cain's power drew closer. Far away, Seoju Hyun sensed the call. Realizing something was wrong with his relic network inside his office, Irene watched him closely as reports of missing relics filled the room. He examined the relic fragments, recognizing several of his most used artifacts among the lost. Irene's concern deepened when he mentioned even Ropey's disappearance, knowing Julian was likely in grave danger. He clenched his fist, focusing energy through his relics, attempting to re-establish the lost bond. AA system alert appeared before him, warning that Ropey's connection was suppressed by overwhelming power. His gaze shifted toward a golden scroll activating nearby, identifying the relic's interference as envy. Determined, he unfurled the glowing map, tracing the relic's pulse to an ancient tomb's location. Irene prepared the jet immediately while he vowed to retrieve Julian and destroy the envious relic. His relic scanner vibrated violently, signaling an incoming message through an encrypted communication channel. He quickly answered, tightening his grip as a familiar, unsettling voice echoed through the device. Recognition struck immediately. Jean Richard, an old rival and dangerous manipulator, was behind the interference. Jean's smug tone revealed knowledge of Jekiha's disappearance and the relic's unstable conditions worldwide. Realization hit he that this was no coincidence. Jean had orchestrated the chaos for his gain. His voice hardened as he demanded confirmation, realizing Jean's twisted scheme involved Jekiha directly. A cruel laugh answered through the line, Jean admitting he had thrown Jekiha into danger. The words "Tomb of Envy" sent a chill through he, knowing few survived its curse. His expression darkened, imagining Jekiha trapped alone inside a tomb fueled by human greed. A sudden relic pulse erupted on his scanner, confirming Jekiha was still alive barely. Jean's sinister smile revealed satisfaction as he maintained control, aware he was forced into listening. The situation worsened. Jekiha's life now dangled between Jean's demands and the tomb's deadly curse. He analyzed the threat, realizing Jean had orchestrated everything to exploit the Envy relic's chaos. Old memories resurfaced, past missions proving Jean's obsession with his relic excavation skills and strategic precision. Determined, he concealed his anger, already devising a counterattack to rescue Jekiha and crush Jean's plans. Laughter erupted from he, startling Jean as the tension shifted completely out of his favor. Confusion spread across Jean's face. His confident smirk faltered under the unexpected surge of his amusement. Calm returned quickly. His expression sharpened as he analyzed Jean's reckless use of the Tomb of Envy. Across the line, Jean scowled, realizing his advantage was slipping against his composed, calculated demeanor. Power radiated from the relic hunter, his resources unmatched, each artifact reinforcing his position against Pandora's influence. Tension rose as he challenged Jean's logic, exposing the flaw in his reckless kidnapping plan. Jean's frustrated scowl deepened, his limited power made direct confrontation with he impossible. A knowing smirk formed on his face, confidence radiating as he recalled his hidden relic's strength. Memories of Anubis's divine power surfaced, his unmatched relic that even Pandora's top executives feared. Jean's manipulation became clear. Kidnapping Jabi Ha was nothing more than leverage to force his compliance. Chaos unfolded within the tomb as Jage struggled under Kane's control, barely holding his ground. Far away, his calm analysis exposed Jean's reliance on manipulation rather than real strength or planning. Confidence replaced caution. His deduction revealed Jean's weakness. He couldn't retrieve Jackie Hay or control the tomb. Panic surfaced through Jean's voice when he predicted Pandora's failure and their inevitable downfall. Enraged and humiliated, Jean's composure shattered as he ended the call, leaving him screaming in fury. With the call ended, relief flickered briefly before he dismissed Jean's threats with quiet disdain. A faint buzz interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to glance curiously at his glowing phone. Light burst from nearby, and a familiar figure materialized suddenly, radiating chaotic but harmless energy. Confusion spread across his face as unexpected words about writing and novels reached his ears. Realization struck sharply. Something beyond his control was awakening again, pulling him into yet another unfolding mystery. A glowing relic screen displayed an announcement, revealing his unexpected rise as a famous author. Through the relic network, divine entities discussed his new novel, misunderstanding it as a sacred record. Observing the absurd reaction, he chuckled quietly, realizing even relics now exaggerated his every accomplishment. Lightning erupted above the ancient tomb, scattering dust across the desert as energy pulsed violently outward. Near the excavation tents, Seo Ju Han tightened his grip, watching the unstable glow rising from Envy's tomb. Beside him, Irene Holton shielded her eyes, muttering about relics that caused less chaos than this one. A faint alert chimed in his relic detector, revealing Gluttony's aura lurking dangerously close to their position. From a nearby ridge, Pandora sensed the same relic's power and cursed, realizing Chan Jo-hyun had arrived. Irene looked at the glowing horizon as he halted suddenly, saying they needed to stop for now. Confused, Irene asked what was wrong, her expression tense as she followed his cautious gaze ahead. He explained that moving further would alert a troublesome enemy hidden within the detection zone's radius. Studying the map, he pointed to the vast area surrounded by tents, marking Gluttony's relic detection range. With a confident smirk, he stated they'd bypass the entrance entirely by breaching a hidden side path. Careful planning was crucial. They needed a section where the tomb's aura weakened enough to slip through. Studying the map, he calculated paths that avoided the relic's detection circle, dominating the central area. Their strategy required circling the perimeter until a vulnerable point revealed itself beyond the relic's search zone. After deciding, both turned back toward their vehicle, hoping distance would grant them a clearer advantage. Hidden on a ridge, Pandora tracked their movement through her scope, whispering orders to the Sino-Asian snipers nearby. Pandora's eyes narrowed, her tone firm as she ordered Safiola to contact the strike team immediately. Without hesitation, Safiola relayed the command, preparing their forces to engage before the targets could withdraw. A sniper nearby questioned the restriction against damaging relics, his confusion evident in his tense expression. Explaining calmly, Pandora reminded him of his recent assault that cost Pandora several valuable artifacts. She added that one undercover agent was lost during that chaos, making the stolen relic a top priority. Pandora clenched her jaw, recalling the stolen relic now held by the mysterious Professor Jin. Confidence filled her voice as she dismissed concern, trusting her sniper's precision to eliminate he instantly. The marksman loaded his weapon, boasting about his perfect accuracy relic and their target's lack of defense. Unaware of danger, he and Irene continued across the barren sands, their footsteps swallowed by the wind. A sudden sensation made he pause mid-step, instincts flaring as an unseen threat closed in nearby. A sharp pulse raced through his relic detector, warning him of an imminent magical strike. Without hesitation, he called Irene closer, summoning a radiant shield inscribed with ancient defensive symbols. The artifact expanded around them, forming a golden barrier that shimmered against the oncoming projectile's light. Explosions rippled through the air as the barrier deflected multiple hits, yet cracks began to form. Gritting his teeth, he realized the opposing relic's power exceeded his shield's limit, forcing a swift counterplan. Amid the relentless barrage, he instructed Irene to retreat behind cover once his signal was given. Fingers tightened around a small relic grenade, its faint glow signaling a planned diversion already forming. The object burst open as he hurled it forward, releasing dense smoke that swallowed the battlefield. Waves of haze expanded quickly, cloaking their position and concealing movement from enemy sites above. Through a sniper's scope, visibility vanished entirely, prompting a curse as their targets disappeared into the fog. Confusion spread among the snipers as Pandora questioned whether their shots had even connected through the smoke. Doubt filled the marksman's voice while he insisted his aim was flawless, recalling a strange flash mid-attack. Cracks formed under Pandora's boots as an ominous vibration rippled outward, signaling a relic's activation. System alerts blared. Nero had declared his territory, expanding power across a 100-foot radius around them. The ground erupted violently moments later, flames consuming the platform as enemies shouted in alarm and disbelief.